The man stood on the stage, shouting at the top of his lungs. To succeed, you have to go crazy. Charge for money at all costs. Take a chance, and you'll be rich for 3 generations. If you don't take the chance, you'll just have to wait to fail. Sleep on the floor today, be a boss tomorrow. The atmosphere in the audience was electric, but he never expected that a burly man would grab an ashtray from behind him and smash it over his head. With a dull thud, he collapsed unconscious on the spot. When Jia opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on an antique-style bed. The strong scent of sandalwood filled his nostrils, almost making him cough. He blinked, trying to see his surroundings clearly. A wooden house came into view, and directly in front of him was a row of black memorial tablets, with wisps of incense smoke rising from the large incense burner in the center. Jia squinted and saw the inscription on the most conspicuous memorial tablet. The tablet of my late husband, Yang Yi. Yang Yi? Who's that? He had no recollection. Just as he was about to look more closely, a furious shout made him tremble. Your commander has died in battle, yet you, his personal guard, have returned alive? What use are you? Jia turned his head with difficulty, and saw a group of women dressed in either tight-fitting clothes or plain clothes standing at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Each of them carried a sharp sword and had a grief-stricken expression. Although each of them had anger and sorrow on their faces, they were all different in figure and quite beautiful. If this group were in a pyramid scheme den in his previous life, any one of them could be a spokesperson. He silently counted the number of people in his mind, but when he was halfway through, a sudden, intense headache struck him. His mind felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer, exploding into a shower of memories. These memories did not belong to him, but were the remnants of the original owner's consciousness, Jia Jiang, 23 years old, a personal guard of the Northern Border Army, under the command of General Yang Zhongbao. Not long ago, General Yang led a small detachment deep into enemy territory, only to be ambushed and wiped out. The original owner of this body escaped wounded and returned to the Yang family with the general's belongings to report the news. However, the widowed women, seeing that only General Jia had returned alone, immediately became suspicious, suspecting him of being a deserter or even a spy. A few words were exchanged, and the original owner's emotions flared up, triggering her injuries and causing her to die suddenly on the spot. Now Jia Jiang, who was crushed to death in the pyramid scheme den, has taken advantage of this body. Just as the information in his mind was being sorted out, the situation in the ancestral hall became even more tense. A commanding woman stood at the forefront, holding a long sword pointed directly at General Jia. She was dressed in mourning clothes, with a graceful figure and a cold demeanor. Although she was a widow, her elegance was undiminished. She was none other than Lu Ruyun, the widow of Yang Zhongbao and the eldest mistress of the Yang family. Born into a military family, she was highly skilled in martial arts, and was the leader among the widows of the Yang family. It's all over, it's all over, Jia Jiang thought with a chilling fear. The game started on hellish difficulty. At least Yang Lulang had a bowl of porridge to drink. Am I going to be buried alive in the ancestral hall? He tentatively called out. Madam Lu. His voice was hoarse and cracked like paper. I'm innocent. Lu Ruyan sneered, stepped forward, and pressed the tip of her sword almost against his throat. My husband is highly skilled in martial arts and is surrounded by trusted and capable men. Why are you the only one who has returned alive? General Jia, if you don't explain yourself, I will use your blood to appease my husband's spirit. The women behind her echoed her sentiments, their angry shouts rising and falling. Yes. He must be a deserter. Kill him. Avenge the general. Jia Jiang broke out in a cold sweat. The original owner could only cry out, I'm innocent, without any rhyme or reason. But Jia Jiang was different. As a former manager of a pyramid scheme, psychological warfare was his forte. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed, adopting an extremely grief-stricken look, as if his heart had collapsed to the extreme. He looked up at Lu Riyun and said in a hoarse voice, Grandma, do you think those who survived have it easy? Although his voice was not loud, it was choked with emotion and actually suppressed the noise of the women. Lu Riyun's expression hardened slightly. What do you mean? Jia Jiang pressed on, his eyes reddening. The general's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. If it weren't for bringing back the general's belongings and dying message, I would have died on the battlefield with him long ago. Now, however, I am being questioned by you ladies. I would rather be dead. As he spoke, he secretly observed Lu Ruyun's expression. Good, the murderous intent had subsided somewhat, replaced by suspicion. An heirloom? A message? Lu Ruyun pressed. Jia was secretly delighted. He'd fallen into the trap. He took out a blood-stained jade pendant from his robes, the very one he'd taken from the corpse. Before the general died, he entrusted this to me and left me with a message. He paused deliberately, building suspense. All the women present turned their gazes to the jade pendant, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. What did he say? Lu Ruyun's voice trembled slightly. Jia Jiang feigned difficulty as he began. The general said, "Give this jade to my wife Ruyun, and tell her, the Yang family, its future, is entrusted to you." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Lu Ruyun's expression changed drastically. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground, and her eyes instantly reddened. The other women also wore complex expressions, a mixture of sadness, emotion, and shock. Jia breathed a sigh of relief. She had made the right bet. By cultivating the image of the general as a loyal and valiant man and positioning herself as a messenger, she had created a powerful emotional connection that would force them to consider the general's dying wish before taking action. But he knew this was only temporary. If Lu Ruyun was truly as rumored, she wouldn't easily let go of her suspicions. Sure enough, she wiped away her tears, looked at Jia Jiang again, and although her tone had softened, it still held a scrutinizing quality. Is that all? My husband, that's all he told me? Jia's heart tightened, but his sorrowful expression remained. He paused and said, General, there's something else that concerns the survival of the Yang family, but this matter is of utmost importance, and I only dare to report it to Madame Lu in private. His gaze was firm, implying to Lu Ruyun that they needed to speak privately. This was called creating an information gap to gain time alone. Lu Ruyun frowned in thought, glanced back at her sisters, then at Jia Jiang's unparalleled loyalty, face, and finally nodded. All right, I want to hear what other last wishes my husband has. You come with me to the side hall. She turned and left, her white robes fluttering, and entered the side hall. Jia Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, quickly stood up, quietly brushed the dust off his clothes, and followed closely behind. Behind him, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were fixed on his back, some filled with doubt, some with disdain, and some with a hidden chill. But at this moment, Jia Jiang's mind was entirely focused on the eldest mistress who held real power in the Yang family. Walking down the corridor to the side hall, he stared at Lu Ruyun's graceful figure, his mind racing. First step, survive, that's settled. Second step, gain trust, in progress. Madam, watch how I, Jia, use psychology, rhetoric, and deception to take down this master of paranoia. The side hall was silent. Lu Ruyun slowly turned around, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Jia Jiang. Though she didn't speak, the warning in her eyes was clear. Speak your mind, or else, if you dare to mock her, this day next year will be the anniversary of Jia Jiang's death. Jia knew perfectly well that whether he could leave this room alive depended on how compelling his next story was. No, whether it could move the old lady before him. He took a deep breath, his face filled with difficulty, his eyes flickering, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, looking like a loyal servant who had a shocking secret but dared not reveal it. Grandma. His voice was extremely low, even trembling slightly. Marshal Yang's last words. Maybe somewhat treasonous. He secretly glanced at Lu Ruyun and saw that her brows were indeed furrowed, so he quickly added, Please promise me, madam, that no matter what, you will listen to me before making a judgment, and please don't get angry. First, give her a heads up, lowering Lu Ruyun's expectations so she won't draw her sword at the mere mention of rebellion. This is basic negotiation, no basic deception. Lu Ruyun's face was as cold as frost. After a moment of silence, she nodded slightly. Speak. Jia Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had successfully passed the first test. He took a deep breath, his face showing a mixture of reminiscence and indignation, and began his Oscar-worthy performance. Commander Yang, he was hit by several arrows and fell into a pool of blood. I crawled over him with my life on my own. His voice was hoarse and choked with sobs. Jia Jiang recited all the lines from the tragic dramas he had seen in his previous life. He held my hand and said, "This expedition was a trap. There are people in the court who don't want him to come back alive." Lu Riyun's pupils constricted sharply, and her grip on the sword tightened. Seeing this, Jia Jiang pressed his advantage, his emotions escalating. General Yang said that the Yang family has been loyal for 3 generations. Grandfather Yang Yi died in battle, and father also died on the battlefield. Their loyalty is unwavering, heaven and earth can bear witness, yet the court still cannot tolerate the Yang family, insisting that he too die in this desolate wilderness. He said he realized his mistake too late. He is unwilling. As he spoke, he observed Lu Riyun's reaction, noticing her chest heaving noticeably, knowing his words had struck a nerve. The deaths of generations of Yang family men had been so unjust, and this pent-up resentment, which no one dared to mention in ordinary times, was incredibly potent when ignited by his last words. What he couldn't let go of most before his death was the Yang family and all his relatives. Jia took the opportunity to steer the conversation toward the future. General Yang said that if the court treated the Yang family well after his death and gave them the honors they deserved, then it would be that Yang Zhongbao had wronged the court, and he could die in peace. His tone shifted, becoming extremely low. But he drew out the "but" for an extended period, successfully raising Lu Riyun's anxiety once more. But if the court not only fails to offer relief but also punishes the Yang family and strips them of their merits, then it means his guess is true, and the court intends to eradicate the Yang family completely. Insolence! Lu Riyun finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. My husband has been loyal to the emperor and loved his country all his life. How could he utter such rebellious words? General Jia, don't speak nonsense. Jia was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he became even more composed. He straightened his back, still kneeling on the ground, but his gaze met Lu Riyun's angry stare firmly. Madam, I know these words are alarming, but General Yang's dying wish is here, and I dare not speak recklessly. Whether it is true or false, why not? Let me finish speaking first. He then unleashed his most crucial move, delaying the inevitable, awaiting the imperial decree to verify his claim. General Yang says the imperial decree should arrive soon. Whether it's a favor or punishment, we'll know immediately. If it's a reward, I'm willing to be torn to pieces. If it's punishment. Jia Jiang took a deep breath, his tone heavy as iron. Then please make preparations as soon as possible, madam, to preserve the Yang family's bloodline. Are you finished? Lu Riyun's voice was indifferent, her face still frosty, but she could not hide the shock and hesitation in her eyes. Jia Jiang's words were a mixture of truth and falsehood, especially the phrase, awaiting the imperial decree for verification, which left her speechless for a moment. This was exactly the effect Jia Jiang wanted. He lowered his head, his lips moving slightly, looking hesitant and conflicted. Lu Riyun was exceptionally intelligent, and immediately sensed something amiss. With a swift movement, she raised her sword, the tip pointing directly at Jia Jiang's nose. Speak! What else are you hiding? Jia was overjoyed, they'd taken the bait. But his face contorted in a grimace, more like a grimace, and he stammered. General Yang. General Yang also said, if it really comes to that, if the court really wants to harm the Yang family, then his half-spoken words will, then count. What half a sentence? Lu Riyun's patience had run out. As if he were throwing caution to the wind, Jia Jiang closed his eyes and quickly said, Marshal Yang said that if that's true, please, madam, recognize me as your adopted son, so that I, as the adopted son of the Yang family, can openly uphold the family's reputation, and secretly protect the Yang family bloodline. Having said that, he knelt down with a thud, kowtowed heavily, and said in a choked voice, Grandma, everything I have said is true. If even a single word is false, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. The side hall was deathly silent. Lu Riyun stood frozen, sword in hand. To adopt this lowly personal guard as his godson? To make him the new head of the Yang family? This was even more absurd than the court conspiracy from before. But what if my husband's premonition is true? What if the court really intends to exterminate them all? Now the Yang family is left with only a widow, how can they resist? Although General Jia is of lowly status, he is the only one who has returned from the battlefield, and he is the person my husband entrusted to on his deathbed. If she truly adopted him as her godson, then it wasn't entirely a dead end. Various thoughts churned in Lu Riyun's mind, plunging her into a fierce struggle. She stared at the prostrate Jia Jian on the ground, and for the first time felt that this disheveled soldier possessed an indescribable, eerie aura. Jia was filled with trepidation. This move was too risky, but he had no way out. Only by tightly binding his fate to the Yang family could he have a chance to survive and realize his ambition of reaching the top. If he succeeded, he would be the young master of the Yang family, an impostor, yet still able to command all the beauties. If he failed, then he would have to go to the underworld to join the ancestors of the Yang family. Time seemed to stand still, each second feeling as long as a whole year. Finally, Lu Riyun spoke slowly, her voice tinged with weariness, doubt, and a hint of determination. You, get up first. Jia Zhang's heart leaped with joy. There was hope. He dared not show it in the slightest and respectfully replied, Yes, madam. Only then did he slowly rise and stand with his hands at his sides. Lu Riyun walked to the window, gazing at the withered branches in the courtyard. After a long while, she turned her back to him and said, I'll remember what you said for now. Everything will be discussed after the imperial decree arrives. She suddenly turned around, her gaze sharp as a blade, locking on to Jia Jiang. Until then, you are not allowed to leave the room. If you make any unusual movements. I understand. I will obey your orders. Jia Jiang nodded repeatedly. Lu Riyun waved her hand. Wait here, I will have someone arrange accommodations. Thank you, madam. Jia Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Only after Lu Riyun had walked away and disappeared from sight did he straighten his back, wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and unconsciously raise the corners of his mouth. First step, gain a foothold, done. He muttered to himself. Adopted son? TSK, the generations are indeed a bit messed up. But as long as I can survive and hold power, I might as well call her adoptive mother, it's not a loss anyway. He had already begun to look forward to his still attractive godmother, and the 11 ladies, family members, of different styles. Inside the ancestral hall, the heavy doors slammed shut, shutting out the outside noise. The incense smoke grew stronger, making it hard to breathe. Only Lu Riyun and a few of the Yang family's core female relatives remained in the hall, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Seated in the main seat was old Madame Yang, her temples slightly gray, but her gaze was still sharp as a knife. Beside her stood the gentle and kind Yun Yen, the widow of the second master. The others, some with solemn expressions, others with furrowed brows, were all the matriarchs or concubines of the Yang family's various branches. Together, these 10 or so women formed the core of power within the Yang family's inner quarters. Lu Riyun took a deep breath, trying to suppress the panic and frustration in her heart. She looked at old Madame Yang, her voice slightly hoarse and her expression weary. Mother, General Jia said that Zhong Bao's death was not an accident, but a scheme by the court. As soon as the words left his mouth, the widows gasped in shock, their faces filled with astonishment and anger. 3 generations of the Yang family men had served their country with utmost loyalty, yet now they were accused of being assassinated by the court. It was utterly unbelievable. Lu Riyun waved for everyone to be quiet, and then repeated every word Jia Jian had said in detail. This included phrases such as, the court's suspicion, even 3 generations of loyal ministers couldn't earn trust, awakening on his deathbed, and adopting a son. All were included. A deathly silence fell over the ancestral hall. Everyone seemed to have been struck dumb, speechless. From the court persecuting loyal ministers to his dying wish to adopt a son, the amount of information was too much for everyone to accept at once. After a long silence, Madame Yang finally spoke slowly, her tone steady. Riyun, what do you think of these words? Are they true or false? Lu Ruyan smiled bitterly, tears welling in her eyes, her forced composure almost crumbling. She shook her head and said, I can't tell either. Zhongbao's death has thrown me into a state of turmoil. I really can't judge. Seeing her expression, old Madame Yang sighed and asked no more questions. She closed her eyes, tapping her fingers lightly on the back of the chair, pondering Jia Jiang's words. After a long while, she opened her eyes, her gaze calm. Let's not discuss whether it's true or false for now. Since Jia Jiang says that an imperial edict is coming soon, then let's wait. When the edict arrives, we'll see the truth. Her gaze swept over the crowd, and she said coldly, This matter is to be known only to a few of us, and must not be revealed under any circumstances. Yes, mother, the women replied in unison. Avoiding the limelight for the time being was the safest option. Madame Yang then asked, Ruyun, has Jiao been properly arranged? Lu Ruyun nodded. I've already had Chi Feng take him to the west wing of the inner courtyard, where female soldiers are keeping a close watch. Madame Yang nodded slightly, clearly quite satisfied with the arrangement. It effectively isolated him, facilitated surveillance, and avoided arousing suspicion, a proper and thorough approach. At this moment, on the inner courtyard path, Jia Jiang silently followed behind a person, walking forward. Leading the way was Mu Qifeng, Lu Ruyun's personal maid, about 18 years old, tall and slender, her green outfit highlighting her heroic spirit. With delicate features, a cold expression, and a brisk walk, she resembled a resolute female soldier. Unlike Lu Ruyun's gentle maturity, Qifeng was like an unripe plum, possessing a stubbornness and sharpness. However, at this moment, this plum clearly didn't like Jia Jiang. Hurry up, don't dawdle! Qifeng urged coldly, her tone utterly impolite. From a young age, she admired generals and young ladies, and she felt nothing but disdain and hostility towards Jia Jiang, a personal guard who had returned alive. In her eyes, such a person was either a traitor or a cowardly coward who clung to life. Jia sneered inwardly, but outwardly complied. Yes, Miss Qifeng. He quickened his pace. He knew he was alone and would be at a disadvantage if he confronted her directly, so he could only swallow his anger and deal with it. They walked in silence, the only sound the echo of their footsteps on the stone slabs. He took the opportunity to observe the surrounding layout. The Yang residence was indeed impressive, with pavilions and towers arranged in a well-organized manner, though it felt rather desolate. Qifeng finally stopped in front of a secluded side room, clearly a remote and quiet corner of the Yang residence. Go in, she said, pushing open the door. Her tone remained cold. Don't move around. Don't forget your current status. Outside the door, 2 female soldiers stood guard, one on each side, their swords at their sides, exuding an imposing aura. Jia clicked his tongue in amazement, thinking to himself, either of these 2 women could easily take me down. He wisely stepped inside and found that although the interior was simple, it was fairly tidy. Qifeng didn't linger. With a cold snort, she slammed the door shut. Her instructions could still be heard from outside. Without a warrant, no one is allowed to let him out. Yes, sir, the female soldier replied crisply. Jia walked around the room, opened the window and looked out. He saw that the courtyard was surrounded by high walls, and the only exit was the 2 gatekeepers at the entrance. He sat down on the bed and said with a wry smile, Household confinement plus personal bodyguard service, this is top-tier treatment. However, he wasn't too disappointed. At least it meant that Lu Ruyun and the old lady hadn't completely rejected him, which was why they had chosen this half-believing, half-doubting approach. He knew in his heart that this game had only just begun. As long as he receives the imperial edict, whether it's a reward or a punishment, he'll have the opportunity to act. He's not afraid to wait. In fact, he'd love for the edict to arrive immediately, since his words were carefully planned. Then, thinking back to Qingfeng's icy face, a surge of anger rose within him. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Wait until I'm in power, then let's see if you're still so arrogant. Jia's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with cunning. However, he only entertained these thoughts to himself. What was more important right now was to clarify the power distribution within the Yang family, and identify those he could win over. He was determined to obtain the position of head of the Yang family. Looking out at the quiet courtyard, Jia Jian had already begun to formulate a grand strategy. This game had only just begun. For Jia Jian, the days of house arrest were actually more comfortable than when he was in the organization. He had no shortage of food, clothing and other necessities, and the maids brought him meals on time every day. Although they were not as delicious as the industrialized food in his previous life, at least they were clean and filling. Aside from meals, there was absolutely no other entertainment. No cell phone, no computer, not even a book to pass the time. The only sound outside was the heavy footsteps of the two female soldiers changing shifts. Even mosquitoes were rare. Jia was practically rotting away from boredom. On the second night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Feeling unbearably bored, he resorted to his well-practiced, solo technique, to relieve his boredom. Just at that crucial moment, when he was highly focused and completely absorbed in his own world. Creak! The door was suddenly pushed open, without any warning. Jia was nearly scared to death on the spot. His hand trembled so much he almost went berserk. He had thought of locking the door, but with those two strong women outside, looking like they could kill a bull with a single punch, what was the point of locking the door? You can protect yourself, but you can't protect others. Who would have thought that someone would break into his cell in the middle of the night? And without even a word, they just pushed the door open and came in. Who is it? Jia was panicked. He pulled at his clothes to cover himself while trying to sit up. As it turned out, the straps on ancient clothing weren't as convenient as modern t-shirts. The more he tried to cover up, the messier it became, making things even more embarrassing. Since the person was already approaching, he simply stopped wearing clothes and used a see-through shirt to barely cover his private parts, glaring angrily at the newcomer. He was stunned when he saw the person. It wasn't Lu Riyun, nor the fiery young woman Mu Qingfeng, nor the two strong women at the door. Standing in the candlelight was a middle-aged woman with outstanding temperament. She appeared to be in her 40s, but was remarkably well preserved, with fair, firm skin and only a few fine lines around her eyes. She wore a deep purple brocade robe embroidered with silver thread depicting intertwined floral patterns, exuding an air of nobility and composure. Her hair was styled elegantly, adorned only with a single jade hairpin, yet it added to her refined charm. Her figure was voluptuous yet shapely, mature and dignified, as alluring as a ripe peach. This scene clearly startled her. Old Madame Yang had obviously not expected to witness such a shocking scene. Jia Jiang's disheveled, half-naked appearance was laid bare before her. Even with her worldly experience, her shrewd eyes widened involuntarily, a hint of vulnerability flashing across her face. This scene was more impactful than any man she had encountered in her years as a widow. But being an old fox, she quickly regained her composure after a moment of surprise, though an unnatural blush still lingered on her face. She abruptly turned to the side and coldly ordered the maid and two female soldiers at the door. You all go out, close the door, and stand guard 20 feet away. Do not approach without my order. Although the maid and female soldier were puzzled, they dared not ask any questions and immediately obeyed and withdrew. Inside the room, only General Jia and old Madame Yang remained. The air seemed to freeze, with only the faint flickering candlelight and General Jia's still rapid breathing. Jia was filled with questions, frantically searching his memory for clues. Wasn't this Yan Zhongbo's biological mother, the old lady of the Yang family? His heart sank. He knew he was in deep trouble. If he stumbled upon her like this now, he'd be in no position to clear his name. Moreover, the timing and manner didn't seem like a coincidence at all. His lips stiffened, and he forced an awkward smile, his voice hoarse. Madam! Madam? Why are you here so late at night? This is truly impolite. As he spoke, he frantically tried to straighten his clothes, but the more he tried, the more awkward his posture became. When Madame Yang turned around, she had regained her usual dignified demeanor, but her gaze avoided Jia Jiang's vital parts. She scanned the room, her tone calm yet oppressive. If I hadn't come in person, I really wouldn't have known that you had such leisure time while under house arrest. Jia's face turned bright red, realizing he'd been caught red-handed, and he was incredibly embarrassed. He quickly smiled apologetically and explained, "Madam, please forgive me. I was just incredibly bored and acted impulsively. Please forgive me." Madame Yang did not respond. Instead, she walked to the chair, brushed away non-existent dust with a handkerchief, and sat down gracefully. Then she looked up at Jia Jiang with a deep gaze that seemed to see into people's hearts. "Jia Jiang, I have always found it strange that you mentioned Zhong Bao's last words to Ru Yun the other day." She finally got to the point, no longer dwelling on the awkwardness of the previous conversation, and went straight to the heart of the matter. Jia Jiang's heart tightened. As expected, this visitor was not friendly. He had managed to appease Lu Ruyun for the time being, but this mother-in-law had come personally to test him. He immediately adopted a sorrowful expression and said in a grief-stricken tone, "Madam, everything I said is true, without a single lie. If there is even a half-truth, may I be struck by lightning." Madame Yang sneered and tapped the back of the chair lightly with her fingertips. "Oh? Then tell me, what did Zhongbao leave behind before he died?" Upon hearing this question, Jia's mind raced, trying to come up with some details to answer. He'd already used everything he'd suggested before. To make something up now, he needed to be more sophisticated. The candlelight flickered, the atmosphere heavy. One man, disheveled and wary, sat upright, his eyes sharp. This late-night interrogation, though silent, was fraught with danger. Jian knew that his next answer would determine his fate. A good answer might allow him to continue living a carefree life. A bad answer could mean his death. He took a deep breath, his expression changed, and he prepared to begin a new round of performance. A sudden inspiration struck Jia Jiang, the plot of The Generals of the Yang Family, which he had read in his previous life, suddenly came to mind, and his thoughts immediately flowed. Looking at the old lady Yang before him, he immediately thought of the prototype of Princess Chai, an identical tragic template. Born into a prominent family, widowed in middle age, and losing her son in old age, she had long harbored resentment and bitterness with nowhere to vent it, only lacking a suitable trigger. This time, Jia decided to take a gamble, using this angle as a starting point, betting that she would be moved. He already had a plan in mind, but on the surface he pretended to hesitate, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't, as if he were lost in painful memories. He turned his head to avoid the old lady's sharp gaze and said in a heavy tone, "Marshal Yang, before he left, besides his resentment, he also gave some analysis." "What analysis?" Old Madame Yang leaned forward instinctively, her tone urgent, her eyes sharp as knives. Jia felt a tightness in his chest under her gaze. The oppressive aura of this noble woman was truly formidable. He swallowed hard and forced himself to continue fabricating the story. "Marshal Yang tossed and turned all night before his death, almost going mad." Jia imitated Yang Zhongbao's tone, feigning excitement, and said, "Where exactly did my Yang family go wrong? My grandfather died on the battlefield, my father sacrificed himself for the country, and my generation has been even more cautious. 3 generations of loyal and virtuous people, heaven and earth can attest to that. But why does the court still see us as a thorn in its side? Is it because the Yang family has become too powerful and overshadows the emperor? But now the family has fallen on hard times and is just an empty shell. Or is it because we have formed factions? But the Yang family has always kept to itself and has never been involved in factional strife. Does the court really have to wait until all the men of the Yang family are dead and the orphans and widows meet a miserable end before it can feel at ease?" Jia Jiang said emotionally, even adding a tearful "Mother," with suppressed grievances and anger. That cry was so real, it pierced straight to old Madame Yang's heart. Her body trembled, tears welled up instantly, and she reached out to pull Jia Jiang, as if she really saw her son making an accusation. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the bitterness and resentment in her heart. She had been a widow for many years, raising her son with great difficulty, only to be met with a cold corpse and a vague cause of death. Seeing this, Jia was secretly delighted. It seemed this was indeed her Achilles' heel, and the effect was even stronger than expected. However, the old lady was a woman who had seen her share of storms, and after a brief moment of turmoil, she quickly regained her composure. She quickly withdrew her hand, wiped away her tears, and put her icy mask back on. Her noble and dignified face was now even more ferocious and imposing than before. Humph! She snorted coldly, concealing her emotional turmoil. According to you, the Yang family, 3 generations of loyal martyrs, deserve to end up like this? Her gaze was sharp as she stared directly at Jia Jiang. If you can't give me a reason, I'll have you beaten to death on the spot. Jia Jiang understood that this was a test of his bottom line. He immediately feigned being terrified, his face turning deathly pale, and he knelt down, trembling. Madam, please understand. How dare I speak nonsense? These words were spoken by Marshal Yang himself. I am of lowly status and dare not speak ill of the court. I am merely relaying the truth. Please forgive me, madam, he pleaded while secretly rejoicing. He knew this rhythm all too well and was sure to follow it. A mere bodyguard dares to speak ill of the court? Of course not. It was all General Yang's dying words. He was merely relaying them. As old Madame Yang listened to General Jia's words, her heart was filled with turmoil. She knew that her son's resentment and bitterness before his death were real, but could the court really be so ruthless? She fell into deep thought, but Jia Jiang had already begun to lay out his killing move. He seized the opportunity, changed the subject, and said in a low and cautious tone, Madam, I also think that Marshal Yang's analysis before his death is very reasonable. The root of the problem, I'm afraid, lies with you. These words struck her like a thunderbolt, causing old Madame Yang's face to change drastically, her expression filled with disbelief. Me? How could it be me? She blurted out, unable to understand how a reclusive widow could be involved in any court intrigues. Jia continued unhurriedly, his tone cautious and steady. Please forgive my boldness, but what is the surname of the people in this world today? Before she could answer, he immediately asked, And what was the surname of the old lady before she got married? These 2 questions exploded like bombs in the old lady's heart. The world now belongs to the Xiao family, but she belongs to the Zhou family, a princess of the previous dynasty, a descendant of royalty. In an instant, old Madame Yang was struck dumb, almost losing her balance. She finally understood that the root of all her misunderstandings and grievances over the years was not because the Yang family was too loyal and righteous. Rather, it was because of her bloodline from the previous dynasty that the Yang family became a thorn in the side of the court. On the surface, the emperor showed great favor, but in reality, he gradually eroded their power, using war to drain their resources and leaving them no way out. Every dangerous campaign, every bloody border battle, quietly pushed the Yang family towards ruin. 3 generations of loyal ministers from the Yang family ultimately couldn't overcome the emperor's obsession and suspicion regarding security. And she, the former princess who once thought she could escape disaster by hiding her identity, personally led her husband and son to their doom. Madame Yang's face turned ashen. She trembled and took a step back, almost falling to the ground. Her eyes were filled with pain, regret, and deep despair. In that moment, she seemed to have aged 10 years. Seeing her reaction, Jia Jiang secretly rejoiced. The medicine was strong, and the effect was indeed potent. He pressed his advantage and sighed softly. Commander Yang has understood this principle, which is why he has the will to die. Because as long as the old lady is alive, the Yang family will never have a peaceful day. Imperial favor is nothing more than a slow, dull knife cutting flesh. Jia Jiang's words completely shattered the old lady Yang's psychological defenses. She bowed her head in silence, tears streaming down her face. Her former elegance as a noblewoman was gone. She resembled an elderly mother consumed by deep remorse. The candlelight flickered in the room, the air thick with a stifling silence, broken only by the soft sobs that pierced the heart. Jia remained silent, kneeling on the ground, waiting quietly. He knew this wasn't the time to offer words of comfort. He needed to wait until her emotions cooled before proposing that crucial plan, adopting a son. He had won this psychological battle. Next, it was about how to make himself the Yang family's only hope. Old Madame Yang closed her eyes, tears silently streaming down her face, but that heart-wrenching grief did not last long. Having weathered many storms, she instead developed a resolute ruthlessness from this extreme pain, and her entire being became unusually calm. When she opened her eyes again, the confusion and regret were gone, replaced by a cold clarity and determination. She slowly rose and walked to Jiajiang. He was still kneeling on the ground, his clothes disheveled, and although a certain part of his body was covered by the blankets, its shape was still vaguely visible. The old lady, however, seemed not to notice. She simply reached out and helped him up herself, her movements not gentle, but conveying approval. This woman, who had weathered half a lifetime of storms, was long accustomed to the vicissitudes of life. Even though the scene before her was slightly awkward, she remained unfazed, as calm as if she were looking at a piece of furniture. Child, thank you. You've made me understand that the Yang family's situation wasn't a completely unwarranted disaster. Her voice was slightly hoarse, yet exceptionally firm and clear. Jia Jiangang breathed a sigh of relief, secretly pleased that he had finally weathered the storm. Then, changing the subject, the old lady calmly said, As for what Zhongbao said, it's enough that you listen and I listen, and no third person should know. Once this storm has passed, the Yang family will arrange for you to leave and ensure your lifelong peace. The moment the word, leave, was uttered, Jia Zhang's heart tightened, and cold sweat broke out. What did leave mean? Was it leaving on foot, or in a coffin? This was no small matter. In his years of watching dramas, he'd seen how the minor characters who knew the secrets often ended up becoming the secrets themselves. He suddenly realized, could this kind-looking old woman really be so cruel? At this point, talking about manners and image was a joke. Jia quickly thought of something and immediately knelt back down with a plop. This time it was a real kneel. He was so emotional that even his kowtowing made a sound, and his voice was urgent, as if his life was hanging by a thread. Madam, you mustn't! Marshal Yang has given me a second life. My life was given to me by Marshal Yang. Now that the Yang family is in trouble, how can I be afraid of death? I beg you to grant my request. Jia Zhang's words were full of emotion and a strong desire to live, but they also sounded quite principled. He kowtowed repeatedly, tears streaming down his face, as if desperately grasping at a last straw. Old Madame Yang was slightly taken aback. She had thought this young man was too clever for his own good, and would cause trouble sooner or later. But what she was seeing made her waver slightly. This kid did have some backbone, and he knew how to repay kindness. He didn't seem like someone completely unreliable. She even saw a bit of her own precious baby in him. What the Yang family needs most right now is someone willing to go all out, even if this person seems a bit reckless. She sat back down in her chair and asked expressionlessly, Since you're willing to stay, tell me, how should the Yang family deal with its current situation? Jia's heart tightened instantly. This question felt like an interrogation. One wrong move and it would be a life-or-death decision. He knew that what he was about to say would be crucial to his fate. He couldn't appear too clever, lest he incur jealousy, nor could he appear too foolish, lest he be disliked. The safest approach was to play Yang Hongbao's card and distance himself from the situation. He bowed respectfully, his expression devout. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we should follow General Yang's arrangement and observe the court's movements before making a decision. As he spoke, he kept a close eye on the old lady's reaction, his eyes cautious. Seeing that the old lady's expression remained unchanged, he immediately continued. Now is not the time to break ties with the imperial court. The Yang family needs to observe the situation and buy time. These words expressed both a cautious attitude and loyalty to the Yang family, and his tone was just right. Sure enough, when the old lady heard General Yang's meaning, and by time, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Her gaze towards General Jia became less wary and more approving. Her tone softened. Child, you're oversimplifying the world. Some things, once started, have no way of ending. That, child, finally put Jia Zhang's mind at ease. He knew he had weathered this storm. He wouldn't be purged, for the time being. All right, it's getting late, I should be going. With that, old Madame Yang stood up, preparing to leave. Jia Jiang hurriedly and respectfully saw her off, escorting her to the door. Before leaving, the old lady paused and glanced back at him. Her gaze inadvertently swept over his still untidy lower body, and she reminded him in a light tone. Put on some clothes, don't catch a cold. Upon hearing this, Jia thought it was a sign of concern from an elder, and his heart warmed. He smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, madam. I'm young and energetic, I'm not afraid of the cold." As he spoke, he subconsciously straightened his back, showing off his vitality. The old lady's expression shifted slightly, and she gave him a meaningful look. "Indeed, quite powerful." With that, she turned and left, disappearing into the night. Jia looked towards the doorway, let out a long sigh, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "That old fox is too troublesome. I almost lost my life. But at least I survived." He looked down and suddenly felt something strange about a certain part of his body. Then he remembered the old lady's last glance before she left. "No way! No way! She wouldn't be." He shuddered, his lips twitched, and his face was filled with despair. As soon as Madame Yang left, the oppressive atmosphere that had been suffocating instantly dissipated. Jia Jiang finally recovered, and recalling the old lady's last glance before leaving, he felt a chill run down his spine. That look was so meaningful, perfectly complementing the scene. It was like a grand spectacle of gongs, drums, and firecrackers. His face flushed red, and he inwardly cursed himself for his weakness. He had just been on the verge of death, and now. The burning desire within him only grew stronger with each suppression, his mind filled with the graceful figure of the old lady. Though called old lady, according to the ancient custom of early marriage and childbirth, she was at most in her early 40s. She retains her charm and elegance. Every move she makes exudes the air of a noblewoman, and that final glance as she turns away is incredibly captivating. Like an older black Audi A8, she is understated yet composed, radiating a calm and dignified aura. As Jia turned over and lay back on the bed, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "No, if I keep thinking about this, something bad will definitely happen." But as soon as he closed his eyes, that familiar face immediately appeared before him and wouldn't leave him. With no other option, he could only resort to the manual solution to relieve the sudden heat. He became completely immersed in his own fantasy, conducting a deep inspection of the old A8. Just then, the two female soldiers guarding outside the door huddled together, whispering among themselves. "Keep your voice down. What do you think the old lady said to that boy when she went in? She was so secretive, and she chased us so far away." The female soldier with a mole on her face whispered, her tone full of gossipy curiosity. Another female soldier, slightly taller, shook her head, her expression puzzled. "I don't know, but she looked much better when she came out than when she went in. Could this kid really have some important secret in his mouth?" The female soldier with the mole rolled her eyes and suggested in a low voice, "Why don't we take a sneak peek? It's for safety's sake, after all." The tall female soldier hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist her curiosity, and nodded in agreement. The two tiptoed to the window, and the female soldier with the small mole moistened her lips with saliva and carefully poked a hole in the window paper. She leaned closer to take a look, and her eyes widened instantly. Her face flushed crimson, and she recoiled as if she'd been electrocuted. "What's wrong? What did you see?" The tall female soldier quickly went over to see. A few seconds later, she too blushed deeply, spitting out, "Pa, you filthy scoundrel, how could that be practicing shooting?" Both of them, their faces red, retreated to their original positions, not daring to say another word. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Inside the room, Jia Jiang finally finished his firepower release, and drifted off into a deep sleep, feeling completely relaxed. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Jia Jiang groggily opened his eyes. The tension of the previous night, coupled with excessive relief, had made for an unusually deep sleep. A female soldier's urging voice came from outside the door. "Jia Jiang! Get up and go to the ancestral hall immediately! The matriarch has given orders!" He quickly got up and hurriedly put on his clothes, finally figuring out the correct way to tie those troublesome straps. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the two usually menacing female soldiers standing there. But today their eyes were a little strange. The fierce glint was gone, replaced by shyness and evasiveness. Jia was a bit bewildered, a jolt of surprise washing over him. "Really? Were these guys really that alluring last night? Before they could think too much about it, one of the female soldiers leaned closer and whispered, "Someone from the palace came to deliver an imperial edict this morning." Another nodded in agreement, her tone indignant. A shrill-voiced, arrogant eunuch, acting like he had the imperial edict on his hands like it was some kind of imperial sword. Jia immediately perked up and excitedly asked, "Imperial edict? What did it say?" The female soldier with the mole imitated the voice of a eunuch and read, "Marshal Yang received great favor from the country, yet he underestimated the enemy and acted rashly, and commanded poorly, leading to defeat and disgracing the court." The tall female soldier was even more furious. They said they didn't punish the others because of the Yang family's generations of loyalty, but they took away all of General Yang's rewards. The way that eunuch said we won't pursue it made it sound like our Yang family owed them a huge favor. Jia was overjoyed inside, but outwardly he had to feign deep sorrow. He pounded his chest, tears streaming down his face, and cried out, "Heaven is blind! Commander Yang had indeed foreseen this. The court is truly unjust." The two female soldiers' eyes immediately reddened, and their trust and respect for Jia Jiang grew even stronger. The female soldier with the mole added, "The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was explosive at the time. Several ladies almost rushed up to chop that dead eunuch. Fortunately, the old lady calmed the situation down, otherwise the eunuch probably wouldn't have made it out of the ancestral hall." Jiao was itching to hear this. Missing out on such a grand spectacle would be an absolute rip-off. But just as he was wallowing in regret, the female soldier suddenly mentioned something that jolted him awake. "Oh, by the way, Grandma came to see you last night. She said you were sleeping so soundly that she didn't want to disturb you, and that you should go to the ancestral hall as soon as you woke up." Jia's head buzzed. He remembered that he seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep after finishing his work last night. Could it be? The battlefield traces left by last night's firepower test. Did Lu Riyun see anything she shouldn't have? Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back, and he almost froze on the spot. If his image were ruined, he would truly go from the chosen son of destiny to a lecherous death row inmate. He no longer cared about the affectionate gazes of the female soldiers and quickly bowed to take his leave. "Thank you both, sisters. I'll be on my way to the ancestral hall right away." Jia Jiang never expected that the atmosphere in this ancestral hall would be 10 times more terrifying than the pyramid scheme collapse he had experienced in his previous life. Several young wives, especially those led by the widow of the second master, had their faces flushed red and screams rose and fell. "How can the court be so unjust? My husband died for the country, and he's become a criminal? Even father's reward is gone. Is he trying to sever the lineage of our Yang family?" In an instant, cries, roars, and table pounding mingled together, and the entire ancestral hall erupted into chaos. The decorum and honor they had maintained in the past collapsed completely under this moment of humiliation, and everyone lost control of their emotions. But two people remained unusually calm. One was old Madame Yang, Zhou Min, who sat at the head of the table, her expression as calm as a still well. However, the slight trembling of her fingers resting on the back of the chair betrayed her inner turmoil. Unlike her emotional breakdown last night, she was now clear-headed and resolutely calm. Jia Jiang's words last night were like a key, unlocking the shackles of hatred in her heart. Now that the imperial edict has arrived, it merely confirms the truth, and she is no longer surprised. The other was the eldest grandmother, Lu Riyun. She stood beside her mother-in-law, her face cold, her lips tightly pressed together, and her eyes filled with complex emotions. The reason she was able to remain calm was that her absurd husband's last words had been proven true one by one. The imperial court did indeed take action, first stripping her of her honors. What's next? Should they adopt that soldier as their godson to support the family? This thought threw her into turmoil. How could a widow, still in mourning, propose adopting a young man from another family? How could she possibly bring this up? What would her mother-in-law think? What would others say? She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't utter a single word. The words were stuck in her throat. Just as the ancestral hall was in an uproar, the female soldier at the door hurried in and announced in a low voice, "Madam, eldest madam, General Jia has arrived." As if someone had pressed a mute button, the entire ancestral hall fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to the entrance, a mixture of grief, surprise, and complex emotions swirling within them. Everyone remembered Jia Jiang's rebellious words, which had now come true. This once despised young bodyguard had now become the focus of everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jia Jiang, somewhat nervous, steeled himself and entered the ancestral hall. The moment he stepped inside, he felt immense pressure, as if hundreds of eyes were fixed upon him. What should he say? Should he directly ask about the imperial edict? Or should he kneel down and plead his innocence first? He was at a loss for what to do, and the air seemed to freeze. Just as the scene became tense, an idea struck him, and his gaze swept over the row of ancestral tablets. Especially Yang Zhongbao's tablet, which immediately stirred his emotions, and he rushed forward and knelt down. General Yang! Did you see that? The court, just as I thought. You died unjustly, the Yang family is wronged. This shout, choked with sobs, echoed in the silent ancestral hall, moving everyone present. These words weren't meant for the dead, but for the living. They expressed loyalty while avoiding direct conflict with the women, cleverly diffusing the pressure. This kneeling immediately resonated with the crowd and even dispelled much of the doubt. If it weren't for General Yang's dying words, how could a mere soldier like General Jia have foreseen today's events? Madame Yang watched his retreating figure with a complex expression. This young man knew how to seize opportunities. Lu Ruyun was also slightly moved. This tragic performance made her difficult to produce decision more convincing. The ancestral hall remained quiet, but the atmosphere had shifted from chaos to a mix of tension and anticipation. All eyes were fixed on Jia Jiang, who was kneeling before the memorial tablet, their emotions fluctuating with his every move. General Jia's kowtow not only expressed his deepest feelings but also united the emotions of everyone present. The Yang family had indeed been abandoned by the imperial court. In this oppressive atmosphere, old Madame Zhou Min finally spoke, her voice soft yet filled with authority. General Jia. Her gaze fell on Jia Jiang, and her tone was steady. You, stand up and speak first. Yes, madam. Jia Jiang stood up, but he dared not relax for a moment, knowing that this step was extremely crucial. Zhou Min surveyed the crowd, taking in their grief and unease. Everyone has heard the imperial edict. The attitude is clear, the Yang family is now in grave danger. Her words succinctly revealed the current situation. The court is unjust, and the Yang family is in grave peril. These words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts and set the tone for the conversation to come. On the surface, it was a dialogue with Jia Jiang, but in reality, it was a signal to the Yang family regarding a decision. Jia Jiang knew that now was not the time for him to make a decision. Saying too much would make him seem too ambitious, while saying too little would make him seem useless. He chose the safest path, to show loyalty and choose sides. Madam, ladies! He clasped his hands in a respectful bow, his voice firm and resolute. Though I come from humble origins, I have received great kindness from Marshal Yang. Now that the Yang family is in trouble, I am willing to serve him with utmost loyalty. Wherever the Yang household may need my help, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. These words were spoken with conviction and sincerity, either overstepping boundaries nor appearing subservient. He skillfully emphasized General Yang's kindness, while also proactively expressing his willingness to be at his beck and call. This both fostered a closer relationship and avoided any appearance of coveting power. Sure enough, a hint of relief appeared in the old lady's eyes. This young man knew when to advance and retreat, was willing to take responsibility, and was considered a useful person. More importantly, his words gave the entire Yang family a much-needed boost of morale. Even the non-family guards were so loyal. How could the Yang family members not be united? When Lu Ruyun heard Jia Jiang say, I am willing to obey the orders of the eldest mistress, her heart stirred slightly, and her status was subtly elevated. Her gaze towards Jia Jiang held a different quality, a mixture of gratitude and subtle unease. Seeing that the time was ripe, the old lady finally got to the point. Very well. Since you're so interested, I won't hold back. The Yang family's reputation has plummeted, and old friends and students are probably avoiding us like the plague. Things will be tough for us from now on. She paused, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on Jiajiang, and seemingly on everyone present. Jiajiang, before Zhongbao died, did he give any instructions regarding the current situation? She had finally gotten to the crucial point. Jiajiang's heart skipped a beat. He knew the most critical moment had arrived. The plan to adopt a son to support the family was about to be implemented. However, he couldn't bring himself to ask for help. If he took the initiative to acknowledge his adoptive mother, his status would be lowered. He would have to make the Yang family beg him to do it, so that his status would carry more weight and things would go more smoothly. So Jia immediately put on an honest and kind appearance, his face still carrying a trace of the sorrow of just having kowtowed. He bowed respectfully to Zhou Min and Lu Ruyun, his tone full of sincerity. Reporting to the old lady and the eldest mistress, I have conveyed Yang Shuai's dying wish to me word for word. Now that the imperial decree has been issued and the situation is urgent, I dare not presume to know if Marshal Yang has anything else to say. I only know that from this day forward, my life belongs to the Yang family. If the old lady or the eldest mistress has any orders, I will obey without hesitation. These words were spoken flawlessly. On the one hand, they revealed that I told you all my last words, implying that I wasn't hiding anything, and on the other hand, they adopted an attitude of following orders, completely handing over the initiative back to the Yang family. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, it's just that Commander Yang hadn't left any instructions, and he was now just a lowly soldier following orders. That was a beautiful kick, sending the ball high and steady back to the elders of the Yang family. Sure enough, the younger widows' faces immediately showed disappointment upon hearing this. They had thought Jia Jiang would bring some brilliant plan, but all they got was empty words of loyalty. Only Lu Ruyun, with a quick thought, understood the deeper meaning in her mother-in-law's words. Her mother-in-law's deliberate questioning of, "What else is there to say?" right after the imperial edict had been issued was far too obvious. What other, specific, entrustment did Commander Yang have? Wasn't it just about adopting a son? Her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly remembered the report from her personal female soldier that morning, saying that her mother-in-law had gone to General Jia's room alone last night, dismissed the servants, and stayed there for quite some time. Could it be that the decision was made back then? At this thought, Lu Ruyun's heart raced. If her mother-in-law truly intended this, then as Yang Zhongbao's legal wife, it would indeed be most legitimate for her to recognize this adopted son. But here's the problem, she has a son, so how come she suddenly has an eldest son, in his 20s? Zhou Min had already made up her mind, but she just wanted to use this public trial to bring the matter of adopting a son into the open. She could tell Jia was slippery, shifting all the blame, and cursed him inwardly as a little fox. She glared at him fiercely, her meaning clear, "You just wait, I'll settle this score later." But now, the die was cast, and she had no choice but to act. For the sake of the Yang family's direct lineage, she had to speak up, and she had to play the villain. She ignored Jia Jiang and turned her gaze to Lu Ruyun, her tone softening but leaving no room for refusal. "Ruyun." Lu Ruyun was startled and immediately replied, "Mother, your daughter-in-law is here." Zhou Min looked at her, her tone steady yet weighty. "Jia Jiang was entrusted to you by Zhongbao on his deathbed, and today it seems he does have some loyalty. The Yang family is currently in dire straits, and urgently needs a pillar of strength. You, as a legal wife, are you willing to adopt Jia Jiang as your son?" Boom! These words resounded like thunder in the ancestral hall. The women, who had just been looking bored, widened their eyes and gaped, completely unprepared for this move. Adopting a godson? And having the eldest mistress do it? Wasn't this blatantly creating a shield for the Yang family's legitimacy? Lu Ruyun was struck dumb, her face turning deathly pale, her body stiffening. Although she had a premonition, when her mother-in-law actually asked that question in front of everyone, she still felt dizzy. She was already a mother, so why did she need to take in an adult godson? Seeing Lu Ruyun hesitate, Zhou Min frowned and added in a low but suffocating voice, "If you find it difficult, I understand. Then find someone else." The implication was clear, if you can't do it, there are others. Meanwhile, The eyes of the second wife's siblings were already gleaming with anticipation and eagerness. Lu Ruyan snapped back to reality, glanced at the expressions of the women, and her heart tightened. She finally realized that this was not just about adopting a godson, but about the future power struggle of the entire Yang family. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall froze instantly. Everyone held their breath, waiting for her answer. Jia Jiang lowered his head, but secretly he was pleased. This old lady was ruthless. She had put all the pressure on Lu Ruyan. As long as she nodded, he, Jia Jiang, could be officially promoted today. Zhou Min was also losing her temper, feeling both anxious and angry. This Lu Ruyan was usually so decisive and efficient. Why was she being so hesitant at this crucial moment? If she truly lacked common sense, then she, this old woman, would have to step in. Fine, she'd take the blame. She'd already thrown away all pride. As she pondered whether to force the decision, Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head. Though her face was still pale, a resolute glint appeared in her eyes. She took a deep breath, bowed to her mother-in-law, and solemnly said, "Mother, your daughter-in-law is willing." Her voice trembled slightly, but it became firm and resolute when she uttered the last two words. She finally understood why her mother-in-law had chosen her, and not someone else, because she was Yang Zhongbao's legal wife and the nominal matriarch of the Yang family. Only if she personally acknowledges this adopted son can she truly gain the trust of outsiders. Since that's the case, there's no turning back. Since she's already a mother, having another, eldest son, won't hurt. Besides, this adopted son can protect the legitimate heir. Isn't that even better? Upon hearing this, Zhou Min finally showed a genuine smile, saying, "Good," 3 times. A weight lifted from her heart. She hadn't misjudged this daughter-in-law after all. She held her own in this crucial moment. The expressions of the other women varied greatly. Some breathed a sigh of relief, some remained bewildered, and others lowered their heads, contemplating their future. Yunyan, the widow of the second wife, in particular, had a complex expression, a mixture of envy and resentment. Jia Jiang was overjoyed, almost bursting into laughter. It was done! His identity was officially established. From now on, he was the Yang family's adopted son. This world of women and gangsters, he was here. No, he was here to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the Yang family's future. Seeing Lu Ruyan finally nod in agreement, Zhou Min finally breathed a sigh of relief, a satisfied look appearing on her face. She then turned her gaze to Jia Jiang standing to the side, her tone calm yet unquestionable. "Jia Jiang, do you have any objections to being recognized as Ruyan's adopted son?" He was secretly overjoyed, but his face betrayed surprise and panic, as if he hadn't expected to be involved. His facial muscles twitched a few times, his eyes darted around, and he stammered like a frightened mouse. "Madam, is this appropriate? I really... How could it not be suitable?" Zhou Min was secretly pleased to see his expression, a faint smile appearing on her lips. This kid, he played tricks before, but now he's scared? She loved seeing him forced to comply like this. Jia immediately put on a bitter face, lowered his head, and sighed, feigning a pitiful state of being forced into a corner. The more Zhou Min saw him like this, the more comfortable she felt, as if she had just won a battle of wits. However, she didn't relax. Instead, her tone turned serious. "General Jia, the Yang family is currently in a precarious situation. Taking you as their adopted son is only to deal with the current circumstances, and it shouldn't be extravagant. All ceremonies should be simple and avoid attracting attention. Do you understand?" "Understood, this humble servant understands." Jia lowered his voice considerably, his head bowed even lower, as if resigned to his fate. "That's good." Zhou Min nodded, then raised her voice and said, "Someone bring tea." Soon, a servant entered carrying a cup of hot tea, her movements swift and efficient. She looked at Jia Jiang, her voice carrying a formal tone. "Jia Jiang, my adopted son, offer tea to your adoptive mother." Jia Jiang carefully accepted the teacup. The tea seemed ordinary, but it represented a heavy identity and future responsibilities. He slowly turned around, facing Lu Ruyan, who sat in the superior position, knelt on one knee, and raised the teacup high. Jia Jiang, the adopted son, offers a cup of tea to his adoptive mother. Lu Ruyun's expression remained calm, but the tightness of her lips betrayed the complexity of her inner feelings. She looked at the young man kneeling on the ground, her expression slightly hardening, before she accepted the teacup. She gently lifted the lid, releasing the aroma of tea. Without hesitation, she downed the cup in one gulp, her movements swift and decisive. Zhou Min's voice rang out at the opportune moment, officially concluding the ceremony. The ceremony is complete. Jia was secretly delighted, but on the surface he still pretended to be cautious. He stood up and stepped aside. Yan, who was standing to the side, watched all this, her heart already churning with emotion. She understood that her sister-in-law was determined to push Jia Jiang into the limelight, using him to draw all the open and covert attacks. In this way, they could protect their young grandson, Lu Ruyun's only son. She thought of her son who had died young, and a wave of sadness and regret washed over her. If her branch of the family still had any descendants, she certainly wouldn't have stood by and watched this momentous event unfold. Unfortunately, it was all over now. That's all for today. Everyone has worked hard, so please disperse. Zhou Min waved her hand, and everyone bowed and withdrew, leaving only her, Lu Ruyun, and Jia Jiang in the ancestral hall. Lu Ruyun looked at her mother-in-law in confusion, not understanding why they had been left alone. Zhou Min didn't speak immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Jia Jiang from head to toe, as if trying to see through his bones. That gaze made Jia Jiang's heart tighten, and his nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. As expected, her next words were utterly unkind. General Jia, the status of an adopted son is not merely for show. The Yang family does not raise useless people, nor will it tolerate fools. Her tone was unhurried, yet every word carried an air of authority. Now that you have this status, you must be able to shoulder the responsibility. You should be aware of the current situation of the Yang family. If you are careless in the slightest, you will bear the consequences yourself. Jia Jiang broke out in a cold sweat, knowing this was a real show of force, and quickly lowered his head to express his gratitude. I will remember Madam's teachings and will dedicate myself to serving you to the utmost, even unto death. Zhou Min's sharp gaze fixed on him before she gently waved her hand. Remember what you said, go down. Yes. Jia Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, immediately bowed and withdrew, not daring to linger for even a second. As soon as he was out of sight, Zhou Min turned to Lu Ruyun, her tone softening slightly. Ruyun, I'm sorry you had to go through this. Lu Ruyun gently shook her head, her voice soft. For the sake of the Yang family, I don't feel wrong. But how should we deal with this next? Zhou Min's gaze turned to the outside of the ancestral hall, her eyes calm and deep. Wait. Wait for an opportunity. And wait for that Jia Jiang to show his abilities, or his true colors. Zhou Min's words, wait until he reveals his true abilities or true colors, sent a jolt through Lu Ruyun. She quickly stepped forward and pressed him in a low voice, her eyes darting nervously. Mother, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect that Jia Jiang has ulterior motives? If so, why did you ask me to recognize him as my adopted son? This direct question left Zhou Min speechless for a moment, inwardly cursing herself for letting something slip. She absolutely couldn't reveal the astonishing theory of the bloodline of the previous dynasty that Jia Jiang had discussed that night. If it were leaked, she, Zhou Min, would immediately go from being the pillar of the family to the culprit responsible for the extinction of the Yang family's male members. Her face stiffened for a moment, the expression fleeting, yet Lu Ruyun still caught a glimpse of it. Lu Ruyun increasingly felt that her mother-in-law was hiding something, and her eyes became more alert. This attitude suggested that things were not simple, and she became even more convinced that there must be a secret behind Jia's status as an adopted son. Since her mother-in-law wouldn't say anything, she had to get the truth out of that boy herself. Zhou Min, having weathered many storms, quickly regained her composure and decided to give Lu Ruyun a reasonable explanation. Unable to reveal the real reason, she could only resort to the idea of protecting the bloodline. Her face was heavy, and she said in a low voice, Ruyun, I'm doing this ultimately for Xiaojun. For Xiaojun? Lu Ruyun was taken aback. How did her young son get involved again? She was puzzled. How did adopting a son become a way to protect a child? Seeing her daughter-in-law's expression, Jo Min knew she was still puzzled, so she explained more clearly. Think about it, this imperial decree is aimed at our Yang family. From now on, there will likely be constant open and covert attacks. Xiao Jun is still young. How can he withstand the storm? Accepting Jia Jiang is tantamount to pushing him out as a scapegoat. He is an adopted son from a different family, so the court and our enemies will naturally target him first. This way, Xiao Jun can remain hidden in the shadows and grow up safely. These words, though partly true and partly false, struck a chord deep within Lu Riyun's heart. Her son's safety was her greatest concern. After hearing Zhou Min's explanation, Lu Riyun was filled with mixed emotions, and her eyes softened immediately. Her tone was apologetic. Mother, so you were thinking of Xiao Jun? Your daughter-in-law misunderstood you. The doubt on her face vanished, replaced by gratitude and acceptance. Faced with the reason of motherly love, everything else became insignificant. Seeing this, Zhou Min secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but her face still showed a thoughtful expression. She gently patted Lu Riyun's hand and earnestly instructed. Riyun, although this person can be used, you must be wary of him. Since you have recognized him as your adopted son, send 2 trusted confidants to keep an eye on him to prevent any trouble. Lu Riyun nodded in agreement. Mother, don't worry, I will arrange everything properly. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law finished explaining the details, they left the ancestral hall together. Stepping outside, Lu Riyun looked towards the west wing, where Jia Jiang was temporarily under house arrest. Her gaze was deep, her eyes now filled with complexity and wariness. For her son's sake, she had accepted this adopted son, but she couldn't afford to be careless with Jia Jiang. She decided to find an opportunity to meet him in person and investigate his background. At this moment, Jia Jiang was still immersed in the joy of rising to a higher position. While fantasizing about future wealth and glory, he lowered his head and walked obediently towards the west wing. He dared not wander around. Although he now had the title of adopted son, in the treacherous Yang family mansion, a slight misstep could lead to utter ruin. He knew that the most important thing right now was to keep a low profile. Upon reaching the west wing entrance, Jiao was overjoyed to find that the 2 icy female guards were gone. This meant that his personal freedom had been temporarily restored. He pushed open the door, plopped down on the bed, and with a relieved expression, began to review his achievements for the day. The first step can be considered a success. In name, I'm tied to the Yang family ship, so I don't have to worry about being kicked out at any time. But this is just the beginning, the novice stage. He didn't intend to rely on the Yang family for support indefinitely. His goal was to control the narrative. Jia stroked his chin, deep in thought. He suddenly remembered the fierce and powerful female warriors of the Yang family from his past life. If these widows of the Yang family truly lacked fighting prowess, then he would be in serious trouble. If he wanted to turn his life around with the Yang family, he would have to find another way. He planned to understand the family structure and conflicts from within. Unlike the Yang family, where brothers were closely related because they were born of the same mother, the Yang family consisted of several wives and sisters-in-law, each ruling their own territory. The previous generation is long gone. Now, the head of the household is old Madame Zhou Min, who is actually the leader among the daughters-in-law. Although Yang Zhongbao's generation had many brothers, they were all born to different mothers. In his early years, old Master Yang was a womanizer and had many descendants. Jia sorted things out in his mind. The existing female members of the Yang family could be roughly divided into 2 categories. One category was the current daughters-in-law like Lu Riyun, the eldest daughters-in-law of each branch, with complicated relationships but no blood ties. The other category was the widows of the previous generation, such as Zhou Min or Yunyan from the second branch. Although these people were old, their desire for power and jealousy were not necessarily less. Jia Jiang keenly sensed the dangerous signs of factionalism and intertwined interests. Lu Riyun was the eldest daughter-in-law of the direct line and held real power, but the widows of the other branches of the family might not be willing to be subordinate to her. Especially Yunyan, whose son died in battle without leaving any descendants, it's hard to guarantee she doesn't harbor resentment. Jia Jiang immediately realized that the status of adopted son was just a stepping stone. To gain a foothold in this inner quarters, he would need wisdom and connections. Who can be won over, who poses a threat, and who holds resources, all of this needs to be thoroughly investigated. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes, the professional instinct of a market analyst. He needed to understand the personalities and needs of these widows, and gradually take control of the situation using his psychological manipulation and persuasive skills. Next step, intelligence gathering, he muttered to himself, as if issuing a challenge to himself. In the first phase, he needed to cultivate connections and obtain a comprehensive understanding of the Yang family's harem. Only then could he realize his greater ambition, a complete reversal of fortune. Just as Jia Jiang had decided to gather intelligence, and hadn't even had time to formulate a plan, Lu Ruyun made her move first, even faster than him. The moment this adoptive mother returned to Jinlan courtyard, the calm she had displayed in the ancestral hall vanished from her face, replaced by a look of solemnity and vigilance. Her mother-in-law Zhou Min's words were like a wake-up call, ringing in her heart. She knew very well that if Jia Jiangruo was out of control, he would be a potential threat to her son, Xiao Jun. In order to keep everything under control, Lu Ruyun immediately gathered the female soldiers she had personally trained, each one loyal and devoted, practically her private army. On the surface, this group consisted of maids serving others, but in reality, they were all well-trained female soldiers, numbering around 30, all selected from reliable families or descendants of family generals. Although dressed in maids' clothes, they stood in a row with bright eyes and nimble movements, exuding an air of competence, and were nothing like ordinary maids. Lu Ruyun stood before them, her face serious. She cleared her throat and announced in a calm tone, "Today I have taken in a godson named Jia Jiang. Now that he has joined the Yang family, he naturally needs someone to take care of him. I intend to choose 2 of you to be his personal maids, to take care of his daily life and protect his safety." Her words were laced with sarcasm, her true purpose remaining unspoken. She feared these young maids might speak too quickly and cause unnecessary trouble. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the group erupted in chatter, the maids discussing amongst themselves, completely disregarding the personal maid position as a desirable one. "Serving a man? Miss, can we find someone else for this? I don't want to serve him tea and water. We're practicing martial arts." Lu Ruyun looked at the group of maids she had spoiled so much that they were practically unruly, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Her face turned cold, and she immediately scolded. "Shut up! If you don't want to go, then don't make a fuss." For a moment, the courtyard quieted down considerably. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly hesitant. Just then, a tall female soldier stepped forward and said decisively, "Miss, I'm willing to go." This person was Shi Hongxia, one of the female soldiers who had stood guard at the gate of General Jia's residence that night. She was steady and reliable, and Lu Ruyun trusted her quite a bit. As soon as Shi Hongxia finished speaking, someone else spoke up. It was a slightly short girl with bright, lively eyes named Qingli. She smiled and said first, "Miss, I'm willing to go too." Lu Ruyun glanced at her with slight surprise, not expecting this usually carefree girl to volunteer. "But that's fine, as long as someone's willing." She immediately nodded in agreement, and the 2 of them stayed while the others dispersed. Shi Hongxia and Qingli were called into the room. Lu Ruyun personally assigned them tasks, her attitude softening considerably. She even gave them a heads-up beforehand. "You've really been put in a difficult position this time, but the person you're serving isn't an ordinary person. He's my adopted son." Shi Hongxia quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, miss, it's our duty." Qingli nodded hurriedly, but her eyes flickered involuntarily, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks. The spectacular sight she had seen through the window that night flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a little hot. Lu Ruyun, oblivious to their unease, continued solemnly, "This close service is a pretense. Our real mission is surveillance." Her voice was low. "You must record everything Jia Jiang does, says, meets, and especially whether he has any contact with the outside world." Qingli's eyes lit up, and she immediately perked up, nodding earnestly. Don't worry, miss, I will keep a close eye on him. Shi Hongxia also looked serious. Your subordinate will not fail in your mission. Lu Riyun looked at them with satisfaction and reminded them. Remember, this matter must not be leaked, not even by General Jia himself. After making the arrangements, she tidied herself up and led the two towards the west wing, intending to personally escort the person there. She was still preoccupied with her mother-in-law Zhou Min's change in attitude, feeling that their private meeting that night was unusual. She needed to find out exactly what Jia Jiang had said before she could feel at ease. Just as Jia Jiang was pondering how to gather information from within the manor, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Then came Mu Qingfeng's somewhat reluctant voice. Young Master Jia Jiang, the eldest mistress has arrived. Jia was startled and immediately jumped up, quickly straightening his clothes and respectfully going out to greet her. The door opened, and Lu Riyun appeared in the doorway, having changed into a simple and elegant casual outfit, which made her appear gentler, but her aura was still not to be underestimated. Behind her followed Mu Qifeng, and two submissive female soldiers, Shi Hongxia and Qingli. It is an honor for your presence, Mother Godmother. Jia Jiang bowed, his respect tinged with a hint of being flattered. Lu Riyun nodded slightly, glanced around after entering the room, and then sat down at the table. Her expression was calm but with a hint of probing. Since I've recognized you as my adopted son, I naturally have to take care of your daily life. Mu Qifeng handed him hot tea, and Lu Riyun gently blew on it, casually asking, I heard that your mother-in-law came to see you last night. What did she ask? Jia Jiang's heart tightened. This was the real purpose of her visit. She was clearly testing him to find out what they had talked about that night. He calmly said, The old lady only asked about the last circumstances of Marshal Yang. Perhaps she was still heartbroken and unable to let go of her longing for him. He deliberately steered the conversation toward Yang Zhongbao, avoiding all sensitive topics, leaving no room for criticism. Lu Riyun nodded slightly upon hearing this. The answer was reasonable and indeed flawless. However, she still felt something was amiss. If she was simply asking about the situation, why dismiss everyone else? After a moment of silence, she changed her approach and continued to probe, turning to instruct. Hongxia and Qingli will stay by your side and take care of your daily life from now on. They are people from my courtyard, reliable, sensible, and can protect you. Jia's eyelids twitched. He immediately understood that this so-called personal service was actually surveillance, just a more palatable term. He repeatedly declined. Godmother, how can this be? I'm just a rough man. I really wouldn't dare trouble you two young ladies. Lu Riyun's tone left no room for argument. Once you enter the Yang family, you must abide by the Yang family's rules. How can the master be left without anyone to serve him? This matter is settled, there's no need to say more. She turned her head and instructed. Hongxia Xiaoli, greet young Master Jiang. The two female soldiers saluted in unison. We are your servants Shi Hongxia and Qingli, greetings to young Master Jiang. Looking at the dignified and imposing figure before him, and the pretty and charming one, Jia Jiang knew very well that the imperial envoy had arrived. But she still pretended to be embarrassed and grateful, and slowly nodded to accept. Thank you for your kindness, Godmother. I will definitely not let you down. Seeing this, Lu Riyun did not stay any longer, and said lightly. You can stay here with peace of mind. If you need anything, just tell them. I have something to do here, so I will go back first. Jia escorted them to the door, watching Lu Riyun and Mu Qingfeng's departing figures before turning back into the room, his gaze falling on the newly arrived maid. The two girls, one quiet and one lively, one experienced and one vivacious, stood by the door, each lost in their own thoughts. Jia raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Ladies, please take care of me in the future. Chapter 13. The Appeasement Strategy. As Lu Riyun's figure disappeared outside the courtyard gate, the atmosphere in the west wing suddenly became somewhat subtle. With his master no longer present, Jia Jiang relaxed a little and was able to take a proper look at the two acquaintances in front of him. Wow, what a coincidence! Jia chuckled inwardly. Yesterday she was the cold and impartial female gatekeeper at the door, but in the blink of an eye, she has become his personal maid. This change in identity is something they probably haven't fully adapted to yet. With what he perceived as a warm smile on his face, Jia first looked at the tall, spirited girl and asked in a gentle tone. Your name is Hongxia? He has a good memory, especially for the names of pretty girls. Sure, Hongxia hadn't expected Jia to speak to her first, and with such a approachable attitude. She paused slightly, then clasped her hands in a fist salute, maintaining her usual brisk manner, her voice neither humble nor arrogant. Yes, young master. This servant is Sure Hongxia. Jia nodded, then looked at the girl next to him with a cute little mole on the corner of her mouth. The girl had bright eyes and was secretly looking at him. When he caught her gaze, she quickly lowered her head. So you're Chengli? Chengli seemed startled, her voice tinged with a mix of panic and inexplicable excitement. Yes, young master. I am Chengli. She answered faster than Sure Hongxia, and couldn't help but glance quickly at Jia Jiang again, thinking to herself. Up close he seems a bit more pleasing to the eye. Especially when he smiles, unlike those young masters I've seen before who were either arrogant or slick-haired. Jia took in both of their reactions and made a preliminary judgment. Sure Hongxia is calm, capable, and principled. Chengli is quick-witted and very curious. This might be a better starting point. Jia cleared his throat, adopted a sincere and earnest demeanor, and said, All right, since we'll be spending every day together from now on, let me introduce myself. My name is Jia Jiang. I was just an ordinary soldier, a rough guy with little education, and I've never been a young master. This sudden windfall of becoming an adopted son has left me completely bewildered. He shrugged, his face displaying just the right amount of helplessness and honesty. So if I ever do anything wrong in the future, or if I don't know the rules and make a fool of myself, I hope you two ladies won't laugh at me, and will remind me and be more understanding. Let's just treat each other as friends, and don't be too reserved. These words were spoken with extreme humility, completely lacking the arrogance of someone who suddenly gains power. Instead, they carried a hint of self-deprecation and sincerity. Upon hearing this, Sure Hongxia and Chengli exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise and relief in each other's eyes. Sure Hongxia's tense nerves relaxed a little. She had already prepared for the worst, because in her limited knowledge, young masters from aristocratic families rarely treated their personal maids, especially those who were somewhat attractive, with true respect. It was common for them to lay hands on them and treat them as playthings. Unexpectedly, this General Jia was so polite? Even a bit simple-minded? She clearly underestimated General Jia's acting skills. This made her somewhat resistant to completing the task of monitoring Lu Ruyun. Cheng-Li's heart skipped a beat. How to get along with friends? He really is a fake young master. He seems different from the real one. She's so approachable and has such a funny way of speaking. The curiosity and inexplicable fondness she had developed for Jia Jiang because of that fleeting glimpse that night were now quietly growing stronger. It seems that the task the young lady assigned might not be so agonizing after all. Young master, you flatter me. Sure Hongxia was the first to react, but still maintained her politeness, saying, Serving the young master is my duty. If there is anything I have done wrong, please feel free to punish me. Cheng-Li quickly chimed in. Yes, young master, please just tell us what you need. Jia chuckled to himself. That's exactly the effect we want. Eliminating their hostility and wariness first will make it easier to carry out the work later. The stupidest way to deal with these scent informants is to confront them directly. The best approach is to gradually win them over, like boiling a frog in warm water. What's with all this talk of punishment? You're being too formal. Jia waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. I'm not one for many formalities. By the way, it's almost noon. Have you all eaten yet? Shall we grab something to eat together? The sincere smile that Jia had just managed to put on, meant to build rapport, froze instantly. He only thought that, eating together, was the perfect way to break the ice, but he forgot the most crucial question: where is the food? This West Wing was a temporary place of house arrest. Before, he was treated like a prisoner, with 3 meals a day delivered to him on time, like being fed, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Now that he has suddenly been released from prison, and even promoted to young master, the problem of food has become his top priority. The situation became a little awkward for a moment. Jia cursed himself inwardly for his miscalculation. This was a bad start, making him seem like a clueless young master. Fortunately, Shi Hongxia is perceptive. When she saw Jia's embarrassed expression, hesitant to speak and glancing awkwardly at the empty table, she immediately understood. This new young master is completely ignorant of the rules and routines of the manor. She found it somewhat amusing, but maintained a respectful demeanor and took the initiative to ease the awkwardness. Young master, you've just arrived at the manor, so you must not be familiar with it yet. I'll go to the main kitchen right away and get you some lunch. Her tone was natural, as if this were the most normal thing in the world, without showing any contempt for Jia's lack of common sense. Jia immediately gave Shi Hongxia a thumbs up in his heart. Reliable. This girl is someone I could date. Jia quickly followed the flow of the slope, a grateful smile on his face. Oh right, look at my brain, I was so busy talking. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Hongxia to make the trip. Shi Hongxia nodded slightly. Young master, you are too kind. This is my duty. She turned to leave, then, as if remembering something, said to Qingli, who was secretly observing Jia Jiang. Xiaoli, you stay here and keep the young master company, so he won't get bored. These words were ostensibly meant to get Qingli to accompany them, but in reality, they were a reminder for her to fulfill her surveillance duties and not just be a spectator. Qingli was staring intently at Jia Jiang's profile when Shi Hongxia called on her, and she quickly responded. Okay, Sister Hongxia. You go ahead, I'll take care of the young master. She patted her chest and assured him, as if to say, I'm very reliable. Only then did Shi Hongxia feel relieved and quickly leave the west wing, heading towards the main kitchen. Suddenly, only Jia Jiang and Qingli remained in the room. The atmosphere seemed even more delicate than before. Although Qingli was lively, she was still a little nervous and reserved when facing Jia Jiang, a stranger, who was someone her young mistress had specifically instructed her to keep a close eye on. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet. What kind of person is Jia Jiang? In his previous life, he dealt with all sorts of people in a pyramid scheme, and his greatest skill was reading people's expressions and breaking the ice. He could see Qingli's nervousness. This little girl was much easier to deal with than Shi Hongxia. He deliberately acted casually, walked to the table, sat down, poured himself a glass of cold water, and then smiled and waved to Qingli. Xiaoli, don't stand there, come and sit down. Hongxia will be going to get the food in a while, let's chat. He spoke casually, as if greeting an ordinary friend. Qingli hesitated for a moment, feeling that standing there was indeed a bit silly, and since the young master had already spoken, she carefully moved to the opposite side of the table and chose a stool that was furthest away from Jia Jiang. He only sat on half of his buttocks, his back was straight, his hands were placed properly on his knees, but his eyes couldn't help but dart around to Jia Jiang. Jia was secretly pleased. This girl was certainly very wary. He decided to start with the simplest topic. Xiaoli, how long have you been here at the manor? Jia took a sip of cold water and asked casually. Qingli relaxed a little when she saw that this was the question, and replied. Young master, I was sent to the manor by my parents when I was 8 years old. I've been serving by Mrs. Side for almost 10 years now. 10 years? That's not a short time. Jia sighed at the opportune moment. Do you miss home? Home? Chapter 14, Platitudes. Seeing that he had opened up to Qingli, Jia was secretly pleased and decided to strike while the iron was hot, trying to use more tender topics to get closer to her and evoke emotional resonance. He adjusted his posture, a perfectly measured expression of concern on his face, and asked in a gentle tone. Xiaoli, you left home so early to come to the manor. Don't you miss home? Your parents, they must miss you often, right? His original intention was to create an atmosphere of, we are all fellow sufferers, implying that he was also someone who had left his hometown, and to bring people closer together. Unexpectedly, Qingli was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then burst out laughing. But there was a distinct bitterness and self-mockery in that smile, and her eyes dimmed instantly. She shook her head, her voice light and airy. Homesick? My parents, they've probably long forgotten they even had a daughter like me. Broken. The whole thing was split open. Jia felt a sudden pang of unease and inwardly cursed himself for being foolish. In ancient times, the preference for sons over daughters was common. It was common for poor families to sell their daughters into slavery or servitude to wealthy households. Where was the warmth and affection in that? He was trying to apply modern thinking to ancient reality, which directly hit the young girl's sore spot. I'm sorry. Jia Jiang blurted out his apology, a habit he had developed in his previous life, in his anxiety. Sorry? Qingli was indeed confused by this unfamiliar word. She blinked her big eyes and looked at him in confusion. Young master, what does sorry mean? Jia Jiang then realized that there was no such straightforward apology in ancient times. He quickly waved his hand and changed his words. What I mean is, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. I brought up something that hurt you. His tone carried a genuine sense of frustration. No. It's okay. Qingli felt a strange feeling welling up inside her when she saw that Jia Jiang actually apologized to her for such a small thing, although she didn't fully understand what he said, and seemed to care a lot about it. From childhood to adulthood, apart from the occasional care from the young lady, has anyone ever paid attention to her little thoughts? She quickly waved her hand, trying to appear indifferent. That was a long time ago. I'm doing quite well with Miss. I have enough to eat and wear, and my sisters treat me well. It's much better than being at home. Jia carefully observed her expression and saw that she did not seem to be faking it. She had indeed come to terms with it, or rather, had been forced to accept her fate. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He said no more, but simply nodded quietly, casting an understanding look and offering silent comfort. At times like these, saying more is pointless. Quiet companionship is more likely to win favor. As expected, Qingli saw that Jia Jiang did not feign sympathy or press her for answers like some others, but simply listened quietly with a peaceful look in his eyes, showing no contempt. This made Qingli feel even more favorably toward the new young master. The atmosphere, which had been slightly awkward, became relaxed and natural. Seeing that the time was right, Jia casually steered the conversation back to his own concerns, speaking in a relaxed tone as if it were casual conversation. Speaking of which, since my godmother assigned you to me, does she have anyone to take care of her? Qingli's wariness of Jia Jiang had dropped to a minimum at this point, and she felt that this was not something that needed to be kept secret, so she answered naturally. Yes, there are 30 sisters in Mrs. Courtyard, including me. They are all similar to us, and know some martial arts. She spoke with a hint of pride. The other ladies also have maids serving them, but there are far more of them practicing martial arts in groups like us. As Jia listened, he occasionally feigned surprise and admiration. 30 people? And they all know Kung Fu? Impressive. If anything happens in the manor, wouldn't it be perfectly safe? He cleverly steered the conversation toward the defense capabilities of the entire Yang prefecture. After being praised by him, Qingli spoke even more frankly. That's right. We sisters are not to be trifled with. However, the maids of the ladies mainly serve the daily needs. As for guarding the mansion, it mainly relies on the male servants and guards of the outer courtyard, and the sisters of our courtyard who patrol and stand guard at night. While smiling and agreeing, Jia quickly jotted down notes in his mental notebook. Intelligence 1. Lu Riyun has 30 well-trained armed maids who are an important security force in the inner quarters. Intelligence 2. Each household in the Yang family has maids, but their level of military service is not as good as that of Lu Riyun's household. Intelligence 3. The palace's internal defense system relies on female soldiers inside and male retainers outside. The intelligence came more smoothly than expected. Looking at Qingli, who seemed unusually lively because someone was listening to her, Jia chuckled to himself. This girl is truly a treasure. It seems that the plan to recruit her as one of their own has a very high success rate. Qingli, still basking in the joy of having someone willing to listen to her chatter, was completely unaware that she had unknowingly been tricked into revealing a great deal of crucial information by this seemingly harmless young Master Jiang. Their first casual chat, guided by Jia Jiang, turned into a simple intelligence-gathering meeting. Just as Jia was listening intently, his mind racing with notes, he heard familiar footsteps outside the door. Shi Hongxia has returned. Shi Hongxia walked in carrying an exquisite double-layered food box and immediately saw Qingli and Jia Jiang chatting happily. Qingli was even talking animatedly, her cheeks flushed. She frowned almost imperceptibly, but quickly regained her composure, placed the food box on the table, and asked in a steady tone, "Young Master Shaoli, what are you two talking about so happily?" Jia Jiang's heart tightened as he tried to figure out how to smooth things over. He couldn't very well say, "I'm trying to find out about your Yam Prefecture's troop deployment." Could he? Unexpectedly, Qingli reacted very quickly, almost blurting out, Nothing, Sister Hongxia. It was just a casual chat, some everyday gossip." As she spoke, she subconsciously avoided Shi Hongxia's probing gaze, seemingly not wanting her friend to know that she had just revealed her innermost thoughts. "Hey!" Jia was overjoyed. This girl actually took the initiative to cover for him. Jia smilingly, then turned his gaze to the food box on the table, subtly feigning interest in the food, successfully changing the subject. "Oh dear, Miss Hongxia, you've worked so hard. Let me see what delicious food you've brought us. My stomach has been rumbling for ages." As Jia spoke, he reached out and opened the food box lid naturally, as if they had just had a casual chat. Seeing that Qingli was unwilling to say more, and that Jia Jiang looked extremely hungry, Shi Hongxia stopped asking questions. She helped take the food out of the food box one by one and put it on the table: stir-fried vegetables, a whole roasted chicken, a pot of stewed meat, a rice bowl, and a small pot of soup. The dishes are simple, but the portions are generous, and they are piping hot and have a wonderful aroma. "This is what the main kitchen prepared today. I think it looks pretty good, so I brought some for the young master," Shi Hongxia explained. "Excellent! Very lavish!" Jia rubbed his hands together, looking like he was drooling. He was really hungry. He hadn't had a proper meal since he transmigrated. He picked up his chopsticks and casually said, "Come on, sit down and eat with us. Don't be shy, I can't finish all this." Shi Hongxia hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat resistant to the rules. But Qingli was already eager to try it, looking at her with longing eyes, and then at the tempting aroma of the chicken. Jia noticed her concerns, so he deliberately put on a serious face and said in a tone that was half joking and half seriously, "What? I just said we'd be friends, and you're not giving me face at our first meal? Or are you looking down on me because I'm a rough guy and don't want to eat at the same table with me?" These words were a bit harsh, and Shi Hongxia quickly replied, "Young master, you are too kind. This servant dares not." She glanced at Jia Jiang's persistent gaze, then at Qingli's expectant face, sighed inwardly, and finally gave in. "The lady only mentioned surveillance, but didn't say we couldn't eat at the same table, right? Moreover, this is also a way to build closer relationships and make observation easier. Then, this servant will presume to overstep my bounds." As Shi Hongxia spoke, she brought over 2 round stools and sat down with Qingli. He sat down opposite Jia, but still only occupied half of the stool, his posture reserved. Qingli was much more lively. She even served Jia Jiang a bowl of rice, and then served herself and Shi Hongxia as well. Jia chuckled inwardly, picked up his chopsticks, and first took a piece of perfectly marbled roast pork, putting it in his mouth and chewing it exaggeratedly, praising it repeatedly. "Mmm! Delicious! So delicious! The chef in your household is really good." His unpretentious eating habits actually lightened the atmosphere considerably. Qingli couldn't resist picking up a piece of vegetables with her chopsticks and eating it in small bites. Although Shi Hongxia ate slowly and methodically, her tense nerves gradually relaxed. At the dinner table, Jia no longer deliberately tried to gather intelligence, but instead chatted about all sorts of things, telling interesting stories from the army, of course, embellished, and occasionally asking about the customs of the household, such as how to celebrate festivals and other trivial matters. Shi Hongxia answered cautiously, while Qingli occasionally chimed in to add her comments. On the surface, the meal was a pleasant and harmonious affair. Jia successfully blurred the lines between master and servant by having lunch together, and initially established a pattern of daily interaction. Meanwhile, Shi Hongxia and Qingli, in this seemingly ordinary interaction, unknowingly lowered their guard against Jia Jiang. However, Jia knew in his heart that this was only the beginning. He rummaged through the rice in his bowl, his gaze sweeping over the two girls across from him with their contrasting personalities, already plotting his next move. Chapter 15, Post-Dinner Entertainment. After finishing a not-so-lavish but filling lunch, Jia let out a long, satisfied burp and rubbed his stomach without any regard for appearances. Upon seeing this, Shi Hongxia immediately got up and quickly cleaned up the dishes, putting them back into the food box. Her movements were clean and efficient, showing that she was used to doing this kind of work. Jia leaned back in his chair, looking at the two girls who had suddenly appeared in the room, and was momentarily at a loss. When I was under house arrest, life was simple and brutal: eat well, sleep, wake up and stare blankly at the wall, or do some handicrafts that were good for my physical and mental health. But now, with two more adults, young women, this traditional skill can't continue. We can't expect them to cheer us on from the sidelines, can we? We can't just sit there staring at each other during this long afternoon, can we? How embarrassing would that be? I need to find something to do. Jia rolled his eyes and glanced at Shi Hongxia and Qingli. These two are female soldiers personally trained by Lu Ruyun. They possess genuine martial arts skills. If we could watch them demonstrate their skills, it would not only be entertaining, but also allow us to assess the fighting power of the Yang family's female generals. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? You might even get a feast for the eyes and see the heroic figures of ancient beauties wielding swords and spears. But how should I bring it up? You can't just say it directly. Hey, you two, show me your boxing skills. That's taking herself way too seriously. It's bound to make people dislike her, especially someone like Shi Hongxia. I need to find a reason that seems natural and unforced. Jia's mind raced, a slightly troubled expression appearing on his face. He patted his stomach and muttered to himself. Ugh, I ate too much. My stomach feels so bloated sitting here. I need to move around a bit to help digest. He spoke softly, but just loud enough for Shi Hongxia and Qingli to hear. Qingli, being simple-minded, immediately chimed in upon hearing this. Young master, if you'd like to move around, you can take a walk inside, or stroll around in the yard? She was genuinely concerned for Jia Jiang. Shi Hongxia also stopped what she was doing and looked at Jia Jiang. Although she didn't speak, her eyes showed her agreement. This was exactly the effect Jia wanted. He sighed, giving a knowing look that said, You wouldn't understand. Just walking around is so boring. I'm used to being in the military camp, watching the brothers train. That's what you call stretching your muscles, full of energy. It's so satisfying to watch. It's a pity that now. He timely revealed a sense of nostalgia for his past life and his current loneliness. Qingli blinked, as if she had thought of something, looked at Shi Hongxia, and whispered, Sister Hongxia, if the young master likes to watch the drills, we... She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Shi Hongxia immediately understood Jia Jiang's implied meaning and saw through Qingli's eager little scheme. She hesitated for a moment. It's reasonable for the young lady to have them personally serve her and fulfill some of the young master's reasonable requests. Moreover, demonstrating martial arts skills could not only test the young master's abilities but also intimidate him to some extent, preventing him from having any wicked thoughts. Thinking of this, Shi Hongxia looked at Jia Jiang and said calmly, If young master is feeling bored and would like to see something to stretch his muscles, this servant and Shaoli can demonstrate some basic martial arts to help you relieve your boredom, but our skills are not refined enough and may not meet young master's standards. It's done. Jia was secretly delighted. Shi Hongxia was indeed savvy. His face immediately lit up with surprise and anticipation, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Oh! Miss Hongxia is too modest. You are all capable people by my godmother's side, so your martial arts skills must be quite good. I have long wanted to see them for myself. If it is convenient, I would be more than happy to do so. He acted like a curious child, fully satisfying the other person's sense of being needed. Cheng Li was even more excited. It had been a long time since she had shown her skills in front of an audience, especially since this audience member was a young master she had a bit of a crush on. She nodded hurriedly. Convenient, convenient. Young master, Hongxia and I will practice our usual fighting techniques for you right away. Seeing that Jia Jiang was sincere and Cheng Li was also very interested, Shi Hongxia stopped refusing and nodded. In that case, this servant will make a fool of herself. Please, young master, move to the courtyard. There is more space there. Good, good. Good for the hospital. Jia stood up happily and couldn't wait to walk into the courtyard first. Shi Hongxia and Cheng Li exchanged a glance and followed them out. Shi Hongxia's eyes were calm. Cheng Li rubbed her hands together, eager to try. The sunlight was just right in the small courtyard. Jia found a stone bench, sat down, and adopted a serious, observant posture. He thought to himself with delight, I've got my afternoon entertainment planned. Not only can one assess the combat effectiveness of ancient female soldiers, but one can also openly appreciate the heroic bearing of beautiful women. The treatment of this adopted son is indeed much better than that of a prisoner. In the courtyard, Shi Hongxia and Cheng Li stood facing each other, exchanged a greeting, and then their eyes suddenly sharpened. Cheng Li took the initiative, letting out a sharp cry as her footwork was as swift as a cat pouncing on a mouse. She delivered a ruthless chop to Shi Hongxia's neck. Shi Hongxia smiled dismissively, unhurriedly dodging the attack. While blocking with her left arm, she used her right hand to form a claw and twist Cheng Li's wrist. Unexpectedly, Cheng Li reacted extremely quickly, twisting her wrist like a nimble snake to break free, and then crouching down to deliver a sweeping leg kick to his lower body. Shi Hongxia leaped lightly, her clothes fluttering as she pointed her toes at Cheng Li's Jianjing acupoint, forcing her to defend herself. The two figures clashed, their fists and palms striking back and forth, creating a whooshing sound. Their offense and defense shifted swiftly, and they used elbow strikes, knee strikes, and grappling techniques with ease, clearly demonstrating their well-trained skills and mastery of the essence of close combat. After 100 moves, Cheng Li's breathing became slightly rapid. She threw a powerful straight punch, which Shi Hongxia keenly seized upon. Shi Hongxia dodged the punch to the side, grabbed Cheng Li's wrist with her left hand like an iron clamp and pulled it, while her right hand flashed under Cheng Li's armpit and locked her joint. At the same time, she cleverly tripped her with her foot. It was a deadly move of military grappling. Cheng Li immediately lost her balance, and was firmly restrained, unable to move. General Jia watched intently from the side, already having a clear understanding of the situation. The two women were indeed highly skilled, their moves flowed smoothly, and their actions were quite a sight to behold. Their graceful movements as they leaped and darted were a feast for the eyes. However, in the eyes of his original self, who had experienced the battles of war, he ultimately lacked the ruthlessness and decisiveness honed by life and death struggles. Dealing with one or two ordinary soldiers might be no problem, but against an experienced personal guard like him, this somewhat conventional fighting style probably wouldn't last more than 10 truly bloody moves. At this moment, Jia was very serious, like a seasoned veteran. Huh! Jia was suddenly a little confused. When did he understand fighting techniques? Chapter 16, Cheng Li's Beauty Trap. Shi Hongxia executed a clean and swift takedown, firmly subduing Cheng Li before releasing her. Cheng Li rubbed her slightly sore arms, her face showing no sign of defeat. Instead, her eyes darted around, and she set her sights on Jia Jiang, who was watching with great interest. She skipped and hopped over to Jia Jiang, her face beaming with an cloyingly sweet smile, her tone filled with exaggerated admiration. Young master, you are Marshal Ying's personal guard, a veteran of countless battles. Your strength must be far superior to mine and Sister Hongxia's. Jia was still savoring the heroic scene from just now when Qingli's question immediately set off alarm bells in his mind. He has absolutely no ability. He didn't inherit any of the original owner's combat skills and awareness. He's just an empty shell now. What's the point of him going up there to fight? Wouldn't that be inviting humiliation? Jia quickly waved his hand, forcing a humble smile. SOSO. My fighting skills are just average. I'm just an ordinary bodyguard, trying to make a living. I'm not that great. Young master, you're being too modest. Qingli wasn't about to let him off so easily, and continued to stir things up with her chatter. Anyone who can serve as a bodyguard for Marshal Yang must be 1 in 100. How could they not be skilled? You must be hiding your true abilities. Her words piqued the interest of even Shi Hongxia, who had been watching quietly. She has always been confident in her martial arts skills, but she also knows that battlefield combat is completely different from daily drills. She also wanted to see just how capable this young master of the personal guards, who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, really was. So, she unusually chimed in, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Young master, could you perhaps offer me some guidance? Jia felt a chill run down his spine and shook his head vigorously, saying, Forget it. We men and women should be different. Besides, I just ate a meal and shouldn't do strenuous exercise. It's bad for my stomach. He started making up excuses. Oh dear, young master! When Qingli realized that her gentle approach wasn't working, she immediately changed tactics, drawing out her voice in a soft and sweet tone, almost pressing herself against Jia Jiang. She reached out her small hand and grabbed Jia Jiang's arm, shaking it while her already well-developed breasts lightly brushed against his arm, creating a soft sensation. Please, young master, just a little demonstration, please, okay? Qingli tilted her little face up, blinked her big eyes, and showed a pitiful expression, just like a little kitten begging for food. Where had Jia ever experienced such a situation? In my past life, I only met grown men in the pyramid scheme dens, but in this life, I was placed under house arrest as soon as I arrived. Being snuggled up to by a beautiful young girl, her soft touch and sweet voice sent jolts through his body like an electric current, making him feel like half his bones were melting and his head was spinning. What's worse, while Qingli was using her honey trap on him, she was also secretly winking at Shi Hongxia, signaling her to come and help as well. Shi Hongxia blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she looked at Qingli's shameless behavior. She was a serious person and wouldn't act so coquettishly. But she couldn't resist her inner desire to test her martial arts skills and perhaps there was also a hint of competitive spirit in him, not wanting to be outdone by Qingli? Under Qingli's frantic, come quickly, gaze, Shi Hongxia's cheeks flushed red, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. She has an introverted and serious personality, so asking her to act coquettishly and silly like Qingli is harder than asking her to perform another set of boxing moves. But seeing Jia's obviously pleased yet forced composure, and her inner desire for a sparring match, she hesitated for a moment, then finally bit her lip and took another small step forward. Like Qingli, she pressed herself against him, slightly turning her body to gently press her fuller, more voluptuous breasts against Jia Jiang's other arm. Her voice trembled almost imperceptibly as she whispered, mimicking Qingli's tone. Young master, please, give me some pointers. Wow! Jia exclaimed inwardly. Shi Hongxia looks thin, but I didn't expect her to be so well endowed. The texture was even fuller and softer than Qingli's, and the heat was astonishing even through the thin clothes. A surge of heat rushed to Jia Jiang's head, and he felt as if his arms were sinking into two warm, soft, and elastic clouds, attacking him from both sides. Jia became completely incoherent. His mind went blank, with only the astonishing sensation from his arm relentlessly bombarding his defenses of reason. Rejection? How could he do something so cruel? Promise? The consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that Jia Jiang's eyes were glazed over and his breathing was rapid, clearly on the verge of collapse, Qingli was secretly delighted. Indeed, Miss was right, All men are the same. She decided to add fuel to the fire and release the ultimate bait. Qingli tiptoed close to Jia Jiang's ear, her breath sweet as orchids, and spoke in a seductive voice that only the three of them could hear. Young master, if you're willing to give us some pointers, we won't let you work for nothing. We can show you something good. As she spoke, she deliberately winked and gave him a meaningful, flirtatious look, full of suggestive meaning. Ah? Are there any other benefits? Jia almost vomited blood from his nose on the spot. Who could withstand this? In his past life, he was caught up in the power struggles within a pyramid scheme. In this life, he almost got beheaded after transmigrating. When has Jia Jiang ever been treated like this? Reason told him it was a trap, a honey trap, and that going along with it would only make him look foolish. But both body and soul are screaming wildly. Promise her, promise them. What does it matter if I lose face? To die beneath a peony is to die a romantic death. In the eyes of Qingli and Shi Hongxia, his hesitation was almost tantamount to acquiescence. Qingli pressed her advantage, shaking his arm. Young master, please say yes, please. Although Shi Hongxia was too embarrassed to look up, she subtly increased the force she used to push against Jia Jiang's arm. Jia felt like a small boat in a storm, about to be swallowed up by this sweet whirlpool at any moment. He opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry he couldn't make a sound. Finally, with all his might, he managed to squeeze out a single, barely audible word through his teeth. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to give himself a good beating. It's over. Lust can cloud judgment. This is a complete disaster. Qingli and Shi Hongxia exchanged a smile, a sly glint of triumph flashing in their eyes. Jia Jiang, half-heartedly, was bombarded into the battleground, where he was about to die by the sweet talk of his two personal maids. Okay, alright then, let's do a simple demonstration. Jia almost gritted his teeth as he squeezed out those words. After saying that, I wanted to slap myself. Jia Jiang, you'll die at the hands of a woman sooner or later. Chapter 17. I want to fight two at once. Under the combined attack of Qingli and Shi Hongxia's beauty trap, Jia's already crumbling defenses of reason completely collapsed. Faced with such beauty, who cares about revealing anything? Just agree first. At worst, I'll just lie down on the ground and play dead. Seeing that Jia was about to give in, Qingli's bright eyes darted around, and another mischievous idea popped into her head. Instead of letting go of Jia Jiang's arm, she pressed it even tighter and rubbed against him more forcefully, tilting her little face up and asking in a sickeningly sweet voice. Young master, would you like to instruct me first, or Sister Hongxia first? Although Shi Hongxia was shy, seeing Qingli's behavior, she was not to be outdone and followed suit, using some force as well. Suddenly, Jia's two arms seemed to be drawn into different themes. One side was youthful and energetic, tight and supple, while the other side was mature and graceful, full and abundant. It was testing what little willpower he had left. Jia was so excited and dizzy from being attacked from both sides that he was on the verge of losing his mind. Choose one? Wouldn't that offend another person? He would never do something so stupid. Since we've already agreed, we might as well exaggerate a bit more. At least we can't lose in terms of momentum. Jia steeled himself, trying to project an air of profound mystery and domineering arrogance, despite his arms still being tightly held, and declared with boundless pride. Since you're giving me pointers, then come at me all at once. I'll show you what real battlefield combat skills are all about. Upon hearing this, both Qingli and Shi Hongxia were stunned. Qingli blinked her big eyes, which were filled with disbelief, and then burst into even greater enthusiasm, cheering. Wow! Young master, what courage! 1 against 2! Sister Hongxia, did you hear that? She looked at Shi Hongxia, her eyes filled with excitement, as if to say, this is going to be interesting. Shi Hongxia was also slightly taken aback, then raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise and a faint fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. He had to fight both her and Qingli at the same time. Even if he is Yang Shuai's personal guard, isn't he being far too arrogant? Her and Qingli's martial arts skills are not just for show. She couldn't help but release Jia Zhang's arm, take a half-step back, and re-examine this arrogant young master. Her desire to test his strength grew even stronger. Young master, are you serious? Shi Hongxia's tone carried a hint of doubt. Absolutely, definitely, and without a doubt. Jia, steeling himself, pounded his chest loudly, trying his best to maintain the demeanor of a master. Don't worry, young master, I know my limits and won't hurt you. Bring it on! What he was thinking was, hurry up, while I can still stand and finish bragging, get started quickly, then I'll find an opportunity to, accidentally, trip and fall, or get injured by accident, and end this farce as soon as possible. Qingli had already jumped excitedly to the center of the yard and struck a pose. Young master! We're here! Please be careful! Seeing this, Shi Hongxia took a deep breath, suppressed her doubts, walked to Qingli's side, and fixed her gaze on Jia Jiang. Looking at the two girls standing ready in the courtyard, feeling their imposing aura, Jia Jiang secretly swallowed. Oh no, I've blown my own horn too far. How am I going to clean this up? Jia, steeling himself, walked to the center of the courtyard with seemingly steady but actually unsteady steps, and adopted what he thought was a very cool starting stance. Bring it on! He spoke loudly, trying to use the volume to cover up his guilty conscience. Qingli and Shi Hongxia exchanged a glance, then without further hesitation, they let out a sharp cry, like two agile female leopards. At the same time, they launched an attack on Jia. Qingli and Shi Hongxia stood on either side of him, working together seamlessly. Jia was in a panic, with only one thought in his mind. We're doomed! He overdid it by showing off. Jia was thinking of quickly parrying a couple of times, then finding an opportunity to cry out, ouch! And fall to the ground in defeat. At least he could save some face. In the blink of an eye, Qingli's palm strike was aimed at his ribs, while Shi Hongxia's grappling hand locked onto his shoulder. Jia almost instinctively raised his arms to block. Bang! Smack! Two muffled thuds. Instead of the unbearable pain Jia had anticipated, he felt the force on his arm wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. I actually blocked it steadily? Moreover, he himself seemed to have quite a bit of strength in his arms, and even handled things with ease. Huh! Jia Jiang was surprised and doubtful. He subconsciously moved his hands and feet and found that although he had not inherited the fighting skills, he still had the foundation that the original owner had developed as a bodyguard over the years. His strength and reaction speed seemed to be significantly better than Qingli and Shi Hongxia's. Could it be that there's a chance? This discovery instantly lifted Jia Jiang's spirits from the depths of despair to the heights of elation. The fear vanished, replaced by a euphoric feeling of, I'm not a weakling after all. Since we have zero skills, let's play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Jia steeled his resolve, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He abandoned all thoughts of defense and evasion, relying entirely on the original owner's formidable physical abilities to fight. He flailed his arms wildly, unleashing a chaotic and unorthodox set of punches. This left Qingli and Shi Hongxia completely bewildered. They practiced well-structured, methodical offensive and defensive routines. They had never seen such a street brawl-like fighting style before. Jia Jiang completely ignored all feints and real moves, and didn't care about angles or timing. Relying on their strength and speed, they swung their fists and slaps at them relentlessly. Oops! What kind of fighting style is this? Qingli and Shi Hongxia were immediately overwhelmed. The grappling techniques they had learned were like hitting a rolling stone in the face of Jia's unreasonable strength and speed. They had no way to make a move. He tried to block, but the force of the blow made his arm go numb. He tried to dodge, but Jia Jiang's attack range was so wide and chaotic that it was impossible to defend against. Jia Jiang became more and more excited as the fight progressed. He didn't care about grappling or subduing the opponent. He only wanted to inflict damage and force them to retreat. Seizing an opening, he swung his left arm sharply, deflecting Shi Hongxia's grip, and his fist, undeterred, grazed the edge of Shi Hongxia's high breasts. Shi Hongxia let out a suppressed groan, feeling a tremendous force come over her, accompanied by an indescribable tingling and numb sensation, and she staggered back several steps. Her cheeks flushed bright red instantly, filled with shame and anger, but she couldn't muster the strength to attack again. Almost simultaneously, Jia Zhang's right hand was also busy, striking out with his palm and landing squarely on Qing Li's flat yet elastic abdomen as she attempted to launch a sneak attack from the side. Oh! Qing Li was much more direct than Shi Hongxia, letting out a soft cry as if she had been bounced away. She squatted down, clutching her stomach, her little face scrunched up, tears welling up in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, the two female soldiers who had been so aggressive just moments before were now in different states, one clutching her chest, filled with shame and indignation, while the other squatted on the ground, groaning softly. Jia stopped his wild punches and stood there, somewhat stunned. He looked at his own hands, then at the two defeated women, and only one thought occupied his mind. Holy crap! That's how you win! An eerie silence fell over the courtyard. The only sounds were Jia Zhang's slightly heavy breathing and Qing Li's soft gasps. Chapter 18. Preparing for a barbecue. Jia looked at Qing Li, who was squatting on the ground with her face scrunched up and quietly gasping for breath, and Shi Hongxia, who was standing not far away with her chest heaving, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes filled with complicated emotions. The vanity of victory was quickly replaced by a subtle embarrassment. Jia coughed lightly, quickly stepped forward, and reached out to help Qing Li. Qing Li, are you alright? I didn't control my strength well. Qing Li raised her head through teary eyes, pouting, and glared at Jia Jiang with a wronged expression, accusing him in a tearful voice. Young master! You have no sportsmanship. Who fights like this? You're just attacking randomly. Upon hearing this, Jia was immediately delighted. So you can't accept defeat and are starting to make excuses? He could use this opportunity to solidify his image as a veteran of the battlefield. Jia, seizing the opportunity, adopted the posture of a victor, his face displaying the composure of someone who had survived a life-or-death ordeal, and began his lecture in a serious tone. Martial virtue? Qing Li, you're too naive. As Jia helped Qing Li to her feet, he spoke in a tone of someone with experience. On the battlefield, who cares about martial ethics? Survival is the greatest martial virtue. Will the enemy fight you hand to hand? No, they will only use the most direct and effective methods to take your life. Jia pointed to himself, then to Qing Li and Shi Hongxia who had walked over. I'm different from you. You train for physical fitness and follow rules and routines. I learned how to crawl out of a pile of dead bodies. So don't talk to me about martial ethics. Surviving is a skill. As for the rest? His final was full of disdain for the showmanship he continued to put on an act. Qing Li was stunned by his twisted logic. Although she felt that something was wrong, seeing Jia Zhang's confident look that said, I am a practical expert, she couldn't find any words to refute him for a moment. She could only puff out her cheeks and sulk. Shi Hongxia silently walked closer, listening to Jia Zhang's words, and the shame and indignation in her eyes were gradually replaced by a trace of contemplation. She had to admit that Jia's unorthodox yet simple and effective fighting style, though unsightly, might actually be more practical in life-or-death battles. This subtly changed her opinion of this young master. At least, he wasn't entirely a pretty face with no substance. All right, let's stop here after a friendly spar. Jia decided to stop while he was ahead and patted Qing Li on the shoulder. The touch felt nice. Now that we've played and warmed up, let's go back inside and rest. Standing is tiring. As he spoke, he naturally half-supported and half-embraced Qing Li, who was still whimpering, and walked into the house. Qing Li seemed to have forgotten to break free, or rather, the strength from Jia's arm, and his earlier strongman's words gave her a strange sense of dependence, so she let him support her. Jia took 2 steps, then looked back at Shi Hongxia, who was still standing there with a complicated expression, and gestured for her to come with him. Shi Hongxia pursed her lips slightly and silently followed behind the two without saying a word. The three returned to the west wing. The atmosphere was completely different from before the meal. Jia will no longer be the seemingly harmless fake young master, but a man with the ferocity of the battlefield. Qingli felt a mixture of inexplicable awe and grievance towards him, while Shi Hongxia pondered the difference between real combat and drills. Jia helped Qingli to a chair and sat down, then took the seat of honor himself, feeling quite pleased with himself. Although the process was a bit embarrassing, the result was good. Not only did they unexpectedly discover that the original owner's body was indeed capable, but they also established their own authority. He glanced at Qingli, who was rubbing her stomach, and then at Shi Hongxia, who remained silent, and felt it was necessary to ease the tension. Cough cough. Well, I was a little too rough with you earlier, sorry. I'll treat you to a nice dinner tonight as an apology, how about that? Jia felt that he was slowly starting to feel like he was in charge. Jia's words, "I'll treat you to a good meal tonight," were like a magic pill. Just moments ago, Qingli was clutching her stomach, her eyes brimming with tears. In an instant, her eyes widened, all traces of pain and grievance vanished, replaced by the pure, unadulterated gleam of a foodie. She sat up straight immediately, staring expectantly at Jia Jiang, her voice full of anticipation. "Young master, what's delicious? Is it some new dessert from the kitchen? Or something else?" Although Shi Hongxia didn't speak, her gaze also fell on Jia Jiang, clearly showing that she had also become interested. After all, it's hard for anyone not to be tempted by delicious food. Looking at Qingli's greedy expression, Jia smiled smugly to himself. Indeed, the way to a person's heart is through their stomach. This trick works timeless. He paused for a moment, feigning mystery, then snapped his fingers and said decisively, "Barbecue!" "Barbecue?" Qingli and Shi Hongxia's pretty faces were filled with big question marks. This word was completely foreign to them. Jia slapped his forehead, realizing that this was ancient times and the word barbecue didn't exist yet. He quickly changed to a simpler explanation. "It's barbecue. You cut the meat into chunks, skewer them, grill them over a fire, sprinkle on seasonings, and it sizzles and oozes oil. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it smells amazing." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, describing it vividly, as if the enticing aroma had already filled the room. "Barbecue!" Qingli's eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't help but swallow. "It's been so long since I've had it." Although the food at the manor was not bad, the opportunity to have a rustic barbecue was indeed rare. A hint of anticipation flashed in Shi Hongxia's eyes. She was clearly intrigued by Jia Jiang's description. "We're really fortunate to have you by the young master's side." Qingli cheered, having completely forgotten about being accidentally injured earlier. Seeing that the plan was working, Jia immediately began assigning tasks, adopting the air of a commander-in-chief. He looked at Shi Hongxia. "Hongxia, I'll have to trouble you to go to the kitchen and see if there's any fresh meat, lamb or pork, preferably with some fat so it'll smell better when roasted. Also, please grab some seasonings while you're at it." Shi Hongxia nodded and replied, "Yes, young master. This servant will take care of it right away." After saying that, he turned around and nimbly left the house, heading towards the main kitchen. Jia Jiang and Qingli were left in the room again. Qingli's gaze towards Jia Jiang had completely changed, now filled with curiosity and admiration. "Young master, you can also grill meat? That sounds amazing." Jia raised his chin smugly. "That's right, I know a lot more than that. I'll show you in the future." He thought to himself, "Dude, in which summer month didn't you have barbecue and beer a few times?" He has a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Although conditions were rudimentary in ancient times, creating a basic version wasn't a big problem. Jia Jiang's mind was now filled with thoughts of how to show off his skills that night, and bribe the two maids with a delicious roast meat. Chapter 19. A brief expression of my feelings. Following Jia Jiang's orders, Shi Hongxia hurried to the main kitchen of the Yang residence. It wasn't time to prepare dinner yet. Only a few kitchen helpers and the manager were checking the supplies in the kitchen. Shirhongxia found the kitchen manager, a middle-aged woman surnamed Qian, with a thin face and shrewd eyes, and politely said, "Manager Qian, the young master's courtyard needs some fresh meat, either mutton or pork, and some salt, peppercorns and other seasonings." Manager Qian raised his eyelids and glanced at Shirhongxia, recognizing her as a female soldier from Madame Lu Ruyun's courtyard, but his tone was not respectful, instead carrying a hint of rigidity. "Miss Hongxia, everything in the manor is regulated according to established rules. The meat rations for each household and courtyard are all done according to regulations. How can you just take it away like that? Especially not the young masters." She paused, her words carrying a pointed meaning. "Young master has just entered the manor, so this door cannot be opened carelessly. If everyone comes to ask for it privately, the accounts will be in chaos." Shirhongxia hadn't expected to be turned down, but she patiently explained. "Manager Qian, it's the young master who wants some roasted food, not his usual portion. Could you please make an exception?" "Roasting?" Steward Qian scoffed, his voice becoming shrill. "Miss Hongxia, you're a senior member of the household, how can you be so ignorant of the rules? Taking ingredients without permission is punishable. Come with me to see the madam and we'll discuss this matter." As he spoke, he actually tried to pull Shirhongxia away, as if he wanted to take her to be punished. Shirhongxia was upright and straightforward. Seeing that the steward was so unreasonable, and even wanted to cause trouble for her mistress, she was also angry. However, remembering her status, she suppressed her anger, and said coldly, "No need to pull me away, I will go and report to Miss myself." She wanted to see just how arrogant this manager could be. In Lu Ruyun's courtyard, she was checking the accounts for the month when Shirhongxia walked in with a stern face, followed by the righteous-looking manager Qian. "Miss, madam." The two bowed. Lu Ruyun put down the account book, glanced at the two of them, and seeing this scene, she guessed that something had happened. "Hongxia, what's going on?" Lu Ruyun's voice was calm, yet carried an air of authority. Shirhongxia bowed and recounted in detail how Jia wanted to eat roasted meat, which she described as roasting, and how she was ordered to go to the kitchen to get the meat, but was stopped by manager Qian on the grounds of not following the rules, and taking ingredients without permission, and was to be taken away for questioning. After listening, Lu Ruyun understood. A barely perceptible smile curved her lips. This adopted son really doesn't consider himself an outsider. He's already starting to enjoy the treatment of a young master so quickly? Grilling? I'd like to come up with some new ideas. Under normal circumstances, she would inevitably give a few words of admonishment and restraint. But then she thought about it again. Her mother-in-law, Zhou Min, said that Jia Zhang's role was to draw fire and act as a qualified shield. How can an adopted son who is law-abiding, thrifty, and hard-working be arrogant? How can I attract attention? Let him do whatever he wants. It's just a matter of food and drink, and the Yang family can afford his extravagance. The more favored he appears, the better he can protect Xiao Jun. Having thought this through, Lu Ruyun had already made up her mind. She glanced at Manager Qian, who was waiting to punish Shirhongxia, and said calmly, "Manager Qian, it's good that you're sticking to the rules. But since young Master Jia is now my adopted son, he is the master of the Yang family. From now on, you don't need to be too strict about the usual things he eats, wears, and uses in his courtyard. Especially meat and fresh vegetables. As long as the mansion has them, you can supply them without having to ask for permission." Manager Qian was stunned. He hadn't expected that the eldest mistress would not only not blame Shirhongxia, but would also give the new young master such great privileges. He stood there dumbfounded, opened his mouth, but did not dare to refute. Lu Ruyun then turned to Shirhongxia, her tone softening. "Since the young master wants to eat roasted food, go to the storeroom and get some of the spices that my western region caravan brought. Roasted food tastes even better with those spices." She rarely used those spices herself, so since she was going to put on an act, she wanted to go all out and make it seem like she, as the adoptive mother, was exceptionally kind to her adoptive son. Shirhongxia was surprised. She hadn't expected that her mistress would not only not blame her, but would also be so supportive. she quickly replied. Yes, miss. This servant understands. Lu Ruyun waved her hand. Go ahead, don't keep the young master waiting. Yes. Shi Hongxia bowed and withdrew, glancing at Manager Qian, whose face was flushed and pale, before leaving, feeling secretly pleased. Manager Qian bowed reluctantly and left, but in his heart he began to reassess the new young master's status in the mansion. Shi Hongxia received the pardon, and the unexpectedly acquired precious spices, and walked back with light steps. Her opinion of Jia Jiang became even more complicated. This young master seems to be highly valued by the young lady? Meanwhile, in the West Wing, Jia was still boasting to Qingli about his grand barbecue plan. Unbeknownst to him, his impromptu barbecue had unknowingly increased his standing in the eyes of everyone in the Yang family. Shi Hongxia carried a full load of ingredients and seasonings back to the West Wing. When Jia Jiang saw it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Not only are there 2 good-looking pieces of lamb leg and pork belly, but also a full set of basic seasonings such as salt and Sichuan peppercorns. There were also a few small paper packets. When I opened them, I found some ground powder with a unique aroma, which seemed to be precious spices such as cumin and pepper. Wow! Hongxia, you're amazing! Jia was both surprised and delighted. He picked up a small pinch of spices and smelled them. The kitchen has such good stuff? This world, our family has quite a rich history. He almost let something slip, but quickly covered it up. It seems that this fictional ancient world is not too backward in terms of seasonings. Shi Hongxia put the things down, her face expressionless, but her tone carried a hint of complexity. Young master, this meat was specially approved by Miss, who said that there will be no limit to the amount of meat you consume in your courtyard in the future. As for these spices, they were taken out by Miss from her treasured Western region spices and asked me to bring them to you. Then, she briefly recounted how she was harassed by Manager Qian in the kitchen, how she was brought before Lu Ruyun for a confrontation, and the process of Lu Ruyun giving her the incense. After listening, Jia stroked his chin, feeling a little uneasy. He never expected that his spur-of-the-moment idea of grilling meat would lead to such a whole affair. Instead of scolding him for his gluttony, Lu Ruyun gave him such a great privilege and even brought out her treasured spices. Isn't this adoptive mother being a little too nice to me? However, the outcome was good nonetheless. Jia Jiang was a man who always believed in treating others with respect, and since Lu Ruyun had given him so much face, he couldn't just leave without showing some appreciation. Fine. Jia slapped his thigh and made a decision. My godmother is so kind to me, I, as her godson, can't just eat it all myself. When it's done baking, I'll pick the best one and send it to her so she can have a taste. Jia spoke these words so naturally, as if it were a genuine expression of filial piety. In reality, he was thinking, this is a great opportunity to get closer to them. A culinary offensive is usually effective on women, even a brooding widow. Perhaps this could also be used to probe Lu Ruyun's intentions, and see what she's really planning. Upon hearing this, Qingli immediately clapped her hands and exclaimed, Great! If Miss knew that young master had such a kind heart, she would definitely be happy. She had automatically assumed that the young master is a good person. A hint of surprise flashed in Shi Hongxia's eyes. She hadn't expected Jia Jiang to have such thoughts. Whether he was sincere or not, this action, at least on the surface, was impeccable. She nodded. Young master is very kind. Then this servant will help you prepare. All right. Let's get started. Jia, full of energy and with a confident air, said, Hongxia, you have excellent knife skills. Cut the meat into appropriately sized thin slices. Xiaoli, go and whittle some thin bamboo skewers, make sure they're sturdy. I'll prepare the marinade. In an instant, the courtyard of the West Wing became lively. Based on his memories from his previous life, Jia mixed salt, Sichuan pepper powder, and precious spices from the western regions together, and crushed some dogwood to add spiciness, creating a fragrant marinade. Shi Hongxia swiftly and skillfully sliced the meat into even and beautiful pieces. Qingli was shaving bamboo skewers. Although she wasn't very skilled, she was very enthusiastic. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the courtyard. The flames on the makeshift barbecue grill licked the skewered meat, the dripping fat sizzling and mingling with the unique aroma of spices, filling the air and making mouths water. As Jia turned the meat skewers over, he looked at Shi Hongxia and Xingli, whose faces were particularly beautiful in the firelight, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. After grilling several skewers of meat that were golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, Jia placed them in a clean food box. Hongxia, could you please take this to my godmother for me? Just say it's a small token of my appreciation. Chapter 20. An Unexpected Deliciousness. Shi Hongxia carried the small food box back to Lu Ruyun's Jinlan courtyard, feeling somewhat uneasy. She respectfully placed the food box on the table in front of Lu Ruyun and said in a low voice, "Miss, this was sent by the young master. He said he roasted it himself. Please try it." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's gaze fell upon the simple food box, and her heart stirred slightly. She hadn't expected Jia Jiang to actually take this to heart, and to act so quickly. She gestured for Mu Qifeng to open the food box. As soon as the food box lid was lifted, Lu Ruyun's delicate eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Inside the food box were 10 thin bamboo skewers, each skewer with about 10 pieces of meat, each about the size of a finger joint, golden and glistening in color. It was completely different from what she had imagined, a whole piece roasted over a fire and cut with a knife and fork. This thing looks so cheap and stingy, doesn't it? It's like a street snack, not fit for fine dining. Shi Hongxia stood aside, carefully observing Lu Ruyun's expression. When she saw Lu Ruyun frowning and remaining silent, her heart skipped a beat. She had followed Lu Ruyun for many years and knew that the young lady valued etiquette most, so this barbecue skewer would probably not be to her liking. She mustered her courage and whispered a defense for Jia. "Miss, this little thing, don't let its appearance fool you. It smells delicious and tastes. It must be extremely delicious." As soon as she said those words, Shi Hongxia herself felt that they were being unreasonable. After hearing this, Lu Ruyun was not angry. Instead, she raised her eyes, gave Shi Hongxia a half-smile, and spoke with a hint of amusement. "Oh? You've already eaten?" Shi Hongxia's heart tightened, and she quickly lowered her head. "Miss, I haven't eaten any. The young master baked this first batch and picked out the best-looking ones, and immediately had me send them to you, saying it was a small token of the young master's appreciation." She repeated Jia Jiang's original words, hoping to move Lu Ruyun. "Oh? Is that so?" Lu Ruyun drawled out the last syllable, her gaze returning to the small meat skewer. Once the food box lid was opened, the aroma of caramelized meat and exotic spices grew even stronger, wafting into her nose and making her index finger twitch slightly. This fragrance is indeed quite unique. How about we try it? The thought popped into my head uncontrollably. Since there were no outsiders in the house, why not try a piece? Seeing a flicker of interest in Lu Ruyun's eyes, Shi Hongxia cleverly picked up a perfectly grilled skewer of meat, held it in a clean handkerchief, and offered it to Lu Ruyun. "Miss, would you like to try some?" Lu Ruyun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the alluring aroma. She gracefully accepted the skewer of grilled meat, which seemed completely out of place with her elegant demeanor, by extending her slender fingers. She first leaned closer to smell it. The complex aroma, a blend of spices such as cumin and pepper, and after being tempered by fire, was even more overpowering, making her involuntarily sniff it gently. Then, she parted her lips slightly and carefully took a small bite of the first piece of meat. She gently bit down with her pearly teeth. Sizzle! It was as if you could hear the faint sound of juice splashing. The piping hot, savory meat juices burst in your mouth instantly, carrying the unique aroma of grilling. Next comes the perfectly balanced savory seasoning, along with the unique and layered aromas of several spices from the western regions, all without any conflict. The slight spiciness stimulates the taste buds just right, bringing out the natural deliciousness of the lamb. The outer skin was slightly crispy, while the meat inside was tender and juicy, indicating that the cooking time was exceptionally well controlled. Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily, and her chewing motion paused slightly. This taste is unlike any roasted meat she's ever had before. There's no fishy or gamey smell, and no greasiness. There is only one kind of raw, direct, yet irresistible spicy and fresh flavor. She subconsciously took a second bite, then a third. Before she knew it, she had finished the whole skewer of grilled meat. She even subconsciously stuck out her small tongue and gently licked the corner of her lips, which were covered with a little oil and spice powder. This slightly naive gesture startled her, and a blush quickly rose to her cheeks. She put down the bare bamboo skewer, wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, concealing her surprise and the slight whet of her appetite. She tried to maintain her usual calm tone, but upon closer listening, a subtle hint of appreciation could be heard. The cooking skills are not bad. It's more than just good. The taste was so good that she felt she wanted more. Her gaze involuntarily drifted back to the 9 skewers of grilled meat remaining in the food box. Shi Hongxia took in Lu Ruyun's subtle reactions and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she couldn't help but look at Jia Jiang with new respect. This young master always seems to be able to display some special skills in unexpected places. Lu Ruyun looked at the food box, but her mind started racing. This Jia Jiang doesn't seem to be entirely a troublemaker. At least his skill in grilling meat is quite unique. Perhaps he could portray this spoiled brat role more convincingly? Lu Ruyun spoke, her voice regaining its calmness. Hongxia, go back and tell the young master that I have received his sentiments. The taste is acceptable. Yes, Mississippi. Shi Hongxia bowed in response, knowing in her heart that the young lady's evaluation of acceptable was probably already extremely high praise. She left the room, her anticipation for that evening's barbecue, which she would enjoy alone, growing even stronger. Lu Ruyun, meanwhile, stared intently at the box of remaining roasted meat, her eyes deep, as if she were plotting something. With Lu Ruyun's comment that the taste was acceptable in mind, Shi Hongxia returned briskly to the West Wing courtyard. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, an even stronger and more unrestrained aroma of roasted meat wafted towards them, mixed with Qing Li's chattering voice and Jia Jiang's helpless attempts to dissuade them. In the center of the courtyard, a makeshift grill was burning brightly with charcoal. Jia was squatting by the fire, holding a half-eaten skewer in one hand and deftly flipping the sizzling meat skewers on the grill with the other, busy as a bee. Qing Li stood opposite him, holding a shiny skewer in each hand. She took a bite from the left and a nibble from the right, her mouth and cheeks covered in oil and spice powder. Her mouth was stuffed full, and she mumbled incoherently. Young master! Hurry up and bake them! These are getting cold. I'll eat them for Sister Hongxia so she can have something hot when she comes back. As Qing Li spoke, she couldn't wait to put the skewer in her right hand into her mouth, as if missing even one bite would be a huge loss. Jia was both amused and exasperated, and gestured to stop her, saying, Hey Qing Li, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. At least leave a couple of skewers for Hongxia, okay? She went out to run errands, she deserves all the credit and hard work, and when she comes back she can't even get a hot meal, is that fair? Ugh! I'm just trying to help Sister Hongxia warm up. Qing Li argued illogically, swallowed the meat in her mouth, and then stuck out her little tongue to lick the bamboo skewer head with lingering satisfaction, her eyes still fixed on the meat skewers on the grill that were about to be cooked. Seeing this scene, Shi Hongxia's initial relief at Lu Ruyun's approval was immediately replaced by a mix of exasperation and amusement. Qing Li is really going all out for a stutter. Ahem! Shi Hongxia coughed deliberately. Jia and Qing Li turned their heads at the same time. Sister Hongxia! You're back! Qing Li, still chewing on meat, greeted them indistinctly, a hint of guilt flashing across her face as she looked caught red-handed, but it was quickly replaced by excitement at the sight of the new skewers. Jia Jiang's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up several freshly grilled, steaming hot meat skewers and handed them to Shi Hongxia. Hongxia, come, this batch is just fresh out of the oven, have a taste. Shi Hongxia first shook her head helplessly at Qing Li's greedy look, then took the skewers that Jia Jiang handed over. The meat skewers were piping hot when she touched them, and the aroma wafted straight into her nose, making her secretly swallow her saliva. She first relayed Lu Ruyan's comments. Young master, Miss accepted the roast meat, tasted it, and said, "The cooking is quite good. She appreciated your kindness." Real? Jia's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. If Lu Ruyan can say, "Not bad," to this barbecue diplomacy, then this barbecue diplomacy is already half successful. Of course it's true! Cheng-Li exclaimed, puffing out her chest with pride. The young master's grilled meat smells so good, Miss will definitely love it. After she finished speaking, she looked longingly at the meat skewers in Shi Hongxia's hand, then at the grill, and urged Jia Jiang. Young master, keep grilling! Sister Hongxia is back, there will be even more to eat. Looking at the tempting meat skewers in her hand, Shi Hongxia could no longer resist. She followed their example, disregarding all ladylike manners, gently blew on the hot meat, and carefully took a bite. The next moment, her usually calm and composed face also instantly showed an expression of amazement, similar to Cheng-Li's, as if she had been conquered by the delicious food. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy and flavorful, with the spices perfectly blended and infused, this bold and direct taste was truly unlike anything she had ever eaten before. How is it? Sister Hongxia, isn't it delicious? Cheng-Li leaned over and asked proudly, as if she had grilled the meat herself. Shi Hongxia did not answer, but her increased chewing speed and the satisfied look in her eyes said it all. She gave Jia Jiang a rare, clear, approving smile and nodded. Eat as much as you like. There's plenty. Jia waved his hand generously and began to turn the meat skewers on the grill even more vigorously. The charcoal crackled, the aroma of meat filled the air, and the small courtyard was filled with laughter, mainly from Cheng-Li. This barbecue not only satisfied their taste buds, but also subtly brought Jia Jiang, Shi Hongxia, and Cheng-Li much closer together. Chapter 21 Unexpected Visitor. The charcoal fire was glowing red in the courtyard, the aroma of meat filled the air, and the atmosphere was lively. Jia Jiang had just distributed a batch of crispy, oily meat skewers to Cheng-Li, who was eagerly waiting, and Shi Hongxia, who was quietly enjoying them. He then picked up a skewer for himself, blowing on it as he prepared to devour it. Cheng-Li ate without any regard for her image, her mouth greasy, and still mumbled praise. Young master, next time add more of that spicy dogwood, it will be even more flavorful. Just at this lively and joyful moment, a dignified voice suddenly rang out at the courtyard gate. It seems I've arrived at the wrong time? The three of them froze in unison, and looking in the direction of the sound, they saw that old Madame Yang and Zhou Min had somehow ended up standing there. She was still dressed in dark casual clothes, her face calm, but her sharp eyes swept across the scene in the courtyard. Especially when he saw Shi Hongxia and Cheng-Li beside Jia, his pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Zhou Min was genuinely surprised. She recognized the two girls. They were trusted female soldiers by Lu Ruyan's side, skilled and clever. She hadn't expected her daughter-in-law to act so quickly. How long has it been? They've already planted spies around Jia Jiang, and judging from the looks of it, they seem to be getting along quite well. She originally thought that Jia had a quick mind, and after the ancestral hall incident, she wanted to give him another warning so that he would understand that even if he was called an adopted son, he should know his place and his duty. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan acted even faster, and judging from the scene, this kid seemed to be enjoying it quite a bit. This scene made Zhou Min vaguely feel that she might have arrived a little late. Jia's heart skipped a beat. He quickly swallowed the meat in his mouth, stood up, and put on a respectful yet friendly smile. Grandmother, what brings you here? Please have a seat. We just finished roasting some meat, would you like to try some? Cheng-Li and Shi Hongxia hurriedly put down their skewers, stood up, and bowed their heads in greeting. Madam! Cheng-Li's lips were still greasy and smeared with spices, making her look somewhat lost. Zhou Min's gaze swept indifferently over the mess of bamboo skewers and grill on the stone table. The aroma lingering around her nose was indeed tempting, but she had no interest in it at the moment. She walked slowly into the courtyard, but did not sit down. She simply looked at Jia Jiang, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. It seems Ryun values your adopted son very much. In just half a day, even Biandeli's maid has come to serve you. These words seem ordinary, but they actually carry a barb. This not only clarifies the origins of Shi Hongxia and her companion, but also subtly suggests that Jia Jiang is becoming somewhat arrogant and overly flamboyant. Jia knew perfectly well that the old lady had come to give him a warning. His smile remained unchanged, and his tone carried a hint of naivety. Grandmother is joking. It was my godmother who was considerate of me, as I was new here and had no one to take care of me, so she sent Hongxia and Qing Lily to help out. Zhou Min remained noncommittal, her gaze shifting to Shi Hongxia and Qing Li, lingering for a moment, especially on Shi Hongxia's face. Ryun is quite generous. Now that you're here with the young master, you must be dutiful and serve him well. She deliberately emphasized the word serve, with a deeper meaning. Shi Hongxia's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately understood the old lady's warning. She lowered her head and replied, Yes, old lady, this servant understands. Qing Li quickly nodded in agreement. Zhou Min then looked at Jia Jiang again, her tone softening slightly but still scrutinizing. It's fine to be more at ease, but don't forget your identity, and even more importantly, don't forget that you are now a member of the Yang family. Every word and action represents the face of the Yang family. Some things are better left unsaid. She was saying this not only to Jia Jiang, but also to Shi Hongxia and Qing Li. Jia Jiang bowed immediately. Grandmother's teachings are correct. I will always keep them in mind and never forget them. Zhou Min instructed Jia to come into her room, her tone leaving no room for argument. Jia quickly thought it over and guessed that she was probably there to settle accounts. But he remained respectful, replied, Yes, and followed Zhou Min into his room. Once the door was closed, it shut out the outside world's hustle and bustle, and also blocked Shi Hongxia and Qing Li's probing gaze. The two women looked at each other outside, exchanging silent glances. Qing Li winked at Shi Hongxia and mouthed, Should we tell Miss about this? Shi Hongxia shook her head slightly, her eyes indicating that they should remain calm and observe the situation first. Inside the room, as soon as Zhou Minfu turned around, the calmness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a sharp and displeased expression. Her gaze was sharp as lightning, and she lowered her voice. General Jia, why didn't you take the initiative to speak up and plead with me when I hinted at it to you in the ancestral hall today? Why did you have to wait until I personally spoke up and put Ryun in the position before you reluctantly agreed? As expected, they've started to interrogate me. Jia was already prepared, knowing that this couldn't be hidden from the shrewd old lady. His face immediately contorted with utter embarrassment and fear, even a hint of grievance, as he bowed and said, Grandmother, you can tell that it's not that I'm ungrateful, but rather that I have some concerns. Jia raised his head and looked at Zhou Min with a sincere gaze. Grandmother, think about it. The Yang family is going through a lot right now, and the household is full of women. I am of humble status, and suddenly I have become the adopted son of the Yang family, and even the adopted son of the eldest mistress herself. If this gets out, what will outsiders say? There will be no shortage of gossip, which will tarnish the reputation of the Yang family and damage the reputation of my adoptive mother. His words were sincere and heartfelt, as if he were entirely thinking of the Yang family and Lu Ruyan. I originally thought that this matter should be delayed if possible, or that you, grandmother, could arrange a pretext to handle it discreetly, so as not to cause any trouble. I never expected that you, grandmother, would bring up that night in the ancestral hall today for the sake of the bigger picture, so I had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Everything is for the sake of the Yang family's stability. Jia's words completely absolved him of any responsibility. He disguised his lack of initiative as putting the overall situation first and protecting his reputation, portraying himself as a loyal and righteous person who was forced to comply and endure humiliation. Zhou Min was so angry at his sophistry that she almost laughed out loud. What a cunning little rascal. Speaking in such a high-sounding manner only makes her seem like an old lady who acts rashly and without regard for the consequences. But upon closer reflection, she realized that Jia's words, from an outsider's perspective, were not entirely without merit. The Yang family is indeed in a sensitive situation right now. Suddenly having an adult adopted son, who was recognized by a widowed mother, is bound to cause controversy if word gets out. She stared at Jia Jiang, trying to find even the slightest hint of hypocrisy on his face, but Jia Jiang was putting on a full performance at the moment. His eyes were so open and aggrieved, even carrying a hint of helplessness that, "I have sacrificed too much for this Yang family." Zhou Min took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Since things have come to this point, dwelling on the process is pointless. What a silver tongue! I hope you are truly, as you say, wholeheartedly devoted to the peace and stability of the Yang family. Zhou Min took a step forward, a blatant warning. General Jia, I don't care whether you are truly honest or just pretending. Now that you've entered the Yang family and received this title, you should know what you should and shouldn't do. Keep your little schemes to yourself. If I discover any wrongdoing on your part, or if you dare to harm the Yang family's interests. She didn't say the rest, but her icy, piercing gaze said it all. Jia felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that this was the real warning he would receive tonight. He immediately lowered his head, his tone extremely submissive. Grandmother, rest assured. I understand. I will always remember my place and never dare to do anything wrong. I will put the Yang family first in everything. Zhou Min gave him a deep look, as if trying to see right through his soul. After a long pause, she finally let out a cold snort. Remember what you said. After saying that, he turned around, opened the door, and left, leaving Jia alone in the room, his back covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. It seems I'll have to be more careful around her from now on. Meanwhile, Shi Hongxia and Qingli, who were in the courtyard, saw the old lady leave with a displeased expression. Jia emerged from the room after a long while, his expression relatively calm, but his heart was filled with doubts. What exactly did this grandparent and grandchild talk about in the room? Chapter 22, Warming the Bed? Dream on. Zhou Min left with a heavy atmosphere, and the air in the courtyard seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Qingli watched as Jia closed the door and turned around, his face seemingly expressionless. Only then did she muster her courage and lean closer, whispering, Young master, what did you and the old madam talk about in the room? Why did the old madam look a little off when she left? She seemed unhappy? Her big eyes were filled with curiosity and a hint of worry. Jia was still mentally processing his verbal exchange with Zhou Min, but outwardly he appeared relaxed, waving his hand dismissively and making up a story. It's nothing serious. It's just that the old lady is concerned about me and wants to ask more about the old General Yang in the army. But that's all I know, and I can't come up with anything new. She probably didn't hear what she wanted to hear, so she probably got a little bored. You know, old people are thoughtful and easily upset. His explanation completely absolved him of any responsibility, attributing Zhou Min's displeasure to not hearing the story she wanted to hear. Yeah? Qingli blinked, her face clearly saying, Don't try to fool me, I'm not well educated, indicating she didn't quite believe it. The old lady's aura was more like that of someone who was about to interrogate someone, rather than someone who hadn't had enough of the story. Shi Hongxia stood to the side, not saying a word, but her eyes also held the same suspicion. She thought more deeply than Qingli and felt that things were definitely not that simple. Seeing that he couldn't fool them anymore, Jia Jian gave up on explaining and simply resorted to changing the subject. He looked up at the sky, which had completely darkened, stretched, and a lecherous expression appeared on his face as his gaze swept back and forth between Qingli and Shi Hongxia. Finally he drew out his words, speaking in an ambiguous tone. Oh dear, it's so late. After a long day you should rest. Speaking of which. He paused deliberately, leaned closer to the two of them, and lowered his voice. I've heard that in wealthy families, the young master's personal maids sometimes offer bed warming services, you know? He emphasized the words. Warm the bed. His eyes lingering with an even more malicious gaze as they swept over the two women's pretty faces, which were slightly flushed with nervousness. I wonder, Do you two personal maids offer this, thoughtful service? After Jia finished speaking, he deliberately licked his lips, looking like a lecherous man. These words were like a thunderclap, instantly turning Qingli and Shi Hongxia's faces red and causing their delicate bodies to tremble. Qingli cried out in surprise, leaping back a step like a startled rabbit, her hands instinctively protecting her chest. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered. Young master! What nonsense are you talking about? There's no such rule. Although Shi Hongxia was usually calm and composed, she was now filled with shame and indignation. Her eyebrows furrowed, one hand was already on the short dagger at her waist, and she glared coldly at Jia Jiang, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Young master! Please have some self-respect. We servants are here on Mrs. orders to serve you and protect you. We are not the kind of lowly people you are. Is the thing they feared and resisted most about to happen so soon? This seemingly easygoing young master, as expected, revealed his true colors. Seeing the two women's alarmed and indignant reactions, Jia feigned disappointment and shrugged. No? What a pity. I thought it was a standard service. Sigh, it seems I'm not quite worthy of the title of young master. He was just venting his frustration, using the opportunity to probe their limits and ease the tension caused by Zhou Min earlier. If you really wanted him to do something right now, he wouldn't have the guts or the ability. All right, that's enough joking around. Jia knew when to stop, and his expression returned to normal. Look how scared you are. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I was just kidding. It's getting late, Hongxia Xiaoli, you've had a long day, go back and rest. I don't need you here. Hearing that Jia Jiang said it was a joke, Qingli and Shi Hongxia breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts were still beating very fast. Qingli patted her chest and gave Jia Jiang a reproachful look. Young master, please don't make jokes like that again. Shi Hongxia slowly released her grip on the dagger, but the wariness in her eyes hadn't completely disappeared. She simply said in a deep voice, If the young master has no other instructions, we will take our leave. If you need anything during the night, please feel free to call us. Okay, go ahead. Jia waved his hand, yawned, and walked towards the bedside on his own. Qingli and Shi Hongxia exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of lingering fear and helplessness in each other's eyes. They then bowed slightly, left the room, and gently closed the door behind them. The request for a bed-warming service was firmly rejected, and Qingli and Shi Hongxia fled the room like frightened deer. Jia touched his nose, and the lecherous look he had been deliberately putting on instantly crumbled, replaced by a hint of sullenness and self-mockery. Tisk, as expected, not the protagonist type. He lay sprawled on the bed, staring at the dark beams, inwardly grumbling. Without the imposing aura of a king, beauties would immediately bow down in submission. It seems that conquering this group of widows in the Yang family, each with their own unique status and ulterior motives, will be a long and arduous task. He originally thought that with a little cleverness, his past life's rhetoric, and a barbecue, he could quickly turn the tide and even get the two maids beside him to throw themselves into his arms. Looking back now, I realize I was being too naive. These women, whether they are the shrewd Zhou Min, the composed Lu Ruyun, or the seemingly lively Qingli and the serious Shi Hongxia, are all formidable. They have their own stance, concerns, and principles. Zhou Min's sudden visit today, and her blunt reprimand, served as a wake-up call for him. He, Jia, is currently just a pawn that we both want to use and are wary of. His so-called, adopted son, status, though seemingly prestigious, is actually fragile. He could be exposed as nothing at any time due to losing his usefulness or being suspected, or even worse. We can't continue to be so passive. Jia clenched his fist in the darkness, a sharp glint in his eyes. We can't let them lead us by the nose anymore, or we'll end up like today, with his adoptive mother planting a spy 1 minute and the old lady giving him a dressing down the next. No, we have to find a way, use some tricks, to gradually take the initiative into our own hands. He began to calmly analyze the current situation. His advantage was that he temporarily possessed the last words of martial Yang. As a powerful tool, although it was fabricated, and temporarily gained the trust, or exploitation, of Zhou Min and Lu Riyun to some extent. The disadvantage is that it has a shallow foundation, no real power, and relies entirely on the favors of Zhou Min and Lu Riyun. We can't use force, we have to use their strength against them, like boiling a frog in warm water. Jia Jiang's mind raced, and the methods he had learned in his previous life in a pyramid scheme to manipulate people and establish authority began to be applied to the actual situation before him. It seems that Zhou Min and Lu Riyun are not a united front. Zhou Min is more wary of me, while Lu Riyun is more inclined to use me as a shield. Is there any room for maneuver in this situation? What about the widows of the other branches of the family? For example, Yunyan from the second branch. Her son died in battle without an heir. Does she feel resentful? Can we win her over or use her? And these female soldiers, 30 directly under Lu Riyun, and others in other departments. If we could find a way to infiltrate, or even control a portion of their military force. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, some bold, some insidious, but all pointing to the same goal. Break free from the fate of being a chess piece and become a true chess player. He was no longer content with simply surviving or enjoying the treatment of a young master. He wanted more power, freedom, and the true submission and dependence of his diverse and charming family members. It seems that just talking and grilling lamb skewers isn't enough. Jia turned over, a roguish yet incredibly serious smile curving his lips. It's time to show our true skills. We need to plan our next steps carefully and figure out where to start. Chapter 23, Breakfast Turmoil. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Jia was still drooling over his grand vision of conquering Yangfu when Shi Hongxia shook him awake without any politeness. Young master, wake up. Miss has instructed you to come and have breakfast together. Shi Hongxia's voice remained as calm as ever. Jia sat up groggily, rubbed his eyes, and his mind was still a little foggy. Breakfast? My godmother is calling me? So early? He wondered to himself, could it be that those few skewers of grilled meat yesterday really won over this cold-faced stepmother? The effect is so immediate? Little did he know that what truly made Lu Riyun uneasy was not the roasted meat, but his grandmother Zhou Min. It turned out that when Shi Hongxia and Qingli returned to Lu Riyun's place last night to report back, they reported in detail about Zhou Min's sudden visit to the West Wing and her private conversation with Jia Jiang behind closed doors. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun's heart skipped a beat. Did mother-in-law go to see Jia Jiang again? And was it another private meeting? Last time at the ancestral hall, my mother-in-law strongly pushed for the family reunion in a strange manner. How long has it been, and they've come knocking on our door again in private? There's definitely something fishy going on between these two. There must be some secret she doesn't know. She couldn't get the answer out of Jia Jiang last time, but this time, she was determined to get him to talk no matter what. And so, this unexpected breakfast of love came about. Jia was groggy when Shi Hongxia and Qingli, who brought in hot water, tidied him up and changed him into clean clothes, before he finally woke up completely. He looked at his presentable self in the mirror, and pondered Lu Riyun's unusual behavior. The slight annoyance he felt from waking up early was gradually replaced by vigilance. Something unusual must be going on. This meal is probably a trap. Jia composed himself, his face regaining its harmless smile, and said to Shi Hongxia and Qingli, "Since it's our godmother who's summoned us, let's hurry over and not keep her waiting." Along the way, Jia quickly considered how to deal with the situation. What did Lu Riyun want to know? Nothing more than what he had said to Zhou Min. What can be said? Is Zhou Min the culprit behind the current tragedy in the Yang family? That would instantly shatter their mother-in-law/daughter-in-law relationship. This is a trump card that should only be used as a last resort. It seems I can only continue to rely on my acting skills and focus on writing whatever I want. Upon arriving at the main hall of Jinlan Courtyard, where Lu Riyun resided, breakfast had already been laid out. A few light side dishes, rice porridge, and steamed buns. Lu Riyun sat in the main seat, dressed in an elegant lotus-colored dress. She looked less dignified than in the ancestral hall and more gentle and domestic, but the subtle scrutiny between her brows was stronger than before. Your son greets his godmother. Jia stepped forward and bowed respectfully. You're here, have a seat, Lu Rian said calmly, gesturing for him to sit down beside her. Mu Qingfeng served him from the side, her gaze still not very friendly. Shi Hongxia and Qingli then consciously retreated to wait outside the hall. Jia sat down as instructed, his face showing just the right amount of flattery. Thank you for your concern, mother, for calling me here for breakfast. Lu Ruyun picked up her silver chopsticks, took a bite of a side dish, and said casually, Since you call me godmother, it's only right that I care about your well-being. Did you sleep well last night? I heard the old lady went to your place this evening? Let's get straight to the point. They even skipped the small talk. Jia Jiang felt a chill run down his spine, but his face remained calm, even sporting a slightly naive smile. Reporting to godmother, I slept very well. Thank you for sending Hongxia and Xiaoli over. It's so different to have someone to take care of me. The old lady did come by, but she didn't say much. She just asked if I was settling in well and if I needed anything. She also reminded me to be careful with my words and actions and not to cause trouble for the Yang family. The old lady is truly kind. He deliberately romanticized Zhou Min's scolding as an elder's concern, portraying himself as a beloved grandson of his grandmother. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun paused slightly, raised her eyes, and looked at Jia Jiang with a clear and piercing gaze, as if trying to see through his skin to his heart. Oh? That's all you said? The old lady seems to have been particularly concerned about you lately. The doubt in those words is quite obvious. Jia was inwardly groaning, but he tried his best to maintain composure on his face, even displaying a perfectly appropriate hint of confusion. Yes, I am flattered. Perhaps the old lady is taking extra care of me because I was the last person to return to Marshal Yang's side and we just reunited as relatives? Mother, is there something wrong? He turned the tables on Lu Ruyun by feigning ignorance. Lu Ruyun was taken aback by his question. She couldn't very well say directly, I think you and my mother-in-law are having a secret. Could she? She pursed her lips, put down her silver chopsticks, and softened her tone, conveying a sense of heartfelt sincerity. Jia Jiang, now that you have entered the Yang family, we are family. The Yang family is in a difficult situation now, and we need to be careful both inside and outside. The old lady is getting old and may be overthinking things. If you know anything or hear anything, you must tell me. Only when we, mother and son, are of one mind can we deal with the storm. She started playing the emotional card, trying to get information out of him by saying, Mother and son are of one mind. Jia knew perfectly well that these words, though seemingly comforting, were actually a trap. He immediately showed a touched expression and nodded emphatically. Godmother is right. I understand. Don't worry, if there is anything of great importance concerning the safety of the Yang family, I will definitely tell Godmother first, and will not hide anything. Jia spoke these words with force and conviction. Seeing that he was unmoved by her words, yet hadn't revealed any crucial information, Lu Ruyun felt a little annoyed. This kid looks honest, but he's actually quite slippery. Seeing that Jia Jiang was tight-lipped, no matter how she tried to get information from him, she couldn't get a single word out. Her resentment and doubts grew stronger. Since conventional methods are ineffective, don't blame her for resorting to unconventional methods. She recalled that when Shi Hongxia and Qingli reported yesterday, they mentioned that Jia had jokingly asked for some kind of bed-warming service, and deliberately looked them up and down with a lecherous gaze. It seems this guy might be a pervert. Lu Ruyun's mind raced, and the icy scrutiny on her face melted away instantly, replaced by a gentle smile that stirred the heart. She put down her silver chopsticks, her voice suddenly softening, carrying a hint of barely perceptible reproach. Jiang, why are you sitting so far away? Come here and sit next to your godmother. As she spoke, she reached out her slender hand and gently patted the empty seat next to her. Glug. Jia could clearly hear himself swallowing. Why the sudden change in art style? Just a moment ago she was a stern and cold-faced adoptive mother. How did she suddenly become a gentle and kind neighbor, a beautiful older sister? Looking at Lu Ruyun's suddenly alluring face and her suggestive patting of the seat next to her, his heart began to pound uncontrollably. You could even faintly smell a mature fragrance emanating from her, different from that of a young girl. Godmother, I'm quite comfortable sitting here. Jia felt his tongue was a little tied up, and his body subconsciously shrank back. Lu Ruyun raised her eyebrows slightly, drawing out the last syllable, her voice sweet and seductive. What? Are you afraid your adoptive mother will eat you up? Come over. The last two words carried an undeniable air of authority, yet were also imbued with boundless tenderness, like a feather gently scratching at Jia Jiang's heart. Chapter 24, A Counterplot. The way he called out, Jiang, was soft and sweet, completely different from his usual cold and aloof tone. Jia's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition surged into his mind. But he dared not disobey, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer, Yes, then moved to sit on the stool next to Lu Ruyun. As soon as he got close, a unique, elegant scent of a mature woman, mixed with a faint fragrance of perfume and body wafted over him, gently entering Jia Jiang's nostrils. This fragrance is neither as lively as Qing Li's nor as aloof as Shihongxia's. Rather, it is a mellow and rich aroma, carrying the charm of time, like a fine vintage wine, which makes one feel slightly tipsy upon smelling it. Jia felt his heart suddenly race, his blood seemed to boil, and a surge of heat rushed uncontrollably to his lower abdomen. He quickly brought his legs together, took a deep breath, and cursed himself for being so spineless. Lu Ruyun seemed unaware of his embarrassment, or rather, she deliberately ignored it. She turned to the side, leaning slightly towards Jia Jiang, revealing a small patch of delicate, fair skin at her neckline, barely visible. She lowered her voice, her tone carrying the intimacy of an elder caring for a younger person's private affairs, yet also containing a hint of flirtation. I heard yesterday you asked those two girls, Hongxia and Xiaoli, for the service of concubines? Holy crap! Jia's mind was filled with 1,000 galloping horses. These two girls, it's one thing to tattle, but how could they even gossip about such flirtatious things? Isn't this pushing him into a fire pit? His face flushed instantly, half from embarrassment and half from anxiety. Seeing the all-knowing glint in Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes, he knew that denying it was useless and would only make him look guilty. With a heavy heart, Jia decided to go all out. A look of youthful embarrassment mixed with self-righteousness crossed his face. He scratched his head, lowering his voice with annoying, unspoken embarrassment and frankness. My child, I'm not young anymore, and these past few days, perhaps because I've been eating and sleeping well, I'm so full of energy with nowhere to release it, that's why I was confused for a moment and played a joke on them. As he spoke, he subtly adjusted his posture, seemingly unintentionally, yet also intentionally. Even though she was a deep thinker, witnessing the young man's vibrant life force and undisguised vitality firsthand, 2 blushes involuntarily rose to her cheeks, and her heart began to pound wildly. She subconsciously looked away, picked up the teacup next to her, and took a sip to cover up her momentary loss of composure. After a moment of silence, she softly hummed in agreement, her voice trembling slightly, and said with feigned composure, I can see that now, it is indeed a powerful force. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere became incredibly ambiguous and awkward. Lu Ruyun was also in a state of utter confusion at this moment. Can a young woman so obsessed with lust, even eager to lay hands on her maid, really plot anything significant with her shrewd mother-in-law? Perhaps I'm just overthinking it. Is it really just routine concern that my mother-in-law has contacted him multiple times, or is she after his intense passion and has some other purpose? Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ruyun's mind, making her judgment of Jia Jiang become blurred again. Seeing Lu Ruyun's ever-changing expression, Jia knew that his performance had worked. He pressed his advantage, putting on a pitiful expression. I will be more careful from now on, and will never dare to talk nonsense again. Lu Ruyun snapped out of her daze, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in her mind, restoring her dignified demeanor as the mistress of the house, though the blush on her ears had not completely faded. It's normal to be attracted to someone when you're young. Her tone was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. However, you must know your limits. Hongxia and Xiaoli are there to take care of you, so don't make things difficult for them. If the old lady asks you anything, tell me, and I will make arrangements for you. Seeing Jia Zhang's shifty eyes and rapid breathing, clearly indicating an internal struggle, Lu Riyun knew the time was almost right. She leaned forward slightly, almost feeling the heat emanating from him, and her lips parted slightly, her breath sweet as orchids. Jiang, you're a clever child. As long as you tell your mother what the old lady asked you in private, I'll arrange a maid for you, how about that? Her slender fingers gently traced her body, carrying a silent hint. Does this confirm his image as a womanizer? Playing along with their scheme? Still, Jia was caught in a fierce battle between two thoughts. He knew this was Lu Riyun's trap. If he spoke up, it would be tantamount to directly exposing Zhou Min, and the consequences would be unpredictable. However, if he resolutely refused to speak out, given Lu Riyun's shrewdness and suspicious nature, his previous, fierce, performance might be in vain, and instead arouse deeper suspicion. Seeing the allure in Lu Riyun's beautiful eyes grow even stronger, and the mature woman's fragrance almost overwhelming him, Jia steeled himself, pretending to be completely blinded by beauty and promises. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was kept extremely low, as if afraid of being overheard by a third person. Madam, she mainly asking me, in my opinion, why is our Yang family being treated this way by the imperial court? Marshal Yang, did Marshal Yang leave any clues or any special words before his death? He deliberately spoke as if he were trying hard to recall, or as if he was forced to reveal something under the temptation of beauty. Sure enough, the moment Marshal Yang and clues were mentioned, Lu Riyun's eyes changed instantly. The deliberately crafted allure receded like the tide, replaced by an overwhelming sense of urgency and tension. Zhongbo? Lu Riyun no longer cared about manners, probing, or the strict separation between men and women. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Jia Zhang's wrists tightly. Leaning forward, her beautiful face almost pressed against Jia Zhang's, she asked breathlessly. Zhongbo? Did he leave any clues? Tell me quickly, what else did he say? At this moment, she was completely a wife eager to know her deceased husband's last words. All her previous calculations and composure had vanished. Jia Zhang's wrist was tightly gripped by Lu Riyun's cold, trembling hand, and he could clearly feel the intense fluctuations in her emotions. The sweet fragrance emanating from her body, intensified by her excitement, lingered around my nose. Before me lay her exquisitely beautiful face, so close, etched with urgency and vulnerability. The impact of this moment is 100 times stronger than the deliberate temptation just now. Jia Zhang's heart began to pound uncontrollably, and his blood surged. For a moment I felt my mouth go dry and forgot my lines. Chapter 25, Withdrawal. The sight of Lu Riyun's stunningly beautiful face, so close yet filled with urgency and sorrow, made Jia Zhang's heart skip several beats. The web of beauty and fragrance almost completely captured him, especially the unique charm emanating from a mature woman, which intensified due to her emotional breakdown, and stirred the most primal impulses in the young man. However, just as he was on the verge of losing his senses, Jia suddenly bit his tongue, and the sharp pain instantly brought him back to his senses. He glanced quickly at Mu Qifeng standing beside him out of the corner of his eye. Although she had her brows furrowed and her hand on the hilt of her sword, she did not make any further moves. Clearly, Lu Riyun had not given any orders. Calm! We must stay calm! Jia roared at himself inwardly. His deliberate mention of Zhongbao earlier was intended to distract Lu Riyun, and it had been remarkably effective. He quickly organized his thoughts. He had to give Lu Riyun some clues she craved, satisfy some of her curiosity, hide the most crucial part, and at the same time extricate himself from this dangerous vortex. Otherwise, if the questions are pressed further, it will be difficult to cover up the lie. Jia tried his best to maintain a look of helplessness and a hint of fear on his face as he was being interrogated. Godmother, please don't panic, please let go of the child. He slightly struggled against the wrist that Lu Ruyun was holding. Lu Ruyun realized she had lost her composure. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed her surging emotions, and released her hand, but her gaze remained fixed on Jia Jiang, waiting for him to continue. Jia rubbed his slightly reddened wrists before continuing. Marshal Yang left in a hurry, and his words were fragmented. I can only piece together and guess from some snippets of his words. He seemed to vaguely mention that the Yang family suffered such a great calamity, and the problem might not be outside, but inside the mansion. He deliberately spoke vaguely, leaving a huge space for imagination. Inside the manor? Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes sharpened instantly, her previous sorrow replaced by shock and vigilance. You mean, there's a problem within our own Yang family? There's a mole? Or? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it will grow wildly. Jia neither affirmed nor denied, but simply continued to guide the discussion. Marshal Yang didn't explain it so clearly. I dare not speculate. The old lady also repeatedly asked me about this matter later. He brought Zhou Min into the picture at the right time, implying that the old lady was also aware of and valued this clue. Lu Ruyun immediately grasped the key point and pressed for an answer. The old lady? What does she mean? Did she say anything? She was now even more certain that her mother-in-law and Jia Jian had definitely had an in-depth exchange about this issue within the household. At this crucial moment, Jia Jian perfectly displayed a look of difficulty and fear, shaking his head vigorously like a rattled drum. Madam specifically and sternly instructed me that this matter is of great importance, and that I must not speak carelessly to outsiders before I have solid evidence, lest I alert the enemy and cause turmoil within the household. Mother, please pretend I didn't say anything. His performance perfectly captured the fear and trepidation of someone who dared not cross the line. Looking at Jia Jiang's I didn't say anything attitude, Lu Ruyun knew that she probably wouldn't get any more information out of him if she pressed him further. But the news that there might be a problem within the mansion had already stirred up a storm in her heart. Okay, I understand. This matter is indeed of great importance. You were right to remember the old lady's instructions and keep your mouth shut. Jia breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to divert Lu Ruyun's attention. But his actions have undoubtedly made the waters of Yang Mansion even muddier. What will Lu Ruyun do next? Will she secretly investigate the people in the manor? Should we go and discuss it with Zhou Min? Jia lowered his head, a subtle, unnoticed smile curving his lips. It seems he needs to add fuel to the fire with Zhou Min. At this moment, Lu Ruyun was in a state of utter confusion. Jia Jiang's statement that there may be problems within the mansion had stirred up a huge wave of controversy. She had no mind to think about the matter of maids in the inner chambers. Even maintaining superficial politeness seemed forced. After hastily finishing the last few bites of breakfast, he waved to Jia Jiang, his tone revealing barely concealed annoyance and absent-mindedness. All right, you can go back now. If there's nothing else, just stay in your own yard and don't wander around. Seeing that she didn't mention the maidservant, Jia Jiang wasn't annoyed and remained respectful and obedient. Yes, godmother, I'll take my leave. He stood up, bowed slightly, and then turned and walked out of the hall. As they approached the door, they saw Shi Hongxia and Chengli waiting there. Jia paused, a perfectly natural smile appearing on his face, and said to the two women, Ladies, please wait here for now. It seems my godmother has other plans for you, so you don't need to come back with me. He spoke casually, as if he were simply conveying a very ordinary notice. Upon hearing this, Shi Hongxia and Chengli were both taken aback and looked at each other in bewilderment. Does the young lady have other plans for them? Why didn't they receive a notification? The two instinctively looked into the hall and saw Lu Ruyun frowning in deep thought. I was wondering whether I should ask them. Jia took in their reactions, a cold smile playing on his lips, but his face remained warm and friendly. "All right, your godmother is thinking about something, so please don't disturb her for now." Having said that, he didn't give the two women a chance to react or ask questions. He turned around gracefully, put his hands behind his back, and left Jinlan courtyard with light steps. He completely got rid of these two personal maids and spy eyes. Shi Hongxia and Qingli watched Jia Jiang's figure disappear outside the courtyard gate, then turned back to look at Lu Ruyun, who was lost in thought inside the hall. They were caught in a dilemma. "Sister Hongxia, does Miss really have other plans? We're not going to follow young master?" Qingli muttered to herself, looking completely bewildered. Shi Hongxia frowned. She was thinking more deeply than Qingli. Jia's words sounded reasonable, but the timing was too coincidental, and the young lady had not confirmed it herself. However, it would be inappropriate to go in and ask now, as it might disturb the young lady who is clearly preoccupied. Since the young master has said so, there must be a reason for it. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Hongxia decided to remain still for the time being. "Let's wait here for your instructions, Mississippi." She had a vague feeling that the words were a bit strange. As Jia walked alone back to the west wing, even his breathing became much easier. Shi Hongxia and Qingli, who were left in Jinlan courtyard, waited for nearly an hour before Lu Ruyun seemed to come out of her reverie. When Lu Ruyun noticed that the two of them were still standing at the door, she was taken aback. Why are you still here? Why didn't you go back with the young master?" Shi Hongxia's heart sank, realizing that she had indeed been deceived by Jia Jiang. She quickly bowed and replied, "Miss, the young master said that you have other arrangements for the two of us, and that we servants are not allowed to follow. He has already returned alone." Lu Ruyun was taken aback at first, then reacted, and her beautiful face instantly turned frosty. "I understand now, this kid is still after the maidservant." Chapter 26, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Looking at Shi Hongxia and Qingli, Lu Ruyun recalled how Jia Jiang dared to falsely convey her words, effectively returning her two informants. "I was both annoyed and amused at the same time. This kid is incredibly audacious. He actually took the promise of a chambermaid seriously?" So they impatiently shoved the person back into her hands, waiting for her to make arrangements. "He really is a shameless lecher," Lu Ruyun cursed inwardly. Her tense mood, which was originally due to the problems within the manor, was instead amused by Jia's unexpected, shady move. She finally understood, this guy was just a bur. "Never mind, this is not your fault." Lu Ruyun waved her hand. "Since he has already said this much, you don't need to go back to his side for now. Stay in the courtyard and be ready to serve him." "Yes, Mississippi." Shi Hongxia and Qingli responded in unison, but both were seething with anger inside. After leaving the main hall, the two looked at each other, and could see the shame, anger, and resentment in each other's eyes at being mocked. "That young Master Jia! He's just too despicable. He actually lied to us, saying that Miss had other plans, leaving us waiting there like two idiots. Sister Hongxia, I can't swallow this." Qingli stomped her foot, her little face puffed up with anger. Shi Hongxia's complexion was also not good, and she felt ashamed. "It's truly outrageous. We can't just let this go." "Yes. We can't just let this go." Qingli immediately chimed in, her eyes darting around as she lowered her voice and said, "Sister Hongxia, since we have nothing to do right now, why don't we go teach him a lesson?" Shi Hongxia hesitated for a moment. Although the young lady hadn't told them to go back, she hadn't explicitly forbidden them from going to see Jia Jiang either. Moreover, Jia's actions were tantamount to openly slapping the young ladies in the face and mocking them. If they did not demand an explanation, the boy would likely become even more unscrupulous. Shi Hongxia nodded, her eyes resolute. "All right, we'll go and pay a visit to the young master later. We need to let him know that we sisters aren't so easily fooled." Meanwhile, in the west wing, Jia Jiang was leisurely lying on the hard bed, legs crossed, plotting his next move. Lu Ruyun's mind has been disturbed by the clues he has used, and she will soon take action. I need to go to Zhou Min beforehand and tell her that I was forced to reveal the clues to Lu Rian today. A calculating glint flashed in Jia Zhang's eyes. He wanted to make Zhou Min feel a sense of crisis as well. Having made up his mind, Jia Jiang immediately got up, straightened his robes, and left the west wing. When he reached the courtyard gate, he realized that he had no idea which courtyard old Madame Yang, Zhou Min, lived in. He casually stopped a passing maid, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Excuse me, sister, which courtyard does my grandmother live in? I would like to go and pay my respects to her." The young maid, seeing that it was the newly arrived young master of the manor, dared not be negligent and quickly pointed in the direction. "Young master, the old lady's courtyard is on the east side, called Jingxin Garden. Walk along this corridor to the end, turn left, and it's the largest courtyard there." "Thank you, sister." Jia thanked him and followed the directions to Jingxin Garden. The Jingxin Garden is a tranquil place. Zhou Min was dressed in a simple white dress, burning incense and worshipping Buddha in the small Buddhist hall. Amidst the wafting sandalwood incense and the resounding wooden fish, she closed her eyes and chanted scriptures, seeking the Buddha's blessing upon the Yang family. She had no idea that the adopted grandson, who had aroused her suspicion, had already come to her door. The head maidservant, who was waiting outside, was somewhat surprised to see Jia Jiang, but she still went in and quietly reported. "Madam, young Master Jia is outside requesting an audience." Zhou Min paused slightly as she struck the wooden fish, then slowly opened her eyes, a hint of doubt and confusion flashing within them. "I just saw this kid yesterday. What brings him here again today? I just gave him a stern warning yesterday to behave himself. Has he forgotten so quickly? Or has something else gone wrong?" Zhou Min pondered for a moment, then decided it was best not to have too much contact with them to avoid attracting attention, and simply instructed. "Go tell him that I am currently worshipping Buddha and have important matters to attend to. If it is not extremely urgent, let him go back first." "Yes." The head maid responded and left the Buddhist hall, relaying Zhou Min's words to Jia Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jia Jiang's face immediately turned serious, and he solemnly addressed the head maid. "Please inform them again, sister. Jia has come here with important matters to report to grandmother. This matter concerns the peace and tranquility of the Yang family, and we dare not delay." He deliberately emphasized the words, "concerns the peace and tranquility of Yangfu." Seeing that his expression did not seem to be feigning, the head maid hesitated for a moment, then had no choice but to go back into the Buddhist hall to report. Inside the Buddhist hall, Zhou Min's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing the maid's report. Is it related to the peace and tranquility of the Yang family? What on earth is this kid up to? I warned him not to cause trouble yesterday, and today he's coming to my door under the pretext of peace and tranquility in Yangfu. She instinctively felt that this was another of Jia Jiang's tricks, but the words, peace and tranquility in Yangfu, carried too much weight for her to ignore completely. What if something unexpected happens that I'm unaware of? After a moment's thought, Zhou Min still couldn't shake off her worries about the words, peace and tranquility in Yangfu. She waved her hand and instructed the maid who stood respectfully to the side. Bring him in. Yes, madam. Led by a maid, Jia entered the quiet and secluded Buddhist hall. The scent of sandalwood grew stronger, carrying a calming and soothing quality, but Jia Zhang's heartbeat quickened inappropriately. His gaze was almost instantly drawn to the pure white figure in front of the Buddha shrine. Zhou Min did not change her clothes. She was still wearing the plain white dress she wore when worshipping Buddha. The morning light filtered through the carved window lattice, softly bathing the Buddhist hall and outlining a hazy halo around her. The fabric looked plain, but under certain lighting, it appeared somewhat transparent. Jia subconsciously held his breath. Zhou Min had a voluptuous and graceful figure. Although her plain white robe was not tight, the fabric naturally clung to her waist and hips as she stood up after kneeling, highlighting a unique, full, and supple charm of a mature woman. The light slanted across, seemingly revealing glimpses of the elegant and full contours of the shoulders, neck, and back beneath, like a warm and lustrous jade sculpture carefully polished by time. each undulation accumulating the grace and charm bestowed by the years. She wore no fancy jewelry. Her jet black hair was simply tied up, revealing her fair and slender neck. A few unruly strands of hair fell beside her cheek, a stark contrast to her usual dignified and solemn image, adding instead an indescribable, ascetic beauty. Jia felt the dryness in his throat. He knew that the old lady still retained her charm, but he never expected that in such a private and unguarded setting, without her fine clothes, jewelry, and sharp aura, she could display such breathtaking beauty in just a simple dress. It is a mature charm that is hidden by time and revealed unintentionally, enough to make any young and vigorous man's heart flutter. Zhou seemed to notice Jia Zhang's gaze and slowly turned around. Her face remained expressionless, her eyes as calm as an ancient well, yet those eyes, which had weathered many storms, seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. She looked at Jia Jiang and her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. "Have you seen enough?" Her voice was not loud, but it carried a chill, instantly shattering the delicate and enchanting atmosphere in the Buddhist hall. Jia was jolted awake, quickly lowered his head to hide the panic and embarrassment in his eyes, and cursed himself for being so cowardly, almost ruining the important matter. He quickly bowed and greeted them, his tone returning to its respectful manner. "Grandson wouldn't dare!" But seeing grandmother dressed so simply and with such a dignified appearance, I was momentarily overwhelmed by her presence and lost my composure. "Please forgive me, grandmother." His flattery was clumsy and awkward. Zhou was too lazy to argue with his petty schemes. She walked to a nearby sandalwood chair, sat down, and looked at him sharply. "Speak, what is it that concerns the peace and tranquility of the Yang family, that makes you insist on seeing me at this moment?" Chapter 27, The 3-Month Term. When Jia saw Zhou asking a question, he dared not be negligent, and immediately bowed. "Grandmother, it was my godmother who called me over for breakfast this morning. During the meal, she suddenly asked me what important things you said to me in the West Wing yesterday evening." Upon hearing this, Zhou paused slightly, a sharp suspicion flashing in her eyes, and her tone turned serious. "Ruyun? How did she know that I went to your place yesterday?" "Grandmother, have you forgotten? The 2 maids that my godmother sent to my side, Shihongxia and Qingli. They are, after all, my godmother's people. As soon as you arrived, they immediately informed my godmother. I was summoned over just as dawn broke this morning." Sure enough, Zhou face darkened. She hadn't expected that she would be tricked by her own advice. "What did you say?" Zhou put down her teacup, leaned forward slightly, stared intently at Jia Jiang with piercing eyes, and spoke with a hint of barely perceptible tension in her voice. Her biggest worry was that Jia would be loose-lipped and reveal those earth-shattering secrets about the bloodline of the previous dynasty, and the court's suspicions. "Grandmother, rest assured, even if I am dull-witted, I know what is important. I would never dare to reveal a single word that I shouldn't say. My godmother kept pressing me for answers, and I had no choice but to repeat to her what I told you yesterday about why the Yang family was being treated this way by the court. Some of my rudimentary speculations." Hearing that Jia Jiang had not revealed anything about her, Zhou tense mind suddenly relaxed. As she exhaled, the voluptuous curves beneath her plain white robes undulated slightly. Then, she unconsciously paced back and forth in the limited space of the Buddhist hall, frowning as she pondered a strategy to deal with Lu Ruyun's questioning. Her movement immediately drew Jia's focused gaze. The morning light shone through the window lattice, and from certain angles, the seemingly plain white fabric appeared somewhat translucent, vaguely revealing the slender and full figure beneath. Although her waist was not as slender as a young girl's, it possessed the supple charm of a mature woman, swaying gently with her steps, like a willow swaying in the wind. As her clothes swayed, a fleeting glimpse of her curves ignited a fire in Jia's heart, and he quickly lowered his eyes. Silently reciting, "Amitabha, this old lady, truly is a gem refined by the passage of time." Zhou had made up her mind. When she looked up, she met Jia Zhang's gaze, which quickly subsided but still held a lingering warmth. Her heart skipped a beat for no reason, and she felt a strange mix of offense and embarrassment. This kid has a really mischievous look in his eyes. At my age and with my status, how could I possibly attract such a young upstart? Cough cough. You did a great job, you handled it well. Jo-min cleared her throat, using her voice to draw their attention back and also to cover up her momentary awkwardness. Jia Jiang, however, seemed oblivious to the warning in her voice, his gaze still, openly, following her as he pressed on with his question. What does grandmother plan to do? Dragging this on like this isn't a solution, is it? As Jia spoke, he made no attempt to hide his admiration for Jo-min's graceful figure, which appeared even more alluring as she strolled. Jo-min was somewhat annoyed by his nonchalant attitude, but she couldn't lash out directly. She could only temporarily ignore his overly direct gaze and silently ponder Jia Jiang's words. Seeing this, Jia continued to add fuel to the fire, his tone becoming increasingly serious. If the imperial court continues its relentless pursuit of the Yang family and relentlessly presses on them, grandmother, how will the Yang family cope then? Will they simply sit and wait for their doom? After a long while, Jo-min stopped and looked out the window, her gaze filled with weariness and determination. Even if the emperor wants to deal with the Yang family, he can only do it openly. Now that almost all the men in my Yang family are dead, surely he can't force us orphans and widows to go to the battlefield and die. These words seemed to be both a reply to Jia Jiang and a way of comforting himself. Upon hearing this, Jia Jiang immediately recalled the heroic figure of the female generals of the Yang family from his previous life, and thought to himself, it might actually happen. Following Jo-min's advice, he made a surprising decision. Jia took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed solemnly to Jo-min, his tone carrying a sense of detachment and resolute acceptance of the world's ways. Since the old lady has already made this decision and believes that the Yang family is not in immediate danger, then I understand the situation. He raised his head and looked calmly at Jo-min. Then allow me to eat at the Yang residence for another 3 months. If things remain peaceful and uneventful during these 3 months, it will prove that my worries were unfounded and that General Yang's concerns were unfounded. At that time, I will leave on my own initiative and will never cause any more trouble for the Yang residents, so as to avoid. You're leaving? Why? Upon hearing this, Jo-min turned around abruptly, completely unprepared for Jia's sudden suggestion to leave. Jia's tone carried a hint of self-deprecation and helplessness. Madam, I stayed behind to repay General Yang's kindness and also because I believed his premonition about the crisis on his deathbed. Now it seems that perhaps both General Yang and I were overthinking it. This title of adopted son was just an expedient measure to deal with a possible crisis. Now that the crisis has not materialized, it is not good for me, an outsider, to live in the inner quarters and be with you ladies day and night. Besides, I am a rough man and I am bound to make mistakes. My departure will save the old lady from trouble. These words were sincere and reasonable, clearly stating his original intention to repay the debt of gratitude while also hinting at the difficulties he faced in the household. Jo-min was completely stunned. Jia's sudden resignation completely disrupted her plans. After Jia Jiang's advice last night, I have clearly realized the court's distrust of the Yang family. She needed Jia Jiang, her adopted son, as a shield. Jia Jiang's existence was, in a way, a form of insurance. Moreover, his actions over the past few days have shown that he is not a useless fool. If she were to let him go, not to mention the risk that his last words might be leaked, she would find it hard to let go. You! Jo-min opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for how to persuade him to stay. Jia's reasons were too high-sounding. If she forcibly stopped him, it would seem like she had ulterior motives. An eerie silence fell over the Buddhist hall. The sandalwood incense continued to waft, but it could not dispel the silent contest and probing between the two. Very well, you can stay at the Yang residence for a while. If nothing happens at the Yang residence, then you can make your plans. How about that? Jo-min had no choice but to stall for time and try to keep the person calm first. In that case, I will follow the old lady's arrangements. Also, I have returned the eldest mistress's maid, so please arrange the meals for this period of time. Upon seeing this, Jia made his request. This implies that he will no longer have much contact with the women of the Yang family. This surprised Zhou Min. That's quite decisive. Chapter 28, Feint to the East, Attack in the West. After Jia left Jingxin Garden, Zhou Min stood alone in the Buddhist hall, unable to calm her emotions for a long time. The sandalwood incense in the incense burner flickered, mirroring her turbulent state of mind. Jia's attitude underwent a dramatic change, from seemingly accepting the status of adopted son, to now proactively proposing a 3-month period, and expressing his intention to leave. It caught her off guard. Especially when Jia Jiang vaguely pointed out that her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty might be the root cause of the tragedy that led to 3 generations of the Yang family. The deep-seated guilt and fear were once again violently dredged up, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. This made her less confident when facing Jia Jiang. When Jia explicitly stated that he wanted to leave, her panic reached its peak. He can't leave, at least not now. He learned too many of her secrets, the truth about her last words, her suspicions about the court, and even the potential dangers that her identity might pose. If he's determined to leave, for the absolute safety of the Yang family, her only option is probably to shut him up forever. This thought sent chills down Zhou Min's spine. She is not a bloodthirsty person, but in this position, she sometimes has to make the most ruthless choices. But why did he suddenly decide to leave? Was it merely because of Lu Riyun's suspicion and surveillance? Or did he sense a greater danger? Or rather, he believed that there was no longer any benefit in staying in the Yang family. Zhou Min forced herself to calm down and carefully sorted things out. Jia Jiang's change seems to have started after Lu Riyun questioned him this morning. Did Lu Riyun say something to him? Or did he sense something unusual in her words? It seems she has to go to Riyun's place. A resolute glint flashed in Zhou Min's eyes. She had to find out exactly what Lu Riyun and Jia Jiang had discussed that made this cunning young man want to leave. Only by figuring out the reason can she find a way to keep Jia Jiang in check, or adjust her strategy. Meanwhile, Jia quickly returned to the west wing. As soon as he closed the door, the heaviness and resolve on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a sly look and a sense of relief. The fire's already lit. Let's see how this old lady handles it. Jia lay down comfortably on the bed, crossing his legs. His goal was clear, to use one tiger to devour another, making Zhou Min feel threatened. He couldn't remain passively caught between Zhou Min and Lu Riyun, letting them manipulate him. He must maintain a certain degree of initiative. Setting a 3-month deadline is a way to put pressure on Zhou Min. Let her know that she is not willing to be a pawn who can be discarded at any time. To keep him, you need to show sincerity, give him better treatment, more trust, or something tangible. As for forcibly leaving? Jia knew perfectly well that it was simply wishful thinking to talk about something without having enough ability to protect himself. Given Zhou Min's caution and ruthlessness, she would most likely make him disappear before he even stepped out of the Yang mansion. In this messed up world, this is often the fate of insignificant people who know too many secrets. Therefore, these 3 months are the golden time for me to develop stealthily and accumulate strength. Jia clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He must take advantage of the conflict between Zhou Min and Lu Riyun, play both sides, and quickly establish himself in the Yang family, preferably gaining some of his own power. He was no longer content with just surviving. He wanted to have a real voice in this Yang mansion. At this moment, Zhou Min, with a solemn expression, was already walking towards Jinlan courtyard, where Lu Riyun lived. Jia was lying on the bed, smugly savoring the impact his retreat to advance tactic had on Zhou Min, and planning how to strike while the iron was hot and fish in troubled waters. Just then. Bang! 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 A sudden, urgent, and somewhat forceful knocking sounded, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Jia sat up abruptly, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Who the hell is it this time? He glanced at the door subconsciously, Thankfully he had been careful when he came back and had locked the door. Otherwise it might end up like last time when Zhou Min came, with someone barging in, which wouldn't be good. "Who is it?" Jia shouted irritably toward the door. There was a moment of silence outside the door, followed by a voice that was deliberately softened but couldn't hide a hint of anger. "Young master, it's us servants who have come to bring you your dinner." "Send dinner?" Jia paused for a moment, looked up at the sky outside the window. Although it was almost dusk, it seemed a little early for dinner. However, he suddenly thought that he had just returned from Zhou Min's place. Could it be that the old lady had specially instructed the kitchen to prepare a special meal for him in advance in order to appease him? As soon as this thought crossed Jia's mind, his vigilance immediately relaxed by more than half. After all, he is now a key figure who holds the bargaining chip of resignation, so it is reasonable for the old lady to show goodwill. "They're here! They're here!" He responded, got out of bed, and while tidying his slightly disheveled robes, walked unsuspectingly to the door and pulled off the latch. Just as he opened the door a crack to see what was going on outside. Bang! A powerful force suddenly came from outside the door. The door was slammed open from the outside, and the force caused Jia Jiang, who was caught off guard, to stagger back 2 steps and almost fall to the ground. At the entrance, Shi Hongxia and Cheng Li stood side by side. Cheng Li's face was no longer showing any of the feigned gentleness she had just displayed. At this moment, her eyebrows were raised, her almond eyes were wide open, and her hands were still in the posture of pushing the door open. Although Shi Hongxia's expression remained calm, her spirited eyes burned with obvious anger. The 2 men were clearly prepared, fearing that Jia would slip away like an eel or shut the door to them. So, as soon as they heard the door latch, they forced their way in. Jia steadied himself and looked at Shi Hongxia and Cheng Li, his former personal maids. An awkward yet polite smile instantly appeared on his face as he tried to get away with it. Miss Hongxia Xiaoli, it's you too. Isn't delivering dinner a bit too noisy?" Cheng Li stepped into the room, slammed the door shut behind her, and then bolted it back in with a crisp click, completely cutting off Jia Jiang's escape route. She put her hands on her hips and glared angrily at Jia Jiang. "Send dinner? Humph! Young Master Jia, how dare you even mention it? This morning you lied to us, saying that Miss had other plans, and you completely fooled us. Shouldn't we settle this score?" Although Shi Hongxia didn't speak, she took a step forward, forming a pincer movement with Cheng Li. Her eyes were cold, and she looked ready to fight at the slightest provocation. "Settle accounts? What accounts?" As Jia looked at the blocked door and the 2 men in front of him, who were rubbing their hands together and trying to remain calm, his mind raced. "Of course it's because you messed with us this morning. Miss didn't give any instructions, okay?" Cheng Li scoffed, clenching her fist and making a slight cracking sound from her knuckles. Chapter 29, Negotiations. Faced with Cheng Li's questioning, Jia's mind raced, and the slight embarrassment on his face was instantly replaced by an expression that mixed disappointment and self-righteousness. Instead of backing down, he stepped forward to meet them, his gaze sweeping over Shi Hongxia and Cheng Li. "Playing games with you? When did I ever play games with you?" Before the 2 women could object, he immediately continued, speaking at a faster pace. "Yes. I didn't let you come back with me this morning. But did I say something wrong? Was my godmother distracted at the time? Was she thinking about something important? Did I say that my godmother had other plans for you? Isn't that the truth? Besides, my godmother promised me yesterday that she would arrange a maidservant for me. Now that I have a maidservant, you no longer need to do this job of being personal maids. I told you to stay with my godmother and wait for new arrangements. How can you say that I'm playing around?" Jia will cling to the promise made by Lu Rian herself regarding the chambermaid, using it as a legitimate reason for his actions. Then, his tone shifted, filled with deep disappointment, as he stared intently at the 2 of them. "On the contrary, it's you two. I, Jia Jiang, have considered myself your servant these past few days, but I have long regarded you as friends I can talk to. When have I ever deliberately been wary of you? But what about you, Jia's voice suddenly rose, carrying a questioning tone. He turned around and reported everything I said and did to my godmother. How is this any different from a villain informing on someone? It truly makes me, Jia Jiang, ashamed and disheartened. Jia's combination of offense and defense placed him on the moral high ground, instantly putting Shi Hongxia and Qingli, who had come to question him, in a passive position. Qingli and Shi Hongxia were completely stunned by Jia Jiang's righteous and stern accusation. The two looked at each other, opened their mouths, but found that they could not find the right words to refute him. According to the rules of the manor, it was their duty and obligation, as people sent by Lu Ruyun, to report Jia Jiang's words and actions. But with Jia's interference, using words like friends and trust, the nature of their behavior seemed to change, inexplicably taking on a hint of betrayal. Qingli, in particular, was relatively simple-minded. She remembered that Jia Jiang hadn't treated them too badly. He had even treated them to barbecue and chatted with them. Looking at him with that disappointed and heartbroken gaze, Jia Jiang suddenly felt an indescribable sense of guilt, as if he had really done something wrong. Qingli subconsciously let go of her hands on her hips, her imposing manner instantly diminishing. Although Shi Hongxia was more composed than Qingli, Jia Jiang's words still stirred up waves in her heart. It was true that she was fulfilling her duties, but the word, informant, was indeed not a pleasant word to hear. Jia observed their reactions and knew that the time was right. He said nothing more, but gave them a deep look with an extremely disappointed and resolute gaze that seemed to say, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together," before turning around abruptly and walking to the door. Creak! Bang! He forcefully opened the door, and then slammed it shut in front of them. The loud noise seemed to be an outpouring of his anger and disappointment. The loud slam of the door shut sent a shiver down Shi Hongxia's spine and Qingli's spine, completely shutting them out. The two stood in front of the tightly closed door, staring at the cold door panel, both momentarily lost in thought. The burning anger that had been building up earlier had long been extinguished by Jia's bucket of cold water of grievance and disappointment, leaving only a heart full of confusion and self-doubt. Qingli turned her head blankly to look at Shi Hongxia beside her, her voice filled with unprecedented confusion and uncertainty, and asked softly, "Sister Hongxia, did we really do something wrong?" Shi Hongxia remained silent for a moment, and finally could only slowly shake her head, a hint of confusion appearing between her heroic brows. I don't know either. According to the rules, we haven't done anything wrong. But what the young master said is not entirely unreasonable. Let's just leave it at that for now." Filled with mixed feelings, the two turned and left the west wing. Inside Jinlan courtyard, Lu Ruyun was quite surprised to see her mother-in-law, Zhou Min, suddenly arrive. She suppressed her doubts, put on a perfectly respectful smile, and stepped forward. "Mother-in-law, why did you come all the way here? You could have just called your daughter-in-law over if you needed anything." Zhou Min sat down in the main seat, accepted the tea offered by Mu Qingfeng, and gently fiddled with the lid of the teacup. Her tone was casual, as if she were just chatting. "It's nothing important. I just heard that Jia sent back the two maids you sent to serve him. What happened? Did those two maids not serve him well and anger him?" Zhou Min started with the seemingly trivial matter of the maid being returned, appearing to show concern but actually laying the groundwork for her subsequent questions. Lu Ruyun frowned, wondering where her mother-in-law had gotten the information. A perfectly measured look of annoyance and helplessness crossed her face as she sighed and said, "Mother-in-law, you don't know this, that Jia Jiang is very shrewd, acts completely unpredictably, and seems to be a complete lecher. Your daughter-in-law was caught off guard and was intimidated by this fellow." "Oh? You got fooled?" Zhou Min raised her eyelids, a glint of light flashing in her eyes, her tone carrying just the right amount of curiosity. "What happened? Tell me in detail." A look of shame and indignation at being tricked appeared on Lu Ruyun's face as she said, "Daughter-in-law, I only promised him a maidservant so I could get more information about Zhongbao from him. I never expected that this boy would take it seriously. He turned around and used the excuse that since I have a maidservant, I don't need a personal maid to send Hongxia and Xiaoli back to me. What do you say to this? Lu Ruiyun cleverly shifted the blame to Jia Zhang's lust and cunning. Zhou Min sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm, following up on the conversation by asking, "Oh? You dare to act like this for a mere concubine? It seems this boy is indeed lustful and utterly useless. But what exactly did you ask him that required such a promise?" After much beating around the bush, she finally asked, seemingly casually, the core purpose of her trip. Lu Ruiyun's heart leaped into her throat. To speak or not to speak? Looking at Zhou Min's seemingly calm but actually scrutinizing gaze, and recalling Jia Zhang's mention that her mother-in-law already knew what she knew, the resentment of being excluded rose again in her heart. Lu Ruiyun decided not to say anything and to see her mother-in-law's reaction. "It's nothing. My daughter-in-law asked him about Zhongbao, but Jia was evasive and kept changing the subject." "Oh, really? So what are you going to do with that kid?" Zhou Min breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this kid did have some sense of propriety. "My daughter-in-law thinks that now is a time of trouble for the Yang family, and it is not advisable to cause any more problems. It is just a maidservant, so let him have her." Chapter 30, Maid Xuefa. Good. Good. Ruiyun, I'm relieved that you can consider the big picture and analyze things so calmly. A relieved smile instantly spread across Zhou Min's face, as if she was very satisfied with Lu Ruiyun's deep understanding of righteousness. She gently patted Lu Ruiyun's hand, then smoothly changed the subject, saying naturally, "Since that boy has taken the matter of the bedchamber maid seriously, and even caused some unpleasantness because of it, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll arrange the selection of the bedchamber maid for you. Let's not trouble mother then." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruiyun immediately became wary. She didn't understand why her mother-in-law would take on this task. Zhou Min seemed to see through her doubts and smiled. "What? You don't actually want to pick people from among your female soldiers, do you? Putting aside their personalities, whether they can really lower themselves to do that kind of servant work, can their personalities really be completely according to your wishes?" These words were like a needle, precisely piercing Lu Ruiyun's weak spot. Then she thought of the female soldiers in her unit who she had spoiled to some extent, and who had become somewhat arrogant, and indeed, they might not be the right choice. Moreover, Shi Hongxia and Qingli were sent back by that guy. Right now, she really doesn't have any more reliable and suitable candidates at hand. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Ruiyun decided that she was just a maidservant. Even if the mother-in-law makes the choice, it won't cause much of a stir. Now that she has a lead, she should focus her investigation on the mole within the Yang family. As for the spies around Jia, they became trivial matters. "In that case, then I'll have to trouble you, mother-in-law. I have no experience with this, so it would be most appropriate for you to take care of it." Lu Ruiyun bowed slightly, and a polite smile returned to her face. She chose to temporarily back down, and handed over the seemingly insignificant matter to Zhou Min. Zhou Min nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, you can focus on handling other affairs in the manor. I'll leave this matter to you." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chatted for a few more seemingly amicable minutes before Zhou Min got up and left Jinlan courtyard. After seeing her mother-in-law off, Lu Ruiyun's smile gradually faded, and her eyes became deep. In her view, Jia Zhang's value has been almost fully exploited, and now he is more like a pawn placed in the open. As long as he can honestly be his target, other things don't need to be taken too seriously for the time being. After leaving Jinlan courtyard, Zhou Min's gentle expression quickly faded. A maidservant must be chosen, and she must be smart enough, obedient enough, and able to keep that boy firmly under her control. Zhou Min silently calculated in her heart that she had to use enough benefits and bonds to make him willingly stay. Otherwise, we'll have to silence him. In the West Wing, Jia Jiangang coaxed and tricked the two girls, Shi Hongxia and Qingli, away. He leaned against the door, let out a long sigh, and cursed inwardly that none of the women in the Yang family were easy to deal with. Even a maid dares to come to the master's door and cause trouble. Jia was unaware that the little breeze he had painstakingly stirred up was easily suppressed by the cunning Zhou Min. He even took the opportunity to take over the power to appoint her chambermaids. Inside the tranquil garden, Zhou Min dismissed everyone around her. She sat alone by the window, her fingertips gently tapping the rosewood tabletop, producing a rhythmic, soft sound. Jia's sudden proposal of a 3-month deadline and his emerging intention to leave felt like a thorn in her heart. We can't let this kid go, at least not now. Not only should he be kept, but he should also be made to serve the Yang family willingly and even wholeheartedly. Therefore, a suitable chambermaid becomes crucial. This person must be reliable enough to keep an eye on Jia Jiang and figure out his true thoughts and intentions, and also attractive enough to hold the heart of this seemingly womanizing young man. More importantly, it must be completely under her control. Zhou Min went through all the suitable and reliable maids in her courtyard, and even in the entire Yang mansion, in her mind. Finally, a figure clearly emerged. Snowflakes are falling. That girl just turned 18 this year, a few years younger than Jia Jiang, and is at the prime of her youth. She was an orphan who was picked up by an old cook in the Yang family army during the war 10 years ago. After the old cook died, she worked as a servant in the mansion. Later, because of her calm nature and quick hands and feet, she was transferred to Jingxin Garden as a maid. Zhou Min carefully recalled Xue Fei's appearance. She was slender with healthy honey-colored skin, an oval face, and eyes that, while not exceptionally large, were dark, bright, and spirited. When she looked at people, she had a shy innocence, but when she was given instructions, she exuded a rare composure. She wasn't exactly a beauty that could topple kingdoms, but she was still pretty and charming. In particular, she had a kind of wild and tenacious spirit that was different from that of ordinary maids. Perhaps, that was exactly what Jia Jiang wanted. More importantly, Xue Fei has a clean background and is helpless in the mansion. The only thing she can rely on is the kindness of the old lady. A girl like that is reliable and easy to manage. Having made up her mind, Zhou Min called out, "Someone come here." A personal maidservant entered in response. "Go and call Xue Fei, who works as a handyman in the west courtyard," Zhou Min ordered. "Yes, madam." Although the maid was somewhat puzzled as to why the old lady had suddenly summoned a lowly servant, she dared not ask any further questions and obeyed the order to leave. Zhou Min picked up the slightly cooled tea, took a small sip, and a calculating glint flashed in her eyes. She needed to give this girl a proper talking to make her understand that going to Jia Jiang's side was not just about serving him, but also about winning him over. Before long, light footsteps and a maid's announcement came from outside the door. "Madam, Xue Fei has arrived. Let her in." Zhou Min put down her teacup, straightened her sleeves, and her face regained its usual sternness and indifference. The door was gently pushed open, and a slender maidservant, dressed in a slightly worn, light purple cloth dress, had bowed, timidly moved in. Facing Zhou Min, she knelt down respectfully, her voice barely audible. "This servant, Xue Fei, greets the old madam. Raise your head and let this old woman see you." Xue Fei was puzzled and could only cautiously raise her head. Zhou Min glanced at Xue Fei and thought to herself that Jia Jiang had gotten off easy. Chapter 31. A pawn without control of its own fate. Zhou Min looked down at Xue Fei, who was kneeling in front of her. This girl was slender, and had a meek and timid demeanor, but her eyes, which blinked rapidly from time to time, also held a hint of liveliness that was not easily detected. She spoke slowly, her voice carrying its usual authority, yet deliberately softened, as if conveying the concern of an elder. "Xue Fei, you've been in this household for quite some time now, and you're not getting any younger. I've called you here today to find you a suitable marriage partner. Are you willing?" Xue Fei's kneeling body trembled almost imperceptibly. From the moment she was summoned to the main hall of Jingxin Garden by the old lady's head maid, she knew it was no good. Hearing the words, "good match," now makes my heart feel even tighter. She knew all too well that in this grand mansion, the fate of servants like them was never in their own hands. The old lady's seemingly questioning tone actually left her no room to refuse. If she doesn't comply, she will definitely not have a good ending. She could only pray that her unknown, ideal match would at least be someone who could tolerate her. She lowered her head even further, her voice filled with resigned obedience, and whispered, This servant will obey the old lady's orders." Good. Jo Min was very satisfied with her reaction, a smile appearing on her face, and continued, "The man I found for you is no ordinary person. He is the newly adopted son of my daughter-in-law, Lu, and is now the rightful young master of our Yang family, General Jia." The young master of the Yang family? Shui Fei suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She was a lowly third-class maid, not even qualified to serve her master closely, yet the old lady wanted to marry her off to the young master of the mansion. How is this possible? The two families are not well matched. Even if they were forced into marriage, it would probably be. As if seeing through her surprise and unease, Jo Min's next words completely shattered her last shred of hope. "This is what I'm thinking. You should first go to young Master Jia's side and become his concubine, serving him well. If you can win his favor, it's not impossible that you might become his concubine in the future. That would be your good fortune." Jo Min spoke calmly, as if she were arranging something utterly ordinary. "A maidservant who shares a room with a concubine. Just as I expected." The last glimmer of hope in Shui Fei's heart was extinguished, replaced by a cold despair and resignation. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The so-called good match was nothing more than turning her from a lowly servant into a plaything and tool of slightly higher status, but with an even more wretched situation. To serve a young master you've never met and whose temperament you don't know, especially a young master who suddenly appears out of nowhere and has no connections, the hardship and humiliation involved are unimaginable. But did she have a choice? No. She lowered her head again, suppressing all her emotions deep inside, her voice even more humble, with a barely perceptible tremor. "This servant thanks the old lady for her kindness. This servant will certainly do her best to serve the young master well." Seeing her submissive attitude, Jo Min was completely relieved. These kinds of chess pieces are easier to use. "Okay, I understand." Hearing Shui Fei's resigned answer, Jo Min nodded in satisfaction, knowing that this girl was a sensible person. "Yes, it's good that you understand your duty. Young Master Jia is new here, and it's inevitable that he'll have many things he's not used to or familiar with regarding the rules and people of the Yang family. Once you're by his side, besides serving him diligently, you must also pay close attention. If the young master has any worries, you must keep them in mind and report back to me promptly and in detail. Understand?" Shui Fei's heart sank, and a chill spread from the soles of her feet to her entire body. The terms good match and good fortune are nothing but high-sounding excuses. Her true identity was that of an informant planted by the old lady beside that young Master Jia, someone who needed to constantly monitor and report on her master's every word and action. She was a lowly maidservant caught between the old lady and that mysterious young master. Both sides were masters she couldn't afford to offend, and either side could easily crush her if they showed the slightest dissatisfaction. Reporting to the old lady would be betraying one's master for personal gain, and if the young master finds out, the consequences would be dire. However, if she did not report it and disobeyed the old lady's orders, she would find it even more difficult to move an inch in the Yang family mansion, and might even disappear without a trace. She knelt on the ground, her nails almost digging into the flesh of her palms, but she knew she couldn't show the slightest resistance or hesitation. She lowered her head even further, her voice trembling slightly, yet she tried her best to remain clear. "This servant understands. This servant will definitely pay close attention and report to the old lady in a timely manner." Seeing her fearful yet resigned expression, Jo Min knew she had given her enough warning. A combination of kindness and severity is the way to manage subordinates. "You don't need to be too nervous." Jo Min softened her tone. "Serve the young master well. If you can truly win his favor and gain a proper status in the future, it will be a way for you to escape slavery. I will not mistreat those who do their best." This light promise, like a distant starlight, was better than nothing to Xuefei, who was in darkness and fear, but it was also the only faint hope she could grasp at this moment. Yes, Madam Xie. Xuefei kowtowed again, her feelings extremely complicated. After Zhou Min finished instructing Xuefei, she couldn't hide her fear, knowing that the time was right. She said no more, turning to her head maid and instructing, "Take her away and change her into something more presentable. How can she possibly please the young master in such plain clothes?" "Yes, madam." The head maid acknowledged the order and led the dazed Xuefei away. About half an hour later, Xuefei, who had been freshened up and dressed again, was brought before Zhou Min once more. She changed into a light green cotton dress. Although it was a maid's style, the fabric was much better than the servant's clothes she had worn before, making her already slender figure look even more graceful. Her hair had been restyled and styled into a simple double bun, adorned with a small silver hairpin. Her face was lightly powdered, which concealed her paleness and added a touch of color. Although she wasn't exactly stunningly beautiful, she was pretty and charming, possessing a delicate and endearing quality. Zhou Min looked her up and down and nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it," she then said to another maid. "Go to the kitchen and tell them to pick out some delicate snacks and side dishes, and warm a pot of wine, and send them to the west wing." "Yes." The maidservant acknowledged the order and left. Zhou Min then looked at Xuefei, who stood with his hands at his sides, and said in a calm tone with a final admonition, "Remember my words, serve the young master well, and don't forget your duty." Xuefei's heart tightened, and she lowered her head deeply. This servant will remember the old lady's teachings. Chapter 32, A Night Visit to the West Chamber. With everything prepared, Zhou Min estimated the time. It was already dark. This is the perfect time for door-to-door delivery. Zhou Min personally led Xuefei, who had changed into new clothes, followed by two maids carrying food boxes. The group arrived quietly outside the west wing. Walking along the quiet corridor, Xuefei's heart pounded like a drum. With each step she took closer to the west wing, she felt her breathing become more difficult. The maid who was walking at the front arrived at the door and habitually reached out and gently pushed it open. "Ha!" The maid was surprised that the door wouldn't budge, and only after applying more force did she discover that the door was bolted from the inside. The maidservant paused for a moment, then subconsciously turned to look at Zhou Min. "Madam, the door is locked." Zhou Min paused, looking at the tightly closed door as if she had thought of something. "Ha, this kid, he's learned his lesson. Last time, when I suddenly came to visit late at night, I simply pushed open the door and stumbled upon that kid's disheveled appearance. It seems that the accident taught him a lesson, and he now knows to lock the door. It's all right. Just knock on the door." Zhou Min remained calm and gave the instructions in a low voice. "Yes." Having received the instruction, the maid raised her hand and tapped the door a few times with her fingers, either too hard nor too soft. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp knocking sounded particularly clear in the quiet courtyard. It was like a tap on Xuefei's heart, making her involuntarily flinch. Inside the west wing, Jia Jian was studying the general layout of the Yang mansion, while lying on the table when he was startled by the sudden knocking on the door. "Who is it this time?" Jia raised his head somewhat impatiently. "Why is the west wing like a vegetable market today? One problem after another keeps arising." "General Jia, this is I." Zhou Min's highly recognizable, calm voice, radiating authority, came from outside the door. "Holy crap! Why is the old lady here? Is she perhaps going to confront him?" Jia's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly jumped up from his chair. This was completely unexpected. He dared not delay. He quickly crumpled up the messy papers on the table and stuffed them into his sleeve. He then walked briskly to the door, quickly adjusting his expression to one of respect mixed with surprise, before reaching out and pulling off the latch. Creak! The door opened. Outside the door, Zhou Min, dressed in dark casual clothes, stood there expressionless, exuding an imposing aura. Behind her, besides two maids carrying food boxes, followed a slender, unfamiliar girl dressed in a light green dress, with her head down. "Grandmother? Why did you come here in person? It's so late at night, you could have just called me over if you needed anything." Jia quickly stepped aside, his tone perfectly conveying a sense of being flattered. Zhou Min stepped into the room, her gaze seemingly casually sweeping across the space, and said indifferently, "I'll send someone over to you, and bring some late-night snacks too. You're new here, and it'll be inconvenient if you don't have someone to take care of you." As she spoke, her gaze fell on the girl in green. "This is Xuefei. From now on, let her serve you." As Zhou Min spoke, the girl named Xuefei seemed to be pulled forward a small step by an invisible thread. He bowed deeply towards Jia Jiang's direction and spoke in a barely audible, trembling voice. This servant Xuefei greets, young master." Seeing Zhou Min personally bring the person over, countless thoughts flashed through Jia Jiang's mind in an instant. What the heck? Why does this feel so familiar? Previously, Lu Ruyun had used the personal maid as bait to get information out of him, but that night Zhou Min directly put the person in his room. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the Yang family had reached an astonishing level of understanding in planting spies around him. Why is Zhou Min also resorting to surveillance? Jia's mind raced. Yes, it must have been my remarks during the day about the 3-month deadline, and my intention to leave that made her feel threatened. She feared that she, as a pawn, who knew too many secrets, would get out of control, so she was in a hurry to place someone who belonged entirely to her to keep a close watch on her. Jia Jiang instinctively wanted to politely decline. Just kidding, with an old lady acting as a surveillance camera next to him, constantly reporting to Zhou Min, how could he possibly pull any tricks? How to develop stealthily? General Jia! Zhou Min seemed to have anticipated his reaction. Before he could utter his refusal, her gaze was deep and meaningful. I've already discussed this matter with Ruyun. We both feel that you really need someone who cares about you. Xuefei is a gentle and hard-working girl, and I believe she will definitely satisfy you. She deliberately paused slightly on the word satisfied, her gaze sweeping over Jia Jiang and then glancing at the meek and submissive Xuefei. The meaning couldn't be clearer. This is the chambermaid, I promise you. I've brought her here, and I've fulfilled my terms. It's time to put aside your previous grievances and desire to leave. Looking into Zhou Min's determined eyes, Jia Jiang instantly understood. So, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have already talked things out behind the scenes, and at least reached a temporary reconciliation on this matter? Okay, that's really good. Jia thought to himself. The sense of crisis I had worked so hard to create has been so easily resolved by them. But he knew he couldn't refuse at this moment. Refusing would be tantamount to slapping Zhou Min and Lu Ruyun in the face at the same time, telling them that he had something to hide, and his previous retreat to advance strategy would be wasted. Not only will it immediately escalate the conflict, but it may also lead to more dangerous consequences, or even the disaster of being silenced. In a flash, the hesitation and resistance on Jia's face vanished, replaced by an expression of sudden realization and overwhelmed with gratitude. He even deliberately lingered his gaze on Xuefei for a moment longer, revealing a hint of interest that every man understands. He bowed to Zhou Min, his tone tinged with gratitude. I see. I understand. Since it is a token of my grandmother's and godmother's kindness, then I will accept it without hesitation. He agreed readily, as if he were genuinely delighted to receive the long-awaited benefits. Seeing that he was so cooperative, Zhou Min finally showed a genuine smile and nodded. It's good that you understand. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. Xuefei, take good care of her. Yes, madam. Xuefei's voice was still weak. Zhou Min gave Jia Jiang a meaningful look before turning and leaving with her maid. The door was closed again. Only Jia Jiang and the newly arrived chambermaid, Xuefei, remained in the room. Jia instantly suppressed the joy on his face, turned around, sat back down on the edge of the table, crossed his arms, and looked at the girl with her head down in front of him again with a calm but scrutinizing gaze. This time, the interest he had been deliberately putting on was gone from his eyes. Okay, eyeliner it is. Jia looked at Xuefei, who was so nervous she looked like she was about to curl up into a ball. Suddenly I realized that this might not be entirely a bad thing. Raise your head. Jia spoke again, his voice calm and unreadable. Since you've stayed, you should at least let me see clearly what the person I'll be spending day and night with looks like, right? Xuefei trembled all over, hesitated for a long time, and then, as if using all her strength, slowly and timidly raised her head. This time, she could no longer completely avoid his gaze and met Jia Zhang's calm eyes. Chapter 33: A Combination of Kindness and Strictness. Jia's words, tinged with a warning, sent a chill down Xuefei's spine, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She felt like a powerless leaf in a storm. All her thoughts seemed so pale and laughable in front of this seemingly young but sharp-eyed young master. He must have guessed everything. The old lady's veiled instructions and unspoken tasks were probably no secret to him. A tremendous fear gripped her, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Seeing Xuefei's face turn deathly pale and her body sway slightly, Jia Jiang knew that the initial deterrent effect had been achieved. He stopped applying pressure, changed his tone, and became more casual. In that case, let's eat first. Xuefei felt as if she had received a pardon. Her tense nerves relaxed slightly, but her body's instinctive reaction was even faster. She almost reflexively ran to the table, her hands and feet moving quickly but with obvious nervousness, and began to set out the bowls and chopsticks in the food box. Her movements were careful, as if she was afraid of making any loud noise that might displease Jia Jiang. Her eyes remained lowered, avoiding eye contact with Jia Jiang. Her entire demeanor was filled with humility and fear. Jia walked to the table and sat down calmly. However, he saw Xuefei respectfully step aside after setting out the bowls and chopsticks. Like a lifeless shadow, it showed no intention of sitting down. This scene left Jia momentarily dazed. This is the true feudal hierarchy. He sighed inwardly. Before, he could joke around with those two girls, Shi Hongxia and Qingli, and even eat together. On the one hand, it was because of their special status, and on the other hand, it was also a test of his own deliberately blurred boundaries. The Xuefei in front of us is the most typical low-level maid of this era, bound by strict rules. Sit down and eat with us. Jia composed himself and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. He thought that since he needed to use people, intimidation alone wouldn't work. Appropriate favors and courtship might be more effective. This servant wouldn't dare! Xuefei shook her head violently as if she had been burned, her voice filled with fear, and she lowered her body even further, almost kneeling down again. Dining at the same table as the master? In her understanding of the world over the past 10 years, this was absolutely impossible, and even a serious crime of overstepping her bounds and being impolite. Seeing her terrified expression, Jia knew that talking wouldn't do any good. He deliberately darkened his expression, his voice carrying a hint of displeasure. Here you have to follow my rules. What, you've already forgotten what I just said? You're not even listening to me anymore? These reproachful words are more powerful than a gentle invitation. Xuefei shuddered, immediately recalling Jia Zhang's warning and the two maids who served as precedents. Disobeying the young master's orders could have more terrible consequences than breaking the rules. This servant dares not! This servant obeys! She dared not hesitate any longer, and moved cautiously to the other side of the table. She carefully placed half of her bottom on the edge of the round stool, straightened her back, and placed her hands properly on her knees. She even breathed more lightly, as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Looking at her anxious and apprehensive demeanor, Jia found it both amusing and somewhat helpless. He knew that breaking down deeply ingrained ideas was not something that could be done overnight. Eat up, don't be shy. Jia said nothing more, picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, deliberately eating loudly in an attempt to create a relaxed atmosphere. Seeing this, Xuefei finally dared to extend her slightly trembling hand, pick up her chopsticks, and eat the vegetarian dish closest to her in small, almost silent bites, while occasionally glancing furtively at Jia Jiang to observe his expression. Jia watched as Xuefei kept her head down, taking small bites of the stir-fried vegetables in front of her that were almost devoid of oil. Seeing the glistening, fragrant meat dishes next to me, I didn't even dare to touch them with my chopsticks. I couldn't help but feel a little amused, yet also touched in a way that was hard to describe. This girl is too tightly bound by rules and fear. Jia put down his chopsticks and said in a deliberately relaxed tone, Xuefei, why are you only eating that plate of vegetables? Come on, try this. How can you have the energy to serve me if you only eat vegetables? As he spoke, he casually reached out and swapped a plate of braised pork and a dish of tender diced chicken that were placed near him with Xuefei. Xuefei was startled by this sudden action and jerked her head up, almost dropping her chopsticks on the table. She stared blankly at the meat and vegetables that had suddenly appeared before her, emitting an enticing aroma and glistening with oil, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. Should I change her dishes? Did the young master change it himself? This was completely beyond her understanding and experience over the past 10 years. In her world, a master is always a master, and a servant is always a servant. Eating what the master leaves behind and picking up what the master doesn't eat is the norm. When has a master ever willingly pushed the best dish in front of him to a servant? She looked at Jia Jiang, whose face held a smile that seemed casual yet was hard to decipher. What kind of new test is this? Is it to see if she dares to overstep her bounds? Or, what are you standing there for? Eat up! Seeing her dazed expression, Jia urged her on. She picked up another piece of greens with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth and chewed it, as if she had just done something very ordinary. Xuefei's heart pounded. She glanced at Jia Jiang cautiously to make sure he wasn't being sarcastic or angry. Only then did he tremble as he reached out with his chopsticks, extremely slowly, as if using all his strength, to pick up the smallest piece of meat, which was almost entirely lean. She put the piece of meat in her mouth, barely daring to chew. The unfamiliar yet rich aroma and salty flavor of the meat melted in her mouth, making her nose tingle. She couldn't remember the last time she could eat a piece of meat so openly, and with a clear conscience. She secretly glanced up and quickly looked at Jia Jiang, who was eating with his head down. In the candlelight, the young master's profile was clearly defined, and he didn't seem as scary as he had imagined. He would even change her dishes? This extremely simple action, like a tiny yet hard pebble, was thrown into Xuefei's heart, which was frozen by fear and rules, stirring up a barely perceptible ripple. Although Jia Jiang did not look at her again, he took in all her reactions out of the corner of his eye. He knew that to truly win someone over, intimidation and threats alone were far from enough. Occasionally revealed acts of goodwill that break with convention can often have unexpected effects. The meal continued amidst a subtle shift. Although Xuefei was still reserved, her tense nerves seemed to relax a little, and she began to try to pick up the meat and vegetables that had been moved to her, though her movements were still careful. Chapter 34, Wedding Night Simplified Version. As Jia watched Xuefei's every move, which was filled with caution, a mischievous idea began to form in his mind. He picked up the wine pot and slowly filled another cup with wine. This time, however, he didn't drink it himself. Instead, he turned his wrist and steadily pushed the clear, transparent cup, which exuded the aroma of grain, in front of Xuefei. Xuefei, Jia said casually, as if chatting about everyday things. Don't just focus on eating. Come, have a drink with your young master. Drink wine? Xuefei froze when she saw the wine glass that had suddenly appeared in front of her. Her fingers, which had just relaxed slightly, tightened again instantly, leaving her completely at a loss. How can a maidservant drink at the same table as her master? This is against etiquette. Jia seemed oblivious to her embarrassment, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his gaze fixed on her lowered eyelashes, his tone still steady, yet carrying a subtle hint of guidance. Madam, I'm sure you've already explained everything that needed to be explained to you before you arrived, right? Explain? Is that clear? These words were like a key, instantly unlocking the door in Shuefei's mind. The old lady's suggestive words and her reminders about the duties of a chambermaid flooded my mind like a tide. That's it, a maidservant. Her purpose in existence isn't it just to do that kind of thing? All the previous serving and meals were just a prelude. A wave of immense sorrow and resignation washed over her. She closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, all that remained was a numb calmness. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Reporting to young master, the old madam has given all the instructions. Oh? Jiao raised an eyebrow and leaned forward slightly. Then, are you willing? He paused, observing her reaction, and continued. If it's not what you want, and you feel forced, that's fine. Just enjoy your meal. Afterwards, go to the next room to rest. Tonight, I'll pretend nothing happened. From now on, just focus on your daily routine. His tone shifted abruptly, and he lightly tapped the rim of the wine glass with his fingers, producing a crisp sound, his gaze sharpening. But if you're willing, then drink this cup of wine in front of you, and you'll be mine. Choose. Shuefei's gaze fell on the glass of wine shimmering in the light before her, and her heart was filled with bitterness. Does she really have a choice? Reject? Then what? If you offend this unpredictable young master, what will you do when you go back and face the old lady's disappointment, or even anger? What right did she, a helpless maid, have to say, no? The so-called choice is nothing more than a seemingly smooth road that leads to a dead end. Xuefei barely hesitated, or rather, she dared not allow herself to hesitate. She suddenly reached out and, with a trembling but unusually firm hand, picked up the wine glass, as if holding her own destiny that she could not control. She closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and drank the spicy liquid in the glass in one gulp. The strong smell of alcohol instantly filled her nostrils, choking her until her eyes turned red and she coughed violently, tears streaming down her face. She put down the empty glass, wiped the moisture from the corners of her mouth and eyes with the back of her hand, raised her watery, even more pitiful eyes, and looked at Jia Jiang, her voice choked with sobs and resolute. This servant is willing. Please, young master, have mercy on me. Looking at her pitiful yet resolute appearance, like a moth drawn to a flame, Jia Jiang's eyes flashed with a complex light. He then clapped his hands and said 3 times, Good! 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 He stood up, walked to Xuefei's side, and gently patted her shoulder, which was trembling slightly from nervousness and coughing. His tone softened, carrying an almost tender reassurance. This meal and this cup of wine together constitute our humble nuptial wine and wedding banquet. Although it's a bit rushed and simple, and I apologize for the inconvenience, remember this, from the moment you drank that cup of wine, you belong to me, Jia Jiang. Jia leaned down slightly, close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. I've remembered the ceremony that was missing you, young master. I'll make it up to you in the future. These words were like a promise, deeply etched into Xuefei's panicked and confused heart. She didn't know what the future held, but at this moment, there was no turning back. After a few cups of warm wine, the initial awkwardness gradually dissipated. In the candlelight, Xuefei's pale cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and her lowered eyes showed less fear and more girlish shyness. Seeing this, Jia Jiang's own thoughts began to stir. His romantic nature, ingrained in him from both past and present lives, was stirred by the alcohol and he could no longer restrain himself. After drinking a few cups, I felt a surge of heat rising from my abdomen and gradually spreading to my limbs and bones. The slight intoxication not only dispelled the night chill but also seemed to temporarily lessen the usual caution and calculation, making me bolder. Jia put down his wine cup, his face flushed slightly by the candlelight, and his gaze fell on Xuefei, who was sitting opposite him with a similarly flushed face and somewhat dazed eyes. He deliberately dragged out his words, with a hint of mockery. My wife. He pronounced those 2 words somewhat awkwardly, yet with exceptional clarity. Look, it's getting late. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. We should rest now. Xuefei trembled at his calling her. wife! And her cheeks, already flushed from the alcohol, burned even more. Her heart was pounding like a deer's. Nervousness, shyness, resignation, all sorts of emotions were intertwined. She took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the sob in her throat, lowered her head again, and repeated the words that represented utter surrender in her weak yet clear voice. "Please, young master, show mercy." This time, Xuefei's words contained less of the previous despair and numbness, and more of an indescribable sense of obedience. Perhaps, there is still a faint hope for an unknown fate. Upon hearing this, Jia Jiang smiled, stood up, and blew out the flickering candle on the table. Smack! The room was plunged into darkness in an instant, with only the cold moonlight filtering through the window paper, casting a hazy and faint glow that outlined the indistinct shapes of the furniture and reflected two figures gradually approaching each other. The rustling sound of clothes rubbing together was particularly clear in the quiet room. The moonlight, like water, flowed over the clothes that had fallen to the ground, and one could vaguely see the slender and upright figure gradually approaching. The brocade quilt ripples, and within the red silk curtains, the subtle signs of spring are beginning to emerge. The not-so-sturdy wooden bed eventually bore a weight and movement that it shouldn't have had to bear at its age. It emitted bursts of suppressed yet rhythmic sounds. Squeak, squeak. Intermittently. As the moon began to set in the west, the silence gradually returned, leaving only the faint, lingering sounds of intertwined breaths. Chapter 35, Waiting for the Wind to Rise. The sun was high in the sky, and bright sunlight streamed through the paper windows, illuminating the west wing. Jia slowly woke up, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The pent-up frustration and tension of the past few days seemed to have been released after last night's intense battle. He turned his head and looked at Xuefei, who was still fast asleep beside him. The girl's sleeping face was serene, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyes, and her cheeks still had a blush that hadn't completely faded from last night. A few strands of black hair clung to her sweaty forehead, adding to her delicate and charming appearance. "TSK, after being transmigrated for so long, I'm finally getting some real benefits." Jia was secretly pleased with himself. Looking at Xuefei's smooth shoulders exposed outside the brocade quilt, he couldn't help but reach out and gently tuck the quilt corners back in. This is the kind of wonderful life Lao Tzu should have lived. Without disturbing her, Jia carefully lifted the covers and got up. After getting dressed, he looked back at the messy bed, thought for a moment, and then quietly lowered the curtains around the bed to cover the spring scenery inside, so that Xuefei could sleep more peacefully. After doing all this, he was like a cat that had successfully stolen some fish. He tiptoed, quietly opened the door, and slipped out into the small courtyard. This so-called West Wing is actually a small, independent courtyard located on the west side of the Yang residence. It consists of several interconnected wing rooms in this courtyard, and currently only he lives there, so it is quite quiet. He casually sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard. The cool morning air cleared his head, which had been heavy from a hangover and excessive indulgence. He began to seriously consider his next steps. He had fabricated the problems within the manor, and the 3-month deadline, out of thin air, intending to stir up conflict between Zhou Min and Lu Ruyun, and create an opportunity for himself to fish in troubled waters. Unexpectedly, these two women were both incredibly shrewd. Instead of fighting amongst themselves, they quickly reached a tacit understanding and joined forces to appease and control him through a policy of appeasement. Zhou Min went even further and directly assigned a maidservant to her. The ancients should not be underestimated. Jia sighed inwardly once again. These women, who had been immersed in the power struggles of the inner quarters for many years, were far more shrewd and resourceful than he had imagined. Now that the other party has adopted a soft strategy, using a gentle and comforting environment and material conditions to win him over, if he continues to openly cause trouble, he will appear too ungrateful and easily expose his true intentions, which will only lead to stricter control. If force doesn't work, then we can only wait. Waiting for a variable, an external pressure. Jia Jiang cast his gaze beyond the courtyard wall, as if trying to pierce through the layers of buildings to see the majestic imperial city. Only when the external pressure is great enough, so great that the previous stripping of honor was just an appetizer, so great that the widows of the Yang family truly feel a threat to their life and death. Only when Jiajiang possesses truly irreplaceable value can he rightfully acquire power, thus expanding his room for maneuver. He even thought of the story of the Yang family generals in his previous life. Weren't the female generals like Shi Taijun and Mu Guiying forced to go to the battlefield by imperial decree after all the men had died? Hey, if this damned imperial court were a little more capable and followed the example of the Song dynasty emperors, issuing an imperial edict to force the widows of the Yang family to the battlefield, that would be truly spectacular. Jia maliciously speculated. When the time comes, let's see what kind of loyalty you've shown. Will you be blindly loyal to the end, even if it means your entire family is wiped out to preserve the name of loyalty and martyrdom? Or is it that in order to survive, they have no choice but to rely on me, an outsider, to help them, or even, to find another way out? I just don't know if the imperial court in this world is up to par. Jia muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Thinking of this, Jia's restless heart calmed down. He was no longer in a hurry to achieve quick results, but decided to lie low for the time being. Stay calm, play it safe and develop your strength cautiously, don't be reckless. Now, just relax and enjoy the treatment of a young master, appease the spies around you, and wait and see. Just wait for the guillotine of the imperial court to fall at any time. He believed that given the emperor's suspicion of the Yang family, or rather, Zhou Min's lineage from the previous dynasty, the guillotine would fall sooner or later. What he needed to do was to gather as much strength as possible before the guillotine fell and ensure that he was in the most advantageous position. Just as Jia gently closed the door and the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance. On the bed, Xue Fei, who seemed to be asleep, trembled a few times and slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes held no trace of the dazed feeling of just waking up, only a clear and complex understanding. It turned out that she had already woken up, or rather, she was already awake before Jia woke up, but she didn't know how to face him, so she kept her eyes closed and pretended to be asleep. She noticed every single one of Jia's subsequent careful actions, tucking her in, drawing the bed curtains to block out the light, and tiptoeing out the door. This young Master Jia was somewhat different from the spoiled brats she had imagined. She had served the young masters of other branches of the household, and every one of them treated the servants like dirt, ordering them around. Even with his concubines, he usually vented his anger, and then ignored them. When had he ever shown such considerate behavior? A subtle, almost imperceptible unease, which she herself was unaware of, stirred within her heart like a speck of dust thrown into stagnant water, creating ripples that were barely visible. But this feeling was quickly overshadowed by the cold reality. She remembered her identity, the old lady's instructions, and the cup of wine she had to drink. I can't lie here anymore. As a maid, how could she possibly get up later than her master? Moreover, she was also an informant with a mission. Xue Fei struggled to get up, but as soon as she exerted force, a sharp pain shot through her lower body, making her gasp. The body that had just managed to prop itself up instantly lost its strength, and it slumped heavily back onto the soft bed. Ugh! She let out a suppressed cry of pain, her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, and the little bit of color that had just risen on her face from observing Jia Jiang instantly faded, leaving her somewhat pale. The pain was a stark reminder of everything that had happened the night before. Young master is too amazing. Xue Fei bit her lip and took a while to recover before trying again. She slowly and deliberately put on her clothes, enduring the discomfort. After getting dressed, she looked at the messy bed, especially the glaring bloodstain, and her face burned again. She suppressed the strange feeling in her body and the shame in her heart, and began to quickly tidy up the bed, covering the marks with the bedding. After doing all this, she was slightly out of breath, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She stood in the center of the room, looking at the west wing, which was not luxurious but was no longer unfamiliar, and her feelings were complicated and hard to describe. This young Master Jia does not seem to be a pure lecher, nor is he a fool. He saw through his origins, gave him a choice, and also showed a rare, gentleness. But what can that change? She remained a pawn in the old lady's hands, a drifting duckweed with no control over her own destiny. The road ahead remained shrouded in mist. She could only take it one step at a time, trying her best to survive between these two masters. Chapter 36. One must be strong to forge iron. After sitting in the courtyard for half an hour, and mentally considering the general direction ahead several times, Jia Jiang increasingly felt that, in the end, one's own strength was the only true measure of success. In ancient times, a strong physique and a certain ability to protect oneself were more important than anything else. He thought of the original owner of this body. To become Yang Zhongbao's personal guard and fight his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his skills must have been quite good. Having inherited this body, I can't just let it go to waste. Although the combat skills and muscle memory were not inherited, the basic physical attributes remained. I don't aspire to become a mighty general capable of defeating 10,000 men, but at least I can't just throw around wild punches anymore. Jia Jiang stroked his chin, thinking to himself, I need to pick up my former self's martial arts skills again, and combine them with some of the scientific training methods from my previous life to strengthen them. He had already begun planning his training program: endurance, strength, reaction speed, and most importantly, melee combat skills. The Yang family has no shortage of people who know martial arts, so perhaps we could try to ask for advice. Just then, my stomach let out a rumble. Let's fill our stomachs first. He stood up, dusted himself off, and remembered that there should still be some leftover food in the food box that Zhou Min had sent last night. He then turned and walked towards his room. He gently pushed open the door, and the scene inside made him pause slightly. Xuefei had already gotten up, dressed neatly, and was facing away from him, slightly bent over, making the bed with somewhat unnatural movements. Her movements weren't exactly nimble. They were even a bit stiff and hesitant, clearly indicating that she was still feeling unwell. Hearing the door open, Xuefei sat up abruptly like a startled deer and quickly turned around. Seeing that it was Jia Jiang, a trace of panic flashed across her face. She subconsciously pressed her legs together, twisted the hem of her clothes with her fingers, lowered her head, and called out in a weak voice, young master." Looking at her nervous yet somewhat pitiful appearance, and especially recalling the unnatural way she stood up, Jia Jiang naturally understood what was going on. His face showed no particular expression. He simply nodded casually and asked, "Woke up?" This calm tone only made Xuefei more uneasy. Unsure of Jia Jiang's attitude, was he satisfied or dissatisfied? She could only respond even more humbly. This servant is awake. This servant will go prepare washing and breakfast for the young master right away." As she spoke, she began to move to walk out, but her steps were small and slow, clearly indicating that she was still enduring discomfort. "No need to bother." Jia waved his hand, walked to the table, opened the food box and looked inside. Sure enough, there were still some pastries left. "There's still some left, just grab a bite. You, have some too." His words, spoken casually, startled Xuefei once again. Young master, is he concerned about her? She stood there, somewhat at a loss. Jia Jiang didn't say anything more. He picked up a pastry that looked pretty good, took a bite, poured 2 cups of iced tea, and pushed one of them toward Xuefei. "Sit down and eat." Xuefei looked at the cup of tea that was pushed towards her, then at Jia Jiang, who had already started eating. After hesitating for a moment, she finally did as she was told, and carefully walked to the table. On the round stool she had sat on last night, she still only sat on one side, picked up the smallest piece of pastry, and began to eat it in small bites. The room fell silent for a moment, with only the soft sounds of the two chewing. While eating, Jia kept glancing at Xuefei out of the corner of his eye. Although she was still reserved, her eyes no longer held the same fear as last night. Instead, they held a hint of complexity and bewilderment. He knew that building a relationship took time, and he wasn't in a hurry. Eat your fill, regain your strength, and then try to start training. This is his top priority right now. As for the chambermaid beside him, let's leave her for now. After that, the West Wing seemed to become a forgotten corner of the Yang family mansion. Or perhaps, Jia deliberately chose a state of near seclusion and dormancy. He devoted all his thoughts and energy to restoring and improving his own strength. Every day before dawn, he would get up and practice the fighting techniques from his past life and the vague muscle memories of his original body in the courtyard in the dim light of dawn. Without a master to guide him, he explored on his own, practicing his punches and kicks repeatedly in front of the old locust tree in the courtyard, figuring out the techniques for generating power. Without any equipment, he used stones as weights to practice his arm strength and core strength. He set a strict plan for himself: endurance running in the morning, strength and impact resistance training in the morning, studying the fragmented military combat techniques he remembered in the afternoon, and practicing flexibility and reaction speed in the evening. Eating, drinking, and relieving oneself were almost all done in the small courtyard of the West Wing. He refused several seemingly caring invitations from Lu Ruyun and Zhou Min to go out and visit, and also declined any unnecessary visitors. He completely shut himself off, like a piece of raw iron waiting to be forged. Training is tedious and painful. For the first few days, his muscles ached so much that he could barely walk, and his hands and feet were chafed, scabbed over, and then chafed again. But he gritted his teeth and endured it all. He knew that this was the foundation for his survival in this world, and he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. During this period of near asceticism, the only thing that allowed him to catch his breath and feel a touch of everyday life was Xue Fei. When he was exhausted and slumped on a stone bench, drenched in sweat, he would call Xue Fei over, hand her a cup of warm water, and then chat with her casually for a few minutes. At first, they just asked questions like, "How many years have you been in the household?" They would ask casual questions like, "What did you do before?" Later, they would also start talking about interesting things that happened during their training, or seemingly unintentionally inquire about some trivial rumors about the manor. Xue Fei was still apprehensive at first, and answered cautiously, choosing her words carefully. But day after day, Jia Jiang did nothing more than train her and have simple conversations with her, without any further difficulties or humiliation. Even when she occasionally mentioned how hard it was to do odd jobs in the past, she would listen silently, and her defenses were gradually worn down without her realizing it. She would still report Jia Jiang's movements to Zhou Min regularly, but the content gradually changed from specific behaviors such as, "Young master punched the tree for half a day today," and "Young master grimaced when lifting the stone," to general statements such as, "Young master is doing well and is focusing on training." She watched as the young master tormented his body day after day, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, and the somewhat superficial air about him gradually being replaced by a calm and subtle sense of power. This was completely different from the spoiled or gloomy young master she knew. Jia Jiang could also sense the changes in Xue Fei. When she helped him wash up and eat, her movements were no longer so stiff and trembling. Occasionally, when he was extremely tired, she would quietly hand him warm water instead of leaving it far away as before. This is a slow, silent process of adjustment. More than a month passed quietly amidst the sweat and these subtle daily interactions. Jia could clearly feel the changes in his body. His strength was increasing, his reactions were becoming more agile, and his previously somewhat rusty fist and foot techniques were gradually taking shape. Although he was far from regaining his original peak condition, let alone becoming a master, at least he felt that he was no longer that powerless transmigrator who could only rely on his cleverness and words to survive. Meanwhile, both inside and outside the Yang residence, things seemed unusually calm over the past month. The imperial court did not issue any further decrees, and the women in the household continued to lead seemingly peaceful lives. But Jia knew that this calm often foreshadowed a bigger storm. Chapter 37: The Unexpected Summoning. West Wing. Jia had just finished a barely coherent set of punches. He stood still, sweat rolling down his forehead, his chest rising and falling slightly. More than a month of hard training has yielded good results. At least his body is no longer as weak as it was when he first arrived, and he has gained a more solid sense of strength. He was about to call Xue Fei to fetch water to wash when there was a gentle knock on the courtyard gate. Upon opening the door, they found it was Zhou Min's head maid who often came to deliver messages. "Young master, the old madam requests your presence at Jingxin Garden now." The maidservant bowed, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. Jia's heart skipped a beat, but he showed no sign of it on his face. He simply wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and asked, "Oh, grandmother, is there something important that you're calling me at this time?" The maidservant lowered her eyes and answered flawlessly, "Young master, this servant does not know. The old lady only instructed that you go there immediately." "Don't know?" Jia quickly started to calculate in his mind. For the past month, he has kept a low profile, and apart from necessary eating, drinking, and relieving himself, and limited communication with Xuefei, he has almost completely cut off contact with other people in the Yang family. "I just don't want to cause any trouble during this sensitive period, so I'm content to develop stealthily." Zhou Min and Lu Ruyan seemed to have tacitly granted him this period of peace and quiet, providing him with his daily necessities as usual without disturbing him further. Why this particular time? Has the imperial court finally made a move? Or has Lu Ruyan stirred up some trouble again, affecting us? Or perhaps, my month of seclusion and intensive training aroused Zhou Min's suspicions? Regardless of the possibility, since Zhou Min personally sent someone to invite him, he couldn't refuse. "No." Jia suppressed his doubts, nodded, and instructed Xuefei, who had been standing quietly under the eaves. "Xuefei, if the food is brought later, you can eat first, and don't wait for me." After more than a month of getting along, Xuefei remained respectful, but the deep-seated fear had faded considerably, replaced by a more habitual obedience. Xuefei bowed slightly. "Yes, young master, this servant understands." Jia looked at her, wanting to say something more, but considering Zhou Min's maid was still waiting at the door, he swallowed his words, only giving her a deep look before turning to the maid and saying, "Please show me the way." "Young master, please follow me." Walking once again along the corridor leading to Jingxin Garden, Jia Zhang's mood was quite different from that of a little over a month ago. There was less of the initial anxiety and opportunism, and more of a calm and prudent demeanor after a period of reflection. As he walked, he quickly considered various possibilities and devised countermeasures. When Jia entered the Buddhist hall of Jingxinyuan, Zhou Min was standing by the window with her back to him. Just from seeing his back, Jia Jiang keenly sensed something unusual. "Jia Jiang has met with the old lady." Jia composed himself and stepped forward to bow respectfully. Zhou Min slowly turned around. With just that one glance, Jia's heart sank. The usual dignity and composure on Zhou Min's face vanished, replaced by a panic and pallor that she tried to suppress but still revealed in the corners of her eyes and brows. "You may leave." Zhou Min didn't look at Jia Jiang, but waved to the head maid standing beside her, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. "Yes." The maidservant bowed her head and quickly retreated, gently closing the door of the Buddhist hall behind her. Suddenly, only the two of them remained in the Buddhist hall. The sandalwood incense still wafted in the air, but the atmosphere was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Zhou Min's gaze finally fell on Jia Jiang, her eyes filled with complex emotions, despair, anger, and a glimmer of hope. Zhou Min took a deep breath, as if using all her strength to suppress her surging emotions. "General Jia, do you know that my Yang family is about to face a great calamity?" Jia's heart pounded, but he tried his best to remain calm, even subtly revealing a hint of bewilderment and surprise. "Why do you say that, madam?" Although Jia had guessed that it might be something bad, he did not expect it to make Zhou Min lose her composure like this. Seeing his bewildered look, Zhou Min's last glimmer of hope vanished. She closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, her eyes were filled with a deathly grayness. Her voice trembled with despair as she spoke, each word deliberate and forced. "His Majesty has already issued an edict, ordering my Yang family to immediately reorganize, head north to resist the enemy, and safeguard the stability of the border." Boom! Head north to fight the enemy? Sending a group of widows to the battlefield to kill the enemy, isn't that a classic plot point in the Yang family general's story? It seems that emperors from any dynasty really did play this game? This isn't about sending them to defend the border. It's clearly about using them as a tool to kill, to completely crush the last vestiges of the Yang family's bloodline and reputation on the battlefield. After the immense shock came an indescribable elation, the external pressure he had been waiting for so long. It's finally here. And it came so fiercely, so deadly. But he suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to turn up, and his face instantly switched to the same, or even more, shocked and angry expression as Zhou Min. After saying those words, Zhou Min seemed to have all her energy drained away. Her body, which had been holding on, suddenly swayed, her vision went black, and she collapsed straight to the ground. "Madam!" Jia Jiang exclaimed in surprise. With quick reflexes, he stepped forward and steadily supported Zhou Min's body as she was about to fall. The first thing you see is the old lady's body, still trembling slightly with despair, beneath her brocade robes. A scent mixed with sandalwood and the fragrance of a mature woman wafted into his nostrils, but at this moment, Jia Jiang had no lewd thoughts, only calm calculations in his mind. Zhou Min was supported by Jia Jiang and almost leaned against his grandson's arms. Normally, she would have pushed him away immediately, strictly adhering to the separation of men and women. But at this moment, the world that had collapsed the instant she received the imperial decree completely overwhelmed her. She instinctively grabbed Jia Jiang's arm, as if it were the only force that could keep her from collapsing completely. She looked up at Jia's face, which was almost inches away, her eyes brimming with tears and intense resentment. Could it be that the imperial court really intends to force my entire Yang family to their deaths? All the men are dead, why won't they spare us orphans and widows? As Jia felt the strength in his arm and Zhou Min's trembling body, and saw her tearful eyes and completely lost her usual dignity, his heart was filled with turmoil. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The Yang family's world has collapsed. And now, it seems that only he can hold up this sky. Jia helped Zhou Min to sit down on the chair next to him, then stepped back and bowed respectfully. "Madam, please forgive me for disagreeing, but isn't the Yang family's current predicament a result of your previous decisions? Do you believe that the imperial court will not take any action against the Yang family? But what about now? The imperial edict has been issued, how should the Yang family respond?" Jia once again placed the blame on Zhou Min. Chapter 38, Decoupling? Zhou Min slumped in her chair, staring blankly into the void, repeatedly muttering. "Yes, the imperial court is sending us to our deaths. What will become of the Yang family, the Yang family?" She seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Her former shrewdness and authority had vanished, leaving only a woman crushed by cruel reality. Jia stood aside, his face grief-stricken, but his heart was as calm as ice. He knew that Zhou Min's psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. Now, all that was left was to give one last push to completely crush this current pillar of the Yang family. Instead of offering advice immediately, he stepped forward, his tone carrying an almost cruel calmness, like a sudden, sharp rebuke. "Madam, you are mistaken." Zhou Min raised her head blankly and looked at him. Jia's gaze was intense, and his voice was clear and powerful. "The question now is not what should the Yang family do, but what should you do? You are now the rightful head of the Yang family, the backbone of this widowed and orphaned family. Every decision you make, every choice you make, is related to the lives of dozens of people in the Yang family. Whether to submit to execution or fight to the death is entirely up to you." These words struck Zhou Min's already wounded heart like a heavy hammer. She trembled violently. Yes, she was the head of the family. All the pressure would eventually fall on her shoulders. But what could she do? Taking a group of women and children to war? What's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? Overwhelmed by helplessness and fear of the future, she nearly suffocated. She grabbed Jia Jiang's sleeve as if it were her last lifeline, her eyes blazing with intense, almost frantic hope. "General Jia! Since you were able to foresee the court's ill intentions, you must have a plan, right? Tell me, what should we do now? The Yang family can't just end like this." Seeing her completely lost and bewildered, Jia's face instantly welled up with endless grief and indignation, as well as a sense of helplessness. He sighed heavily, shook his head, and spoke with a tone full of regret and sorrow. Alas! Madam, I deeply regret what I did. Jia beat his chest and stamped his feet, putting on a great performance. If it were a month ago, before the imperial decree was issued, when the Yang family still had room to maneuver, I would have risked my life to perhaps I could have found a way out for the Yang family. But the entire Yang family is suspicious of me at every turn, and we are on guard at every step. My adoptive mother has sent people to monitor me, and you, madam, are also, sigh. Jiao remained silent. He needed to wait for these words to ferment, so that Zhou Min would feel guilty for having the desire to serve but having no opportunity to do so, thus missing the last chance to make a plan, which led to the Yang family falling into this desperate situation where they had to live at the last minute. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min was struck dumb, as if by lightning. The various precautions he had taken against Jia Jiang over the past month flashed through his mind, reminding him of the spies Lu Ruyun had planted, and recalling his own repeated warnings. A massive wave called regret instantly engulfed her. Yes. If only I had listened to him sooner. If only I had let him do it sooner. This sense of defeat, this feeling of, if only I had known then what I know now, was more painful for her than the fear brought by the imperial edict itself. Her face was pale, her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a single word. This incisive statement cleverly attributes the Yang family's current predicament to their previous distrust and surveillance of Jia Jiang. It's as if none of this would have happened if he had been given more responsibility and trusted earlier. Seeing her utterly devastated expression, Jian knew that the time was ripe. He immediately stopped pressuring her, took a step back, bowed deeply to Zhou Min, and spoke with utmost solemnity, even carrying a sense of tragic grandeur, like the line from the poem. The wind howls, the Yi river is cold. Madam, I know my status is lowly, and my words carry little weight before you and the other ladies. Given the current situation, I urge you to make a decision regarding the Yang family's affairs as soon as possible. He slightly raised his head, looking at Zhou Min with a frank yet resolute gaze. No matter what decision the old lady ultimately makes, whether it is war or peace, life or death, as long as the old lady gives the order, I, Jia Jiang, am willing to risk my life for the Yang family and for the old lady. These words were spoken with unwavering force and unparalleled loyalty. But upon closer examination, it reveals hidden wit and subtle meaning. The implication that her words lack weight is that she actually has her own ideas, but they are not valued. His willingness to repay with his life further demonstrated his loyalty to the extreme, while simultaneously shifting the burden of final decision-making and responsibility back to the distraught Zhou Min. At this moment, Zhou Min was already in a state of confusion, and could no longer appreciate the deeper meaning in his words. She only saw that Jia Jiang, despite suffering all kinds of injustices, still expressed his willingness to serve the Yang family to the death. This loyalty contrasted sharply with her previous suspicion, causing her to develop immense trust amidst endless regret. A deathly silence fell over the Buddhist hall. Only Zhou Min's heavy breathing and Jia Jiang's seemingly calm but actually expectant stance could be heard. After waiting for a long time, Zhou Min seemed to have used up her last bit of strength, waved her hand, and said in a tired voice, "All right, General Jia, you may leave now." Jia Jiang. What the hell? So you just let it go like that? That's not how he wrote his script. He's built up all the emotions here, just waiting for you to be completely flustered, grab my hand, and ask, "What's the plan? The fruit is almost ripe, and you're telling me we can't pick it today?" Jia was inwardly turmoil and almost lost his composure. But they dared not show it on their faces, and even had to force a look of understanding. Jia bowed, his tone still steady. "Yes, madam. I'll take my leave." As Jia left the Buddhist hall, the heaviness on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a hint of displeasure at his failed scheme. "Damn it, I miscalculated." Jia spat and muttered to himself. The imperial decree came a bit too quickly, much faster than he had anticipated. He had assumed that, following the normal procedure, once the news of the border defeat reached the capital, the court would whine, argue, and shift blame, before finally deciding to make the widows of the Yang family take the fall. It would take at least 2 or 3 months to reach a conclusion. He hadn't expected the pressure from the imperial court to come so quickly. He wanted to develop his skills more slowly. Now things are really messed up. External pressure has arrived, but it seems Zhou Min has lost her way. Jia's mind raced, trying to figure out what to do next. Based on his current public image, he definitely cannot take the initiative to step forward. So now he can only wait for the next opportunity. Well, Jia sighed and then left Jingxin Garden. Chapter 39, Reunion with Lu Ruyun. After leaving Jingxin Garden, Jia Jian walked back home, the somber look on his face long gone. As soon as I stepped into the west wing, a pretty figure came to greet me. "Young master, you're back? Is there something important the old madam wants to see you about?" Xue Fei's concern was almost imperceptible. "It's nothing serious. Have you eaten?" Jia waved his hand casually, plopped down at the table, and glanced at the small table in the room, on which sat a 3-tiered food box, which looked like it had been sent from the kitchen. "At most, it's just that the sky is about to collapse." "Young master, I've already used it." Xue Fei responded quickly and efficiently, taking out and arranging the food one by one, and handing him the bowls and chopsticks. Then, as if remembering something, she seemed to remember something. "By the way, young master, while you were away, the eldest madam also sent people to look for you." Jia was picking up a piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks when he heard this, and paused for a moment. "Oh? Did you say what it was about?" Jia raised an eyebrow, put the food in his mouth, chewed a few times, and then asked indistinctly. Xue Fei gently shook his head. "No, the person who came only said that the eldest madam instructed you, young master, to visit her when you have time after you return." Jia picked at the rice in his bowl, a sneer running through his mind. This mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are really damn interesting. They all use the same method to find people, one after the other, as if afraid he would be idle. Zhou Min had just finished her mental breakdown, and now Lu Ruyun was about to follow suit? "Okay, got it." Jia continued eating the rice in his bowl. He guessed that it was probably also for the imperial edict, but he didn't know what his adoptive mother was planning at the moment. Jia quickly finished the remaining food in his bowl and then drank half a cup of cold tea. "All right, pack your things." Jia touched his mouth and gave instructions to Xue Fei. Then, once again, they left the west wing courtyard and walked along the bluestone path inside the mansion towards the inner courtyard. After passing through a moon gate, Jia Jiang remembered that Jinlan courtyard was not far ahead. As they approached Jinlan courtyard, Jia took a deep breath, his nonchalant expression vanishing, replaced by a submissive one. Only then did he step into Jinlan courtyard. A maidservant guarding outside the pavilion saw him arrive and, clearly having been instructed, immediately curtsied, saying, "Young master, you've arrived. The eldest mistress is waiting for you inside." Jia will step into the main hall. Lu Ruyun was standing with her back to him in front of a window in the main hall. Even just from her back view, she exudes the unique charm of a mature woman, along with a lingering melancholy. Hearing footsteps, Lu Ruyun slowly turned around. Jia quickly lowered his eyes, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Madam." "General Jia, did your adoptive mother misunderstand you before? I hope you will forgive her." "Grandma, this is just my duty." Jia Jiang seemed not to have heard Lu Ruyun's words and directly replied with a "read but not understood" message. When Lu Ruyun saw that Jia Jiang still didn't address her as his godmother, she knew that the knot in his heart couldn't be untied in a short time. "Please sit down." Lu Ruyun stopped worrying and simply pointed to the table and chairs next to her. "Yes, Grandma." Jia sat down as instructed, his buttocks only touching half of his body, his posture very humble. "The old lady, did she call you over just now?" Lu Ruyun sat down opposite him, her gaze fixed on his face, and got straight to the point. "Yes." Jia nodded, a serious expression appearing on his face. What did your mother-in-law say to you? Lu Ruyan seemed unsurprised by Jia Jiang's actions. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted her handkerchief. Jia Jiang's heart skipped a beat, and he sighed, his tone carrying just the right amount of worry. The old lady said that the Yang family is at a critical juncture of life and death. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan remained silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Several seconds passed. Lu Ruyan then looked up at Jia Jiang again, her gaze hardening. Jia Jiang, from this day forward I, Lu Ruyan, will no longer treat you as an outsider. Tell me the truth, what should we do about the Yang family's current predicament? After a series of unexpected events, she discovered that her adopted son, who carried her husband's last words, was not as simple as he seemed. The fact that her mother-in-law sought him out repeatedly speaks volumes. Zhongbao trusts you, so I trust you too. Now that the Yang family is facing a great calamity, I hope to hear more than empty words and pleasantries. Lu Ruyan directly brought up Yang Zhongbao. Hearing Lu Ruyan's explanation, Jia Jiang was overjoyed. The story of Yang Zhongbao and his adoption of a foster mother was something he made up on the spot, but he never expected the other party to use it as a basis for their argument. He realized that now was the time to gain Lu Ruyan's trust. Jia's face showed struggle and difficulty. His lips moved, but he hesitated to speak. Madam, this matter is of great importance. I am of lowly status, and there are some things I cannot say carelessly. He had to keep her on tenterhooks. He couldn't let her think these words came too easily. Lu Ruyan got up and came to Jia Jiang's side. The faint, mature fragrance of her body seemed to have become stronger. She stared into Jia Jiang's eyes and said, word by word, At a time like this, what's the point of talking nonsense? Speak freely. Jia then revealed his previous conversation with Zhou Min to Lu Ruyan. Madam, I previously advised the old madam to make a decision soon to avoid any further actions from the court. However, the old madam said she had her own plans, and this time you again distrust me, testing me several times. Jia spoke hesitantly, leaving plenty of room for imagination. The expression on his face was that of a loyal servant who had been betrayed despite his passionate heart and soul, yet refused to complain. Hearing this from the side, Lu Ruyan felt extremely regretful. She recalled all the tests and precautions she had taken against Jia Jiang, even sending a maid to monitor him. What kind of thing was that? If they had listened to him earlier, if they had sincerely used him earlier, how could the Yang family have fallen to this state today? Regret? Those are all minor issues. It feels like someone is holding tiny needles and pricking her heart and soul. A strong sense of self-reproach and shame welled up inside her, making it difficult for her to breathe. All right. Lu Ruyan suddenly spoke up, interrupting Jia Jiang's unfinished rant. As if she had made up her mind, she looked intently at Jia Jiang, her tone resolute. Jia Jiang, what happened in the past was my stepmother's fault. As she spoke, she reached out and grasped Jia's hand, which was resting on the table. Jia Jiang felt the warmth on the back of his hand, a delicate and smooth touch. Before he could savor it, Lu Ruyan pulled his hand and pressed it directly against her chest. Boom! Jia felt as if something had hit his head, leaving him somewhat dazed. Beneath the back of my hand, through the soft, moon-white fabric, I could clearly feel the full curves of her breasts. It was warm and full, and you could even hear the rapid heartbeat beneath it. Jia subconsciously looked up and met Lu Ruyan's almond-shaped eyes, which were now filled with deep affection and guilt. That gaze seemed to have hooks, trying to lock him in firmly. Lu Ruyan attempted to completely melt and subdue Jia Jiang with motherly love. From now on, I will treat you as my own child. Lu Ruyan's voice trembled slightly. Whether from excitement or something else, it was hard to tell. A surge of emotions coursed through Jia's mind. Damn it, is Lu Ruyan planning to directly use her physical body, to influence me with her physical body? Jia was taken aback for a moment, then his face quickly lit up with immense excitement and emotion, as if a wanderer who had been away for many years had finally found his home. Unable to contain his emotions, Jia suddenly stood up, opened his arms, and embraced Lu Ruyan in an instant. Lu Riyun trembled all over from his sudden bear hug. The intense heat of a grown man wafted over me, along with an indescribable aura. Her legs went weak instinctively, and she almost lost her balance. Chapter 40, Reconciliation? She swallowed back a very soft, tense sound. Mu Qingfeng, the personal maid standing beside her, almost popped her eyes out. Her mouth was slightly open, and she was about to step forward to stop him. But Lu Riyun stopped him with a single look. Mu Qingfeng froze on the spot, only able to watch helplessly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Lu Riyun's heart skipped a beat. The arrow was already on the bowstring, and she had no choice but to release it. Now that we've used this most direct way to express our sincerity, we can't give up halfway. She steeled her resolve and, instead of pushing Jia Jiang away, slightly adjusted her posture, trying to ignore the strange throbbing caused by the powerful body pressed against her, and then slightly straightened her chest. Let that abundant maternal love be displayed more clearly and completely. Come on, feel it. When Jia noticed Lu Riyun's actions, he almost burst out laughing. A honey trap? Okay, let's play this game? Who's afraid of who? Jia exerted a little force on his arm, as if he wanted to knead Lu Riyun into his body like a marshmallow. The two were pressed tightly together, and he could clearly feel the overflowing maternal love flowing towards him. Lu Riyun's motherly love is truly as vast and selfless as the ocean. In an instant, all the stiffness, discomfort, and even the slight embarrassment of being offended seemed to vanish in that call. Instead, there is an indescribable sense of satisfaction, a mixture of accomplishment and a strange thrill. It was worth it! These two words suddenly popped into her mind. The two embraced tightly inside Jinyun Pavilion, one displaying genuine feelings and the other with good intentions, creating an atmosphere that was both strange and ambiguous. Mu Qingfeng, standing nearby, blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look any longer. After several seconds, Jia Jiangkai seemed to finally calm down his excited feelings and slowly released his arms. Lu Riyun's cheeks flushed, and she tried her best to make her voice sound steady and kind. I believe you. The Yang family is in dire straits right now, and we need your help even more. Lu Riyun looked at Jia Jiang, a glint of shrewdness flashing deep in her eyes. Jia then loosened his embrace, his excitement subsiding somewhat. He knew that it wasn't enough to make Lu Riyun completely trust him yet. General Jia, what do you think the Yang family should do now? Lu Riyun finally steered the conversation back to the main topic. I think it still lies with the old lady. Jia then turned his attention to Zhou Min, and Lu Riyun immediately frowned and asked. How so? Jia sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with a sense of resignation that came from seeing through the ways of the world. Now, the old lady is the only person in the Yang family who can make decisions. To put it bluntly, the entire Yang family now depends on the old lady's every thought. He paused, observing Lu Riyun's expression, and continued. Before, the court's attitude was unclear, so there might have been room for maneuver. But now that the decree has been issued, it's like blocking all avenues of retreat. The old lady actually has no choice anymore. Disobeying the imperial decree means the execution of the entire family. Obeying the decree and heading north means a slim chance of survival. It's just a matter of how they die. The latter, at least, can earn a reputation for loyalty and valor, and perhaps leave a mark on history. Jia emphasized the word loyal and heroic a little more, then changed the subject, his face showing anxiety. But the old lady is still hesitating. What is she hesitating about? Is it because she can't bear to give up the last legacy of the Yang family? Or is it because she can't bear to give up the posthumous reputation she has gained by sacrificing herself for her country? Time waits for no one. How much time will the imperial court give the Yang family to prepare? 10 days? Half a month? Every moment of delay diminishes our chances of survival. After listening, Lu Riyun fell silent. She understood what Jia Jiang meant. The Yang family had served as generals for 3 generations, and loyalty to the emperor and love for the country were ingrained in their very bones. But could she bear to give up the reputation of the Yang family for 3 generations of loyalty? Could she make that decision? This is indeed a dead end. So, in your opinion, what should we do now? Lu Ruyun raised her head and looked at Jia Jiang, her eyes filled with anticipation. She's currently too caught up in the situation to see clearly, and desperately needs a breakthrough, a way to break the deadlock. At this moment, Jia Jiang hesitated and retreated, turning his head slightly to avoid Lu Ruyun's gaze, his expression tinged with self-mockery and helplessness. I am a lowly person. I am of humble status and have little influence. Some things, if I say them, will not only be useless, but will also arouse suspicion and cause trouble. Godmother, I think it is better not to say them. He used a feigned retreat to advance, deftly kicking the ball back, while also subtly bringing up the old grievances about being despised before. These words were like a small thorn, gently pricking Lu Ruyun. She immediately recalled everything that had happened before, and a mix of guilt and anxiety welled up in her heart. You child! Lu Ruyun's tone carried a hint of reproach as she leaned forward, and the oppressive aura and fragrance enveloped Jia Jiang once again. Now that it's just the 2 of us here, what can't we say? Speak freely, whether it's right or wrong, no one will dare to blame you. Lu Ruyun's gaze was fixed on Jia Jiang, as if to say, I've already trusted you so much, won't you open your heart to me? Jia's expression of struggle deepened, as if he were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a long pause, he seemed finally moved by Lu Ruyun's sincerity, took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and said, word by word, Since you trust me, then I will risk my life to carve out a bloody path for you and protect you. Oh my God! Lu Ruyun wondered to herself, is this what she wanted to ask? However, she was somewhat moved by Jia's words. Not every man will risk his life for you. Lu Ruyun finally understood. Is the Yang family destined to go to the battlefield? Chapter 41, Continuing the Deception. Lu Ruyun remained silent for a long while, her fingers unconsciously twisting her handkerchief, her eyes somewhat unfocused, as if she were asking Jia Jiang, or perhaps murmuring to herself. Is the Yang family destined to go to the battlefield? Is this a path they have no choice but to take? Jia did not respond to this. He knows perfectly well when people are most obedient. It's not when there's still a way out, but when someone is driven to the brink of despair and about to drown. If you offer them a straw, they'll cling to it like a magic staff. Lu Ruyun suddenly turned her head, staring intently at Jia Jiang, and changed the subject. Jia Jiang, are you afraid of death? This question is a bit abrupt. Jia's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face at all. In fact, he even forced a rather awkward smile. Of course I'm afraid. In this world, is there anyone who is truly unafraid of death? He then abruptly changed the subject, his tone taking on an indescribable force. But if one dies a worthy death, then, it seems less frightening. A worthy death? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's pupils contracted slightly, and then a bitter smile appeared on her lips. She understood. When Jia Jiang said this, he wasn't just referring to himself. It was clearly targeting her, or the entire female members of the Yang family. And who wouldn't want a reputation for a family full of loyal martyrs, and sacrificing one's life for righteousness? Especially for these widows of military generals, this was perhaps the best, and only, dignified ending. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyun seemed to have suddenly unloaded a heavy burden, and the hesitation and bewilderment in her eyes were replaced by an almost resolute clarity. She stopped worrying about whether or not to go, and instead addressed Jia Jiang with her usual crisp tone, even adding an unusual warmth. Jia Jiang, have you eaten yet? Huh? Jia Jiang wanted to honestly confess that he had just finished eating in the West Wing. Qing Feng, go to the kitchen, prepare a few side dishes, and warm up a few pots of wine. Go quickly! Lu Ruyun didn't give him a chance to speak at all, and directly called out to her personal maid. After giving her instructions, she looked at Jia Jiang again, her eyes carrying an undeniable air of authority. Today, your godmother wants to drink with you until we're both drunk. Jia was glared at by her her eyes filled with a domineering, wolf-like intensity. He swallowed back the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue and obediently nodded. Yes, godmother. Mu Qingfeng acknowledged and withdrew, leaving only the mother and son in Jinlong courtyard. As soon as the maid's footsteps disappeared outside the door, Lu Ruyan's face instantly tightened. Jia Jiang, there are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth, the Yang family should have other options, right? Boom! Jia was deeply shocked, but he did not answer immediately. At this moment, silence is more powerful than any weak excuse. He needed to know as much as possible, or rather, what Lu Ruyun had guessed, before he could say too much. Looking at his silent demeanor and flickering eyes, Lu Ruyun felt her last bit of uncertainty settle down. She gave a soft heh, but it was impossible to tell whether the laughter was driven by disappointment or something else. Lu Ruyun did not press further, but slowly stood up. Walking to the window, gazing at the desolate autumn scenery outside, she left Jiao with a graceful silhouette. Even if you don't say it, I can guess what's going on. You're scared, aren't you? Scared that you won't be able to get off the ship? Lu Ruyun's voice drifted over on the breeze, carrying a hint of coolness. You, Jia Jiang, have served the Yan family loyally, just like the Yan family is now. But everyone wants to find a way to survive in dire straits, including the Yan family, do you understand? Jia's heart was pounding, and his palms were slightly damp. His mind raced as he considered various solutions. Just as he was about to lose his composure, Lu Ruyun said something unexpected. He thought he was about to be exposed. Other paths are also difficult to take, and could easily lead to a dead end. Jia said this in a seemingly casual way. But to Lu Ruyun's ears, it was like a ray of light suddenly flashing across the darkness. As long as there is a road, it's better than this hopeless road, no matter how difficult or dangerous it is. Lu Ruyun's breathing quickened instantly, her body leaning forward involuntarily, her ample breasts almost touching the edge of the table, her voice filled with barely suppressed urgency and anticipation. Could you tell my godmother which road it is? Her eyes were intense, as if she wanted to see right through Jia. Holy crap! This woman reacted way too quickly. She's already taking advantage of the situation? Jia remained expressionless, even deliberately revealing a bitter smile. He knew he had been outmaneuvered. Doesn't your godmother know this too? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's pupils suddenly contracted. Clear? What does she know? Lu Ruyun only vaguely felt that Jia Jiang might have a backup plan, but she had no idea what it was. But Jia's, you know that too, expression made her pause in surprise. While Lu Ruyun was in a daze, Jia recalled everything he had said at the Yang residence, etc. When he fabricated Marshal Yang's last words, he seemed to have subtly hinted at the injustice of the court, and even carried a hint of rebellion. That's right, she can lead Lu Ruyun down that path. Just then, the beaded curtain rustled, and Mu Qingfeng returned carrying a food box, breaking the eerie and dangerous atmosphere in the room. Miss, the food and wine are ready, Mu Qingfeng said softly, deftly placing several delicate dishes and a pot of warmed wine on the table, with bowls and chopsticks neatly arranged. After doing all this, she subconsciously glanced at Lu Ruyun, awaiting further instructions. Lu Ruyun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil surging in her heart, and regained some calm on her face. She waved her hand and said, Well, you can go down and have your meal too. You don't need to be served here. Mu Qingfeng was clearly taken aback. She usually followed Lu Ruyun almost every step of the way, so today's arrangement was quite unusual. Her gaze swept between Lu Ruyun and Jia Jiang with a hint of wariness. Go. Lu Ruyun's tone left no room for doubt, and even carried a hint of barely perceptible impatience. Yes, Mississippi. Mu Qingfeng dared not say anything more, bowed her head in response, and retreated with a belly full of doubts. Inside the main hall, only the two of them remained, along with the tempting aroma of food and wine on the table, and the pot of wine. Come on, let's eat. You must be hungry after a whole morning of work. Lu Ruyun seemed to switch modes instantly, even managing a gentle smile on her face as she gestured for Jia Jiang to sit down. She personally picked up the wine pot, her slender white fingers steadily filling the wine cup in front of Jia. The clear wine poured into the cup made a soft sound. Then, he poured himself a full glass. The aroma of wine mingled with the fragrance of the dishes, filling the air between the two of them. Lu Rian gently swirled the wine in her glass, her voice low. General Jia, there are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth, what other options do the Yang family have? Chapter 42, Opportunity? A Path to Death. Jia remained silent. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the somewhat suppressed sounds of their breathing. Jia looked into Lu Rian's eyes, which gradually turned from anticipation to anxiety. He extended his right index finger and slowly dipped it into the freshly poured glass of wine in front of him, feeling a cool sensation on his fingertip. Then, he raised his wet fingers and slowly began to trace lines on the clean tabletop. The liquor left dark marks on the table, forming a single character. Lu Rian's gaze followed his fingertips intently. As the outline of the word gradually became clear, her whole body stiffened abruptly, and her pupils contracted sharply. That's the character Fan. The rebellion in Revolt. A chill instantly shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, leaving her hands and feet icy cold. No wonder Jia kept quiet and avoided talking about it. No wonder he said it was a dead end. Throughout history, how many rebellions have ended well? That is a heinous crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. This is 10 or even 100 times worse than the consequences of disobeying an imperial decree. This is not a way out. It is a dead end that will drag the entire Yang family down to hell. Lu Rian's face turned deathly pale. The color that had appeared on her face when she found a possible way out had completely faded, and her eyes had become dull and lifeless. She seemed to have all her strength drained away, leaning back limply in her chair, even her fingertips trembling. With a hint of uncertainty in his voice, Jia said in a low voice that, perhaps it was just Yang Shuai's delusions when he was seriously injured and delirious. He still thinks he is the marshal who commands tens of thousands of troops and guards a region. His words sounded like an explanation, an attempt to justify the terrible word oppose, and to distance himself from the issue. But to Lu Rian, whose mind was in complete disarray, it sounded like a bolt of lightning. They have tens of thousands of soldiers. Yes. What gives them the right to rebel? Isn't it military power? Why was the Yang family so prominent before? Wasn't it because they controlled the military? Lu Rian suddenly raised her head, staring straight at Jia Jiang, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. General Jia, you said that this time the court forced our Yang family widows to go north, nominally to lead troops. Could this be considered an opportunity? Jia thought to himself. Good heavens! He almost lost his composure. Is this woman so quick to understand? He had only just begun when she herself completed the logical chain of possessing troops and rebellion. He didn't need to waste any more words guiding him. This saved him so much trouble. But no, we absolutely cannot let her think that this is too promising or too easy. She needs to clearly understand the abyss ahead before she will rely on him more. Jia shook his head violently, even with a hint of reproach in his voice, as if to say, how could you be so muddle-headed? Opportunity? Mother, you're confused. I don't think this is an opportunity. It's the court paving a path to death for the Yang family. What? Lu Rian looked at Jia Jiang in disbelief, as if she hadn't understood what he said. Godmother, first of all, putting aside the internal and external troubles of the Yang family, would the imperial court really allow a group of widows to command troops? Which of the accompanying supervisors and deputy generals isn't the eyes and ears of the imperial court, and which one isn't here to watch us and prevent us from making any moves? Our every move is being watched. We're like fish on a chopping board, barely able to jump, let alone do anything else. As Lu Rian listened to his analysis, her face grew paler and paler, and she swayed, almost sliding off her chair. Lu Rian was stunned by Jia Jiang's words. The road to death. And her body went limp, about to slide off the chair. Godmother! With quick reflexes, Jia stood up, walked around the corner of the table, and grabbed her slender arm. It feels warm and smooth to the touch, and even trembles slightly. Jia half supported and half carried her back to the chair. Godmother, please be careful what you say. That path is a dead end, a path that leads to certain death. It is a last resort, a path that you can only consider when you have no other choice but to consider it, when you can't even breathe with a knife to your throat. Although going north to the battlefield is also a matter of life and death, and swords have no eyes, at least the chance of survival is 1,000 times greater than taking that path. Jia deliberately compared the chance of survival on the battlefield with the success rate of rebellion to dissuade Lu Riyun from her idea. Unless you are at your wit's end and there is no way out, never even think about that path. Jia spoke in a heavy tone, as if stating a bloody truth. Supported by him, Lu Riyun felt the strength from his arm and listened to his heartfelt warning. The hot blood that had been stirred up by her crazy thoughts instantly cooled down, replaced by a sense of fear and exhaustion. Yes. I was just being delusional. Rebellion? With just this group of widows, they'd probably be crushed to dust by the Imperial Army before they even reached 100 miles away. Lu Riyun forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, her voice weak. It's that my godmother has misunderstood, she's lost her mind. What should the Yang family do? A wave of overwhelming helplessness washed over her once again, engulfing her. With a cliff in front and pursuers behind, is there really no way out? Seeing her distraught appearance, Jian knew that the time was almost right. Now we must refocus the issue on the most crucial person. On the body of the old lady Zhou Min. Jia released Lu Riyun's hand, returned to his seat, and wore an innocent expression that said, I can't do anything about it, but we can rely on our elders. Godmother, please don't worry too much. This matter is of great importance, and ultimately it is up to the old lady to make the decision. He spoke sincerely. How about, you go see the old lady together again tomorrow? After a night of calm, I'm sure she has a plan in mind. She has been in charge of the Yang family for many years, weathered many storms, and is very knowledgeable. She will surely come up with a solution. Jia cleverly passed the buck to Zhou Min, and also flattered Zhou Min. At this moment, Lu Riyun was in a state of utter confusion, and had no idea what to do. Hearing Jia Jiang say this, she felt that it seemed to be the only solution at the moment. She nodded blankly. Okay, all right. That's the only way. With a few words, the two tacitly tossed this hot potato, along with all the pressure and expectations, back to Zhou Min, who was still in the quiet garden and needed some peace and quiet. The food and wine on the table had long since lost their heat. Looking at Jia Jiang, who was sitting across from her with his eyes downcast and silent, Lu Riyun felt a mix of emotions. Chapter 43. The old madam comes to visit. The next day. After finishing breakfast, Lu Riyun took her maid Mu Qifeng and headed to Jingxin Garden. Along the way, when the servants in the mansion saw her, their bows were hurried and they couldn't hide their apprehension. Lu Riyun felt a heavy weight in her heart. In her view, the Yang family's expedition was a foregone conclusion, and there was no turning back. Now we need to consider how to get there, and how to ensure the Yang family returns intact. Upon entering the Buddhist hall of Jingxingyuan, the sandalwood fragrance lingered, but Zhou Min, sitting upright at the head of the table, had a completely different expression from her breakdown the day before. Her face was expressionless, her eyes were calm, but the dark circles under her eyes revealed that she hadn't slept all night. Mother! Lu Riyun stepped forward and bowed, explaining her purpose directly. I came to ask how to allocate and prepare all the money, provisions, carriages, and personnel in the manor if we go to war. I hope you can make arrangements as soon as possible. Her tone was calm, as if she were discussing an ordinary journey rather than a death trap. To go to war? Zhou Min raised her eyes and her gaze fell on Lu Riyun's seemingly calm but actually panicked face, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. My daughter-in-law has actually accepted this outcome and even started preparing for the battle? This change felt even more absurd to her than yesterday's lament. My silly daughter-in-law. They want our young family to die. Why are you still so eager to help? Seeing the unusual expression on Zhou Min's face, Lu Ruyun assumed she was still hesitating and couldn't help but ask. Mother, you don't mean you're not planning to go to war yet? What would happen to the young family if her mother-in-law chose to defy the imperial decree? Zhou Min snapped back to reality, a barely perceptible hint of desperation flashing in her eyes. Go to war? Of course we'll go to war. It's the imperial decree. How can the Yang family disobey? Also, Ruyun, after you go down there, immediately start to compile a list of all the cash and assets that the Yang family can currently use, as well as the land deeds and documents of their various estates and shops, and give it to me as soon as possible. Lu Ruyun was taken aback upon hearing this. Statistics on the money and grain industry? At this critical juncture, why not rush to reorganize the military, take stock of assets, and investigate these fixed assets? Could it be that my mother-in-law wants to sell her family property to fund the military? That makes sense, but something still feels off. Lu Ruyun was puzzled, but she didn't show it on her face and obediently agreed. Yes, mother. Your daughter-in-law will take care of it as soon as she gets back. Watching Lu Ruyun's retreating figure, Zhou Min's tense spine relaxed almost imperceptibly for a moment. She leaned back in her chair and let out a long breath. She knew that time was running out for the Yang family and for her. Lu Ruyun's attitude was more like a mirror, reflecting the possible choices of the other members of the Yang family, accepting their fate and facing death. But Zhou Min absolutely could not accept her fate. She had to seize this opportunity that seemed like a dead end. Leading troops in the field. When a general is in the field, he may disobey some of the emperor's orders. These words lingered in her mind all night. She knew that her actions were tantamount to rebellion. Once she took that step, there was no turning back. But she had reasons for doing so. For her own sake, and also to preserve the last remaining bloodline of the Yang family. Otherwise, given her hidden identity, a princess of a fallen dynasty, she would be at risk. If the imperial court could force the widow of the Yang family to the battlefield the first time, it could do it a second and a third time. Until the Yang family was wiped out, this huge mansion was completely reduced to dust. Now, there is one more crucial and unstable factor that needs to be addressed. Jia Jiang. This child's quick wit and sharp insight are far beyond those of ordinary people. Even more terrifying is that he knows her biggest secret. She is a princess of the previous dynasty, and the current tragedy of the Yang family is all because of her. This incident was her nightmare, a thunderbolt that could instantly obliterate her and the entire Yang family. If Jia were to expose this matter, without the court even taking action, the enraged former members of the Yang family, and those in the household who were unaware of the truth could kill her in an instant. If this person cannot be completely subdued and made to work for me, then I can only. A cold killing intent flashed in Zhou Min's eyes. In the West Wing, Jia had just finished instructing Xuefei on how to interact with her servant more naturally, in their daily life. He was sitting with his legs crossed, smugly plotting how to further inflame the relationship between Lu Ruyun and Zhou Min, ensuring neither mother-in-law nor daughter-in-law could have a moment's peace. He had no idea that the old lady had been cornered by the imperial court. Not only have they made a momentous decision, but they are on their way. Zhou Min didn't bring any maids. She quietly walked through the somewhat deserted courtyard and arrived outside the West Wing. Before even entering, one could hear the girl's clear laughter and Jia Jiang's slightly teasing voice coming from inside. Young master, you're cheating. We can't go this way. Hey, you little brat, you dare to talk back to me? Take this. Zhou Min paused, her brows furrowing instantly. She pushed open the door and saw Jia holding a chess manual, pretending to knock Xuefei on the head. Xuefei laughed and shrank back to avoid it. Here, however, it's a scene of masters and servants playing happily together. This formed a stark contrast to the gloomy and anxious atmosphere throughout the Yang family mansion. An unnamed anger suddenly surged into Zhou Min's heart. Good, now that the Yang family is at a critical juncture of life and death, she is so anxious that she can't sleep at night, while you, Jia Jiang, have the leisure to flirt and joke with the maids here. It seems they truly don't care about the survival of the Yang family, nor do they take her, the old lady, seriously. The killing intent that had already been lingering in his heart became even more solid and cold. This child must not be allowed to live. The two people inside the house were startled by the noise. Xuefei was the first to react. When she saw Zhou Min's calm expression but icy eyes, her face turned pale with fright. Like a startled rabbit, she hurriedly stood up straight and lowered her head, saying, Old madam! Jia Jiang's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. He put down the chess manual, stood up, and bowed respectfully, saying, Madam. Zhou Min's gaze swept over Jia Jiang, not lingering on his face for long, before turning to Xuefei, who was trembling with fear. Her tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Xuefei, you may leave. I have important matters to discuss with Jia Jiang alone. Yes, madam. Xuefei felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She didn't dare to lift her head and practically tiptoed out, skimming along the door, afraid that being a step too slow would bring about a terrible disaster. Once outside, Xuefei clutched her pounding chest, still shaken. She instinctively tried to close the door tightly, but perhaps because she was too nervous, her hand trembled, and the two doors did not close completely, leaving a tiny, barely noticeable gap. Chapter 44, Top-Tier Politics. When generals are in the field, they may disobey the emperor's orders. Inside the room, only Zhou Min and Jia Jiang remained. The air instantly became heavy and oppressive. Zhou Min didn't speak immediately. She slowly walked to the chair where Jia Jiang had just sat, her gaze sweeping over the chess manual before settling on Jia Jiang with a scrutinizing look. Jia stood with his hands at his sides, his mind racing with calculations. The old woman came alone, her face was strange, and her eyes were even more strange. Gone was yesterday's collapse and weakness. In its place was a resolute determination, even a deeply hidden ruthlessness. They've come with ill intentions. General Jia. Zhou Min finally spoke, her voice low but carrying an invisible pressure. How has the Yang family treated you? Jia Jiang's heart skipped a beat, knowing that trouble was about to break out, and gratitude and loyalty immediately appeared on his face. General Yang has shown me immense kindness, and the Yang family has given me a second life. I am deeply grateful and will never forget it. The Yang family's ship is sinking now. They can no longer give you the future you want. You should run for your life. Should we let him go? Could it be that Zhou Min had lost her murderous intent? Jia Jiang felt a cold sweat instantly break out on his back. Jia forced himself to remain calm, his face displaying just the right amount of astonishment and grievance. What makes you say such a thing, madam? The Yang family is currently in dire straits. How could I, a lowly person, dare to presume to survive? Didn't you say you were leaving? Now this is exactly what you wanted, isn't it? Go, disaster is coming, I won't blame you. Zhou Min continued to probe, and if Jia Jiang hesitated even slightly, she would take action. Jia listened to these words that seemed to be for his own good, knowing that his life hung by a thread. His mind was working at an unprecedented speed, yet his face remained unchanged. He suddenly raised his head and looked directly into Zhou Min's kind eyes. Madam, even if I were to leave, I would have to do so after this campaign. In that case, young man, you have lived up to General Yang's expectations. Have I lived up to my son's expectations? Upon hearing Jia Jiang's words, Zhou Min burst into a maniacal laugh. What if my son rebels? These words struck Jia like a thunderbolt, shattering his last shred of hope. Holy crap! It's confirmed. This old lady has definitely been driven to desperation. She's really going to take the path of rebellion. Jia felt a sudden rush of cold sweat soak through his inner shirt. Zhou Min has already brought this up, so what choice do I have? One bad answer, and he's completely devastated. In a flash, Jia Jiang's brain was working at an unprecedented speed, almost overheating. After thinking about it, using the dead Yang Shui as a shield is still the safest option. Jia tried his best to keep his face calm, pretending not to be shocked. I am deeply indebted to Commander Yang. If this is Commander Yang's order, I, Jia Jiang, will follow him to the death without hesitation. Even if it means facing mountains of knives and seas of fire, I will not hesitate to die. Sure enough, upon hearing this answer, Zhou Min's crazed expression subsided slightly, and her tense face relaxed imperceptibly. Very good. This kid didn't refuse outright. He even showed a sliver of loyalty to the Yang family. This shows that he was not opposed to rebellion, and was someone who could be won over and utilized. But then, a huge wave of grief washed over Zhou Min, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. But his son, he's already dead. He died at the hands of the court that distrusted her. Seeing her break down instantly, Jiao breathed a slight sigh of relief, but dared not be careless. Zhou Min suddenly raised her head, flicked her sleeves, and her eyes regained their firmness. What if I were to lead the Yang family? Zhou Min emphasized the words, Yang family, very much, as if to declare that she was now the master of the Yang family. The pressure is now back on Jia Jiang's side. Jia cursed inwardly, thinking that the old lady was determined to rebel. He couldn't directly question her authority. That would be tantamount to suicide. But he had to make her face reality, to dampen her spirits, and not let her think that rebellion was an easy thing. Please forgive my bluntness, madam, but have you ever truly led troops? Ever fought a war? You must know that rebellion is no easy thing to do. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min's momentum faltered slightly, but she quickly straightened her back, displaying a pride inherent in her background and experience, and said in a deep voice, Although I have never personally donned armor and led troops into battle, I have followed my late husband since childhood and have been influenced by him. I have also studied military strategy and tactics diligently. Commanding a large army is not a problem for me, so I think this rebellion will not be difficult. She spoke with great confidence, but Jia Jiang still accurately caught the fleeting uncertainty deep in her eyes. Want to come? Not difficult? Jia chuckled inwardly. If rebelling could be accomplished simply by reading military books, wouldn't changing dynasties be a breeze? But he couldn't directly refute it. I never imagined that the old lady was such a heroine. I was so foolish to underestimate her. Jia first offered a compliment, which softened Zhou Min's expression, but then abruptly changed the subject. But madam, rebelling is completely different from leading troops into battle. The imperial court has sent the Yang family on this expedition, and I'm sure the old lady has already considered the dangers involved. Madam, even if you have lofty ambitions, I can only admire you. But the Yang family cannot withstand any more storms. One wrong step and it will be an abyss. Jia's words were all for the Yang family's benefit, but in reality, he was emphasizing the difficulty of rebellion. Hearing Jia Jiang's words, Zhou Min understood that he was at least thinking of the Yang family now, and her killing intent lessened slightly. General Jia, I have thought about all of this. But have you ever heard the saying, a general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders? When a general is in the field, he may disobey the emperor's orders. When Jia Jian heard that Zhou Min wasn't going to raise the flag immediately, but instead was playing the general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders card, he was completely stunned. Holy crap! Wow, that's brilliant! Countless historical examples flashed through Jia Jiang's mind in an instant, such as the Edict of Grace and the use of the emperor to command the feudal lords. But this was the first time I had ever so directly experienced the wisdom of the ancients in exploiting loopholes in the system. This old lady is not a reckless man. She wants to legally and legitimately gain military power through a military expedition, and then transform into a warlord and establish her own independent regime. Even if they couldn't establish their own independent regime, they could at least command a large army and make the court hesitant to act against them. This approach is indeed much more sophisticated than simply calling for war and violence in the capital. With the emperor far away and the country at large, and with troops and provisions at its disposal, the imperial court had to weigh the costs before taking action. This indeed gave the Yang family some breathing room, and even, if handled well, they could really carve out a niche for themselves. Having figured out the key to it, Jia's gaze towards Zhou Min changed. This old lady usually practices vegetarianism and chants Buddhist scriptures, but when it really matters, she can be ruthless and quite clever. Jia immediately followed Zhou Min's train of thought, his face showing an expression of enlightenment and deep admiration. The old lady is a woman of great talent and strategy. This method is very clever. It can not only temporarily avoid the sharp edge, but also give the Yang family a foothold and a chance to turn the tide. Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful! Jia flattered Zhou Min, which eased Zhou Min's tense expression considerably. Zhou Min's gaze then fell on Jia Jiang again, her eyes filled with a final probing. Jia Jiang, I have already confided in you about such a confidential matter, which shows that I have been completely open with you. Now, it is time for you to give me a clear answer. The pressure was once again placed on Jia Jiang. Having watched so many period dramas, Jia Jiang naturally knew everything. Having heard so many secrets that could cost him his life, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave this room without making a statement today. A tremendous struggle and determination instantly appeared on Jia's face, as if he were engaged in a battle between heaven and man. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he suddenly lifted his robe, knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands in a salute. Since the old lady already has a plan in mind, I, Jia Jiang, have nothing to say but to do my utmost to help her. I hereby swear that I will do everything in my power to protect the Yang family bloodline until it finds a safe place to stand and ensures the safety of the bloodline. I will not fail the trust placed in me by Commander Yang. If I break this oath, may I be struck down by heaven and earth. Jia Jiang played a trick. The core of the oath was to protect the Yang family bloodline to a safe place, rather than to assist the Yang family in successfully rebelling, or to be loyal forever. He wasn't afraid that ancient oaths would come true. Rather, this statement provides him with some leeway for future actions. Once we finally reach a safe place, won't the standard for safety be defined by him? Looking at his solemn expression and listening to his vow, which was not fancy but carried enough weight, Zhou Min's last bit of murderous intent finally dissipated. What she needs is someone who is capable and quick-witted. Good! 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 Zhou Min said good 3 times in a row, and personally stepped forward to help him up. Get up quickly! From now on, you are a true member of the Yang family. After this is done, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Jia Jiang stood up, his face showing gratitude and the excitement of a scholar will die for one who understands him. Just then, Jia seemed to catch a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that the tiny crack in the door was silently closing. Chapter 45, A Warning to Xuefei. Zhou Min felt relieved to have subdued Jia Jiang, this restless pawn, and after offering a few words of comfort, she got up and left. Just before leaving, she paused, but didn't turn around, her tone regaining its usual authority. Come to the drill ground inside the manor this afternoon. I have some instructions for you. Yes, madam. Jia bowed and replied, his attitude impeccable. After seeing off this murderous god, Jia closed the door, leaned his back against the cold door panel, and let out a long breath. The exchange just now may have made him seem safe for the time being, but in reality, it was extremely dangerous. Jia sat down in the chair, rubbing his throbbing temples, and began to review the situation. Zhou Min's sudden shift to establishing his own power with an army completely disrupted his previous plans. He originally planned to play both sides within the Yang family and gradually gain power, but now he's going to jump straight to the battlefield and play a real-life strategy game. The difficulty level has increased to an almost hellish level. How could an adopted son with no connections rise to a high rank in the military? Can you fool the soldiers with just words? Jia suddenly felt a headache coming on. Just as he was racking his brains to speculate on various possibilities for the future. The wooden door to the west wing creaked softly as it was gently pushed open from the outside. Xuefei's nervous and apprehensive little face peeked through the crack in the door, her eyes darting around, not daring to look him in the eye. Jia glanced at her, and immediately understood. That girl must have been peeking through the door. I've heard a lot of things I shouldn't have heard. It's really worrying. Xuefei, Jia said, his tone unreadable, beckoning to her. Come here and sit down. Upon hearing the summons, Xue trembled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she lowered her head and took small steps over, but she didn't dare to sit down. Like a child who had made a mistake and was waiting for judgment, she stood in front of him, twisting her fingers. Young master, I. Xue voice was barely audible. Jia interrupted her before she could finish. Xue, many times trouble comes from what you say. Some things, once you hear them or see them, you have to keep them buried deep inside, completely buried inside. Do you understand? Young master, I understand. I really understand. Xue nodded hurriedly, her face pale. No, Xue, you don't understand. Jia Jiang shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his voice. This made Xue shudder. Jia looked at Xue with eyes that seemed to see right through her. Over the past month, you have been sending news about me to the old lady from time to time. Although it's all trivial and insignificant, it has still leaked out. Xue suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with terror, her lips trembling as she tried to explain, but no sound came out. Young master, he knows everything? I'm sure you've heard some things you shouldn't have just heard. Jia continued, adding pressure. The Yang family is about to go to war, and I'll most likely be going to the battlefield with them. Swords have no eyes, and life and death are unpredictable. Jia paused, then locked his gaze on Xuefei's panicked eyes. So, I'm giving you another chance to choose. Stay with me, and I will be your only master from now on. Or, when I go to war, you will still be a member of the Yang family, and you can go back to the old lady's side. I will not stop you. The choice is now yours. No! Young master! Don't send me away! Upon hearing this, Xuefei's legs went weak, and she knelt down before Jia Jiang with a thud, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. This servant knows she was wrong! This servant truly knows she was wrong! This servant shouldn't have revealed the young master's affairs to the old lady. This servant will never dare to do it again! She cried and begged while trying to kowtow to Jia Jiang. With lightning speed, Jia extended his right hand and gently lifted Xuefei's smooth chin with his index finger, stopping her from kowtowing. This movement was somewhat flippant, yet full of control. Xuefei was forced to look up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. The touch on her chin made her heart pound. Jia looked down at her, his eyes deep, his tones slow and clear, each word striking a chord in Xuefei's heart. Perhaps you could have served two masters before, playing both sides successfully. But now, it's out in the open. Jia applied slight pressure with his fingertips and gently lifted Xuefei's head with his fingers. But you only have one chance. Xuefei, do you understand? Upon hearing Jia Jiang's words, Xuefei grasped at a lifeline and immediately raised his right hand, pointing to the sky and swearing. Xuefei swears to the heavens that from now on, I will live as yours and die as yours. From now on, I will only have you as my master. Jia looked at the confident young girl in front of him, his face remaining expressionless. Swear? Is this thing useful? Didn't he just make a vow to someone? Only he knows what he was really thinking. When they were talking, they were all so excited they could move themselves to tears, but in the end, when the tree fell, the monkeys scattered and ran away faster than anyone else. When it's useful, it's a guarantee. When it's not, it's just a polite remark made out of emotion. Emergency response. After Xuefei finished making her vow, she saw that Jia Jiang was just looking at her quietly without saying a word. Her heart was in turmoil, and she knelt there, not daring to get up, like a lamb waiting for its final judgment. A few seconds later, Jia Jiangkai seemed to have just come to his senses and casually waved his hand. All right, get up. I'm just a rough man. I don't care about such formalities. I don't need you to make any oaths. Jia softened his tone, sounding somewhat candid. I just hope that in the future you will think more carefully before you do things, and consider whether it is worth it. This is the first lesson I've taught you, young master. Remember it? Xuefei understands. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Xuefei quickly responded, feeling fortunate to have survived the ordeal. If you understand, get up. The ground is cold. Jia Jiang finally spoke. Xuefei then dared to prop herself up from the ground, her legs still numb, and stood to the side with her hands at her sides, her posture more submissive than ever before. All right, that's all for you. Go down. Young master wants to be alone. Jia quickly eliminated Xuefei, an internal destabilizing factor, and with his goal achieved, he waved her away. He needs a quiet environment to think about the future. Yes, young master. Xuefei responded softly and carefully retreated, this time gently closing the door tightly behind her. The room finally became completely quiet. Jia leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Managing a mere maid is nothing, the real challenge is just beginning. Zhou Min's plan of a general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders sounds wonderful, like a lifeline grasped in a desperate situation. But Jia is very clear-headed. This kind of open conspiracy requires strength. Just like the Edict of Grace in the Han Dynasty, the premise is that the central court has absolute power, so that the vassal kings will jump into the pit even if they know it is a trap. But what about now? What does the Yang family have? A group of widows, a little remaining wealth, and family members and soldiers like him. In any case, his original plan is no longer feasible. Jia rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a sore spot. Originally, they wanted to play a game of power struggles and intrigues in the backyard of the Yang family mansion, but now they've been dragged to the card table to play a game of military strategy. This is quite a leap. He must redefine his role in the coming storm. Chapter 46. A servant needs to be perceptive. West Wing. Jia knows he is currently useful because he is informed and useful. But once he feels that Jia has lost his value or has become a threat, his fate is predictable. Therefore, he needs to have a way to protect himself. Jia tapped his fingers unconsciously on the table, his eyes flickering. While gaining greater trust from Zhou Min and Lu Ruyun, he must also find a way to have his own team, a team that is completely obedient to him, even if it is small in size. Only when you have people on your side can you stand tall and speak with authority. Only then can they have the leverage and bargaining power to stand firm and negotiate in the face of future changes, whether they follow Zhou Min down the same path to the bitter end or seek another way. Thinking of this, Jia stood up, walked to the window, and looked up at the sky in the courtyard. Training ground. What did Zhou Min mean by sending him to the training ground? Jia stood in the room facing the air, mentally rehearsing countless different positions for being on top. It's too painful to not be able to write some things down. Time slipped away until noon amidst his endless stream of ideas. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Xuefei's cautious voice came from outside. Young master, the kitchen has sent someone to deliver the food. Come in. Jia snapped out of his thoughts and put on a normal demeanor. Xuefei came in with her head down, carrying a food box. She quickly set out the food and then stood to the side like a quail, not daring to make a sound. It seems that the beating this morning had a significant effect. Jia Jiang didn't say much, silently picked up his chopsticks and ate, knowing that filling one's stomach was the foundation of everything. Let's sit down and eat together. Jia invited Xuefei to sit down, explaining that sometimes a combination of kindness and severity is the most effective way to manage people. It's young master. Having learned her lesson today, Xuefei felt more confident. She did whatever Jia told her to do. A moment later, the two finished their meal. Jia took care of most of the food. Jia wiped his mouth and casually asked, Xuefei, where is the drill ground in the manor located? This Yangfu is quite large, with many twists and turns like a maze. If you don't know the route, it's easy to get lost. Upon hearing the young master's question, Xuefei quickly replied, Young master, the training ground is in the outer courtyard. Once you leave the inner courtyard, just walk south along the bluestone path, and you'll see it after passing through several courtyards. The place is quite spacious and easy to find. After she finished speaking, she hesitated for a moment, then added softly, Young master, how about this servant takes you there? Jia thought for a moment, and told him that if he went to the drill ground, there might be something going on, and it would be inconvenient to bring a maid with him. No need, you stay inside, I can go by myself. Jia Jiang. He waved his hand. Yes, young master. Xuefei obediently replied without saying anything more. Following Xuefei's directions, Jia left the west wing and walked through the corridors and courtyards of the inner courtyard. Soon, he arrived at the moon gate connecting the inner and outer courtyards. I didn't expect there to be guards here. The guards were two tall, well-dressed female bodyguards with short swords at their waists and sharp eyes. They were clearly not ordinary maids. As Jia was pondering how to begin, one of the female guards, whose face was rather heroic, looked at him and took the initiative to bow, saying in a clear voice, "Greetings, young Master Jia." Jia was surprised, a little astonished. I feel like I'm nobody. How come I even know the female guard at the gate? Jia Jiang remained expressionless and nodded slightly. The female guard continued. Is young master going to the training ground? Yes. After you leave this gate, follow the path ahead south. If you keep going straight, you will reach the training ground. The female guard pointed out the direction deftly, her attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you, young lady. Jia made a polite remark, but in his heart, he held the Yang family's rules in even higher regard. He stepped through the moon gate. On the other side of the door, the view suddenly opened up, and it was indeed in the style of the outer courtyard, which made it even more grand. Behind this door there were guards, but now two burly male guards wearing leather armor. When the two men saw Jia emerge from the inner courtyard, they also clasped their hands in a salute, their voices deep and resonant. Greetings, young master! Jia Jiang responded indifferently again, but couldn't help but complain inwardly. Good heavens, this wealthy family is really particular. The inner and outer courtyards are clearly separated, and even the guards are male and female, with a clear distinction between them. He didn't linger and, following the directions, stepped onto the bluestone path leading south. Only when Jia Jiang's figure disappeared at the end of the bluestone road leading south did the tense atmosphere inside and outside the moon gate seem to suddenly ease. On the inner courtyard side, the female guard with the heroic appearance who had spoken up earlier let out a soft sigh. The other female guard, who was a little older, then dared to speak up, her tone tinged with curiosity. This is the adopted son that the eldest madam took in a few days ago, young Master Jia? The spirited female guard nodded, her gaze still fixed on the direction where Jia had disappeared. Lu Riyun had specifically instructed the female soldiers to treat young Master Jia with courtesy and not to be negligent. The other female guard in charge of general security in the inner courtyard was less reserved. She clicked her tongue, a hint of regret on her face. To be honest, from a distance just now, he really looked like a wealthy young master in that robe. If he dressed up properly, he might be even more impressive than those spoiled brats. She spoke much more casually. After all, her direct superior was the steward of the inner court, and his sense of awe for Jia Jiang, this parachuted adopted son, was naturally not as great as that of Lu Riyun's direct subordinates. Although they spoke in hushed tones, their voices still drifted faintly through the moon gate in the quiet porch. Outside the door, the two armored male guards with their swords at their sides twitched their ears simultaneously, and exchanged a knowing glance. One of the bearded guards muttered in a low voice, "Looks like this is the legendary young Master Jia." The other, thinner one nodded slightly and lowered his voice as well. "I think so." They were also the first men to have free movement within the inner courtyard of the Yang mansion. Luckily, their ears were sharp enough to hear someone inside call out, "Young Master," which gave the two brothers the courage to call out back. These outer guards, unlike those in the inner courtyard, didn't know much about Jia Jiang. They only knew that Madame Yang of the mansion had adopted a son. The specifics are unclear. Just now, seeing General Jia come out of the inner courtyard dressed impeccably, and hearing the female guards of the inner courtyard address him respectfully, I quickly followed suit and bowed, afraid of offending someone if I was even a step too slow. Now it seems that this flattery wasn't too bad. The bearded guard scratched his chin, his eyes revealing a survival wisdom unique to lower-ranking soldiers. "You'll have to be more careful from now on." "No." The lean guard wholeheartedly agreed. There's no way around it. If you're not careful when working for your master, you won't even know where the village is. At this moment, Jia Jiang was completely unaware of this, and was on his way to the training ground. Chapter 47 Military Review. Jia will step into the training ground. Wow, the view suddenly opened up. The training ground was much larger than he had imagined. The ground was compacted and level, and there were weapon racks on the side, with swords, spears, and halberds gleaming coldly. However, at this moment, there were quite a few people gathered in twos and threes on the training ground. There are both men and women. Most of the men were dressed in simple leather armor or cloth clothes, and they gathered in groups of 3 or 5, spitting as they talked. They were either boasting about how they had followed the marshal and cut off the heads of several barbarians, or they would wink and blurt out a few risque jokes, which would elicit a knowing burst of laughter. The atmosphere was restless and had a touch of the roughness unique to soldiers. Jia squinted and scanned the area, and he did recognize a few familiar faces. His old generals who had followed Yang Zhongbao on the last expedition and had luckily returned alive. These people were of much higher status than his previous personal guards, and were considered mid-level backbone members of the Yang Prefecture's armed forces. The women are divided into 2 groups. Some of them, like the guards at the gate, wore uniform tight-fitting clothes, had serious expressions, occasionally exchanged a few words in hushed tones, and scanned their surroundings warily with their eyes. Jia guessed that these should be the female soldiers under the control of the Yang family. The other group, dressed similarly to the male guards, gathered together, their expressions excited, whispering amongst themselves. This commotion, Jia Jiang muttered to himself. Is Zhou Min really going to hold a mobilization meeting? Gathering everyone related to the Yang family or with some fighting skills? Jia's mind raced, but his face remained impassive. He scanned the room but didn't see Zhou Min or Lu Riyun. The main character hasn't appeared yet. He wasn't in a hurry. Jia was very self-aware. In other people's eyes, his adopted son was probably just a lucky soldier who had gotten lucky. Going over there now will only attract attention and elicit a few sarcastic remarks, so why bother making a fool of yourself? So, he very consciously shrank to a corner of the training ground, found an inconspicuous spot, leaned into the shadows, and perfectly played the role of a nobody. He was happy to have some free time, and took the opportunity to observe the people in the room more closely. Those old henchmen who boasted the loudest, though seemingly bold, had shrewd calculations hidden in their eyes. The group of women were noticeably more disciplined, but they also seemed to be subtly divided into different small groups. Some of the women looked uneasy, indicating they were completely disorganized and had probably been brought in at the last minute. The water's pretty murky, Jia thought to himself. Did Zhou Min intend to use this group of people with differing motives to achieve the effect of a general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders? It's extremely difficult. However, the muddier the water, the more opportunities he has to fish. While he was silently observing and making his own calculations, a slight commotion arose at the entrance to the drill ground. Everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to it. Jia Jiang also looked up. Surrounded by a group of female soldiers, Zhou Min walked in with steady steps. She changed into a dark, close-fitting outfit, with a plain-colored cloak over it. Her hair was neatly tied up, and her face no longer held the sorrow of the Buddhist hall nor the murderous intent of the West Wing. Instead, it exuded a calm and dignified aura. The main character has arrived. The room fell silent instantly. The guys who had been bragging and telling dirty jokes just moments before all fell silent, and their backs straightened up a bit involuntarily. Everyone held their breath and looked at the old lady of the Yang family. Jia straightened his back slightly, abandoning his nonchalant demeanor, and turned his gaze to the center of the field. Half a step behind her was Lu Riyun. Lu Riyun was also dressed smartly, outlining her mature and graceful curves. Her gaze swept across the entire room, pausing for a fraction of a second when it landed on Jia Jiang in the corner. Jia Jiang, come here, come to my side! Lu Riyun's clear voice instantly drew everyone's attention, as they searched for who the Yang family's matriarch was calling for. Jia was taken aback, not understanding what Lu Riyun was trying to do. In such a setting, calling out to him so openly, was she planning to reveal his identity? Jia Jiang instantly felt like he was a target set up by the Yang family. But with everyone watching, he couldn't back down. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, endure the piercing gaze, and walk out from the corner, trying to keep his steps steady. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes, filled with inquiry, curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of barely perceptible jealousy, were fixed on Jia Jiang. Just a moment ago, I was an unknown nobody, but suddenly I was thrust into the spotlight. Jia walked closer and respectfully bowed to the two big shots. Greetings, godmother, madam. Zhou Min merely glanced at him indifferently, her expression blank, and casually said, Well, you can follow behind Ryun for now. Yes. Jia responded and silently moved to stand half a step behind Lu Ryun. With such a simple arrangement, the eyes of the quick-thinking guards below changed instantly. Goodness, they're placing him right next to the eldest grandma? This newly adopted son holds a significant place in the old lady's heart. Countless gazes swept back and forth between Zhou Min, Lu Ryun, and Jia Jiang, their minds racing with calculations. It seems we'll have to reassess the significance of this. Young Master Yang. From now on. After this little incident. Zhou Min stepped forward, her gaze slowly sweeping across the entire room, naturally radiating the authority of the head of the family. Everyone! Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the training ground. The Yang family is about to set out for war. As soon as the opening remarks were made, Jia Jiang perked up his ears. He wanted to hear if the old lady would just throw out a line like, Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? As a result, Zhou Min abruptly changed the subject, using completely standard official language. This expedition is a gift from His Majesty, a favor bestowed upon the Yang family, and an opportunity for you all to serve the court and achieve great deeds. The success or failure of this expedition depends entirely on you. After saying that, she gave a symbolic nod to the crowd. It wasn't a rebellious speech, after all? Is this just a polite, perfunctory opening? Jia was taken aback. What happened to the promised mobilization for rebellion? How did it turn into a speech on loyalty to the emperor and patriotism? That old woman is incredibly patient. The group of rough men below clearly fell for it, responding with clasped hands and a string of polite phrases. You flatter me, madam. Serving the country is my duty. The Yang family has shown us immense kindness, and we are ready to die for them. Zhou Min raised her hand to signal for quiet, and continued. As you all probably already know, I will be in charge of this expedition. Clear. Learn. The people below responded politely. The reason I have gathered you all here today is to select officers of all ranks in the military. Zhou Min revealed his true intentions. Although most of you here have followed my Yang family in battles across the land and are all brave and valiant men, this is my first time assuming command. Therefore, I wish to gain a clearer understanding of your abilities. Zhou Min paused, then raised her voice slightly, conveying an undeniable determination. This selection process will be divided into two methods, physical competition and literary strategy. We hope that everyone will give full play to their skills and abilities. The capable rise, the mediocre fall. Let me see who will be the backbone of my Yang family army's northward march. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere on the training ground instantly became heated and tense. Heavy breathing and the sounds of rubbing hands together mingled together. Jia stood behind Lu Ryun, his eyes slightly narrowed. Armed conflict? Wansu? That old woman is something else. They don't just appoint relatives, they also know to assess comprehensive abilities. But should he try to fight for it or not? Chapter 48, Meng Qi Yijing. While Jia was still pondering whether to fight for a place or simply continue to hide and remain invisible. In the center of the arena, someone had already jumped out impatiently. A bodyguard, around 40 years old, with a full beard and a burly build like a black bear, strode to the center of the training ground, clasped his hands in a fist salute towards Zhou Min, and spoke in a booming voice. Madam! This humble general, Meng Zhan, is willing to serve as the vanguard general. Anyone who disagrees, come up and compare yourself with me, old Meng. That voice was so loud it made your ears ring. No sooner had he finished speaking than a leaner man sprang out from the side, bowing to Zhou Min as well, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Madam, I Manhwa also wish to compete for the vanguard position. Last time, this old fellow won by luck, but this time it won't be so easy. Jia took a closer look and recognized the two men, Meng Zhan and Manhwa, veteran retainers of the Yang family who had fought alongside the Yang family for 2 generations. Last time they went on an expedition, there were the two of them, one on the left and one on the right. According to the rule of the time, the left is superior, so the left vanguard is obviously more prestigious. These two old buddies have fought a lot over this position. Manhwa had clearly learned his lesson and was now more shrewd, directly blocking any possibility of the other party using tricks, and preemptively said, "Old drunkard! Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Fists, weapons, you name it. Let's have a real fight." He emphasized fists and weapons, in particular, clearly to guard against the other party pulling any tricks like drinking and shooting arrows or fighting blindfolded. Last time, during the archery competition after drinking, Manhwa's vision blurred after just 3 cups, and he lost unexpectedly. He's been holding on to that grudge ever since. Meng Zhan, having been tickled, scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. "We're all old brothers, why fight and ruin our relationship? Let's use our fists and feet. Fists and feet are the real deal." "Alright. Let's go with fists and kicks." That's exactly what Manhwa wanted to hear, and he immediately agreed. Seeing that the two had finished their discussion, Zhou Min said, "Then you may begin." Without exchanging any words, the two stepped back a few paces and stood still in the center of the field. Meng Zhan lowered his waist and stood on his horse, arms slightly outstretched, like a bear poised to pounce. Manhwa moved with light and agile steps, crossed his palms, and assumed a starting stance that combined offense and defense. All eyes were on the two of them. The previous noise completely disappeared, leaving only heavy breathing and the sound of the wind blowing the banners. A fierce battle is about to begin. Jia Jiang temporarily put aside his own dilemma and began to watch with great interest. This is real hand-to-hand combat between ancient warriors, much more exciting than the flashy moves in TV dramas. Lu Ruyan stood in front of him, turned her head slightly, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "These two are both retainers of my Yang family. They are loyal to my Yang family and are quite strong themselves." Jia Jiang instantly understood that Lu Ruyan was introducing these two people to him, and replied in a low voice, "Yes, I've remembered, godmother." What does Lu Ruyan mean by this? Does she really intend to groom him for a position? Zhou Min sat upright above, her face calm, her gaze deep, revealing neither joy nor anger. The selection process for the vanguard generals officially began amidst this intense and fiery fistfight. Meng Zhan was the first to launch an attack. He was a burly man, but his movements were unsatisfactory. With a low roar, he charged like a bull, his fist, as big as a bull, whistling through the air, aimed straight at Manhwa's face. Manhwa did not take the hit head-on. Instead, he swayed his body and stepped to the side to avoid it. At the same time, his right palm, like a knife, slashed at Meng Zhan's ribs with lightning speed. Good timing! Meng Zhan neither dodged nor evaded, but instead swiftly blocked with his left arm. Bang! In the center of the drill ground, Meng Zhan and Manhwa exchanged blows, kicking and punching each other, raising clouds of dust and the sounds of their fists colliding echoing through the air. Meng Zhan's attacks were powerful and heavy, each punch and kick accompanied by a whooshing sound, forcing Manhwa to constantly dodge and weave. Manhwa's advantage lies in his agility and cunning moves. He can often find an opening to counterattack at the last minute, and his palm strikes grazed Meng Zhan's vital points several times. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 rounds had passed. Both men were sweating and breathing heavily, their battle evenly matched, either able to gain the upper hand. Meng Zhan's eyes darted around, and he started plotting something again. He feinted a punch, forcing Manhwa back half a step, then used the momentum to jump back, creating some distance, and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Old blockhead! If we keep fighting like this, we won't be able to decide a winner even if it gets dark. Let's make it simple, one punch to decide the winner, are you in?" His voice was so loud that it could be heard clearly throughout half of the training ground. Manhwa was feeling frustrated during the match, and without thinking, he immediately replied. "All right. One punch it is." He was quite confident in the power of his punches and felt that he might not necessarily lose in a head-on confrontation. The guards who had been watching the spectacle immediately perked up and craned their necks. The battle is about to begin. Without another word, the two lowered their waists and stood at attention, beginning to gather their strength. Meng Zhan took a deep breath, his muscles tensed, and his right fist slowly retracted to his waist, his joints making a slight popping sound. Manhwa's expression was solemn. He focused his energy in his dantian and channeled his power into his right arm. The drill ground fell silent, and the tense atmosphere instantly intensified. "Kill them!" Almost simultaneously, the two let out a roar, like two enraged bulls, and charged at each other with their feet. Gravel flew up at our feet. Two fists, brimming with power and carrying an unstoppable momentum, slammed fiercely towards their opponent. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they watched this scene with bated breath. Just as their fists were about to collide, Meng Zhan's forward momentum paused slightly, and the force in his right fist subtly changed. It was no longer a straight clash, but rather traced a tiny arc, cleverly grazing past Manhwa's powerful fist. Manhwa's punch, which he had gathered all his strength into, landed on nothing. He had used too much force and his body involuntarily leaned forward. Bang! But Meng Zhan's seemingly deflected fist landed squarely on his chest. Manhwa felt a tremendous force coming from him, his chest felt tight, and he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before he could barely stand up. His face was flushed, and his breathing was disordered. He pointed at the Mongolian war, his fingers trembling with anger. "You old drunkard! You cheated again! We agreed to settle the score with one punch!" Meng Zhan withdrew his fist, dusted off his hands, and instead of feeling ashamed, he looked smug, with an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" "Cheating? Where did I cheat? It's just a matter of you throwing a punch and me throwing a punch. And you old blockhead, you've been fighting many battles, how can you still be so naive? On the battlefield, it's a matter of life and death, do you really believe what the enemy says? Don't you understand that all's fair in war?" Meng Zhan's self-righteous and roguish manner almost made Manhwa choke, but he knew Meng Zhan was right and could only stare helplessly. "I can't believe I lost again." In the distance, Zhou Min, who had been quietly watching the fight, witnessed the entire process of the two exchanging blows. A look of understanding and deep thought flashed in her eyes. This Meng Zhan was indeed as her husband had said before his death. He seemed rough and bold, but in reality, he was cunning, shrewd, and never bound by formalities. Such people are often able to handle complex and ever-changing battlefield situations flexibly and find ways to achieve unexpected victories. Moreover, he himself was skilled in martial arts and full of courage. Her husband often appointed Meng Zhan as the vanguard commander, using his resourcefulness and bravery to scout ahead and open up opportunities for the main army. As for Manhwa, Zhou Min turned her gaze to Manhwa, who was still seething with anger. He was indeed quite strong, with a solid foundation, and he was a man who valued rules and regulations and acted with composure and reliability. Unfortunately, the battlefield is ever-changing, and his adherence to conventions sometimes makes him appear passive and vulnerable to being outmaneuvered. One of them was cunning and shrewd like a fox, the other was upright and steady, like a mountain. The two worked together, one orthodox and the other unorthodox, complementing each other perfectly. When her husband was alive, he would flexibly allocate their positions as principal and deputy based on the specific needs of the battle. Now, the power to deploy troops and weigh personnel has fallen on my shoulders. Zhou Min's gaze deepened. The position of vanguard is crucial to the morale of the army. Choosing who to lead and who to appoint as deputy requires utmost care. Thinking of this, Zhou Min immediately decided to test her daughter-in-law, which would also help her in judging and employing people. When Zhou Min looked over, she inadvertently discovered that Jia Jian was also observing silently. Chapter 49. Is that still her second aunt? Meng Zhan was still smugly accepting the jeers from several familiar retainers around him, while Yihua stood aside with a dark face, gathering his strength. This battle of pioneers seems to have come to a conclusion. Zhou Min, seated above, withdrew her gaze from the two of them. Her voice, though not loud, clearly reached Lu Ruyun's ears beside her. Ruyun, in your opinion, which of the two should be the vanguard general? Lu Ruyun gave her answer almost without hesitation. Let's fight in Mongolia. Her idea was simple. The contest between the two had already been decided, and according to the rules, the winner should be the one to take on the challenge. She didn't lower her voice intentionally, and Jia, who was standing behind her, could hear it clearly. He knew perfectly well that he, as the adopted son, had no right to interfere in such important matters concerning the appointment of key military positions, and it was best to pretend to be deaf and dumb. So he kept his eyes down, his mind focused, his gaze still fixed on the training ground, ignoring the conversation that was right in front of him. Zhou Min remained outwardly calm after hearing Lu Ruyun's reply, but inwardly sighed. Experts see the details, while laymen just watch the spectacle. My daughter-in-law is quite skilled in martial arts, but she lacks experience in judging character. Those who practice martial arts train not only their muscles, bones, and skin, but also their mind and temperament. Often, by observing a person's martial arts style and reaction in battle, one can roughly discern whether that person is reckless or cautious, straightforward or cunning, adaptable or rigidly conventional. For example, Meng Zhan is cunning and unpredictable, while Yihua is steady and conservative. These are all things that were mentioned in the competition just now. Lu Ruyun, however, only saw the most superficial result. Victory or defeat. Zhou Min's gaze, seemingly unintentionally, swept over Jia Jiang, who was trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, standing next to Lu Ruyun. General Jia. Zhou Min suddenly spoke, her voice calm. What do you think? Jia's heart skipped a beat, and he almost lost his composure. What the heck? Why are you cueing me? Can't we just slack off in peace anymore? His scalp tingled. Is it something he can interfere with in such personnel appointments? If one of them is wrong, wouldn't that offend both Lu Ruyun and those two powerful retainers below him? Moreover, what does Zhou Min mean by this? Is he dissatisfied with Lu Ruyun's answer? But Lu Ruyun is right. You set the rules. Since Mongolia won the war, there's nothing wrong with choosing him. Although some underhanded tactics were used, a win is a win. Your question is putting me in a difficult position. What answer did this old lady want to hear? Jia felt like his CPU was about to explode. Cough. Jia coughed lightly, forcibly calming himself down, and his mind raced as he organized his thoughts. First of all, the Mongol victory is an undeniable fact. Secondly, we absolutely cannot offend Lu Ruyun. The answer must remain within her framework. All that can be done is to gild this result, making the Mongolian victory seem more reasonable. Jia's face showed a thoughtful expression, and he carefully chose his words. Your Excellency, I believe that although the Mingzhan campaign used some tricks, it better demonstrated the flexibility and unconventionality of its tactics. The vanguard often encounters unknown dangers, and it is precisely this kind of resourceful general who can deal with them and perhaps achieve unexpected victories. Jia cleverly disguised deception as flexible tactics, and being cunning as being resourceful, attempting to increase the legitimacy of his role as the vanguard in the Mongolian War. This was the most appropriate explanation he could come up with without overturning Lu Ruyun's conclusion. After listening, Zhou Min's eyes flashed with a hint of suppressed laughter, but she only glanced at him indifferently. You know how to use words. The Mongolian War did have some tricks, but in your mouth, it's become flexible tactics. However, Zhou Min did not delve into the matter further, and changed the subject. However, what you said does make some sense. So that's how it works. Lu Ruyun, who was standing to the side, suddenly realized. The mother-in-law wasn't asking who won, but rather what she had seen through the competition and who was more suitable for the position. This was a test of her judgment of people. Her own answer just now had indeed been superficial. Zhou said no more, picked up a pen and wrote Meng Zhan's name on the roster beside him. He then nodded slightly to the maid standing beside him. The maid understood, stepped forward, and announced in a clear voice. First battle, Mongolian campaign, victory! The second match begins. A new competition is about to begin, and all attention on the training ground is once again drawn to it. As soon as the maid announced the start of the second round, before the eager male guards could even step onto the field, a figure took the lead, landing in the center of the training ground like a red cloud. Everyone stared intently, and were all somewhat stunned. The person in question was none other than the second Madame Yunyan. She was no longer dressed in her usual elegant brocade robe, but in a neat crimson outfit, her black hair tied up high with a simple jade hairpin. He held a long spear with a red tassel in his hand. The spearhead was gleaming, and the red tassel was like fire. At this moment, she was completely different from the plump, smiling noblewoman she usually was. Her brows were filled with a heroic spirit, her posture was as upright as a pine tree, and she had a dashing air that was no less than that of men. Yang family clouds and smoke, please enlighten me! Yunyan clasped her hands in a fist salute and looked around. Her voice was clear and melodious, carrying an imposing aura that could not be underestimated. Zhou, sitting upright above, looked at her sister-in-law without surprise, but rather with a hint of barely perceptible approval. Her younger sister-in-law was famous for her superb plum blossom spear technique. When she was young, her martial arts skills were no less than her own. However, after marrying into the Yang family, she devoted herself to her husband and children and has not used martial arts for many years. Mother's second aunt, she also knows martial arts? Lu Ruyun, who was standing next to her, was also seeing Yunyan like this for the first time. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise, and she couldn't help but ask in a low voice. In her memory, her second aunt was always dignified and quiet, and she would discuss needlework or family matters with her. She had never seen such a heroic and valiant woman. Zhou nodded slightly, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible arrogance. Which woman in my Yang family isn't an outstanding individual? These words sounded like a reply to Lu Ruyun, but also like a statement of fact. Having just won a battle, Meng Zhan nudged Yihua, who was still sulking beside him, with his elbow and whispered with a wink. Old blockhead, how about it? Want to go up and fight again? The second madam hasn't fought in years, maybe you can win? Upon hearing this, Yihua subconsciously glanced at the red figure standing in the center of the field with a gun, then immediately looked away as if burned, glaring at Meng Zhan with annoyance. Pa! I wonder which despicable person won by resorting to such underhanded tactics, and still has the nerve to try and instigate me? Why don't you go and join in? He clearly remembered that when second master Yang Jin was alive, he took good care of him. Ask him to go up and fight the second wife? He couldn't do it logically or emotionally. Moreover, the second madam's martial arts skills back then were truly at the level of a second-rate general. So many years have passed, and although I haven't taken any action yet, who knows how much I've improved. He's not going to risk that bad luck. Mother, I want to go up and try too. Lu Ruyun looked at Yunyan, who was full of heroic spirit in the arena. As a fellow martial artist, she was also aroused with her competitive spirit. He immediately volunteered to fight for Zhou. Zhou shook her head, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Ruyun, I have other plans for you. Seeing that her mother-in-law had clearly refused, Lu Ruyun, though itching to go, had no choice but to suppress her desire and retreat. Her gaze shifted and caught a glimpse of Jia Jiang standing behind her, a fleeting look of disappointment on his face. Jia Jiang's inner monologue. I thought I was going to see some beautiful women fighting, what a pity. Lu Ruyun immediately frowned, just about to ask what was so disappointing about this kid. Jia was shrewd. He instantly noticed Lu Ruyun's displeasure. A clever idea struck him, and he immediately pointed to the center of the room, his tone laced with perfectly timed surprise. successfully changing the subject. Godmother, look! Someone's going up for the match. The fight is about to begin. Chapter 50, Yunyan wins. Just as Jia shouted, "Look, Godmother!" in an attempt to divert Lu Riyun's attention, the situation in the room moved faster than he could speak. A figure, as nimble as a swallow, darted into the arena in a few leaps, its voice carrying a touch of boldness. "Since you're in such a good mood, second sister-in-law, I'll have a go at you." The newcomers were also dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, with a lithe and agile figure. Each of them held a willow leaf curved knife, the blades gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light in the sunlight. She was Hai Mingwe, the fourth wife of the Yang family and the wife of Yang Tian. She usually manages some of the mansion's properties outside the mansion. She is shrewd and capable, but it turns out she also has considerable martial arts skills. Upon seeing her, Yunyan's smile widened, and she gracefully twirled her spear, bringing herself to a steady halt. "So this is your fourth sister-in-law, please!" "Wow!" Sisters-in-law showdown. The drill ground erupted in cheers. All eyes were drawn to the two strikingly different beautiful women in the room, as if by a magnet. Lu Riyun was indeed completely captivated by this sudden change, and immediately gave Jia Jian a look, as if to say, "Kid, we'll settle the score with you later for what happened earlier." Jia felt a pang of guilt and quickly forced a fawning smile before abruptly turning his gaze back to the training ground, pretending to be completely absorbed in the competition, while inwardly groaning. Oh no, how did she see it? Lu Riyun, however, couldn't care less about that. She temporarily put aside the idea of dealing with Jia Jiang, and stared intently at the scene below. As a fellow martial artist, she naturally didn't want to miss such a battle between masters. Hai Mingwen knew that her second sister-in-law's plum blossom spear technique was exquisite and unparalleled, so she dared not be negligent in the slightest. With a sharp cry, she propelled herself forward, her twin blades clashing and transforming into two fierce streaks, one to the left and one to the right, whistling through the air and swirling in the clouds. The blade flashed swiftly, revealing a fast and ruthless attack strategy. Yuyan remained calm and composed. Facing the oncoming twin blades, she neither parried nor blocked. With a deft twist of her slender waist as if boneless, her footwork was light and ever-changing, like a butterfly flitting among flowers. In the blink of an eye, she slipped through the gap between the twin blades. At the same time, the red-tasseled spear in her hand was like a venomous snake suddenly awakened, its tip trembling and flashing with several cold stars, accurately striking Hai Mingyue's wrists. This attack struck where the enemy was about to defend, with the timing, angle, and speed all executed with exquisite precision. "Excellent marksmanship!" Cheers erupted from the sidelines, and even the proud veterans couldn't help but nod in approval. This second wife is still as sharp as ever. Jia Zhang's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed inwardly, "Holy crap! This second wife is incredibly cool." The women of the Yang family are indeed all cunning and shrewd. They are all hidden martial arts masters. In the arena, Hai Mingwe saw her wrist being attacked, immediately withdrew her blade, and quickly retreated with both feet, narrowly avoiding those deadly cold stars. Her expression hardened slightly, and she dared not launch another rash attack. She began to circle around the clouds and mist, protecting herself with her twin swords, looking for the next opportunity to strike. Yunyan remained calm and composed, his spear pointing diagonally at the ground, the tassel swaying gently in the wind, as if he were one with his surroundings, using stillness to control movement. The two fought, one fast and one slow, one attacking and one defending, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The flashing of swords and the clash of spears were dazzling. Hai Mingyue's twin swords unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, like a raging storm. Yunyan's spear, like a gentle spring rain, seemed soft, yet it always managed to find openings in the ferocious blade strikes and launch precise counterattacks. For a time, they were evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. The thrilling match left everyone breathless. Zhou Min, seated above, watched her two younger siblings locked in fierce combat with a deep gaze, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest, as if weighing something. Looking at the dashing Yunyan and Haemingya on the training ground, Zhou Min felt both gratified and subtly hesitant. Her 3 younger siblings were all excellent helpers. Yunyan and Haemingya are both outstanding in martial arts and are capable of leading troops independently. Their northward journey is a time when they are in need of manpower, and they are undoubtedly great help to the troops. But Fan Ruiying from the 3rd brother's family. Zhou Min's gaze subconsciously swept across the crowd, searching for that quiet figure. If Ying is gentle and not good at fighting, how should she be placed in the army where there is swords and shadows, so that her strengths can be utilized without putting her in danger? This is a question that needs to be considered. Just as Zhou Min was racing through her thoughts, the situation on the training ground suddenly changed. Haemingya wielded his twin swords like windmills, launching a rapid attack in an attempt to suppress Yunyan. However, due to the prolonged failure to gain the upper hand, his breathing became slightly disordered, revealing an extremely subtle opening. What keen insight does Yunyan possess? This is the moment she's been waiting for. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her spear seemingly coming to life, trembling as it precisely pierced through the gap between the 2 swords. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold light, arriving in an instant like a shooting star, and came to a steady stop an inch in front of Haemingya's snow-white throat. The spear tip remained motionless, while the red tassel trembled slightly. The entire room fell silent instantly. Haemingya's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Feeling the cold gunshot wound against her throat, a look of surprise flashed across her face. He immediately felt relieved, and with a flick of his wrist, deftly sheathed his twin swords. 4th sister-in-law, you flatter me. Yunyan smiled slightly, and with a flick of her wrist, the spear was withdrawn like a docile snake, resting behind her back with a graceful and composed demeanor. Haemingya clasped her hands in a fist salute, sincerely admiring her. 2nd sister-in-law is indeed more skilled. I admire you. The fight is over? Jia was dazzled and captivated by the spectacle, wishing he could join in and have a go. But before he knew it, the outcome was decided in the blink of an eye. He watched as the 2 beautiful women on the field instantly sheathed their weapons, chatting and laughing as if the dangerous duel had never happened. His envy hadn't subsided, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. That's it. Who won? Although his voice was soft, Lu Ruyun, who was standing in front of him, heard it clearly. Without turning her head, Lu Ruyun's gaze remained fixed on the 2 ants exchanging greetings in the arena. Her tone carried a barely perceptible, "You can't even see that?" as she coldly interjected. "It's the 2nd ant. She seized the opening that the 4th ant made during her rapid attack and won in one move." "Oh. I see. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, godmother." Jia Jiang suddenly realized and quickly thanked her, then tried to flatter her. "Second Madam's marksmanship is truly divine, godmother." As he spoke, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Lu Ruyun. This sight, however, caused him to choke on his next words. Lu Ruyun had turned around completely at some point, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were staring intently at him. "Godmother, is there something on my face?" Jia looked at Lu Ruyun with an embarrassed expression, thinking to himself, "Oh no, she's here to settle scores later. That incident hasn't even died down yet." Chapter 51. The martial arts competition ends. Looking at him like this, Lu Ruyun's almond-shaped eyes lit up, and a good idea immediately came to her mind. A playful yet challenging smile curved her lips. Her voice was soft, but clear enough. "Jia Jiang, as my adopted son, now that the Yang family is employing people, shouldn't you also do your part and go down to fight for them?" Just as she finished speaking, the maid next to her announced that Yunyan had won. "Holy crap! Are you waiting for me here?" Jia was inwardly groaning. Going up there would just be making him a punching bag, a background figure for others to step on to establish their authority. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose, retaliating against him for wanting to watch the show earlier. But Lu Ruyun had already said so much. If he backed down in front of everyone, he would be out of the Yang family, and would lose all face as an adopted son. Seeing Lu Ruyun's mischievous and, "Let's see what you do about it." Look, Jia Jiang steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and forced a look of tragic determination on his face. He clasped his hands and said, "My godmother is right. In that case, I'll be right back." After saying that, he made a move to walk off the field. Now it was Lu Rian's turn to be stunned. Does he really dare to go? She clearly remembered that the two maids, Shi Hongxia and Qingli, had said that Jia Zhang's martial arts skills were mediocre, only slightly better than ordinary guards. Could it be that those two brats lied? No wonder they had such strange expressions when they answered. "Wait a minute!" Lu Rian said instinctively, trying to stop him. Her intention was just to make things a little difficult for him, but she didn't really want him to embarrass himself. After all, he was now considered her adopted son, and if he lost, it would be her loss of face. She wanted to add, "Are you sure you can handle it? Don't be reckless and embarrass the Yang family." However, before she could speak, Zhou Min, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, spoke first. "General Jia, come forward." Jia paused, surprised. Zhou Min actually called him out of the way? Was she trying to help him out of a tight spot? Has the sun risen in the west? Jia Jiang dared not be negligent. He immediately turned around, walked quickly to Zhou Min's seat, and bowed, saying, "Madam." Actually, Zhou Min called him at this moment not entirely to get him out of trouble. Looking at the spirited Yun Yan and Haimingya on the training ground, and then thinking of her third sister-in-law Fan Roying standing quietly at the back of the crowd, she was weighing her options. Yun Yan and Manhwa are both capable of being generals, but Roying is not good at martial arts. How should she be placed? Forcibly placing her in the military might invite criticism, and it's not her forte either. However, if no arrangements are made and she is left alone in the perilous capital, once his move of holding troops outside begins, she will likely be the first to be punished and purged by the court. Therefore, the Yang family members, everyone who can be taken away, must be taken away without leaving a single one behind. She subconsciously wanted to hear Jia Zhang's opinion. That kid had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and perhaps he could offer some different perspectives. But when Zhou Min's gaze swept over Jia Jiang, she realized that the current occasion was not suitable for discussing such a sensitive topic. In a flash, she made up her mind, temporarily suppressing the urge to ask questions, and said calmly to Jia Jiang standing in front of her, "Never mind, we can discuss this later. You will stay by my side for now." She said it so naturally, as if it were the natural thing to do. Little did they know that this simple arrangement revealed an important signal. In Zhou Min's mind, Jia Jiang was no longer a simple, adopted son, or chess piece, but a brain trust figure who could be consulted at any time and relied upon for assistance. When in doubt, ask him a question. Even if you don't get a perfect answer, it can often broaden your thinking and help you find the general direction. Lu Rian, who was standing to the side, was completely baffled by her mother-in-law's actions. She told Jia Jiang to go down and fight, but her mother-in-law directly called Jia Jiang to her side and kept him by her side. What does this mean? Is it an open defense? Or does the mother-in-law think Jia has another more important use? Looking at Jia Jiang, who stood respectfully beside Zhou Min with his hands at his sides, instantly transforming from a lamb to the slaughter into a close advisor, Lu Rian felt a mix of emotions, a mixture of confusion and a strange sense of unease. When did this guy become so important to his mother? Jia himself was a little confused, but he was naturally overjoyed to escape the fate of being embarrassed in public, and quickly replied, "Yes, madam." Then he obediently stood on the other side of Zhou Min's seat, right next to Lu Rian. The little incident of Jia standing next to Zhou Min did not affect the drill ground. Soon, several more Yang family retainers jumped out and fought each other for positions such as captain and commander. Their fists and feet flew, swords flashed, and the fighting was quite lively. In the end, a winner was decided in each case. However, what really caught Jia's eye was the competition between the female soldiers in the later rounds. Especially Lu Rian's personal maid, Mu Qifeng, gave a stunning performance. She wielded a long spear. Her spear technique was meticulous and fluid, and when she swung it, it was like mercury flowing across the ground, impenetrable and leaving her opponents with almost no openings. After only a dozen or so rounds, he was gently tapped on the throat by her spear's shaft, and decisively admitted defeat. Lu Ruyun, that maid, is quite capable. Jia was secretly shocked. Mu Qingfeng's martial arts skills were clearly far superior to those of the other female soldiers on the field, and she was probably no less skilled than the male soldiers. With such a person by her side, how skilled is Lu Ruyun in martial arts? Time flew by amidst the fierce competition, and the sun gradually set in the west, painting the horizon with a magnificent sunset. After the final match concluded, Zhou Min slowly rose, her gaze sweeping over the slightly tired but mostly energetic crowd, and announced, "Today's martial arts competition is now concluded." A sigh of relief and lingering discussion filled the training ground. Zhou Min paused, then raised her voice slightly and asked, "The martial arts competition is over. Next is the literary strategy test. Is anyone interested in participating? If so, please register now so I can have the venue prepared." Once the question was asked, an eerie silence immediately fell over the audience. The men who were just moments ago working so enthusiastically now mostly had wandering eyes. Some were looking down at the tips of their shoes, while others were looking up at the clouds in the sky, but no one uttered a sound. These rough men, most of them came from military or families of generals. Being able to handle a sword and spear well and knowing a few words was already considered a success. How could they have the opportunity to learn any policy essays? That thing gives me a headache. It's even worse than making them carry stone weights for 10 miles. Meng Zhan, that old fox, couldn't sit still again. He nudged Yihua next to him with his elbow, lowered his voice, and winked. "Old blockhead, see that? Nobody's signing up. You think you can read a few words? Hurry up and step up. Maybe you can just stand there and win without a fight, becoming a strategist. It's that easy." Yihua rolled her eyes at him, clearly annoyed, and didn't bother to respond. Policy discussion? That requires using your brain and writing skills, and besides, people who do that are all very dirty-minded. Yihua is upright and honest, and therefore disdains associating with such people. Besides, Meng Zhan, who instigated him, was no good either. He was full of bad intentions. Zhou Min waited a few moments, and seeing that there was still no response, she understood. This was entirely expected. She nodded slightly. "In that case, the written plan will be put on hold for now. You have all worked hard today, so please go back and rest. The specific appointments will be issued soon." "Yes, madam. We will take our leave." The crowd felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and they echoed each other's voices. Then, in twos and threes, they discussed today's competition, and dragged their tired but excited bodies away from the training ground one after another. Chapter 52, Caught Peeping. As Jia was thinking to himself, the martial arts competition ended too suddenly. He's a martial artist by trade, yet he didn't step onto the field to demonstrate his worth. So what's next? Zhou Min called him over. Surely she didn't just want him to stand there as a human backdrop? Jia hesitated, wondering if he should take the initiative to ask and at least give clear instructions. Before he could even open his mouth and utter a sound, Lu Ruyun beside him gave him a warning look, the meaning of which was quite clear. "Shut up, don't say anything." Lu Ruyun was also pondering to herself that her mother-in-law must have had a deeper meaning in keeping this boy by her side. Although she hadn't figured it out yet, her mother-in-law always did things in a methodical way, so she decided not to let her adopted son interfere and ruin the arrangements. Little did she know that Zhou Min had already labeled Jia Jiang as a strategist, in her mind. Zhou Min looked at the gradually emptying training ground and then glanced at Jia Jiang, who was restless beside her. "Jia Jiang, Ruyun, come with me." Zhou Min spoke calmly. "Well, the old lady has spoken." Jia could only silently follow in Zhou Min's footsteps. The three of them returned to the main hall of Jingxin Garden in silence. Zhou Min sat down in the head seat, while Lu Ruyun and Jia Jiang sat on the left side of the lower seat. Zhou Min did not speak immediately, but first summoned a trusted maidservant and whispered the instructions. Go and invite the second madam over. Tell her that I have something important to discuss with her. Yes, madam. The maidservant accepted the order and hurried away. A subtle silence fell over the hall. Jia sat on the hardwood chair, his buttocks feeling like they had thorns. I can't sit still. Something's definitely not right here. He specially summoned him and Lu Riyun, and then went to invite the second Madame Yunyan. There must be something important to say, right? But is it appropriate for him to be there? We must avoid any appearance of impropriety. He felt that the silence was even more unbearable than the clash of swords on the training ground just now. It's obvious something's happened here. And it's something big. Jia Jiang secretly glanced at Zhou Min. The old lady had her eyes closed, so his expression was unreadable. She glanced at Lu Riyun across from her again. Lu Riyun was also frowning slightly, seemingly deep in thought. No, we have to break this deadlock. At the very least, we need to figure out why I was called here. As Jia pondered this in his mind, a cautious expression appeared on his face. He took the initiative to speak, breaking the silence. Madam, you summoned me here specifically because you have important matters to instruct me on? Zhou Min slowly opened her eyes, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment, but she didn't answer directly, only saying calmly. That's not urgent. Let's talk about it after this matter is over. Jia's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean this isn't urgent? You can call me after you've finished discussing it. It seems that Zhou Min has already accepted that he's on her side. Jia verbally agreed with yes, and nervously sat back down in his chair, his mind in turmoil. This time, could it be a complete showdown? He felt his heart start racing uncontrollably again. The main hall of Jingxin Garden now seemed to have become the eye of a storm. About the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea, a series of slightly hurried yet still light footsteps came from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a figure in crimson robes walked in with the wind. It was none other than the second Madame Yunyan. She was still wearing the same outfit she wore on the training ground, clearly having rushed over without even having time to change after being summoned. Sister-in-law, why did you call me here? Before the person had even fully settled down, a clear voice rang out. Upon seeing this, Lu Riyun immediately rose from her seat and respectfully curtsied. Riyun greets second aunt. Riyun is here too. Yunyan smiled at her, then her gaze fell on Jia Jiang, who had also stood up, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. The person looked unfamiliar, yet seemed strangely familiar. Jia Jiang quickly bowed and clasped his hands in greeting. This humble one, Jia Jiang, greets the second madam. Jia Jiang? Yunyan read the name aloud, then suddenly realized, raising a spirited eyebrow. Oh, it's you! Yunyan suddenly remembered who Jia Jiang was. He was the adopted son that Lu Riyun had taken in at the ancestral hall that day. What's he doing here? Looks like his sister-in-law and mother-in-law value him quite a bit. Second sister-in-law, please have a seat. Zhou Min stood up and gestured for Yunyan to sit in the chair at the head of the table on the left. She then instructed the maid waiting outside. Someone bring tea. A moment later, 2 maids entered with humble heads and carried in a tea tray, serving Zhou Min, Yunyan, Lu Riyun, and Jia Jiang a cup of steaming hot tea. The maids quietly withdrew and gently closed the door. Only 4 people remained in the main hall once again, and the atmosphere became even more somber than before. Zhou Min didn't rush to speak. Instead, she picked up her teacup, gently blew away the foam, and took a small sip. Yunyan and Lu Riyun also picked up their teacups. Jia looked at the cup of tea in front of him, unsure whether to pick it up or not. He could only continue to keep his eyes downcast and try to minimize his presence, while inwardly he was ranting. Why would your Yang family's higher-ups call in an adopted son for a meeting? It seems like this task of serving tea and water isn't his responsibility. Finally, Zhou Min put down her teacup, looked calmly at Yunyan, and spoke slowly in a low voice. Second sister-in-law, there are no outsiders here. I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the imperial decree ordering all the women of my Yang family to go north on a military expedition? Yunyan's hand holding the teacup trembled almost imperceptibly, causing the tea in the cup to ripple slightly. She had considered that her sister-in-law might harbor resentment towards the imperial court, but she hadn't expected her to ask such a sensitive question so bluntly. Yunyan steadied herself, gently placed the teacup back on the table, raised her eyes to meet Zhou Min's gaze, her tone carrying a hint of frank helplessness, as well as a touch of probing. Sister-in-law, since you asked, I'll be frank. Even if we're dissatisfied with the court's actions, what can we do? The imperial edict has been issued. Can we disobey it? Yunyan sighed softly, her gaze inadvertently shifting to Jiajiang. From the moment she sat down, she felt that the boy was secretly glancing at her from time to time, and his gaze was quite interesting. Yunyan's lips curled into a half-smile, and she suddenly changed the subject. Right, little guy. What's your name again? Jiajiang, right? What do you think? Ah? Jiajiang, holding his teacup and lost in thought about the beautiful scenery, was startled when he was suddenly called by name. He put down his teacup, jumped up from his chair, and hurriedly replied. Ah, yes. Second madam, I am Jiajiang. His slightly flustered response made Lu Ruyun, who was sitting diagonally in front of him, frown. She felt embarrassed and couldn't help but give his calf a light kick with her toe. Jia felt a sharp pain in his calf, inwardly groaning, but he still had to force a respectful smile on his face. His brain started racing, trying to figure out how to handle this awkward situation. Chapter 53. I suspect they're acting against me? Jia felt like his scalp was about to explode. Fine, he could just peek all he wanted. Why are you interrupting? Now look what's happened, they're being roasted over a fire. Jia wanted to slap himself twice. He originally just wanted to keep a low profile, but when the second wife asked a casual question, he reflexively answered, and now he's the center of attention. Zhou Min was also a little confused at this point. She had only intended to use Yunyan's words as a starting point to naturally lead to a deeper discussion, but she didn't expect Jia to jump out so proactively. This kid, could he have misunderstood me? At this moment, Jia's mind went blank. He thought something bad was about to happen, and a classic scene he had seen in his previous life suddenly popped into his mind. Without time to think, almost instinctively, he followed Yunyan's lead and modified that famous scene, blurting out. Yes. Second madam is right. Directly defying the imperial decree would be detrimental to the Yang family. The court is unjust and cannot target the Yang family. Jia spoke with a resolute indignation, then abruptly changed the subject. Now there's only one way. That is to lead the expeditionary army out first. His words were somewhat disjointed and even illogical, but the core meaning was exceptionally clear. We cannot resist head-on, but we also cannot sit idly by and wait to die. We must first move the army out and break free from the direct control of the imperial court. These words were like a pillow for someone who was sleepy. Zhou Min was worried about how to convey the initial idea of raising troops outside to Yunyan, since directly saying rebellion or establishing independence would be too shocking. Jia's statement, "It's not good to directly defy the imperial order, take the army out first," perfectly succinctly conveyed what she was about to say that she couldn't say directly. This was tantamount to creating an opening in front of Yunyan in advance, and also providing Zhou Min with a buffer time. If Yunyan disagrees, then he won't reveal anything more to her. Well said! Zhou Min couldn't help but let out a soft shout, her gaze towards Jiajiang filled with undisguised admiration. This kid is truly a remarkable person. At crucial moments, he dares to speak his mind and gets straight to the point. As expected of the person I chose. She was initially worried that Jia would suddenly interrupt and ruin things, but she never expected that he would say such loyal and righteous words that seemed to protect the Yang family but actually suited her heart. Yunyan was completely stunned. No. What did I just say? She thought about it carefully and realized that there was only one word in his words that she could say. Yes. But what does that long, impassioned analysis and suggestions have to do with her? Her suspicious gaze swept back and forth between Zhou Min and Jiajiang, and a thought popped into her mind. These two, are they putting on a show for me here? One throws out a brick to start a discussion, while the other takes the opportunity to reveal what he really wanted to say. Standing behind Jia Jiang, Lu Ruyun's mind hadn't fully processed what was happening yet. Her thoughts were still on Jia Jiang peeping at Yunyan. She watched Jia Jiang's retreating figure, her cheeks puffed out, seething with anger. This guy is really embarrassing himself. She's just a woman, what's so interesting about her? A terrifying thought crossed Yunyan's mind. Could it be that her sister-in-law really had other intentions? Otherwise, why would there be such a roundabout way of laying the groundwork? And why would there be an adopted son leading the way? Could it be that they're trying to test me? Thinking of this, Yunyan suddenly raised her head, looking at Zhou Min with a hint of shock and panic, her eyes becoming complicated. Sister-in-law, you! Inside the main hall of Jingxin Garden, the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Jia steeled his heart, knowing that he absolutely could not let her voice her doubts at this moment, otherwise Zhou Min would be at a disadvantage. So he interrupted Yunyan directly, forcibly taking over the conversation and becoming her mouthpiece. Second, madam, there are some things that the old madam cannot say too explicitly, because the Yang family can no longer withstand any more turmoil. Jia stared intently at Yunyan, his tone becoming extremely serious. Now, the old lady wants your attitude or a clear answer. Do you agree or disagree? Yunyan was completely dumbfounded, her brain almost shut down. No. You called me here in such a hurry, saying it was to discuss something important. We haven't even discussed anything yet. I don't even understand the cause and effect, so why am I suddenly asked to express my opinion? Agree with what? Disagree with what? What does all this have to do with anything? She felt like an audience member who had been forcibly dragged onto the stage, not even understanding the play before being forced to perform. Zhou Min almost couldn't hold back either. You're being way too impatient. Her original plan was to proceed gradually, first using the Yang family's tragic situation to resonate with Yunyan, then slowly guiding her to understand the necessity of having troops outside, and finally seeking her support. Who would have thought that Jia would be so fierce, skipping all the foreplay and slapping the ultimate choice in Yunyan's face? This kid, he's too reckless. Zhou Min was speechless. How was she going to handle this? Yunyan looked at Jia Jiang, who seemed to be getting more and more righteous as he spoke, and then quickly glanced at Zhou Min at the head of the table, keenly catching the subtle panic in Zhou Min's eyes. Having weathered many storms, she quickly regained her composure. No, this kid is probably just a pawn pushed out to test the waters. The purpose was to disrupt my composure and force me to make a hasty statement. I can't fall for their tricks. Yunyan took a deep breath, her face regaining its composure. She no longer looked at Jia Jiang, but instead looked directly at Zhou Min, calmly turning the tables on her. Oh? Sister-in-law, you've confused me. What kind of attitude do you want from me? You need to let me know what I should agree or disagree with, right? This seemingly casual remark sent the ball precisely back to Zhou Min's feet. Jia hesitated for a moment, wondering if he had jumped too high and gone a bit too far. Should we continue to grit our teeth and push forward? At this moment, Zhou Min, who was sitting upright above, finally spoke. She knew that she had to say the next thing herself. General Jia, please sit down. Zhou Min's calm voice rang out. Jia looked at Zhou Min, glanced at her eyes, and signaled that he could proceed. Yes, madam. Jia immediately understood and knew he should shut up. He quickly agreed, obediently returned to his seat, and tried his best to play the role of a background character. Seeing that Jia Jiang had calmed down, Zhou Min turned her gaze back to Yunyan, a helpless smile of apology on her face. Second sister-in-law, it was the servants who were ignorant and a little impatient. Please don't take offense. Yunyan simply smiled, without replying, picked up her teacup and took another sip, her demeanor composed. She knew that the real show was about to begin. Zhou Min sighed softly, her tone becoming heavy and sorrowful, and began her performance. My Yang family is full of loyal martyrs, 3 generations of whom have guarded the border for the country and shed their blood on the battlefield. But now, the imperial court has issued another edict, ordering us, a widow and her children, to drag our broken bodies to the death once again. Zhou Min attempted to stir up Yunyan's pain and resentment towards the imperial court. Upon hearing this, Yunyan's fingers tightened slightly as she held the teacup. Although she didn't speak, her eyes said it all. This move by the imperial court is truly disheartening. Zhou Min observed Yunyan's expression and knew that the time was almost right, so she slowly turned her attention to the core issue. The capital city has become a place of trouble for the Yang family. I intend to take advantage of this expedition to lead the Yang family away from this place. Leave? Yunyan suddenly raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She didn't understand the implications of her sister-in-law's words about leaving. Chapter 54. Yunyan boards the ship. Yes. Leave. Zhou Min met Yunyan's surprised and uncertain gaze and answered without the slightest hesitation, as if she had a plan in mind. How do I leave? Seeing her sister-in-law's appearance, which didn't seem like a momentary impulse, Yunyan's astonishment lessened, replaced by a hint of interest. Zhou Min's gaze swept over everyone present, and she spoke succinctly. With this expedition, we will lead the army to take root on the border and never return. They've settled down on the border, never to return. Yunyan instantly understood Zhou Min's plan, using a military expedition as a pretext to establish a separatist regime. Then Yunyan discovered a huge loophole and asked about it. What about the imperial court? What if the court issues an edict ordering the army to return to the capital? Should we return or not? Yunyan regretted asking the question as soon as she did, feeling that the loophole was too big. Given her sister-in-law's shrewdness, it's impossible that she didn't think of this. Unless... A sudden thought flashed through Yunyan's mind, and an even more terrifying idea popped up uncontrollably, startling even herself. Zhou Min took in the changes in her expression, knowing that she had already guessed, and smiled calmly, saying slowly, When a general is in the field, he may disobey the emperor's orders. Boom! Yunyan felt a jolt in her head, her eyes widened, and she stared at Zhou Min in disbelief. When a general is in the field, he may disobey some of the emperor's orders. This is not a rebellion. It is clearly a plan to raise an army and establish their own independent state. It seems that my sister-in-law has really been driven to desperation and is about to embark on that extreme and dangerous path of rebellion. She knew Zhou Min too well. This sister-in-law came from a noble family and valued the Yang family's reputation and honor most. The fact that she could now harbor such rebellious thoughts shows that the imperial court's decision to push the entire Yang family to the brink of ruin has truly chilled her heart. Yunyan took several deep breaths before she could barely suppress the turmoil in her heart, and her expression became more solemn than ever before. She stared intently at Zhou Min and asked, word by word. Sister-in-law, have you thought this through? If you take this step, there will truly be no turning back for the Yang family. This is a decision concerning the life and death of the entire family, and there is no room for carelessness. Of course I've thought it through. Zhou Min's tone was unusually calm, as if she were talking about a trivial matter that had already been decided. This matter is extremely dangerous, with a slim chance of survival. If you, my second sister-in-law, are unwilling to participate, I will not force you. Once we reach the border, you can take the other members of the Yang family who are unwilling to participate and find a safe place to live in anonymity. This can be considered as preserving a bloodline for my Yang family. She had already prepared for both possibilities. If Yunyan is unwilling, she has no choice but to cut off a branch of her bloodline. It would be the best option. Preserving a bloodline? Upon hearing these words, Yunyan felt a sudden pang of pain in her heart, as if she had been stabbed hard by a needle. She thought of her son who died on the battlefield. He was so young, unmarried, and had not even left behind any offspring. Her branch of the family had long since died out. What kind of bloodline are we supposed to preserve? Then look at Zhou Min. At least she has a grandson, Yang Renjun, so at least she has a successor. But what about Yunyan? Besides the empty title of the second madam of the Yang family, and her heart full of resentment, what else does she have left? A tremendous sense of unwillingness and a ruthless determination to perish together instantly overwhelmed the last trace of hesitation in her heart. Why should my son die in vain? Why should the Yang family be slaughtered at our mercy? Since the court is so unjust, don't blame us for being ruthless. Thinking this, the last trace of hesitation in Yunyan's eyes vanished completely. She abruptly raised her head, her gaze fixed firmly on Zhou Min, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. Sister-in-law, I agree. However, I have one condition. Yunyan's voice carried a calmness born of desperation, but her spirited eyes burned with a long-suppressed flame. Yunyan met Zhou Min's probing gaze and said clearly, If this is successful, you need to adopt a male offspring from your lineage and place him under my name to continue the lineage of my family. This is her obsession, and it is also the ultimate goal she pursued in this high-stakes gamble, besides revenge and survival. Her son died on the battlefield, leaving no descendants, which was her deepest pain. If she can ultimately fight her way out, she must fight for a legacy for herself, and for her deceased son and husband. Zhou Min nodded almost without hesitation. Okay. She understood Yunyan's pain and also realized the weight of this condition. In the current situation, exchanging the adoption of a grandchild for the full support of Yunyan, a capable younger sister-in-law, is a worthwhile deal. Moreover, if the great undertaking is indeed accomplished, the bloodline within the Yang family will still belong to the Yang family. All right. Having received the promise, Yunyan felt a weight lifted from her heart, and her tone became even more resolute. Is there anything I can do for you? Hearing Yunyan agree, Zhou Min's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Good. Good sister-in-law. Zhou Min couldn't help but reach out and hold Yunyan's hand tightly. Jia Jian watched as Zhou Min and Yunyan reached this world-shaking consensus in just a few words, and his heart trembled. Zhou Min has taken this step completely, with no possibility of turning back. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyun's heart was already churning with turbulent emotions. She had suspected it before. But I personally heard Zhou Min say, when a general is in the field, he may disobey the emperor's orders, and discuss with Yunyan the condition of adopting a son. Only then did she truly realize that her mother-in-law was absolutely determined to embark on the path of rebellion against the imperial court. Through the witty and subtle conversation just now, she also understood that her second aunt, Yunyan, had been successfully dragged into the water by her mother-in-law. And what about her? She was completely unaware. Lu Ruyun's gaze involuntarily fell back on Jia Jiang, who was trying his best to act like a quail beside him. Recalling his previous behavior and those inexplicable words he just said, I reckon this kid clearly knew about it. An indescribable sense of grievance and disappointment welled up in my heart. Why? Why would the mother-in-law rather trust this adopted son of unknown origin and glib-tongue than reveal anything about him to her daughter-in-law? Does the mother-in-law think I am less reliable than him? Suddenly, Lu Ruyun felt a mix of emotions, as if a lump of cotton was stuck in her throat, making her feel suffocated. She lowered her eyelashes, suppressing her turbulent emotions, and continued to listen in silence. Sister-in-law, now that this matter is settled, how are your preparations going? Is there anything I can do to help you? Since Yunyan had chosen to join, she immediately got into character and began to pay attention to the specific progress. She needs to know where the plan is at and what roles she can play. Seeing that Yunyan was so cooperative, Zhou Min was pleased. She first gave Yunyan an approving look, then turned to Lu Ruyun below her and said in her usual tone, I have instructed Ruyun to begin compiling statistics on the properties in the manor, and we are gradually selling off some of the estates and shops that can be sold, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Immediately Yunyan's gaze also fell on Lu Ruyun. Feeling two scrutinizing and questioning gazes focused on her, Lu Ruyun's heart tightened. She quickly composed herself, forced a reasonably polite smile, and replied, Yes, second aunt. Her gaze lingered thoughtfully on Lu Ruyun's slightly unnatural face for a moment, then subtly slid away and landed on Jia Jiang, who was standing behind Lu Ruyun with his head down. Jia Jiang keenly noticed a slight awkwardness in Lu Ruyun's answer. Several thoughts flashed through Jia's mind in an instant. Something's not right with Lu Ruyun. Sister-in-law, will this matter get out of the loop? Yunyan's question was quite meaningful. Although she did not explicitly point to anyone, it seemed that there was only one outsider present. Jia Jiang's face suddenly turned pale, and his gaze sharpened abruptly beneath his lowered eyelids. Is this a sign of doubt about him? Chapter 55, Stirring Up Trouble? Another test. Holy crap! Is this second wife up to something? Yunyan's pointed remark. I hope no one leaked it. Jia's gaze sharpened, his mind racing as he considered whether he should immediately make a statement, or swear an oath to clear his name. After all, of the four people present, he was the one in the most awkward position, being an outsider. Lu Ruyun, who was standing next to her, also felt her heart jump up for some reason, and subconsciously felt a chill for Jia Jiang. Zhou Min naturally understood Yunyan's implied meaning and spoke directly. Sister-in-law, rest assured. Everyone here in this hall today is someone I trust, so there is absolutely no risk of leaks. Her words were extremely strong, both to appease Yunyan and to clearly defend Jia Jiang. Putting aside the fact that Jia already knew her biggest secret, her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty, his clever performance just now, which was to defy the imperial decree head-on and take the army out first instead of directly defying it, was enough to prove that this guy was loyal to her, and naturally she would protect him. Seeing Zhou Min's protectiveness, Yunyan was surprised, but then she understood. She gave Jia Jiang a deep look, as if she wanted to re-examine this young, adopted son. Unexpectedly, this young man holds such weight in his sister-in-law's heart, even allowing her to participate in core discussions of such confidential matters. It seems we'll have to reassess his value in the future. Seeing this, Yunyan said no more, stood up and clasped her hands in a fist salute. Very well, since that's how it is, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and make some preparations. Go ahead, and be careful in everything you do. Zhou Min nodded. Yunyan nodded slightly to Lu Ruyun and Jia Jiang again before turning around and leaving the main hall of Jingxinyuan with steady steps. With Yunyan gone, only Zhou Min, Lu Ruyun, and Jia Jiang remained in the hall, but the atmosphere did not ease much. Zhou Min slowly stood up and walked to Lu Ruyun. From the moment she spoke, she had keenly sensed that something was off about her daughter-in-law's expression. Ruyun, you're not blaming your mother for not telling you these things beforehand, are you? Zhou Min's voice softened, carrying a barely perceptible sigh. Lu Ruyun raised her head and looked at her mother-in-law. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. However, the complex emotions in her eyes said it all. Zhou Min's heart skipped a beat. She knew she had guessed correctly. Her daughter-in-law is very perceptive, and it's understandable that she would feel resentful when she suddenly realized that she had been kept in the dark. She sighed softly, reached out and patted Lu Ruyun's hand, her tone becoming unusually solemn, even carrying a hint of pity and helplessness as an elder, as she explained. Ruyun, it's not that I intentionally hid it from you. This matter is far too serious, extremely dangerous. One wrong step and we'll be doomed, our entire family destroyed. Zhou Min's gaze was deep. Your mother has already staked everything the Yang family has, and even my old life. She changed the subject, her tone softening and filled with expectation. But I don't want to, and can't gamble with the future of the Yang family. Do you understand? She pronounced the word future, with exceptional clarity. Lu Ruyun was shocked and instantly understood Zhou Min's deeper meaning. It wasn't that her mother-in-law didn't trust her, rather, she wanted to use her, and perhaps her son, as the last remaining spark of the Yang family, as their final escape route. If things go wrong, she, the unaware daughter-in-law, might still have a glimmer of hope to preserve a bloodline for the Yang family. Mother, I am also a member of the Yang family. Lu Ruyun's throat tightened, and the grievances and disappointments she had felt were instantly replaced by immense emotion and a heavy sense of responsibility. She grasped Zhou Min's hand in return, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't finish her sentence, but her determination to live and die with the Yang family was already evident. Zhou Min looked at her, a hint of relief and tears welling up in her eyes, and squeezed her hand tightly. I know your heart. Precisely because you are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yang family and the hope for the future, there are some things that I cannot easily let you do. Jia stood aside, silently watching the unspoken communication and deep emotions between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, feeling a mix of emotions. Throughout history, how many rebellions have ended well? Although Zhou Min's actions seemed cold-blooded, excluding Lu Ruyun from the inner circle, she was actually using her own methods to preserve the last embers of the Yang family. Such foresight is truly something that few people possess. After calming Lu Ruyun down, Zhou Min turned her gaze to General Jia, who stood respectfully to the side with his hands at his sides. In the candlelight, the young man's profile appeared exceptionally serene. General Jia, Zhou Min began. Do you know why I didn't let you participate in the martial arts competition at the training ground today? Jia immediately stood up, his posture respectful, his tone perfectly measured, conveying a just right mix of confusion and absolute obedience. Replying to Madam, I am unaware. But Madam's arrangement must have its profound meaning and reason. His subtle flattery pleased Zhou Min greatly. Zhou Min nodded slightly and explained. Today's martial arts competition is quite grand. Rather than being a selection of generals, it's more like a pretext for the imperial court. Her gaze was deep, carrying a calm understanding of the world. We need to let those people in the imperial court see that after receiving the imperial decree, the Yang family is united and actively preparing for war, so that they can rest assured. Jia understood instantly. This would both lull the court into complacency and provide an opportunity to legitimately reorganize internal forces, while also allowing for observation of individual reactions, a triple win. His face immediately lit up with an expression of sudden realization and deep admiration, and he offered another round of flattery. The old lady is meticulous and far-sighted. I admire her. Zhou Min neither confirmed nor denied his flattery, but her expression softened somewhat. She then changed the subject and got to the point. After careful consideration, I have decided to retain you as my personal guard during the northward march, protecting the Central Army. Do you have any objections? Are you suggesting I continue as a bodyguard? Jia quickly started calculating in his mind. Royal bodyguard? What does Zhou Min mean by this? Does it mean she doesn't feel trusted enough, or? Jia Zhang's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his respectful demeanor. He cupped his hands and said, It is entirely up to the old lady's arrangements. I have no objections. Serving the Yang family is my duty. His answer was impeccable, showing neither dissatisfaction with his lowly position nor any deliberate display of loyalty, prioritizing the will of the Yang family above all else. Zhou Min carefully observed his expression and saw that he showed no abnormality, with clear eyes and a calm attitude. The last bit of doubt in her heart dissipated, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. This child knows how to conduct himself appropriately, and knows when to advance and retreat. Zhou Min finally felt relieved and continued, her tone even carrying a subtle hint of entrustment. I intend to have you primarily responsible for protecting and caring for the women of the Yang family who are not skilled in martial arts. This journey is dangerous, and they are powerless to fight, so they need capable people to look after them. This is a great responsibility, and it may be hard on you. Once my Yang family finds a stable foothold and overcomes this crisis, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. I see. After hearing Zhou Min's words, Jia Jiang felt a sudden sense of clarity, as if the clouds had parted and the sun was shining through. It turns out it wasn't a lack of trust, but rather too much trust. And trusting the safety of the most important and vulnerable women in the household to him is hardly a waste of time. This clearly means handing over a weakness and a crucial position to him. It is a position that no one but a core confidant should be allowed to hold. Moreover, women who are not skilled in martial arts. Jia began to think. It seems that not all the women in the Yang family are heroines. There are also weak women who need protection. This job sounded much safer than what he had originally imagined, living on the edge and risking his life in the military. Jia immediately bowed, his tone filled with solemnity and gratitude for being entrusted with such an important task. I am deeply grateful for the old lady's trust. I will do my utmost to protect all the ladies and live up to the old lady's expectations. Seeing Jia's statement, Zhou Min finally felt completely relieved. Lu Riyun listened from the side and understood her mother-in-law's intention. Jia Jiang, with his head bowed, was supposed to be guarding the women? That job sounds like it has a lot of room for maneuver. He was about to set off for the campaign and needed to take action. Chapter 56. Lu Riyun's hesitation. After leaving Jingxin Garden, Jia Jiang hadn't gone far when he was ambushed by Lu Riyun and Mu Qingfeng. Come with me. Lu Riyun uttered 3 words, her expression unreadable, and turned to walk towards her Jinlan courtyard. Jia was inwardly groaning, knowing that what was coming couldn't be avoided, so he had no choice but to obediently follow along. The main hall of Jinlan courtyard was brightly lit, yet it was filled with an eerie quiet that was even more unsettling than Jingxin Garden. Lu Riyun sat in the main seat without saying a word, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on General Jia standing below her. Jia kept his eyes down, pondering how to respond, and didn't speak up for a while. The two just stared at each other, the atmosphere so awkward it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. Mu Qingfeng, who was standing to the side, watched the scene without daring to say a word. After a long stalemate, Jia finally couldn't hold back any longer. If this continues, we might be able to endure until dawn. Jia raised his head and broke the silence first. Godmother, did you call me here specifically to give you some instructions? Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun let out a soft hum, her eyes filled with emotions so complex they could fill a book. She originally thought that her previous, maternal love, had already subdued this sly boy and made him truly submit. But what happened at Jingxin Garden today made her see through this guy completely. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He actually knew about his mother's earth-shattering plan all along, and even played along. She herself, the adoptive mother, was like a fool kept in the dark. Men, haha. Lu Riyun sneered inwardly, too lazy to beat around the bush any longer, and went straight to the point, her voice filled with suppressed anger and resentment. Tell me, when did you find out? Jia knew she was asking about Zhou Min's plan to establish his own power with an army. So he honestly replied, This morning, the old lady saw me. The old lady came to see you again? Lu Riyun frowned even more. Yes. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Lu Riyun's voice couldn't help but rise a few decibels. He hadn't uttered a single word about something so important. Jia's face instantly filled with helplessness, and he shrugged. Godmother, it's not that I'm unwilling to tell you. But think about it, given my status, if I had rashly told you back then, would you have believed me? His question was extremely tricky. Lu Riyun was speechless. Yes, when Jia came to her mysteriously and said this, her first reaction was that this guy had ulterior motives. They either think the kid is crazy, or they think he's trying to sow discord, and they'd probably just have Mu Qingfeng kick him out without believing a word he said. Seeing her speechless expression, Jia secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pressed his advantage. After all, I am an outsider. There are some things that I cannot say. Otherwise, it may not only cause you to misunderstand, but I may also get into trouble. Lu Riyun fell into a brief silence. Did the old lady threaten you? No. The old lady only said that the Yang family was about to collapse, and told me to take some money and flee for my life. Jia pretended not to understand anything and roughly repeated what Zhou Min had said. Oh? Lu Riyun raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing that her mother-in-law probably wanted to silence her. The so-called taking the money and running for your life was nothing more than a final test. If Jia had truly shown even the slightest intention to leave at that time, he would probably be a cold corpse by now. Lu Riyun immediately understood that Jia Jiang's participation in the secret meeting was not voluntary, but rather due to his own luck. Then why didn't you leave? Lu Riyun had some doubts. Jia straightened his back, a look of gratitude on his face, and his tone became firm. Although I am not talented, I know the principle of being loyal to someone who has entrusted me with something. When I received General Yang's dying wish, he entrusted me with his affairs after his death. Now that the Yang family is in crisis, how can I be afraid of death and do such a disloyal and unjust thing? His words were spoken with such righteous indignation and sincerity. It was as if he stayed solely out of loyalty to the Yang family. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun's last bit of resentment vanished instantly. I see. It was his loyalty that inadvertently saved his own life. She looked at Jia Jiang and thought that although he had many flaws, slick and lecherous, he was particularly loyal and righteous at crucial moments. Thinking of this, her displeasure dissipated, and her tone softened considerably. So, what do you think of the old lady's plan? Is it feasible? Jia shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a sense of pessimistic reality. The plan was ideal, but reality was harsh. Upon hearing this, a hint of worry flashed in Lu Riyun's beautiful eyes. She also felt that her mother-in-law's actions were too risky, like dancing on the edge of a knife. Lu Riyun asked, her tone unconsciously tinged with a hint of resentment and urgency. Then why didn't you try to persuade the old lady? She couldn't understand why her mother-in-law, who valued loyalty and righteousness above all else, would suddenly make such an extreme choice. It was simply unbelievable. Upon hearing her words, Jia abruptly raised his head, looking at her with an expression as if she were an idiot, his tone utterly speechless. I'll advise you? You overestimate me. Who do you think I am? Lu Riyun was stunned by his words. She instinctively wanted to get angry, thinking that his words were rude, but she swallowed the words back down. Because she knew that what Jia Jiang said was the stark truth. What should we do then? Lu Riyun immediately felt a sense of crisis and frowned deeply. Seeing this, Jia decided that since he was stuck with Zhou Min, he might as well try a different target. Then an idea came to mind. Grandma Yang, if you believe me, then I will definitely protect Marshal Yang's bloodline. Jia will change how he addresses Lu Riyun. Grandma Yang? Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun's expression immediately hardened. General Jia, why don't you call me your godmother anymore? Grandma Yang, although I am a rough man, I am not a fool. The waters of the Yang family are too deep, and I have felt this deeply these days. I know I cannot control the situation. Once the Yang family has weathered this crisis, I will leave. Jia decided to retreat once again to see how Lu Riyun would react. Are you leaving? Jia nodded. Lu Riyun understood that Jia Jiang had sensed the danger and was trying to find a way out for himself. So what should I do? Chapter 57, Snowflakes Return to the Heart. Now, hearing the hint of separation in Jia's words, Lu Riyun's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a little panicked. In Lu Riyun's mind, Jia Jiang's role was merely to act as a shield. If Jia Jiang left, wouldn't her plans fall through? The mother-in-law clearly has more important plans at hand now, and may not be able to take care of them and their child completely. If we lose Jia Jiang as a shield. No, we have to keep him here. At the very least, we must tie him to our little boat. But how should I ask them to stay? Using her status as a foster mother to issue orders? After the conversation just now, the familial bond that had been deliberately cultivated has faded considerably. Using incentives? Lu Riyun was in a state of turmoil, and her face unconsciously showed hesitation and struggle. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes flickered. She was completely different from the shrewd and capable matriarch she was usually. Jia was surprised to see her like this. What does that expression mean? He doesn't believe he knows anything extraordinary about Lu Riyun. But surely it's not enough to make her show so many expressions in front of me? Is it because you really don't want me to leave? Or do you have other plans? Jia felt that women's minds were too hard to fathom, so it was best to retreat first to avoid getting caught up in it again. Upon seeing this, Jia immediately stood up, his tone returning to its usual respectful tone, tinged with a hint of aloofness. Madam Yang, if there is nothing else to instruct, then I will take my leave. After he finished speaking, seeing that Lu Riyun was still lost in her thoughts and didn't react, he turned to Mu Qifeng beside him, nodded to her, and indicated that he was taking his leave. Miss Qifeng, I'm leaving now. Then, Jia turned around and quickly left the main hall of Jilan courtyard, his figure soon disappearing into the night outside the door. When Lu Ruyun finally snapped out of her turmoil and tried to probe Jia Jiang's intentions again, she looked up to find the room completely empty. Only the flickering candlelight and Mu Qingfeng, who stood by with a worried expression, remained. "Where is General Jia?" Lu Ruyun asked subconsciously, her voice carrying a hint of urgency that she herself was unaware of. Mu Qingfeng replied softly, "Miss, General Jia has been gone for quite some time." Lu Ruyun stared blankly at the empty doorway, feeling a sense of emptiness in her heart, as if a duck that was about to be caught was about to fly away. She slumped back in her chair and rubbed her throbbing temples. Seeing her young mistress's absent-minded appearance, Mu Qingfeng's doubts deepened. Miss has been acting strangely these past few days, especially after that Jia Jiang appeared. Jia will return to the west wing. I pushed the door open. Xue Fei immediately came forward, her face showing cautious deference. After being reprimanded during the day, the little girl finally understood her place. She was just a servant girl. Only by serving her master well could she be all right. Moreover, although her current young master has a slight lecherous streak, he treats her fairly well. At least he doesn't beat or scold her, and they can even eat together at the same table. As for men, aren't they all the same? Xue Fei silently reassured herself that although the young master in front of her was a bit lecherous, he was not harsh on her, and was even quite lenient. "Young master, you're back." Xue Fei spoke softly, her gaze already fixed on Jia Jiang, noticing that he seemed somewhat tired. Jia grunted in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the food box on the table inside the room, knowing that dinner had already been delivered. Before he could even speak, Xue Fei had already acted swiftly, opening the food box, taking out the still steaming food, arranging it neatly on the table, and asking softly, "Young master, why are you back so late? Are you hungry? The food is ready, please have some." Her movements were swift, her tone natural, and her voice conveyed genuine concern. "Some things have been delayed." Jia casually replied, sat down at the table, and picked up his chopsticks. He was indeed hungry. In the afternoon, he went back and forth between the training ground, Jingxinyuan, and Jinlanyuan, engaging in a battle of wits and courage, which was more tiring than carrying a heavy bag all day. He ate a couple of mouthfuls of rice, then noticed Xue Fei still standing respectfully to the side, unlike her usual casual demeanor, and asked, "Have you eaten?" Xue Fei hesitated for a moment, but still answered honestly, "Young master, this servant has not yet." Looking at her cautious demeanor, Jia Jiang understood that his education during the day had worked. The girl was beginning to understand the rules and knew how to behave appropriately. He was already exhausted, both physically and mentally, and too lazy to maintain any semblance of a strict master-servant relationship. He waved his hand and said, "Didn't I tell you before that you didn't need to wait for me? You can eat first. Sit down and have some with me." These words, spoken casually, warmed Xue Fei's heart. She secretly glanced at Jia Jiang, and seeing that he was indeed not displeased, she replied softly, "Yes." Then she carefully sat down in the chair next to Jia Jiang and began to eat in small bites. After the meal, Xue Fei quickly and efficiently cleaned up the dishes and wiped the table spotless. Jia slumped down on the edge of the bed, feeling like his mind was a complete mess. The decision to go to war is final and cannot be avoided. But what should be the next move? The women of the Yang family, Zhou Min is cunning and calculating, Yunyan is sharp and shrewd, none of them are easy to deal with. Today, Yunyan has taught him a good lesson. Lu Ruyun. Thinking of Lu Ruyun, Jia frowned slightly. Her attitude today was really strange, and it might be his next breakthrough. As for Zhou Min, we can only put it aside for now. Who would have thought that she had such a poor tolerance for stress and would be so crazy as to choose to rebel? Thinking of Zhou Min, Jia Jiang felt a headache coming on, and subconsciously rubbed his temples. After Xue Fei finished tidying up, she saw Jia Jiang sitting on the edge of the bed with his brows furrowed, as if he was deep in thought about something important. She didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him, and just stood quietly by his side. Even her breathing became soft. After a long while, Jiao let out a long breath. No matter how much you think, plans can't keep up with changes. There's still too little information right now, so daydreaming is useless. It's better to conserve your energy and build up your strength. Jia looked up and noticed that Xuefei was still standing there like a log, and couldn't help but say, "Finished cleaning up? Then go and rest. You don't need to serve me here." However, Xuefei stood still and did not move. Jia looked at her, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" He added, half-jokingly, "If you don't leave now, I might just make you serve me in bed." He made it as a casual remark, intending to tease her and also to ease his own tension. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Xuefei's cheeks flushed red, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. Instead of running away, she lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, and softly murmured, in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, filled with indescribable shyness. "Have to." Looking at her like this, Jia Jiang instantly understood. This girl doesn't not want to leave, she has no intention of leaving at all. It seems she intends to prove it with her actions? Looking at her shy, submissive appearance, and recalling her usual charming and lovely nature, Jia Jiang felt a surge of desire rising within him, a fire that had been suppressed by exhaustion. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Xuefei raise her large, watery eyes, glance shyly at the flickering candlelight on the table, and remind him in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Young master, turn off the lights." In the candlelight, her neck flushed pink, and her alluring, unspoken charm was more seductive than any direct invitation. Jia swallowed hard, feeling his mouth dry. Damn it, who can handle this? He got up, walked a few steps to the table, and blew out the candle with a poof. In the darkness, only faint, irritating rustling sounds and gradually changing creaking sounds remained. Chapter 58. Meeting starts. Let's get to know everyone. Overnight, clouds and rain turned, and spring breezes came and went. Jia slept until the sun was high in the sky, and only woke up groggily when the bright sunlight streaming through the window made his eyelids itch. My lower back was a little sore, and I sighed inwardly, thinking how physically demanding these ancient forms of entertainment must have been. Before he was fully awake, there was a knock on the door. It was Zhou Min's maid who came to tell him that the old lady wanted him to go to Jingxin Garden. So early. Jia muttered something and struggled to get up. Xuefei had already woken up and blushed as she helped him get dressed and wash up, her movements even gentler and more docile than usual. Following the maid leading the way toward Jingxin Garden, Jia began to make plans in his mind. What kind of trouble is this old woman causing now? The grand plan for rebellion was just decided yesterday, and tasks were assigned. And now you're doing this again? Do you really think she's a donkey from the production team? Working non-stop? Jia pursed his lips. Anyway, he had figured it out. Seeing Zhou Min was never a good thing. She would either use her brain or be threatened. As we approached Jingxin Garden, before even entering, we could hear the lively chatter of women inside. There are quite a lot of people inside. Jia wondered to himself, what is Zhou Min up to? He straightened his robes and stepped into the main hall. Good heavens! The sight before him almost made him think he had gone to the wrong place. The main hall of Jingxin Garden was filled with women, some sitting and some standing. Both plump and slender women possessed their own unique charm. Some were dressed simply, their brows furrowed with lingering sorrow, clearly newly widowed. Others were slightly older, with relatively composed expressions, while a few younger ones had curiosity and unease in their eyes, presumably young ladies. The room was filled with the scents of pearls and hairpins, cosmetics, and the unique fragrance of a young woman's body, all wafting towards you. Jia Jiang didn't know many people, except for Zhou Min, who sat at the head of the table with a calm expression, and Lu Ruyun, who stood beside her, still beautiful but seemingly absent-minded. The only one who looked familiar was second Madame Yunyan, whom I had just fought yesterday. Her smart and capable outfit couldn't hide her mature charm. The whispers that had been filling the hall ceased abruptly the moment Jia entered. Several curious and inquisitive gazes fell upon him, the only young man who had suddenly barged in. Jia felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He quickly stopped at the doorway, not daring to squeeze any further in, because there was nowhere left for him to squeeze in. Jia bowed and clasped his hands in greeting, then said in a loud voice, "This humble servant, Jia Jiang, greets the old lady and all the ladies." The sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet main hall. Jia let their gazes sweep over him. "Damn, this feels like being a monkey being stared at in a zoo," Jia thought to himself, but on the surface he remained respectful and waited for Zhou Min to speak. Upon seeing Jia Jiang appear, Zhou Min, who was seated at the head of the table, put down her teacup, her gaze falling on him, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. "General Jia, you're a little late today." Jia rolled his eyes inwardly. "You didn't say there would be a meeting today yesterday, so how can you blame me?" His face immediately betrayed just the right amount of fear, and he bowed deeply, saying, "Your Excellency, I was so anxious yesterday that I couldn't sleep, which is why I'm late. Please forgive me." Zhou Min seemed to have only mentioned it casually and didn't delve into it further, instead saying, "I have summoned you here today for a matter. You are now considered a member of my Yang family. With the expedition imminent and your duty as a guard being fulfilled, I will let you get to know people today, so that you won't be a laughing stock when you are out in the future and don't recognize your own family." Recognizing people? Jia thought to himself. They're making such a big fuss just to hold a welcome meeting for me? Jia Jiang always felt that it wasn't that simple, but he could only reply, "Yes, the old lady has considered everything carefully. Come forward now." Zhou Min waved. "Yes." As instructed, Jia took a few steps forward and stood in the hall. He immediately felt the gazes falling on him become even sharper. Zhou Min raised her hand and pointed to the woman sitting at the head of the table on the left, who was none other than Yunyan, whom she had seen yesterday. "This is the wife of the second master of the Yang family, Yunyan. You met her at the drill ground yesterday. You can call her second aunt." Today, Yunyan has changed out of yesterday's outfit and is now wearing a lotus-colored brocade dress with gold-embroidered butterflies and flowers, over which she wears a moon-white soft gauze vest. A red-gold hairpin with kingfisher feathers is inserted diagonally into her black hair bun, swaying gently with her slight head turn. She still possessed that air of both heroism and charm, but today her attire exuded an even more noble and elegant air. She looked at Jia Jiang with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips, as if she were examining something interesting. Jia bowed respectfully and said, "This humble servant greets second aunt." Yuyen gave a soft hum, which was taken as an agreement. Zhou Min's gaze shifted to a woman sitting below Yunyan. "This is third master's wife, Fan Ruiying. I have met third aunt." Jia bowed again, his eyes subtly observing the third madam. "I didn't seem to see this lady at the drill ground yesterday." She wore a simple, elegant sky blue ruchuan embroidered with magnolia branches after the rain, without any makeup. Her temperament was gentle and graceful, with a scholarly air and a touch of melancholy in her eyes. She looked somewhat timid, and when she met Jia Jiang's gaze as he bowed, she nodded slightly and quickly lowered her head. Zhou Min continued, "This is fourth master's wife, Hai Mingwei. This humble servant greets fourth madam." Hai Mingwei wore a pomegranate red satin dress with a cross collar, which made her skin look as white as snow and made her radiant. Unlike Yunyan's heroic spirit and Fan Ruiying's gentleness, her eyes were bright and intelligent, with a hint of shrewdness and decisiveness. When she looked at Jia Jiang, her gaze was direct and bold, as if she wanted to see right through him. After introducing the senior sisters-in-law on the left, Zhou Min pointed to the right. Standing here are Lu Riyun and several younger female relatives. After a brief introduction by Zhou Min, Jiao learned that they were Gao Yeren, the widowed daughter-in-law of the second wife Yunyan, Yang Kursen, the daughter of the fourth wife Haimingyu, and Yang Qiwei, the daughter of the third wife Fan Ruiying, and her daughter Yang Huiping. Jia had no choice but to bow again and pay his respects to the young women. Jia Jiang greets second aunt, Aunt Kursen, Aunt Qiwei, and Aunt Huiping. He himself felt a little awkward calling him that. I regret not bringing up the matter of adopting a son. After going around once, Jia Jian had gotten to know the core female members of the Yang family roughly and had a preliminary impression of their personalities. Seeing that the formalities had been completed, Zhou Min waved her hand, her expression becoming serious, and her tone turning solemn. All right, now that you've met everyone, let's get down to business. The hall fell silent instantly. Chapter 59, Blind Loyalty? You're sending us to our deaths. This time, everyone in the Yang family must go on this expedition. Zhou Min's words, "Everyone has to go," instantly stirred up ripples in the main hall. The expressions of the women present immediately became more varied. Knowing the inside story, Yunyan held her teacup with a steady hand, her eyes calm and unwavering. Hai Mingwei, who was also skilled in martial arts, showed no fear. Instead, a hint of excitement and eagerness flashed in her eyes. Restless blood flowed in her veins, and she even had a longing for the battlefield full of unknowns and dangers. Meanwhile, the third wife, Fan Ruiying, who was sitting to the side, had her brows furrowed tightly, her slender fingers gripping the handkerchief with unconscious force. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately, due to her timid nature, she swallowed her words back. However, her fearful eyes revealed the anxiety and unease in her heart. Just then, Yang Kursin, standing among the young women on the right, couldn't help but speak up. She was still young, and being the legitimate daughter of the fourth wife, she was raised by Hai Mingwei to be charmingly naive and straightforward, with a fearless spirit. She opened her eyes wide, looking at Zhou Min with complete confusion. Aunt? Are people like me, third aunt, and sister Chiwei, who have absolutely no martial arts skills, also going to the battlefield? Isn't that just going to your death? Her question echoed the thoughts of Fan Ruiying and the other women present who were not skilled in martial arts. Fan Ruiying subconsciously perked up her ears, nervously awaiting Zhou Min's answer. Zhou Min looked at Yang Kursin, seemingly having expected this, and slowly said, "Kursin, how could your aunt not know your concerns?" She sighed, her voice heavy. "But this expedition is no small matter. Countless eyes in the court are watching our Yang family. If we don't show the Yang family's attitude, what will those with ulterior motives say?" Zhou Min's gaze swept over the crowd, her voice suddenly rising a few decibels, carrying a tragic tone. "Only by sending the entire family, including women and children, can we demonstrate the loyalty and determination of the Yang family to serve the court, and let the world see that the Yang family has no regrets for the country." Her words were spoken in a grand and righteous manner, elevating the concept of loyalty to an extreme, attempting to suppress everything with the righteous cause. Yunyan, standing to the side, thought to herself, "My sister-in-law is really something. They can make black seem white." However, Yang Kursin was too young to understand the concept of loyalty and righteousness. After listening, she was not convinced at all. Instead, she became even more agitated, her pretty face flushed red, and her voice was filled with indignation. "Determination? What good is it to look at them? Don't my father, my uncle, and my elder brother have the determination to serve the court? But what was the result? They all died. Now the court is forcing us women to go to the battlefield. Is the court doing this right?" She became increasingly agitated as she spoke, and in the end she almost shouted it out. "Aunt! What you're doing isn't loyalty, it's blind loyalty. You're leading us all to our deaths." The words, blind loyalty, struck the silent main hall like a thunderbolt. It also struck a chord in the hearts of everyone present. At that moment, Lu Ruyun, sitting on the right, felt as if a lightning bolt had illuminated her heart. She finally understood that even a naive young girl like Kursin could see at a glance that the imperial court was forcing the Yang family to their deaths. How could Zhou Min, her mother-in-law, a shrewd and wise old lady who had been in charge of the Yang family for many years, not see through her? All her previous doubts and confusion about her mother-in-law's sudden betrayal of loyalty were answered at this moment. It wasn't that the mother-in-law had changed, but rather that the imperial court had first driven the Yang family to the brink of ruin. The mother-in-law's seemingly rebellious, decision was precisely to fight for a glimmer of hope for the Yang family in a desperate situation. "Curson! What nonsense are you spouting? Shut up right now and apologize to your aunt." Hai Mingyue's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly scolded her daughter. Although she was straightforward, she knew how outrageous those words were. "No! I'm stating the facts." Yang Curson stubbornly shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes, and glared fiercely at those around her. He glanced at Zhou Min at the head of the table, then stomped his foot and said, "If you want to go and die, go yourselves. I'm not going." After saying that, she turned around and ran away without a care in the world, rushing straight out of the main hall. "Curson! You silly child! Sister-in-law, I'll go and bring her back." Hai Minghua was both anxious and angry. She quickly apologized to Zhou Min, and hurriedly chased after her. Inside the main hall, there was a deathly silence. All the women lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhou Min's face. Yang Curson's words, though impulsive and rude, were like a sharp thorn that pierced everyone's heart. Zhou Min sat upright at the head of the table, her face still revealing no emotion, only gripping the armrest tightly. Jia stood at the doorway, taking in everything, and sighed inwardly. This fourth young lady of the Yang family also has a fiery temper. It seems that the loyalty and righteousness card doesn't work for everyone. After Hai Minghua hurriedly chased after Yang Curson and left, an even more eerie silence fell over the main hall. An awkward silence filled the air, along with a hint of unspeakable grief and indignation after Yang Curson's words had laid bare his true feelings. Zhou Min's face was ashen as she slowly swept her gaze over the silent crowd below, her voice not loud. "Does anyone else have any objections to this?" There was still a deathly silence below. With Yang Curson's earlier rebellion as a precedent, who would dare to provoke Zhou Min now? Even if one is unwilling, one can only suppress it deep in one's heart. Zhou Min waited a few moments, and seeing no one respond, her expression softened slightly as she continued. "Since no one objects, I will proceed with the arrangements. I know that many of the women in the household are not skilled in martial arts. This journey north will indeed be fraught with danger and difficulty." Zhou Min's gaze shifted to Jia Jiang, who was standing at the door, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. "Therefore, I have specially arranged for General Jia to serve as my personal guard, and I have organized all the female relatives who are not skilled in martial arts into a separate team and included them in the personal guard. General Jia will be fully responsible for commanding and protecting your safety." Upon hearing this, Fan Ruoying and her daughter Yang Qiwei both subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Having a dedicated guard makes things a bit safer. Zhou Min's gaze immediately and precisely landed on the third madam, Fan Ruoying, and she directly asked her, "Third sister-in-law, do you have any objections to this arrangement?" "Ah?" Fan Ruoying was secretly rejoicing when she was unexpectedly called out. Startled, she trembled and looked up like a frightened rabbit, meeting Zhou Min's seemingly calm but meaningful gaze. Her lips trembled slightly. Despite her thousand unwilling feelings, she knew she had no chance of resisting this sister-in-law. Fan Ruoying quickly raised her head, her expression one of resigned obedience. "Sister-in-law, you can arrange it as you see fit. I have no objections." "Good." Zhou Min wanted this attitude from her, so she turned her head, her gaze falling on Jia Jiang, and her tone became unusually solemn, even carrying a hint of entrustment. "General Jia, the safety of these women in the Yang household is now in your hands. I hope you will do your utmost and not disappoint me." The pressure was instantly put on Jia Jiang's side. Jia's mind raced, but he dared not be negligent, and immediately bowed deeply. "Yes, madam. I will do everything in my power to protect all the ladies and young misses, even if it means my own death." Let the nice words come out first. However, just as he finished speaking and everyone thought the matter was settled, Lu Ruyun, who was sitting next to Zhou Min, suddenly stood up and spoke. "Mother, since we're protecting the safety of the women of the Yang family, can I join in as well?" These words shocked everyone in the room. Everyone looked at Lu Ruyun in disbelief. Chapter 60, Trouble Brewing? Can't we just have some fun anymore? Who is she? The eldest daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Besides Zhou Min, she was the most distinguished lady of the house. He also possesses considerable martial arts skills, making him more than capable of serving as a general in the army. How could someone like her voluntarily request to join a personal guard team specifically designed to protect female relatives who are not skilled in martial arts? This is utterly beneath their dignity. It's absurd. Even Yunyan, who had been keeping her eyes down and silent, seemingly detached from the matter, couldn't help but raise her eyes again and look at Lu Ruyun in surprise. She really couldn't understand what her eldest nephew's wife was up to. Zhou Min frowned even more, her gaze towards Lu Ruyun filled with obvious confusion. Ruyun, you! Zhou Min instinctively wanted to reject this absurd request. She felt that Lu Ruyun should be by her side, participating in more core military affairs, or leading an army independently, rather than being mixed among a group of weak women and obeying the orders of a young man. What kind of behavior is this? Jia was completely dumbfounded. A million grass-mud horses galloped through his mind in an instant. Holy crap! What's this woman up to now? What is she doing coming in? Are you spying on me? They're definitely spying on me, afraid I'll run away with the women of the Yang family. Or are you afraid I'll take the opportunity to do something? Oh no! If she comes, how can I happily be my captain of female relatives? How can they possibly mess with my little tricks now? How else can you win over those delicate beauties who need comfort? Having someone like Lu Ruyun, who is not only skilled in combat but also unpredictable, constantly by your side is no different from having a knife hanging over your head. No. Absolutely not. I have to stop her. Jia's mind raced, and he was about to bite the bullet and speak, offering an excuse such as, "My adoptive mother is of noble status, how could she accept the position of a personal guard?" Or, "The affairs of the personal guard are complicated." However, he had just opened his mouth, but before he could utter a sound. Then, after a brief pause, Zhou Min, who was seated at the head of the table, slowly spoke. "In that case, you shall go to the royal guard." Looking at the determined look in her daughter-in-law's eyes, Zhou Min was also filled with doubts, not understanding why she was so persistent. But then I thought, keeping Lu Ruyun by my side is the same as putting her in my personal guard. Being mixed in with the women is actually a form of cover. Moreover, with her in charge of the personal guard, she can better control the women and, incidentally, keep an eye on Jia Jiang, that cunning young man. Anyway, her original intention was to keep Lu Ruyun by her side for protection, so a personal guard was fine, it was just a different name. What? Just as Jia was about to speak, Zhou Min's casual decision abruptly cut him off, almost choking him. His eyes widened instantly as he stared at Zhou Min in disbelief, then at Lu Ruyun, whose face showed a triumphant expression. No. You guys, have you really made this decision so easily? Did you ask for my opinion? Did you consider my feelings? I'm the one in charge of the royal guard. Can't we just have some fun anymore? Jia opened his mouth, wanting to make one last attempt. Madam, it's improper for my godmother to be subordinate to someone of such high status. I'm afraid. Zhou Min merely glanced at him indifferently, the meaning in her eyes quite clear. I have made my decision, just do as I say. Lu Ruyun's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, and her gaze toward Jia Jiang carried a hint of smugness, as if to say, Little brat, you think you can mess with me? Jia Jiang. He silently swallowed the rest of his protests and grievances. Well, a higher rank can crush a person, especially since Lu Ruyun is the hostess. Jia hung his head, feeling that the little bit of pride and scheming he had just felt because of his command over the women had been instantly shattered. What's wrong, General Jia? You're not happy that I'm joining your personal guard? Looking at Jia Jiang's drooping head like a wilted eggplant, Lu Ruyun's lips curled into a half-smile, her voice carrying a deliberate question. That look, that tone, clearly said. Even if you dare say you're not willing, it's not allowed. Jia was jolted awake from his self-pity, his face immediately plastered with an incredibly enthusiastic, even slightly flattered, smile as he waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 godmother, what are you saying? How could I dare to refuse? I'm so excited that I don't know what to say. With godmother here in the personal guard, it's my blessing in the honor of the personal guard. He was all sweet talk, but inwardly he was ranting. Willing? I'd be happy to do that. I just wanted to be a carefree mountain king, and you parachuted in like that. Do you think I'd be happy about that? But circumstances forced Jia to think quickly. He had to come up with a way to get her to back down on her own. Got it. A glint flashed in Jia's eyes, but his smile remained unchanged. His tone shifted, becoming tinged with concern and a sense of duty. I dare not hide it from my godmother, but I am actually worried about something else. I am thinking that most of the elders in the guard have never experienced battle and are not skilled in martial arts. This journey north is long and the situation is unpredictable. If we suddenly encounter danger, I am afraid they will not be able to adapt, and may easily cause trouble in their panic. His gaze swept over Fan Roying and the other obviously frail women, and he straightened his back, appearing completely preoccupied with official business. So I'm thinking about whether we should take advantage of these few days before the army sets off to give the members of the personal guard some intensive training. We don't expect them to be able to fight on the battlefield, but we just hope that when they do go to the battlefield, they won't lose their composure. His words were so eloquent and reasonable that no one could find fault with them. Humph, you want to join? Okay, then let's train together first and suffer a bit before we talk about it. Jia felt a surge of secret pleasure. I see. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's expression softened considerably. She felt that Jia Zhang's words made sense, and even her gaze towards him became less scrutinizing and more like, at least you have some sense of responsibility. She readily nodded. You've thought this through. No problem. Although my martial arts skills aren't top-notch, I have some foundation. You can train with me as you please. Lu Ruyun's quick agreement surprised Jia Jiang. This woman is really going to great lengths to keep an eye on me. However, upon hearing this, the third wife, Fan Ruying, turned pale and almost cried out in surprise. Seriously? Why am I getting scolded? Fan Ruying subconsciously glanced at Jia Jiang with her timid big eyes. Young, though his face was all smiles, his eyes revealed shrewdness and the occasional flash of unruliness. He looks like someone with lots of ideas and lots of energy. Let him train. What kind of training would that be? Wouldn't it be very tough? Very torturous? Just thinking about it made Fan Ruying's legs feel weak. With her physique, she gets tired easily even after walking just a few steps on a normal day, so how could she withstand the strain of any kind of crash training? Fan Ruying mustered her courage, her lips trembling as she prepared to politely decline, wanting to express her difficulties. Unexpectedly, Zhou Min, seated at the head of the table, looked at Jia Jiang with a hint of approval in her eyes. Indeed, General Jia, the fact that you thought of this shows that you have truly put your heart into it. In this critical moment, being prepared in advance is indeed much better than panicking on the battlefield. Even last-minute preparation can be effective. Zhou Min made the final decision. All right, I'll give you 3 days. Within these 3 days, you will be fully responsible for conducting necessary training for all members of the personal guard who are not skilled in martial arts. 5 days later, the army will set off on time. 3 days? We're leaving in 5 days? Fan Ruying was stunned. The words she was about to say were completely stuck in her throat, leaving her only with despair. Is time so tight? This is unbearable. Zhou Min's clear time limit made all the women present feel a sense of unease. I originally thought we had some time to prepare and buffer, but I didn't expect the departure to be so imminent. A sense of urgency and panic, as if a great battle was about to break out, instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. Everyone looked at Zhou Min, trying to say something, but no one dared to speak because of Zhou Min's unyielding expression. Yunyan didn't seem surprised at all. Military orders are absolute, and the imperial court wouldn't give you much time to prepare. She turned to look at Zhou Min along with everyone else, a knowing glint in her eyes. Sister-in-law, you're determined to lead the Yang family out of this cage of the capital as soon as possible. All right, that's enough for today. Everyone, go back and prepare yourselves well. Jo Min waved her hand, ending the meeting. Yes, madam, eldest sister-in-law. The crowd responded in unison, and then left one after another, each with their own thoughts. Yunyan walked at the back, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the back of Jia Jiang, who had almost disappeared into the crowd with a turn of his head, and she thought to herself, this adopted son is quite interesting. He may seem cunning, but he can think of training troops at crucial moments, so it's not all just cleverness. Her evaluation of Jia Jiang rose even higher. Chapter 61. What? Are you in a hurry to get scolded? Leave Jingxingyuan. While Jia was pondering how to apply the military training from his previous life to these delicate women of the Yang family, he was also thinking about how to apply it to them. Should we add something extra for them? Just then, Jia Jiang revealed a smile that only he understood, and slowly strolled back to the west wing. Training, is it? Okay. Lu Riyun, Fan Ruying, and all my aunts and uncles see you on the training field. This time, I'll definitely give you some extra spice. Jia had already imagined what these pampered ladies would look like when they stood at attention and marched in formation. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Jia was still immersed in his dream when Xuefei gently woke him up. Young master, wake up! A maid from the eldest mistress's courtyard has come to tell you to go to the drill ground. Ah! Jia sat up abruptly, and after listening to Xuefei's explanation, he was both amused and exasperated. I'm not even in a rush with my training yet, but you trainees are quite enthusiastic. It seems that Zhou Min gave the order, and no one dared to disobey. He dared not delay, hastily ate some of the breakfast Xuefei had prepared, and then got up and hurried to the training ground. When we arrived at the drill ground, the sun had just risen, and golden rays shone on the flat ground. There were 6 figures standing sparsely on the edge of the training ground, whispering among themselves. They were the people he was about to train. Jia slowed his pace and quietly moved closer, wanting to hear what they were talking about. Third Madame Fan Ruying spoke to Lu Ruyun with obvious worry and timidity in her voice. Ruyun, what do you think General Jia will say to us later? I heard that the battlefield is extremely brutal, with blood everywhere, severed limbs. She seemed to recall certain scenes her husband had described before his death, and her face turned pale as she subconsciously clenched her sleeves. Lu Ruyun was actually a little unsure of herself. Although she practiced martial arts, she had only heard about real battlefield battles and had never experienced them firsthand. But she couldn't show weakness at this moment, so she forced herself to remain calm and patted Fan Ruying's hand to comfort her. Third aunt, don't scare yourself. He's just doing some simple training to familiarize us with the battlefield atmosphere. Besides, I'm here. If he dares to deliberately scare or torment you, I'll be the first to get back at him. Her words reflected the responsibility of an eldest daughter-in-law. Standing next to her was Gao Yeren, the daughter-in-law of the second wife. She had a beautiful face and a gentle demeanor, and her brows were slightly furrowed at the moment. She actually knows some basic martial arts, but she's not confident about going into battle. Listening to their conversation, she was a little puzzled, wondering why her mother-in-law, Yunyan, had specifically asked her to participate in this guard training. Could it be because my sister-in-law, Lu Riyun, also came? My mother-in-law wants me to learn more from my sister-in-law. This was the only reason she could think of for the time being. Beside her was the fourth young lady, Yang Kursen. Although she had thrown a tantrum yesterday, she still came due to the suppression of Hai Mingyue's bloodline. Like her mother, the third young lady, Yang Qiwei, stood somewhat timidly behind her. Hearing her mother's words, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Yang Huiping also looked uneasy. As Jia listened to their discussion and saw their expressions of worry and forced resilience, he realized that they were indeed in dire straits. If they were to be separated on the battlefield, it would be truly dangerous. The mischievous thought in my mind faded somewhat, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. Jia took a deep breath, composed himself, and, no longer concealing his presence, walked over with steady steps. "Good morning, everyone." Jia had a peaceful smile on his face. Upon seeing him appear, the women immediately stopped talking and all eyes were on him. Fan Roying and Gao Yeren were curious and nervous, while Yang Kursen made no attempt to hide her suspicion and displeasure. Jia swept his gaze across the crowd, cleared his throat, and began to speak. "Gentlemen, the old lady has entrusted me with the responsibility of guarding you and has also entrusted your safety to me. I dare not slack off. Over the next 3 days, I will lead you in some basic acclimatization training. The purpose is simple, not to send everyone into battle, but to hope that when potential dangers arise you will be more calm, more capable of protecting yourselves, and know how to follow orders and how to avoid risks. The training may be tough, but please believe that it is all for your own safety. Now, please line up in front of me in order of height." His voice was not loud, but clear and powerful. The women looked at each other, somewhat hesitant. They had never heard of such an order before. It was Lu Riyun who reacted first, tugging at Fan Roying and whispering, "Listen to him." Then he took the lead and stood in front. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to slowly begin to move as well. Looking at their slightly disorganized formation, Jian knew that their 3-day training had only just begun. Jia looked at the line in front of him, which was crooked, uneven, and even whispering among itself. If the instructors from my previous military training days had seen this scene, they probably would have been yelling and spitting as they spoke. But he didn't. He knew that yelling at these women of noble birth, who were used to being waited on, would be completely useless. Jia didn't say anything, but walked straight forward and personally made the adjustment. "Second, third ant, please stand a little over here, yes, aligned with fourth ant." Jia spoke politely to Yang Chue and Gao Yeren, gently guiding them to adjust their positions with hand gestures. "Second ant, you're taller, please stand over here." He invited Gao Yeren to the front of the line. When it was Fan Roying's turn, Jia noticed that she subconsciously hunched her back and shrank her neck, as if trying to hide herself, appearing exceptionally timid. Jia frowned slightly, instantly channeling his drill sergeant persona, and blurted out, "Third ant, you need to stand up straight. What kind of posture is this? Soldiers should stand tall with their heads held high, and eyes forward." Fan Roying trembled at his words, like a startled rabbit. She instinctively tried to straighten up, but her long-standing habit of being weak made her movements stiff and even more awkward. Seeing this, Jia Jiang didn't think much of it, and walked directly to her side. He gently supported Fan Roying's slender shoulder with one hand to steady her, while his other hand naturally placed on her back and pushed her forward slightly. "Yes, that's it. Keep your back straight, shoulders open, and head up." As Jia guided her and helped her correct her posture, he could feel the delicate spine and its slight trembling as he moved his fingers. As he moved, Fan Roying was forced to straighten her chest and raise her head. In that instant, Jia Jiang's gaze inadvertently swept over Fan Roying's chest. The curves that had been hidden by her loose dress suddenly became clear because of her upright posture. The originally subtle curve of her chest now rose proudly like a mountain peak, stretching the fabric to create a breathtakingly full silhouette. Gurgle. Jia swallowed hard, his throat bobbing involuntarily. It wasn't entirely his fault. The visual impact was just a bit too strong. Fan Roying was closest to the source of the faint sound and heard it clearly. She was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening, and her fair cheeks flushed bright red, spreading all the way to her ears and neck. She was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. Her straightened back went weak again, and her eyes darted around in a panic, not daring to look at Jia Jiang again. Holy crap! Jia cursed himself inwardly, but forced himself to maintain the seriousness and composure of an instructor. He withdrew his hand very naturally, as if nothing had happened, and took 2 steps back steadily. His gaze swept over all the women, as if the little incident had never occurred. "From now on, arrange yourselves in this formation. Remember, this will be your training formation for the next 3 days. Do you understand?" "Understood." The only response he received was Lu Riyun's clear voice. The other women, including Yang Kursen, Gao Yaran, and Yang Chiwei all looked at Jia Jiang with eyes that seemed to regard him as a fool, or a weirdo. Yang Kursen, in particular, made no attempt to hide her disdain, clearly finding his little standing in formation trick both boring and inexplicable. Jia took in all their reactions and said in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you know why I made you line up? TCH, it's just a little trick, I can do that too." A disdainful voice came from the group of several people. Chapter 62, Disobedient? Then I'm going to lose my temper. Jia was about to patiently explain to the group of women, who were clearly out of sorts, the importance of standing in formation and following instructions. Just as he was about to speak, "TCH, all that pretense, it's just a little trick, anyone can do that." A clear, slightly disdainful female voice drifted out from the ranks. The voice wasn't loud, but it was particularly jarring in the quiet training ground. Jia's face instantly darkened. "Damn it, I've been putting up with this again and again. Do you really think I'm Hello Kitty?" His sharp gaze swept across the line, his voice turning cold. "Who's speaking?" The line was silent. No one uttered a sound. Yang Kursen stiffened her neck and looked away. The others also lowered their heads, looking at the sky or the ground, but no one admitted it. Jia waited a few seconds, then laughed angrily. "Fine, nobody admits it, huh? Very well." He stopped wasting words and pointed directly to the running track at the edge of the training ground, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Everyone, listen to my command. Run laps around this training ground. No one is allowed to stop until I say stop. Begin." The order was given, but no one in the team moved. Fan Ruying turned even paler with fright and looked to Lu Ruyun for help. Yang Chiwei and Gao Yaran exchanged bewildered glances, finding the punishment both inexplicable and severe. Yang Kursen rolled her eyes and stood still. Lu Ruyun frowned slightly, feeling that Jia Jiang's way of establishing his authority was a bit too simplistic and crude, but she also wanted to see how he would handle it next, so she remained silent for the time being. Looking at this group of motionless soldiers, Jia's anger was completely ignited. "Good, very good. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know that Lord Ma has 3 eyes." Jia stopped urging them and instead clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the crowd, his tone calm yet resolute. "Since you are all unwilling to obey my orders, it is because I am incompetent and unworthy to command the personal guard. Please do as you wish. I will now go and resign from the old lady's command. Farewell." Having said that, he turned and left without looking back, his steps decisive and without any hesitation. This startled everyone, especially Yang Kursen. Although she was rebellious, she knew what was important. This training was personally arranged by her Aunt Shou Min. If she were to provoke Jia Jiang and cause him to leave because of a single complaint, thus ruining the training, her mother Hai Minghua would skin her alive when she got back. "Stop!" Yang Kursen panicked and jumped out of the line, shouting at Jia Jiang's back. It was me! Don't go! I admit it, okay?" Jia stopped in his tracks, slowly turned around, his face expressionless, and looked at Yang Kursen, who had finally stepped forward, without saying a word. He had recognized her voice long ago, and was just waiting for her to come out on her own. "Now that you've admitted it, why don't you all get moving? What are you waiting for?" Jia's tone remained icy. "Why do we have to run?" Yang Kursen shouted indignantly. "I already admitted that I was the one who said it, so why should they run with me?" Jia looked at her, his eyes sharp as knives, and said clearly, word by word. "Today, I will teach you the simplest and most important principle in the military: obey orders and obey commands. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. Moreover, in the army, discipline is paramount. If one person makes a mistake, everyone will be punished. I want you to remember that you are not individuals now, but a whole. You are all in this together. One person's mistake can implicate everyone. Now, do you understand? Run or don't run?" His words were resounding and carried an undeniable, iron-fisted tone, a stark contrast to his usual slick demeanor. Yang Kursen wanted to argue, feeling that the rule was simply unreasonable. Gao Yeren, who was standing next to her, quietly tugged at her sleeve and whispered. Curson, stop talking. He's right, that's probably how it is in the military. If we keep making a scene and really disturb the old lady, none of us will be in a good position. Lu Riyun finally spoke, her voice calm. Run. She took the first step and ran towards the track. She understood that Jiao was using the most direct method to establish authority and build a collective consciousness within the team. Seeing that Lu Riyun had run away, Fan Ruoying and Yang Chue, though unwilling and afraid, had no choice but to grit their teeth and jog to catch up. Yang Kursen watched the crowd running off, then looked at Jia Jiang, who had a blank expression and cold eyes. She stomped her foot in anger, but in the end, she reluctantly chased after them. Half an hour later, Jia crossed his arms and watched the students running haphazardly around the perimeter of the training ground. Judging that the time was right, he shouted, Stop! Line up! The three women, the third wife Fan Ruoying, Yang Huiping from a collateral branch, and her daughter Yang Chue, ran so fast that their hairpins were disheveled, their cheeks were flushed, their hair was stuck to their skin with sweat, they were panting heavily, and their legs were weak. They helped each other and slowly returned to their previous positions. Although the team was in a sorry state, at least no one was whispering to each other anymore, and the team managed to maintain a basic formation. Well, I guess I've learned my lesson. Jiao will silently observe their condition. The three women, the third wife Fan Ruoying, Yang Huiping from a collateral branch, and her daughter Yang Chue, were running with their clothes disheveled, clearly having reached their limit. His second aunt, Gao Yeren, and Yang Kursen surprised Jia Jiang somewhat. Gao Yeren's breathing was slightly rapid and her face was slightly flushed, indicating that she had some physical strength. Although Yang Kursen was also panting, her eyes showed more resentment and anger, and her physical exertion did not seem to be too great. As for Lu Riyun, Jia glanced at her and found her even more exaggerated. Her breathing was steady, her complexion was normal, and she hadn't even broken a sweat. She looked no different from when she had just come back from a walk. She was looking at him with a hint of provocation in her almond-shaped eyes, as if to say, That's it! Jia ignored Lu Riyun's gaze and focused his attention on Fan Ruoying and the others who were in the worst condition. All right. Jia clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Warm-up complete. Now, let's begin the formal training. Ah? Is this what warming up is all about? Upon hearing this, Fan Ruoying, Yang Huiping, and Yang Chue almost felt dizzy and their legs trembled. I thought I could rest after running 2 laps, but little did I know that the real ordeal was just beginning. The group immediately felt a deep sense of despair. Snort. Holding a chicken feather as an imperial edict, Yang Kursen looked at Jia Jiang's serious demeanor with disdain. This time, however, she learned her lesson and only dared to curse in her heart, without daring to say it aloud. Gao Yeren looked at Jia Jiang with some curiosity, wanting to see what other tricks he would pull next. After the 2 maneuvers of running laps to establish authority and feigning resignation, she realized that this young bodyguard was not simple. He knew how to use others' strengths against him and leverage the situation to establish his authority. Seeing that Jia Jiang completely ignored her provocative gaze, Lu Riyun was even more furious. This guy actually dares to ignore me? That's outrageous. I'll definitely have to teach you a lesson. Jia Jiang seemed oblivious to Lu Riyun's threatening gaze. He turned his attention to Fan Ruoying, whose breathing had calmed down slightly, and spoke in a calm tone, as if explaining, yet also as if talking to himself. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know why I insisted that you run 2 laps just now? Jia paused, and before anyone could answer, he answered his own question. This is not just punishment. In fact, there is another, more important function involved. He deliberately drew out his words, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He noticed that all the women, including Lu Riyun, had subconsciously perked up their ears, eager to know what this other function was. However, Jia Jiang changed the subject, shrugged, and said in a slightly regretful tone. However, judging from everyone's current state, it's already good enough that you're not criticizing me. I doubt you'd listen anyway, since your minds aren't on this. So I'll hold off on talking about it for now. The women of the Yang family below immediately erupted in chaos. Although no one spoke, their eyes and expressions fully conveyed their emotions. Ha! You do have some self-awareness, but not much. And what do you mean by this? Are you trying to whet our appetites? What, you think we won't listen? You're not going to say anything? So all those 2 laps we just did were for nothing? Mother, could it be that he hasn't thought of a reason to cover this up after punishing us? Yang Qiwei tugged at her mother Fan Ruoying's sleeve and said timidly in a low voice, combining her daughter's words with Jia Zhang's attitude of, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say it. Fan Ruoying felt a little relieved, and even couldn't help but chuckle. It seems like Jia Jiang has suddenly become a bit more childlike. She had become inexplicably bolder, tilting her head slightly and responding to her daughter in a very low voice. I guess so. Looking at Jia Zhang's expression that said, I'm not going to tell you, what can you do about it? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but twitch her lips. You brat, you're so smug, aren't you? You won't tell, huh? I'll teach you a lesson. Chapter 63, Easing the Relationship. You little brat, trying to pull this on me? You won't talk, huh? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Lu Ruyun immediately rolled up her sleeves, making a move to step forward and have a talk with them. When Jia Jiang saw this situation, his heart skipped a beat. Holy crap! What does this woman mean? Jia Jiangke knew very well that Lu Ruyun was highly skilled in martial arts, and that his own rudimentary skills were no match for her. Moreover, given her status, he knew that if they really fought, he would be the one to suffer. No, 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 godmother, please have mercy! I'll talk, okay? Jia's expression changed instantly. His previous smugness vanished without a trace, replaced by a sincere smirk as he quickly waved his hands in submission. This left the other women of the Yang family completely bewildered. Good grief, so this guy is a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. They were so fierce to them just now, making them run laps and threatening them, but as soon as Lu Riyun rolled up her sleeves, they immediately chickened out. Jia seemed to sense the meaning in their gazes, and feeling a little embarrassed, he coughed twice, trying to save face. Let's get this straight first, it's not that I'm scared. It's mainly about respect, yes, respect for elders. His explanation only made things worse. Even the most timid Yang Qiwei couldn't help but burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth with her hand while her shoulders trembled. Jia glared at her irritably, which frightened the little girl so much that she immediately shrank behind Fan Ruoying and dared not laugh anymore. Speak quickly! Lu Riyun crossed her arms, raised her chin, and gave a, you know what's good for you. Look. All right. Jia Jiang replied, then his joking expression vanished. His gaze swept over everyone, and his tone became serious. On the battlefield, most of the time, it's not about fighting alone, but about teamwork and survival. He spoke slowly, and fragments of chaotic and bloody battlefield memories from his predecessor unconsciously flashed through his mind, making his voice lower. No matter how strong you are or how skilled you are in martial arts, you might be able to gain the upper hand for a while. But the battlefield is not a fighting ring, and there are very few completely fair one-on-one situations. Because you never know which direction your enemy will appear from or how they will appear in the next second. Jia's words made everyone's hearts sink, as if they could see the life-and-death struggle on the battlefield. In many situations, especially when there is an imbalance of power, the key to survival is not who is better at fighting, but who has greater endurance and can hold out longer. So you want to improve our endurance by running. Gao Yeren listened to Jia Zhang's words and pondered them for a while, finding them to make some sense. Jia looked at Gao Yeren, nodded, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. I guess. I have that idea. What do you mean by I guess so? Listening to Jia Zhang's words, Yang Kursen understood the purpose of his arrangement, and knew he was doing it for their own good, but she still wouldn't completely back down, muttering something like, if you're going to train, then train properly. Aren't we always following your orders? Yang Kursen's voice had softened considerably compared to her previous sharp exchanges. The other women, including Lu Riyun, also fell into deep thought. Fan Ruiying quietly straightened her clothes, as if trying to stand up straighter. Seeing the changes in their expressions, Jian knew that his words had made some sense, so he continued, his tone softening. Please don't misunderstand, I'm not saying that you're not cooperating or that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. His gaze swept over the still somewhat pale faces of Fan Ruiying and the others. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and music is always on your lips. Endurance and martial arts skills are similar, either can be developed overnight. They require years of accumulation. Jia then changed the subject and revealed the true purpose of the 3-day training. The reason I arranged all this is so that everyone can gain a basic understanding of the battlefield through these 3 days of training. Just as Jia finished speaking, Yang Qiwei, standing behind Fan Ruiying, blinked her innocent eyes and whispered to her mother. Mother, what is cognition? Is it like a snack? Fan Ruiying also looked bewildered, gently shook her head, and whispered. Mother doesn't know either, maybe it's some local dialect? Although their whispers were soft, Jia Jiang still managed to catch them in the quiet training ground. He was taken aback at first, then realized that the word cognition might not even exist in this era. He instinctively wanted to explain. Cognition is the view and understanding that people form about things. In modern language, but he stopped himself abruptly, knowing that they would probably understand even less if he did. He quickly racked his brains and finally found a closer word that they might understand. Jia looked at Yang Qiwei and patiently explained. Qiwei. Auntie. The way he was addressed made him feel awkward, considering his seniority. This cognition refers to knowledge and understanding. The goal is for everyone to have a basic understanding of what the battlefield is really like, so that they have a general idea and won't be completely clueless when things come to a head. Cognition? Insight? Upon this substitution, the women present immediately understood, their faces showing a clear, I see, expression. Upon hearing this, they fully understood what Jia Jiang meant. This kid, if you're going to talk about reason, just talk about reason properly. Instead, he keeps using words we don't understand. It's a bit strange. I don't know where he came from, his way of speaking is so weird. At this moment, while complaining, Lu Riyun also fully understood Jia Jiang's good intentions. His so-called training was not about turning them into experts in a short time, but about instilling in them experience and knowledge about the battlefield. He was doing his best to provide these women, who knew nothing about the front lines, with some basic knowledge of survival before they set off. Having figured this out, when Lu Riyun looked at Jia Jiang again, the provocation and dissatisfaction in her eyes had dissipated considerably, replaced by a hint of approval that even she herself could not easily detect. This kid, though slick and annoying, actually has some skill and a sense of responsibility when it comes to doing serious business. Gao Yeren, who was standing to the side, shared the same sentiment. His adopted nephew is quite attentive and thoughtful in his work. I just don't know what he'll do next. Chapter 64, The Professor's Actions, A Debonair Doubt. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Jian knew that he had basically eliminated their resistance, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't delay any longer, clapped his hands, and refocused everyone's attention on himself. All right, let's begin officially. Over the next 3 days, I will teach you some experiences that may be useful on the battlefield, as well as the most basic coping methods. You don't need to be experts, just understand the basics and cooperate with me in the drills. Do you all understand? Understood. This time, the women of the Yang family answered in much more unison, and their voices were also louder. Jia nodded in satisfaction and began his grand training plan. After thinking it over, he decided that instead of immediately teaching them the movements, he would first pose a question to stimulate their thinking. This can also be seen as a precaution against potentially strange training content in the future, so that they don't think he's messing around and just quit. Jia cleared his throat, glanced at everyone, and posed a question. Before we begin the specific training, let me ask you all, what do you think is the most important quality a qualified soldier should possess? As soon as the question was raised, the team reacted immediately. Martial arts, of course. Yang Kursen answered the most enthusiastically, almost without thinking. In her view, being highly skilled in martial arts is naturally the most important thing for a soldier. Yan Huiping, a young lady from a collateral branch of the family standing next to her, had also become a little more involved in the atmosphere and, with a bit more courage, retorted in a low voice. "Third sister, that's not right. Didn't General Jia just say that on the battlefield, survival is the most important thing, so it should be endurance?" Lu Ruyun and Gao Yeren did not speak immediately, each pondering in their own minds. Lu Ruyun frowned slightly. Deep down, she actually preferred martial arts. She believes that those with superior martial arts skills are more likely to take the initiative on the battlefield, kill more enemies, and play a greater role. Endurance is important, but without sufficient force, simply taking a beating and running away is not a long-term solution. What it had to do with training these women? She thought for a while and found that she had no clue, so she started thinking about Jia Zhang's problem. She felt that with so many people in the army, if they didn't cooperate well with each other and fought independently, even if each person was highly skilled in martial arts, they would ultimately be a disorganized mess and easily divided and defeated by the enemy. Hearing someone's reply, Jia felt a sense of relief, finally feeling like he was in control of the situation. Instead of immediately announcing the so-called correct answer, he continued to look at the others in the line and asked, "Does anyone else want to answer? Or do they have different opinions?" Jia turned his gaze to the other female members of the Yang family who had not yet spoken. Lu Ruyun felt his gaze, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke her mind. "I also think it's martial arts. Brute force can overcome any skill. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is secondary." Her words carried her usual confidence, and the understanding of a martial artist. "It's cooperation, isn't it?" Gao Yeren tentatively shared the answer she had come up with. After listening, Jia clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. "Unfortunately, none of them got it right." "What?" Yang Kursen thought that her sister-in-law had chosen the same person as her, and immediately felt that everything was settled. Gao Yeren's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. "Wasn't that wrong?" However, Jia changed the subject and looked at Gao Yeren, as he had just keenly noticed a change in her emotions. "However, my second aunt's answer was quite close." This caught Gao Yeren's eye, and she immediately wanted to hear Jia Zhang's answer. "The first thing a qualified soldier must do is obey orders. A soldier who does not know how to obey orders, no matter how skilled he is, may be surrounded and killed because of his unauthorized actions. Or perhaps when it was time to charge, they dared not advance because the enemy was too fierce. The cooperation that second auntie mentioned is merely a result based on everyone's absolute obedience to the same command. If there is no obedience, how can there be cooperation?" Jia Zhang's voice echoed across the training ground, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Therefore, I will cultivate your obedience so that you develop the instinct to execute orders immediately upon hearing them. Because on the battlefield, a soldier has no right to think. A moment of hesitation or a misunderstanding could cost him his life. Do you understand?" Jia scanned the entire room with sharp eyes. Yang Kursen pouted, and although she didn't refute it again, there was less of a hint of resentment in her eyes. Fan Ruiying and Yang Que even subconsciously straightened their backs, as if afraid that not standing straight enough was a sign of obedience. Judging from their reactions, Jian knew that the time was almost right. "We can start training them now." "Wait a moment, I will teach you some basic commands and actions. Watch my demonstration first to familiarize yourselves with them, mainly to get used to the feeling of following instructions and acting in unison." As he spoke, Jiao then took a stance and personally demonstrated for them. "Stand at attention." With a soft shout, he straightened his back, stood tall, and looked straight ahead, as upright as a pine tree. "At ease." Take a small half-step forward with your left foot, and relax. "Straddle." Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart, hands on your hips, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. "Turn left." "Turn right." "Turn around." As Jia gave himself the commands, he made a clean and crisp turn, his feet making a clear, resonant sound. His movements were concise, powerful, and perfectly synchronized, a stark contrast to the style of the military of this era, which emphasized individual bravery and formation changes but whose individual movements were relatively casual. The women were immediately drawn to this strange yet strangely beautiful movement, and they gathered around curiously, pointing and whispering among themselves. General Jia. Lu Ruiyun frowned slightly after observing for a while, and couldn't help but ask. Are these movements you're teaching taught in the army? I've never seen my husband's soldiers train like this before. As she spoke, she turned her questioning gaze toward Gao Yeren beside her. Gao Yeren looked at it carefully again and again, then shook her head firmly and said softly. I have never seen it before. It doesn't seem to look like this when the guards of various mansions are training or when the army is conducting military exercises. Oh no! Jia's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly realized he had made a mistake. He only thought that it would be simple and effective to just copy the military training method, but he forgot that Lu Ruiyun was the wife of a marshal and Gao Yeren was also from a military family. Even if they had never personally led troops, they had seen pigs run. My modern marching routines seem too unconventional in this era. We need to smooth things over quickly. Replying to my foster mother, these are not common methods used in the army. An old soldier taught me them, saying that they can solve the problem of soldiers lining up in the camp in a disorderly manner. Unfortunately, he died in battle later. Jia cleverly attributed the origin of this set of movements to a deceased veteran, and since the person was dead, there was no way to verify it, perfectly resolving the trouble that Lu Ruiyun might ask. Who that person is? And where is he now? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the look of doubt on Lu Ruiyun's face faded, replaced by a hint of regret. She sighed softly. I see, what a pity. Lu Ruiyun had no doubt about Jia's explanation. After all, there were many extraordinary people in the army, and it was not surprising that some had unique traditions. However, Gao Yeren, who was standing to the side, did not say anything on the surface, but a hint of doubt appeared in the depths of her calm eyes. Taught by a veteran? She always felt that Jia's words were too coincidental and too perfect. But she couldn't rashly question it right now, so she could only keep this small doubt in mind. Chapter 65. The feast begins? Is it time to eat? After Jia demonstrated all the basic movements, he let them try to practice them. The women of the Yang family watched for a long time, and finding the movements not too complicated, they dispersed in twos and threes and began to imitate them. General Jia, your moves look unusual, but they're not that difficult to do. Look! With her solid foundation built up over many years of martial arts training and her excellent control over her body, Lu Ruiyun mastered the movements of standing at attention, standing at ease, and turning around in a short time. Not only were her movements precise, but she was also more agile and nimble than Jia, the latecomer, instructor, and possessed a heroic spirit that ordinary women lacked. She even showed a hint of competitiveness and a desire to show off, deliberately demonstrating it smoothly in front of Jia Jiang. Turn left, turn right, the movements are clean and crisp, the posture is upright, and the ends of the tied-up long hair rise gently with the turn, drawing a beautiful arc. As she abruptly stopped and assumed a standard attention posture, the inertia of her movements inevitably caused her ample bosom to sway gently, outlining a breathtakingly full curve. Viewed from the side it's a ridge, viewed from the front it's a peak. This sentence inexplicably popped into Jia's head, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The slight rise and fall of her body with each breath, made even more breathtaking by the tight-fitting outfit, made her movements even more thrilling. He felt his throat go dry, swallowed subconsciously, and felt a strange surge of excitement. Fortunately, Lu Ruiyun was immersed in her pride and quickly mastering the technique, and did not notice Jia Jiang's admiring gaze that was almost glued to her. Jia forcibly tore his gaze away from that beautiful scenery, turned his head, took a deep breath, and suppressed the surging, enchanting thoughts in his heart. Damn it, this is training, be serious. Jia forced himself to calm down, clapped his hands, and said loudly. All right. Now that everyone has seen enough, everyone line up again. Huh! It's over already? Yang Kursin was still a little unsatisfied. Lu Riyun was also slightly reluctant to leave, finding the set of movements quite interesting, but upon hearing Jia Jiang's order, she and the others quickly returned to their previous formation. Jia swept his gaze across the confident faces, a subtle, wicked smile playing on his lips. Isn't it pretty simple? Everyone feels like they've got it figured out, right? Too easy. I've got it. The women, though of varying ages, answered with considerable confidence. Lu Riyun and Yang Kursin, in particular, gave the loudest answers. Good. Very good. Jia nodded. All right, training officially begins. Everyone, listen to my commands. What? Is it officially starting? A sense of unease crept into Gao Yaren's mind. To the left. Whoosh. At Jia's command, the previously acceptable formation instantly fell into chaos. Lu Riyun reacted the fastest, immediately turning to the left upon hearing Jia Jiang's order. Gao Yaren was still thinking, her mind still reeling, and she stood there, stunned. In her nervousness, Yang Kursin turned to the right and bumped into Fan Ruiying's arm with a smack. Yang Qiwei winced in pain and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Ouch, that hurts. Hey Kursin, what brings you here? Fan Ruiying was also in pain, gently rubbing her arm. Yang Kursin realized she had hit Fan Ruiying and quickly apologized. Third aunt, I think I went to the wrong place. I get nervous and... Yang Qiwei stood there helplessly, looking at the chaotic scene with a blank expression, not knowing which way to turn. The team, which was initially just passable, instantly descended into chaos. Lu Riyun turned around accurately, but looking at the messy scene around her, she couldn't help but facepalm. Jia crossed his arms, as if he had expected this, and asked with feigned concern. How are you all feeling? Any bumps or scrapes that hurt? How can it not hurt? Yang Kursin rubbed her sore arm, her eyebrows furrowed in anger. She felt this guy had definitely done it on purpose, and having nothing better to do than vent her rage, she immediately retorted. Would you like me to have some too, so you can taste it? She didn't dare to lose her temper with her third aunt, Fan Ruiying, but what about you, Jia Jiang? Oh dear, you wouldn't dare say that! Jia immediately pretended to be very scared and shrank his neck. Aunt Kursin, you're only empty-handed right now. What if you had a knife in your hand? If you turned right, the people next to you would turn left. Wouldn't our Yang family be able to start the feast right away today? Shall we begin the feast? Upon hearing this word, Yang Qiwei's big eyes lit up instantly, as if she had triggered some key word. Forgetting about the pain in her arm, she looked around with her little head. What do you mean, start of the meal? Is it meal time? Are we about to eat? Fan Ruiying's face darkened instantly, feeling that her daughter had truly disgraced the school. She quickly grabbed Yang Qiwei and scolded her in a low voice. Shut up! All you ever do is eat! Mom, what are you doing? Yang Qiwei looked aggrieved, her mind still preoccupied with the allure of the feast. Looking at Yang Qiwei's silly, gluttonous expression, Jia almost burst out laughing. He barely managed to keep his composure, and continued. This is the most common situation that occurs on the battlefield right now. Confusion. With just a few of us here, empty-handed, we can still cause this chaos and a complete mess just by turning around. Imagine if there were 100 people, or 1,000 people? And if everyone was carrying real knives and guns? Jia's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, and they instantly fell silent. Lu Riyun, in particular, could almost picture that scene in her mind. Countless soldiers were crowded together, with unclear commands and directions. Swords and blades had no eyes, and in extreme chaos and panic, they collided, trampled, and even accidentally injured each other. It was an absolutely hellish scene. This made her feel a little scared. At this moment, Lu Riyun completely abandoned any remaining contempt for Jia Jiang's training methods. She took a deep breath, looked at Jia Jiang with an extremely serious expression, and said, General Jia, you're right. In that case, you should train us properly. Jia was stunned, not expecting Lu Riyun to say such a thing. Yes. You should train us properly. With Lu Ruyun taking the lead, Gao Yaren and even Yang Kursen also spoke up, and although their tones differed, they all expressed their determination to accept the training. Even Fan Ruying nodded timidly. Good. Jia looked at the determination burning in their eyes, but his feelings were somewhat complicated. He knew that he had a share of the credit for sending these women to the battlefield. If I hadn't put too much pressure on Zhou Min, she wouldn't have had the idea of raising an army and establishing her own state. But now that things have come to this, all he can do is try his best to give them a little more hope of survival. Chapter 66. I want to eat steamed buns. In the following training sessions, everyone took it much more seriously. Jia will strictly correct every movement and practice turning left and right repeatedly. They were also taught to march in step. Although there were still some funny moments of mismatched movements and rhythms, the progress was quite rapid thanks to Jia's patient guidance and several short breaks for adjustment. The morning passed in this tense yet slightly comical atmosphere. While Jia was enjoying the sight of the women's graceful figures and occasional glimpses of their bodies as they trained, he noticed that they had also become quite proficient at turning left and right, and even their marching in unison, after a few corrections, was now quite proper and at least able to maintain a basic formation. Seeing that the sun was approaching noon, Jia clapped his hands. All right. That concludes the morning training. Everyone, you've all worked hard. Go back and have lunch, get some rest, and we'll reconvene at the drill ground after 1 to 3 p.m. Yay! Yang Qiwei immediately exclaimed in surprise. She was already exhausted and starving. If her mother hadn't threatened her that, if you don't train hard, you won't get any food when you go back, she would have given up long ago. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Jia had arranged for a rest in the middle, the morning's wandering around was still quite tiring for these pampered ladies, leaving them with aches and pains in their backs and legs. Mom, I want to eat 3 bowls of rice for lunch. Yang Qiwei tugged at Fan Ruying's sleeve, whispering their conversation, her eyes filled with anticipation. Fan Ruying's face darkened again. Afraid of being overheard and becoming even more embarrassed, she ignored her aches and pains and pulled Yang Qiwei away, walking quickly. Sister-in-law, General Jia, I'll head back now. Gao Yaren greeted Lu Ruyun and Jia Jiang. After observing for a morning, she increasingly felt that Lu Ruyun's adopted son was not simple, far more so than she had previously imagined. She felt it necessary to go back and have a proper talk with her mother-in-law, Yunyan, about this Jia Jiang. Lu Ruyun nodded lightly. Goodbye, second aunt. Jia replied subconsciously. Goodbye. Gao Yaren was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, realizing it was another strange and unusual word, before she understood. This is probably a simplified way of saying, see you again, which is quite fitting. She added another comment to Jia Jiang's mind. His words are sometimes a little strange. After Gao Yaren left, only Jia Jiang and Lu Ruyun remained on the vast training ground. Lu Ruyun did not leave immediately. She turned around and looked at Jia Jiang with a complicated expression. General Jia, she began slowly, her voice less cold than usual, carrying a hint of barely perceptible gentleness. On behalf of the women of the Yang family, thank you. As she spoke, she curtsied and bent her knees, as if to bow to Jia. Jia was startled and quickly stepped forward to help her up, saying, Godmother, you mustn't do this. This is all my duty, and I should do it. He spoke politely, but also tried to stop him with force. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, Lu Ruyun possessed considerable strength, and managed to maintain her slight bow. With this bow, the collar naturally opened slightly. As Jia looked down, his gaze inadvertently drifted down to a patch of snow-white skin and the deep cleavage that appeared even more pronounced as she bent over, instantly and unreservedly hitting his eyes. Those breathtakingly full curves, wrapped in sweat-soaked tight-fitting clothes, exuded a unique allure characteristic of mature women. Gurgle. Jia swallowed hard, his throat bobbing uncontrollably. It's not entirely his fault. The perspective and impact were just too amazing. Lu Ruyun naturally heard the swallowing sound so close to her. She straightened up and looked at Jia Jiang, puzzled, noticing that his gaze seemed somewhat fixed. What? Are you hungry? Lu Rian asked with a hint of teasing. Still reeling from that fleeting glimpse, Jia Jiang inhaled the unique, faint fragrance emanating from Lu Rian's body. In a moment of impulsiveness, he blurted out, almost as if possessed. I'm just going along with what she said. I'm hungry. I want to eat steamed buns. I want to. When he said, steamed bun, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lu Rian's chest. Lu Rian had no suspicions, she simply thought he was hungry and said with a smile, 2 steamed buns aren't enough. We still have to train this afternoon. As she spoke, Lu Rian naturally reached out and grabbed Jia Jiang's wrist. Let's go, don't go back to the West Wing today, come to my place for dinner, all you can eat. I can't accept this. When Jia was pulled by Lu Rian, he was immediately distracted. While he was secretly looking forward to it, he tried to break free from Lu Rian's hand, but he found that Lu Rian's hand was like an iron clamp. Although it seemed to be holding him casually, he could not break free at all. That's incredibly strong. Without saying a word, Lu Rian grabbed Jia Jiang and led him all the way back to her Jinlan courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Rian instructed Mu Qingfeng, who was waiting there. Qingfeng, go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare more dishes and hurry up. Oh, and we're having steamed buns today, so bring a few more. Yes, Mississippi. Mu Qingfeng responded and left, still feeling a little strange. Didn't Miss usually eat rice for lunch? Lu Rian turned to Jia Jiang, who was still a little uneasy, and said, Sit down for a while and have some tea. I'm all sweaty and sticky, so I'll go change my clothes first. After saying that, he turned and went into the inner room. As Jia sat down in the hall, he felt like he was being scratched by a cat. Not long after, the curtain in the inner room moved, and Lu Rian came out. Jia looked up and his eyes widened instantly. Lu Rian changed out of her sweat-soaked outfit and put on a moon-white light gauze dress. The fabric was extremely thin and breathable, allowing glimpses of smooth skin and a slender figure beneath. She seemed to have just wiped herself clean, her hair was still slightly damp, and her cheeks had a faint blush from exercising. She looked like a lotus emerging from the water, even more alluring than before. Jia Jiang's gaze seemed glued to that spot, and he unconsciously leaned forward slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing again, as if trying to pierce through that obstructive veil and see the boundless scenery hidden within. Lu Rian paid no attention to his undisguised gaze and walked straight up to Jia Jiang. Come, take a good look at my clothes, aren't they nice? This dress is quite white, but it's not very nice. As Jia Jiang watched Lu Rian approach, he immediately got a full view of her. Really? What's so good about it? Flawless white jade! Jia answered instinctively, only to find Lu Rian staring at him with a teasing smile, which startled him so much that he quickly lowered his head. Flawless white jade? Lu Rian was overjoyed to find that Jia Jiang could utter such a word. Since Yang Zhongbao went to the battlefield, few people have praised her like this. Come on, take another look. Chapter 67. I've given you the steamed bun, and you still don't pledge your loyalty to me? Lu Rian's words were light and airy, yet they carried an alluring hook. Jia suddenly felt a little confused about Lu Rian's thoughts. How come the style of the story changed so drastically after just one entry and one exit? From a cool and aloof young woman to a seductive enchantress in an instant? Something unusual must be going on. Jia lowered his head even further, looking down at his nose, his mind seemingly blank. My mind is screaming alarm bells. Holy crap, what's going on? Is it a test? Or a warning? Isn't that a bit exciting? Seeing his quail-like appearance, Lu Rian's lips curved into a playful smile. She took a light step forward and moved closer, almost touching him. Why don't you dare to look? Lu Rian's voice was strained. Weren't you quite busy on the training ground? You were looking around so carefully. How come you dare to look now? Jia felt a chill run down his spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Holy crap! Oh no, we've been caught again. He had hidden himself very well, but he was still discovered. Jia quickly cupped his hands in a respectful bow, his tone incredibly sincere and humble. Madam Yang, please have some self-respect. On the training ground, this was my duty, something I had no choice but to do. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. He distanced himself completely, emphasizing that I'm doing this for work. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh? You're not calling her godmother anymore? Jia Jiang remained outwardly calm, his tone even carrying a hint of distant respect. Reporting to Madam Yang, I call you godmother in public to avoid suspicion and prevent any flaws. But behind closed doors, I must be clear about my place and dare not overstep my bounds in the slightest. Besides, I already explained this to you, madam, that evening. Could it be that you have a bad memory and don't remember? Jiao will deliberately bring up his shady move that night, where he unilaterally announced the severance of relations, under the pretext of being suspected. Sure enough, Lu Riyun paused, remembering what happened that night. That night, Jiao left without giving her a chance to think. The more she thought about it afterward, the more aggrieved she felt, but she couldn't bring herself to go back to him. Lu Riyun quickly regained her senses, her phoenix eyes widening, and her stubborn streak resurfaced. That night? I didn't agree that night, so you are still my adopted son, and no one can change that. Knowing he had regained control of the situation, Jiao began to use a strategy of retreating to advance. Grandma Yang, you can't do this. Isn't this forcing me into a difficult position? Difficult? A surge of resentment welled up in Lu Riyun's heart. Without thinking twice, she suddenly reached out, grabbed Jia Jiang's wrist, and forcefully pulled him up from the chair. Ouch! Caught off guard, Jiao was pulled forward by her, stumbling. In a flash, his hand, which had been pulled up, unfortunately brushed past a surprisingly soft spot and was pressed against the other high curve of Lu Riyun's moon-white dress. Do you really want me to keep you here like this? Lu Riyun raised her voice slightly. She truly didn't want to let Jia Jiang go. Especially today on the drill ground, I witnessed firsthand the methods this kid used to train and command troops. Although they were strange, they were remarkably effective. Letting such a talented person go is a loss for the Yang family. Moreover, the Yang family has embarked on a precarious path, and even her mother-in-law is secretly plotting against it. Even if she doesn't care about herself, what about her son? Jia felt his mind go blank. The feel, the scale, wow. The amazing elasticity that Jia felt through the thin fabric on the back of his hand sent a shiver down his spine. Lu Riyun straightened her body, her grip on Jia Jiang's hand not loosening in the slightest. The two remained frozen in place, either speaking first. Jia's hand was still awkwardly pressed against the other person's chest. It was awkward to pull it back, but it was even more awkward not to. He could clearly feel the heart pounding loudly and rapidly beneath his palm. Oh no, he felt like he'd been forcibly dragged onto the boat. No, he'd fallen for a honey trap. Jia Jiang inwardly groaned, secretly glancing at Lu Riyun's expression. She lightly bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her chest rising and falling slightly, her curves undulating under Jia Jiang's hand, her presence frighteningly strong. You! Lu Riyun finally found her voice, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. It's me, your grandma! Jia was jolted awake, his survival instincts kicking in instantly, and he pulled his hand back with the fastest speed he'd ever been able to. Lu Riyun stared at him for a while, then turned around, walked to the main seat, poured herself a cup of slightly cooled tea, and drank it all in one gulp. The cool tea slid down my throat, seemingly extinguishing some of the heat in my heart. She put down her teacup, her gaze returning to Jia Jiang, who was standing there as if being punished. Her tone regained its usual coolness, but lacked some of its oppressiveness. Please sit down. Jia felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and carefully sat down on the edge of the chair, his bottom only touching half of it. An eerie silence fell over the hall, with only the faint sound of their breathing audible. After a long pause, Lu Riyun finally spoke softly, no longer dwelling on the earlier incident, but returning to the original topic. General Jia, even after all this, I still can't keep you here? Lu Ruyan looked directly at Jia Jiang with an unprecedented frankness. The Yang family needs you, but I need you even more. Do you understand? Jia listened quietly. Didn't you come here to repay Zhongbao's kindness? Since you can be loyal to the Yang family and to my mother-in-law, why can't you be loyal to me, Lu Ruyan? I don't know what conditions my mother-in-law promised you. You can name them to me, as long as I can fulfill them. There was an almost imperceptible plea in Lu Ruyan's voice. Jia suppressed his doubts. Why was Lu Ruyan suddenly asking him to pledge his loyalty today? Could it be that she and Zhou Min have a disagreement, and are planning to make arrangements in advance? What conditions should I set to win her over? Jia Jiang pondered for a moment, then raised his head and met Lu Ruyan's gaze. What you're saying, madam, makes it sound like I've received a great favor from the old madam for being loyal to the Yang family. Lu Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and her slender fingers unconsciously caressed the cool teacup. Did you realize you gave too little? Lu Ruyan couldn't understand what conditions her mother-in-law had given Jia Jiang that made him refuse to budge. Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head, her eyes becoming sharp and firm, as if she had made up her mind. She had to get Jia Jiang on her side, otherwise, when the Yang family's rebellion failed, she and her son would be truly finished. Jia Jiang, I don't need your loyalty anymore. I only ask that you protect Renjuan's safety when the time comes. You can name your terms, including me. After thinking for a long time, Lu Ruyan decided to take matters into her own hands, and use Jia Jiang's lust to forcibly bind him. Lu Ruyan had absolutely no idea about her mother-in-law's plan. This is the only option we have. If Jia breaks his promise, I will kill him even if it means my own death. Just as she finished speaking, Mu Qingfeng's voice came from outside the door. Miss, the meal is ready. Jia was shocked when he heard Lu Ruyan's words. She had invested so much? But it seems he made the right move? Jia couldn't help but swallow. In that case, I will thank my godmother for the steamed bun in advance. Lu Ruyan was taken aback at first, then realized the double meaning in his words. This lecherous fellow had agreed. Sure enough, this guy was just lusting after her body. The blush that had just faded from her face suddenly returned, and she couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Have a meal! Chapter 68. I'm being targeted again. Jia was distracted while eating steamed buns with vegetables with Lu Ruyan. Meanwhile, at the Lanxiang residence in Yangfu, the atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat tense. After leaving the training ground, Gao Yiren didn't even go back to her own courtyard, but went straight to her mother-in-law Yunyan's place. She felt that she had to immediately talk to her mother-in-law about Jia's behavior today. The main hall of Lanxiang residence is decorated in a simple and quiet style, with a few wisps of sandalwood incense wafting in the air, but it cannot suppress the turmoil in people's hearts. Yunyan was having lunch alone when she was somewhat surprised to see her daughter-in-law arrive at this hour. Upon seeing Gao Yiren, Yunyan put down her silver chopsticks and asked gently, Yaran, didn't I tell you to go to that training? Why are you here at this hour? Mother, I just came back from the training ground and I have something to tell you. Gao Yiren explained, her forehead still damp with sweat. A knowing glint flashed in Yunyan's eyes. She assumed that her pampered daughter-in-law couldn't handle the training and had come to her to plead for her. She sighed inwardly, but showed no sign of it on her face, and still greeted him gently. Come, Yaran, sit down and let's talk slowly. He gestured to the maid beside him to add more bowls and chopsticks. Gao Yiren thanked him and sat down below Yunyan. The maidservant quickly set out the tableware and quietly retreated to the side. Mother, I've discovered that Jia Jiang, the adopted son my sister-in-law has taken in, is no ordinary person. The first thing Gao Yiren said after sitting down was beyond Yunyan's expectations. Not complaining? Yunyan paused almost imperceptibly as she picked up food, suppressing her doubts, and continued the conversation. Oh? How is it not simple? He actually understands military strategy, and knows how to train troops, Gao Yiren said with certainty, then frowned. However, his methods are completely different from any training methods I've ever seen or heard of before. She immediately recounted her experiences at the drill ground that morning to Yunyan in detail. From Jia's strange set of at ease and turn left and right, to how he gradually trained the usually undisciplined female relatives to be more uniform. Although there were many funny moments in the process, it eventually took shape and became somewhat like a single person, with strict discipline and obedience. Yunyan listened, her hand hovering in midair as she picked up a chopstick of stir-fried vegetables. Her gaze fell on her daughter-in-law's face as she confirmed. Really? Gao Yeren nodded vigorously. It's absolutely true. My daughter-in-law saw it with her own eyes and experienced it firsthand. Although the method is unusual, it is indeed effective. Yunyan slowly placed the food into the bowl, but her heart was churning. This Jia general. Yunyan recalled that he was present from the first time he saw her in the ancestral hall, to when Lu Ruyun suddenly recognized him as her adopted son, and then to Zhou Min's shocking plan to establish an independent army. Later. Looking back now, this little bodyguard seemed strangely illogical in every way. Now his own daughter-in-law is saying that he understands military strategy and knows how to train soldiers. It should be understood that military affairs are all about inheritance, and it is by no means something that an ordinary soldier can grasp. Yaran. Yunyan seemed to have thought of something crucial, and looked up to ask. Have you ever asked him who his master was, or the origin of his military strategies? I asked him, and he said it was a story told by an old soldier in the army, but that old soldier had already died on the battlefield. Gao Yeren answered immediately. Died in battle? Yunyan's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt arising in her heart. Gao Yeren said in a low voice. My daughter-in-law also thinks that what he said is probably not entirely true, and seems like he was just making excuses. Is there anything else? Yunyan continued to ask questions calmly, trying to piece together a more complete portrait. Upon hearing this, Gao Yeren thought about it carefully for a moment, and two barely perceptible blushes suddenly appeared on her fair cheeks, her voice softening. And I feel like he is a bit lecherous. Lustful? Yunyan raised her voice slightly and immediately recalled that day at Zhou Min's place when Jia Jiang secretly glanced at her. At that time, she felt that the boy's eyes were not honest. Her heart tightened, and she quickly asked, This guy didn't lay a hand on you, did he? No, not at all. Gao Yeren quickly shook her head, her face burning even hotter. She was too embarrassed to say whether it was her breasts or her buttocks, but Yunyan, being such a person, understood from her embarrassed expression. Yunyan was slightly relieved. As long as there was no real overstepping of boundaries, a few glances were not unusual in this deep mansion. She hesitated for a moment, then steered the conversation back on track. So, in your opinion, do you still want to continue this training? Gao Yeren also suppressed her shyness and said seriously. Mother, the training is tough and the methods are strange, but I think it's effective. At least it teaches us what it means to obey orders and behave like soldiers. If things really get chaotic, it might give us a better chance of survival. But should we be wary of this General Jia? This is the most crucial question. Jia suspects a great deal about this person, yet his abilities seem undeniable. Yunyan nodded silently. Her daughter-in-law's thoughts were in line with her own. She extended her well-maintained fingers and gently tapped the table, producing a crisp, soft sound. Lu Ruyun adopted him as her godson, and Zhou Min seemed to value him highly as well. Now, he has also shown his talent in training soldiers. How many secrets does he still hold? She looked out the window, her gaze seemingly piercing through the courtyard and landing in the direction of Jinlan Courtyard to the west. It seems I need to find an opportunity to meet this adopted son in person. Yunyan made up her mind, regained her composure, and said softly to Gao Yeren. All right, Mother knows about this. Since the training is effective, let's continue. You've worked hard too, hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold. Yes, Mother, Gao Yeren replied, picking up her chopsticks. Unbeknownst to her, the appearance of this young bodyguard seemed to be causing unpredictable changes in the Yang family's affairs. Meanwhile, Jia Jian had no idea that Yunyan had her eye on him. He was sitting in Lu Ruyun's Jinlan courtyard, happily eating his rice while facing a table full of dishes. "It smells good. It smells so good." On the one hand, the food was indeed delicious, and on the other hand, well, the food was beautiful to look at, which made me feel good. Lu Riyun, however, had little appetite and ate in small bites, her gaze lingering on Jia Jiang, who was wolfing down his food. Her mind was in turmoil. She didn't know if it was right or wrong for her to force him to stay in this way. With her mind preoccupied, Lu Riyun ate a few bites hastily, and then put down her chopsticks. Afternoon, drill ground. The women of the Yang family gathered again. Perhaps learning from the experience of the morning, everyone tacitly changed into lighter clothes, and most of the jingling jewelry that hindered their movements was removed. General Jia, who should have been enjoying a feast for the eyes, unexpectedly became quite well behaved. With a focused gaze, precise movements, and meticulous explanations, he resembled a serious old scholar. This made Gao Yeren wonder to herself. How strange! Has she changed her mind after just one afternoon? Has the sun risen in the west? Little did she know that Lu Riyun, who appeared to be standing beside her, was actually scanning her with her phoenix eyes as if they were equipped with radar. If Jia Jiang's gaze ever wandered even for a moment, he would immediately receive a chilling, piercing warning look. In order to achieve a home run and win over Lu Riyun, Jia had to temporarily suppress his restless thoughts, and was forced to act as a gentleman, seriously practicing his skills. Chapter 69, A Drunkard? Fan Ruying. Until the morning of the third day. On the drill ground. Once everyone had gathered, Jia glanced around and immediately frowned. Fan Ruying and her daughter Yang Qiwei did not arrive. Third aunt and Aunt Qiwei? Jia asked in a deep voice. The group looked at each other and shook their heads. Jia's expression turned serious, and he immediately said, "Training is suspended. Everyone, come with me to Andy San's courtyard." Gao Yeren felt he was making a mountain out of a molehill and spoke up to advise him. "General Jia, perhaps third aunt and sister Qiwei were just delayed by something. We can continue the training without making such a fuss, right?" The others nodded in agreement, feeling that Jia was being too serious. What could possibly happen in our own home? Upon hearing this, Jia Jiang abruptly turned to look at Gao Yeren, his sharp gaze making Gao Yeren's heart skip a beat. "Second aunt, did third aunt inform you in advance what was causing her delay today? Or did she explicitly say she wouldn't be coming?" No. Gao Yeren felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and shook her head. Since there was no prior notice and the person was absent without reason. Jia raised his voice a few decibels and scanned all the puzzled women present. "I know you feel safe and secure now that you are in the Yang residence. But what if you were in a military camp? What if you were on the march? Your comrades, your fellow soldiers, suddenly disappear without a trace. Is this a trivial matter?" Jia's gaze was sharp as he spoke, enunciating each word clearly. "My purpose in training you has never been to put on a show, but to instill in you a sense of crisis." Everyone present was stunned by Jia's sharp and stern words. "Danger, crisis awareness?" Gao Yeren murmured and repeated the unfamiliar words that had come from Jia Jiang's mouth. They were used to the safe environment inside the mansion and never thought about what the disappearance of soldiers might mean during wartime. Without another word, Jia waved his hand and said, "Now everyone, follow me." This time, no one raised any objections. Seemingly sensing the unquestionable aura emanating from Jia Jian and the seriousness conveyed in his words, they subconsciously chose to obey. The group marched in a grand procession to Fan Ruying's residence, by Xiang Courtyard. The sight of them terrified the maidservant at the gate, who was so frightened that she could barely speak. After Jia asked the maid for details, everyone rushed inside. Upon entering the inner room, a faint aroma of wine, mixed with floral scents, wafted towards you. Fan Ruying was wearing a loose-fitting apricot-colored nightgown, the belt tied crookedly, and the neckline was open at an angle, revealing a small patch of delicate collarbone and the faint edge of her cleavage. Her hair was loosely tied up, with a few strands playfully falling beside her flushed cheeks. Her eyes were dreamy and watery. The timid, pitiful little white flower demeanor of her usual self has vanished, replaced by a lazy yet bold temperament. Why are you all here? Look at the tea, look at the tea! When Fan Ruiying saw everyone, she grinned, her voice hoarse from a hangover, and didn't forget to greet them. She struggled to get up from the soft couch to greet them, but her legs gave way and she cried out. Ouch! She sat back down with a thud, swaying and almost falling over. Holy crap! What's going on? Did he transform? Jia's eyelids twitched. The contrast was just too great. Third aunt, you've been drinking? Jia sniffed. The smell of alcohol became even stronger. I never would have guessed that this timid third aunt was actually a drunkard in private. Her public image has collapsed. Fan Ruiying waved her hand, trying to sit up straight, but her body still swayed slightly. Well, I was feeling really unwell yesterday, all aches and pains. So I thought I'd have a drink to loosen up my muscles and relieve the fatigue, but I ended up drinking a bit too much. As she spoke, she forced herself to get up and greet the crowd. This time it was even more outrageous. She lost her balance and fell straight forward like a limp noodle. Careful! Jia reacted incredibly quickly, almost reflexively. He darted forward, reached out his left hand, and caught Fan Ruiying's limp waist. Due to inertia, Fan Ruiying's upper body, with its robust breasts, landed squarely on Jia Zhang's left arm. In an instant, Jia felt his arm sink into an indescribably soft and elastic mass. The sensation was amazing. Even through the thin nightgown, you can feel its astonishing weight and heat. Damn! So soft! So bouncy! And the size is even bigger than it looks! Jia felt a sudden jolt of fear, his blood nearly rushing to the top of his head. Fan Ruiying seemed completely oblivious to the ambiguous contact. Or perhaps she was too drunk to care, and only Jia Zhang's support kept her from falling flat on her face. She mumbled her thanks. Thank you, General Jia. Jia Jiang forced himself to remain calm, and with a slight exertion of his arm, he half supported and half carried the warm, soft body back onto the soft couch, where his hands found it smooth and soft. As his gaze swept over the wine pot and wine cups on the small table next to him, a flash of inspiration struck Jia. Drink wine. Alcohol. Yes. We're about to go to the battlefield. Swords and blades have no eyes. Getting injured or infected can be fatal. Medical conditions in ancient times were practically non-existent, and he didn't want to die from tetanus or an infection. If only he could get some high-proof alcohol for disinfection. The moment this thought arose, it immediately dampened the daydreaming he was in. Jia immediately changed to a considerate demeanor. I see. It was my oversight. The training was too intense, and it made Third Aunt suffer. In that case, you should rest well today and make sure you are well rested. He immediately wanted to test the idea of distilling alcohol, and prepared to make a run for it. Lu Riyun, who had been watching the whole thing, saw the chest pressing against arm. Seen clearly, and two small flames instantly ignited in her phoenix eyes. You scoundrel Jia, you lecherous bastard. You even dared to take advantage of her third aunt. Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. Lu Riyun gritted her teeth, but had to maintain a calm and composed expression on her face. I'll see you off. Fan Ruiying was still struggling. No need, you rest. Jia Jiang quickly waved his hand, but just as he turned to take a step, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask. By the way, where is Aunt Jue? I haven't seen her at all. The maidservant serving nearby quickly bowed her head and replied. Reporting to Master Jia, Miss. Miss secretly drank Madam's wine last night, and she hasn't woken up yet. Upon hearing this, Fan Ruiying, her eyes still blurry with drunkenness, immediately straightened her face and instinctively scolded. Nonsense! A young lady like you, secretly drinking. What kind of behavior is this? What kind of conduct is this? Jia Zhang's lips twitched as he looked at this blatant display of double standards. You old man, with your drunken state, it seems you don't know how to talk about others. Jia suppressed the urge to complain, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, Then third aunt, please rest well. We'll take our leave now. With their own thoughts, everyone left the 100-fragrance courtyard. As soon as he stepped out of the hospital and breathed in the fresh air, Jia clapped his hands and said to everyone, "All right, I think everyone's tired. Let's call it a day." "Really? Very good." Upon hearing this, the two girls, Yang Kursen and Yang Huiping, immediately lit up and were so happy they almost jumped for joy. The training these past 2 days has exhausted them. Their bones feel like they're falling apart. But their mothers, Gao Yeren and Lu Ruyun, are keeping them in check, so they don't dare complain. Now, upon hearing that liberation had arrived, the two men, as if afraid Jia would change his mind, said, "Goodbye, Jia." They disappeared without a trace. Lu Ruyun looked at Jia Jiang. Her red lips moved as if she wanted to say that his training was half-hearted, but when she thought of Fan Ruiying's condition just now, she swallowed her words back. However, the daggers in her eyes flew straight at Jia Jiang. Gao Yeren frowned slightly, walked to Jia Jiang's side, and spoke with a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. "General Jia, are we just going to end training like this? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" She was only half telling the truth. Gao Yeren's concern about the training being abandoned halfway was a pretense. Her true intention was not to satisfy her curiosity. To her, Jia Jiang was like a tightly closed box. She had just opened a crack and hadn't even seen what was inside before the box was about to be closed again, leaving her feeling incredibly curious. Jia had no time to observe Gao Yeren's thoughts. All he wanted to do right now was make alcohol. "Second aunt is being too serious. The purpose of training is to keep everyone on their toes. Pushing them too hard will only backfire. Could it be that second aunt really thinks the old madam asked me to train you so that you could actually go into battle and fight the enemy? Isn't that so?" Gao Yeren was taken aback when she heard the voice. Chapter 70. Persuading Gao Yeren, preparing the tools. Gao Yeren was still standing there, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly still pondering the training. Seeing her posture, Jia knew that if he didn't speak frankly, this second aunt would still have doubts. He took a half-step closer. "Second aunt, you're a sensible person. Do you think that in just 2 days, no, 3 days, you can train third aunt, a weak woman, into a fierce person who can take up a knife and cut people down like vegetables?" Gao Yeren was taken aback by his question and instinctively shook her head. "What a joke, that's impossible." "That settles it." Jia spread his hands, his expression utterly sincere. "The old lady had us practice this, to put it bluntly, so that all of you ladies would be on high alert, build up your courage, and not panic like headless flies when things really come to a head. If we really expect you to charge into battle, what's the point of having someone below you? Just for a stroll?" Jia's words were so blunt and direct that Gao Yeren blushed and glanced at him sideways. "You scoundrel, you speak so crudely." "But the reasoning is sound, my second aunt." Seeing that her expression softened, Jia quickly pressed his advantage. "So, know when to stop when you've got the hang of it. If you keep practicing, what if someone collapses from exhaustion, or like Andy San, drowns their sorrows in alcohol? That would really be a losing proposition, wouldn't you say?" After being bombarded with his series of reasoning, Gao Yeren's inner turmoil dissipated. Continuing to argue would only make one appear to have ulterior motives and arouse suspicion. She nodded, reverting to her usual gentle demeanor. "What you say makes sense. Then I'll head back now." "Okay, second aunt, take care." Jia Jiang smiled and watched her leave. Only after Gao Yeren's elegant figure disappeared behind the moon gate did Lu Ruyun, who was standing beside her with her arms crossed as a backdrop, speak softly, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible worry. "If we just stop like this, won't the old lady blame us?" Jia turned his head as if he had heard the funniest joke, pointing to his own nose. "Blame me? Blame me for what? Blame me for not being able to train you delicate young family women into battle-hardened elites within 3 days? Godmother, you think too highly of me, Jia. I'm just a personal guard, not some heavenly soldier descended to earth." Lu Ruyun was taken aback by his retort, but then realized that she had been overthinking things and turned her head away a little embarrassed. "That's true. A good soldier isn't so easy to train. I was thinking the wrong thing. Seeing her expression soften, Jia's eyes darted around, a smile spreading across his face. He moved even closer, almost able to smell her faint, sweet fragrance. By the way, godmother, could you do me a small favor? Explain. Lu Ruyun was a little wary of his sudden attentiveness. Get me a few jars of good wine and a clean big pot, and have someone deliver them to my west wing. Jia rubbed his hands together, looking eager to try. Lu Ruyun looked at him suspiciously. What? Want to drink? It's one thing to drink secretly in your own room, but you also need a pot? What, are you planning to cook this time? She remembered the barbecue that Jia had made before, which tasted really good, and a sense of anticipation rose in her heart. Jia shook his head mysteriously, keeping everyone in suspense. Hee hee, godmother, it's a secret. I have a use for it, you'll find out when the time comes, it's guaranteed to be something good. Lu Ruyun rolled her eyes at him, annoyed by his smug look of, Ask me. But then she thought that they were about to go to war, and there probably wouldn't be many more easy days like this in the future, so it wouldn't hurt to let him act up once. All right, whatever you say. Lu Ruyun waved her hand helplessly. I'll have Chi Feng prepare it for you, and I'll send it over to you later. All right, thank you, godmother. You are truly a compassionate person, possessing both beauty and wisdom. Jia immediately beamed with joy, showering him with flattery as if it were free. Stop being so cheeky. Lu Ruyun glared at him reproachfully, but couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeing his energetic and always coming new tricks, the gloom in my heart caused by the upcoming expedition seemed to dissipate a little. Fine, let him do whatever he wants. As long as he's in the Yang residence, under my nose, he can't cause any trouble. As Lu Ruyun thought this to herself, she watched Jia Jiang humming an off-key tune and swaying as he walked towards the west wing. Her eyes held a complex mix of emotions, including a hint of indulgence that she herself was unaware of. As Jia walked, he thought to himself, Alcohol, distiller. Whether I can survive a few more lives on the battlefield depends on this move. Jia, carrying those few thin bamboo sticks, swayed back home, still pondering how to turn them into usable conduits. Without modern tools, how do we pierce through this bamboo joint? Do we really have to split it open and then put it back together? Jia became increasingly worried and distressed. Back in the West Wing courtyard, Xuefei, who was sweeping, was taken aback when she saw him return so early, carrying a few bare bamboo stalks. She quickly put down her broom and stepped forward to greet him. Young master, why are you back? What are you doing here? She looked at the bamboo stalks with wide curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, young master. I'm just thinking about some gadgets. Jia replied absent-mindedly, his eyes never leaving the bamboo in his hand. He plopped down on the stone bench and began to stare blankly at the bamboo. Xuefei watched him staring blankly at the bamboo, sometimes frowning, sometimes smacking his lips, and felt a pang of frustration. She quietly moved a few steps closer and whispered a suggestion. Young master, could you give me a piece of bamboo? I'd like to make a flute to play with. You can make flutes too? Jia Jiang finally looked up, glanced at Xuefei with some surprise, casually broke off a piece of bamboo of suitable length and handed it to her, then continued to struggle with the bamboo in his hand. Xuefei received the bamboo, and a hint of happiness immediately appeared on her face. She recalled her vague childhood memories and first gestured to cut out a suitable length. Then, she deftly started a small fire in the corner of the yard, took the piece of bamboo, and carefully placed it not too close to the flames, slowly turning it to roast it. Jia didn't pay attention at first, but when he smelled the faint aroma of roasted bamboo, he couldn't help but glance at it. Why are you roasting bamboo? Are you going to have a barbecue? After roasting for about 15 minutes, Xuefei felt that the temperature was about right, so she took the slightly hot bamboo, whose skin had turned a little black, aside and let it cool naturally. She then began to wander around the yard. Before long, she found a straight tree branch about 3 feet long, and with a small knife, she patiently sharpened one end of the branch to a point. By this time, the bamboo had cooled down considerably. Xuefei picked up the sharpened branch, aimed it at the opening at one end of the bamboo, and gently pushed it into the bamboo septum with a flick of her wrist. A soft sound. That sturdy bamboo membrane actually peeled off completely. A small hole suddenly appeared in the middle of the bamboo. Xuefei looked at it with satisfaction and muttered to herself, "Now it's time to drill the holes." She immediately got up and went to find even finer tools to drill the sound holes. A flute? Yes, a flute is hollow too. How did she manage to make it? Jia picked up Xuefei's piece of bamboo, and sure enough, although the middle of the bamboo tube was a bit blackened from being baked, it was indeed completely hollowed out. The bamboo membrane was completely pierced, leaving a smooth channel. Jia suddenly turned his head, his eyes shining as he stared at Xuefei, his gaze as eager as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. "Xuefei! Who did you learn this method from?" Young master?" Xuefei, who had not found a suitable tool, was startled by his sudden excitement. Xuefei felt a little uneasy under Jia Zhang's gaze and answered in a low voice. "No, I didn't learn from anyone. I saw someone make a flute like this when I was a kid. You just heat it up with fire and the bamboo joints are easy to pierce." "What talent! The wisdom of the working people is truly boundless." Jia Jiang inwardly roared with excitement, almost wanting to hug Xuefei and spin her around twice. It was truly a case of, after seemingly no way out, a new path opens up before you. The problem that had been troubling him for half a day was actually solved by this little girl using a simple, unconventional method. He suppressed his excitement and handed the bamboo in his hand to Xuefei, his face beaming with an unprecedentedly kind smile. "Good Xuefei, do me a favor and clear these bamboos like this too. I'll give you an extra chicken leg tonight." Although Xuefei didn't understand why the young master was so interested in poking the bamboo tube, seeing how happy he was and knowing he could get an extra chicken leg, she cheered and nodded vigorously. "Yes. Don't worry, young master, leave it to Xuefei." Watching Xuefei rekindle the fire and diligently roast the bamboo, Jiao was overjoyed. "Done! The conduit problem is solved, and the alcohol distillation project is halfway to success. Haha, it's like someone just delivered a pillow when you're feeling sleepy." He could almost see the potent alcohol beckoning to him. Xuefei, who was focused on roasting bamboo, would occasionally look up at her young master's expression, sometimes frowning, sometimes grinning foolishly, and her heart would be filled with curiosity. "Young master, what exactly are you trying to do with this thing?" Chapter 71, Purification Successful, Cloud Smoke Arrives. Xuefei worked quickly and efficiently, and in no time she had prepared 2 short bamboo tubes and 1 extra long one as Jia Jian had requested. She even carefully scraped the outer skin of the bamboo joints with a knife, making them look much smoother. As Jia was gesturing with the long bamboo tube, pondering how to use it as a condenser, a commotion came from the courtyard gate. Mu Qingfeng, Lu Rian's personal maid, led 2 strong female soldiers in. One female soldier was carrying a large, somewhat worn iron pot, while the other was holding 2 jars of mud-sealed wine, with red paper pasted on them, which looked quite expensive. "Young master, the things misinstructed have been delivered to you." Mu Qingfeng directed the female soldiers to place the items in the center of the courtyard. Her gaze swept over the strange bamboo tubes in Jia Zhang's hand and the burn marks left by the small fire next to them. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she didn't ask any further questions. "The lady specifically told you to drink less." "Tis, do you really think I'm a drunkard?" Jia thought to himself, but smiled and said, "Okay, I know. Please thank my godmother for me. Thank you for your trouble." After dismissing Mu Qingfeng, Jia Jian looked at the pot and wine on the ground, rubbing his hands together, full of enthusiasm. "That's it. Let's get started. Jia will immediately command Xuefei." "Come on, Xuefei, help the young master set up the pot, right on those rocks." "Yes, make sure it's steady." Then, he picked up a jar of wine, slammed the clay seal open with a bang, and a rich aroma of wine immediately wafted out. Without hesitation, he picked up the jar and poured all the clear wine into the pot with a glug-glug sound. "Oh! Young master!" Xuefei felt a pang of heartache watching this and couldn't help but exclaim, "How could you pour all this good wine into the pot? Isn't this just wasting things?" In her opinion, good wine should be savored in a wine glass, not poured into a pot like soup. Jia chuckled and winked mysteriously. "What do you know? What I'm doing is called purification. Once it's done, this stuff will be much more valuable than this wine. It could save lives." Xuefei was completely confused. Purification? Help? Although she didn't understand what Jia was talking about at all, he seemed very impressive. Jia stopped explaining, picked up the pot lid he had modified, which had a short bamboo tube inserted in the middle as an outlet, and carefully placed it on the pot, making sure the gap was as small as possible. Then, he attached one end of the long, open bamboo tube to the short tube of the pot lid, and then tightly wrapped it with a damp cloth several times to barely seal it. At the other end, a thicker bamboo pole extends into the water-filled pool, which serves as a cooling basin. Finally, a clean large bowl was placed below the outlet of the long bamboo tube. A distillation apparatus that couldn't be simpler was thus assembled. "Damn it, whether it works or not depends on this one tremor." Jia was unsure of the outcome, but this was the best solution he could think of under the current circumstances. "Xuefei, start a fire and bring the pot to a boil." "Yes, young master." Although Xuefei didn't understand, she obediently squatted down and used the small fire she had just used to roast the bamboo to start a fire, carefully controlling the flames. Jia squatted down beside it, staring intently at the pot, his heart pounding like a rabbit's. As time passed, a soft, bubbling sound began to emanate from the pot, and tiny bubbles rose to the surface of the liquid. A stronger, spicier aroma of alcohol, even more intense than before, wafted out from the gaps in the pot lid. "That smells good," Jia muttered to himself, nervously rubbing his hands. As the temperature continued to rise, the bubbling sound in the pot became louder and louder, and the bubbles became denser. White water vapor mixed with alcohol vapor flowed through the short tube on the pot lid and into the long bamboo tube. Jia stared intently at the long bamboo tube soaking in cold water, silently praying, "Brother, you really have to give it your all." Perhaps it was Jia Zhang's nagging that had an effect. After a while, drops of clear, transparent liquid began to condense at the outlet of the long bamboo tube. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The liquid accumulated and eventually formed a thin line, falling precisely into the large bowl below. Jia spent the entire morning on alcohol purification. After repeating it 3 times, a strong, even pungent, smell of alcohol instantly filled the courtyard. This aroma is many times more potent than the original liquor that was poured in earlier. "It's done! Holy crap, it really worked!" Jia was so excited he almost jumped up, carefully picking up the large bowl of wine. Looking at the small bowl of clear, yet deadly tempting liquid, my hands trembled slightly. This jar of wine was only exchanged for this small amount. "Alcohol, this is definitely high alcohol content. I'm a genius." Jia took a sniff and was overjoyed, wishing he could roar to the sky. Xuefei also curiously came over, took a sniff, and wrinkled her little nose because she was choked by the smell. "Young master, this smell is so strong. Is this what you meant by purification?" "Yes. This is the essence." Jia, beaming with pride, dipped his finger in a tiny bit of the pungent odor and inhaled it. The spicy, stimulating smell invigorated him. "This concentration is more than enough for disinfection." Ha! Just as he was basking in the joy of success, he began to consider whether to deposit the other jar of wine as well. Outside the courtyard gate, a slightly cold and puzzled female voice came. "Jia Zhang? What are you doing here? Why does it smell so strongly of alcohol?" Jia Jiang and Xuefei were both startled and looked up. Yunyan, with an air of elegance, stood at the courtyard gate at some unknown time. Yunyan still maintained her aloof and ethereal appearance, dressed in a light blue dress. However, at this moment, her beautiful brows were slightly furrowed as she examined the strange device in the courtyard and the suspicious liquid in Jia Zhang's hand with an inquisitive gaze. "Broken!" Jia's heart skipped a beat. How did he manage to attract such a powerful figure? When Jia saw Yunyan's cold and beautiful face, he immediately recalled the moment he was caught peeping at her last time. His mind was racing, trying to figure out how to fool them. Gao Yeren, standing beside her, spoke first, her tone tinged with surprise and confusion. Jia Jiang, how come you've started drinking like your third aunt? Drink wine? I'm purifying it, okay. While internally complaining, Jia was trying to come up with an excuse. Yunyan had already passed Gao Yeren, and with light, graceful steps, walked straight to the simple distillation apparatus. Her cool gaze swept over the pot, bamboo pipes, and cooling water bucket. Finally it landed on the bowl in Jia's hand, and on the clear, spring-like liquid inside. This is wine? Chapter 72, Clouds and Mist Drunk. Yunyan leaned slightly closer to the bowl, her small nostrils twitching as she sniffed. The next moment, her usually calm and composed eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and a look of disbelief and astonishment flashed in her eyes. Such a sharp and pure aroma! Are you making wine? Jia knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and admit it, forcing a dry laugh. Second aunt has a good eye. I was just messing around with it. Yunyan's gaze, however, was fixed on the bowl, filled with the curiosity of a researcher discovering a new species. Can I have a taste? This? Jia was immediately at a loss, holding the bowl in his hand, unsure whether to hand it out or take it back. Want me to give you a taste? This stuff probably has a power of 70 or 80 degrees. If you take a small sip, you'll probably just ascend to heaven on the spot. Jia Jiang, is this really wine? It looks like water. Gao Yeren also came over, her face full of disbelief. Seeing Jia Jiang hesitate, Yunyan's pretty face, which had previously held a hint of inquiry, instantly darkened. What? You don't want to give me a drink? Jia suddenly realized what was happening, his survival instinct kicking in instantly, and quickly explained. Second aunt, you misunderstand. This wine is extremely strong, unlike ordinary wine. I'm afraid you won't be used to it, and it will harm your health. It's all right. What kind of strong liquor in the world haven't I tasted? Yunyan's expression softened slightly, but her tone carried an undeniable confidence. She comes from an extraordinary background, has extensive knowledge, and considers herself to have tasted countless wines. How could she be scared by this seemingly clear, water wine? As she spoke, she reached out her slender hand and took the bowl directly from Jia's hand. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Jia Jiang and Gao Yeren, she gracefully picked up the bowl, tilted her fair and slender neck back, and with a few glug-glug sounds downed more than half a bowl of freshly distilled alcohol, which was estimated to have an alcohol content of nearly 60%, in one gulp. Holy crap! Don't! Jia let out a scream like a groundhog in his heart, but halfway through reaching out his hand, he hesitated and didn't dare to stop them. Yunyan put down the empty bowl, and 2 blushes appeared on her fair cheeks at a visible speed, spreading all the way to her ears. She narrowed her eyes slightly, as if savoring the memory, her lips parted slightly, and her breath carried the strong scent of alcohol. It's like a knife on the palate, then like fire down the throat, and the aroma is pure and domineering. What a strong liquor! Not bad, not bad! Her comments were tinged with a hint of intoxication, and her eyes began to glaze over. Jia took the empty bowl and stared at the few drops of heart's blood remaining at the bottom, his mind going completely blank. No. Big sister. I spent half a day painstakingly extracting the concentrated alcohol solution I was preparing to disinfect and save lives, and you just gulped it down in one go? Do you think this is just plain water? Jia felt as if his heart was bleeding. The next moment, Yunyan swayed, as if she wanted to say something more. Her red lips opened, but no sound came out. Then, to the horror of Jia Jiang and Gao Yeren's gazes, her legs went weak, and her entire delicate body fell straight forward into Jia Jiang's arms. Holy crap! Jia instinctively opened his arms, and instantly found himself surrounded by a warm and soft woman. A unique aroma, a blend of faint scents of rouge and strong smells of alcohol, wafted towards me. What made Jia's scalp tingle even more was Yunyan's voluptuous figure, which was so well endowed. They were pressed tightly against him at that moment, and even through several layers of thin clothing, he could clearly feel the amazing, elastic, and soft contours of two mounds. That's quite a large scale. Mother-in-law? Gao Yeren, who was standing nearby, was so frightened that she cried out and rushed forward to help her up. Jia Jiang was also flustered and quickly wrapped his arms around Yunyan's slender and supple waist, firmly holding her soft, drunken body in place to prevent her from slipping to the ground. He felt the softness in his arms and that fatal curve, his throat went dry, and he looked up at the panicked Gao Yeren. Second aunt, don't panic, it's all right, second aunt is just drunk. I told you not to drink it, but you insisted. Now you've behaved. Jia turned his head to the side and looked at Yunyan's exquisitely beautiful head resting on his shoulder, her breath reeking of alcohol. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her usual aloof and elegant demeanor had vanished, leaving only a completely unguarded state of drunkenness. Jia was internally cursing, his body stiff as a log, too afraid to move. Gao Yeren leaned closer to take a look, and confirming that Yunyan was merely unconscious from drunkenness, breathed a sigh of relief. She then looked at Jia Jiang with even greater curiosity. Jia Jiang, what kind of wine is this? How come her mother-in-law got drunk after just one bowl? Yeren knew that her mother-in-law had a high alcohol tolerance, and could easily drink a whole jar of strong liquor. How come she was so drunk after just one bowl of yours? Jia rolled his eyes at the sound of it. Is now the time to talk about alcohol? Your mother-in-law, a widowed noblewoman, is now clinging to me like an octopus. Can you focus your attention on the important things? Jia was internally raging, but he had to maintain a calm demeanor on his face. To maintain his balance, he could only exert a little force with his arms to support Yunyan's soft body more steadily. This time, those two amazingly full and soft mounds pressed firmly against his chest, and he could feel their fatal contours and elasticity even through the fabric. Jia Jiang shuddered and almost groaned out loud. Jia Jiang, what's wrong? Gao Yeren noticed that his body suddenly trembled and asked curiously. What's wrong with me? I'm about to explode. Jia felt a pang of despair in his heart. He could only say that he was about to pay the highest tribute to the culprit hanging over him. He forced back his agitation and squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Second aunt, how about we take her inside to lie down first? This is outside. Oh. Yes. Gao Yeren then realized that she had been so focused on the wine that she had forgotten about it. She quickly stepped forward and reached out to try to pull Yunyan off Jia Jiang. Unexpectedly, the moment she touched Yunyan's arm, the drunken Yunyan seemed to feel that someone was trying to take away her most comfortable pillow. Instead of letting go, she let out a soft moan and tightened her arms, hugging Jia Jiang's neck even more tightly. That wasn't all. Seemingly still not secure enough, she casually wrapped her long legs around Jia Jiang's waist. Holy crap! This was a fatal blow. The contact area between their bodies reached its maximum instantly, with Yunyan's entire weight and all her shapely curves pressed neatly against Jia Jiang's body, especially below the waist. Jia felt a buzzing in his head, and his blood rushed to his head. This is fucking deadly. Jia's face turned bright red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He didn't dare to move, afraid that the slightest touch would expose him. Gao Yeren pulled hard, but found that she couldn't budge her at all. Her mother-in-law seemed to be attached to Jia Jiang. Seeing Yunyan's legs wrapped around Jia Jiang's waist in such an embarrassing pose, hanging like a koala, Gao Yeren's face flushed red. She was both ashamed and anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Jia Jiang. I can't pull her away. Gao Yeren's voice was filled with embarrassment. How about you take the trouble to carry her, and move her inside? She was also extremely embarrassed. My mother-in-law's posture is just too shameless. Fortunately, Jia Jiang wasn't an outsider, Otherwise, if word got out, the Yang family would be utterly disgraced. Jia listened to these words. Move? How am I supposed to move? I'm in such a state right now, I have to walk with my legs clamped together. If this gets discovered, it's questionable whether I can even save my life. Jia took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent blood and attempting to use willpower to lower that unruly flag, while speaking to Gao Yeren in as steady a voice as possible. Okay, alright, second aunt, please lead the way. He's now just hoping to get this hot potato sorted out quickly and then find a place to calm down. This drinking session was so intense, it almost killed me. Chapter 73. It's over, we've gone from the wolf's den to the tiger's lair. Okay. Jia used almost all his strength to suppress the restless protest in his lower body, and finally managed to move the mist clinging to him onto his own bed. He gently laid her down, pulled the thin blanket over her stunningly curvaceous body, and then let out a long sigh of relief, feeling his back was soaked with sweat. Damn it, this is torture! It's even more agonizing than running 10 kilometers with the weight on. Gao Yeren, standing beside her, also breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest, still shaken. Thank goodness, my mother-in-law only held her and didn't do anything more outrageous. She saw it clearly just now. Thinking of this, her face flushed slightly, and she felt a strange sense of emotion. I never imagined that my mother-in-law, who is usually so aloof, would have such great charm. Even Jia Jiang couldn't resist her. Second aunt? Second aunt? Jia called out twice before he finally woke up Gao Yeren, who was staring blankly into space with a slightly flushed face. Huh! Gao Yeren snapped back to reality, meeting Jia Jiang's probing gaze. She panicked slightly, her eyes darting around. What's wrong? Seeing her guilty look, Jia's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Did he see me? My reputation is ruined! He quickly suppressed his guilt and tried to put on a serious face. Second aunt, I guess third aunt won't wake up for a while. How about we let her rest here for now? She can go back after she sobers up? Okay. Gao Yeren nodded hurriedly, her voice still a little unsteady. Jia Jiang felt increasingly uneasy looking at her. The room was now a dangerous place, and he shouldn't stay any longer. He made up his mind that it would be safer to go out. Second aunt, I'll go get some more of that purification. No, I mean make some more wine. Jia almost let slip what he was about to say, so he quickly tried to cover it up. Without waiting for Gao Yeren's response, he hurried back to the courtyard and started fiddling with his precious distillation apparatus again. Calm down, Jia, you're a man destined for great things. Don't let beauty sway you. Although the sensation is indeed amazing. While silently reciting the calming mantra, Jia poured more wine into the pot and started a fire, trying to numb himself with work. This busy work continued until sunset, when only a faint red glow remained on the horizon. The other jar of wine was finally purified, yielding 2.5 bamboo tubes of clear, pungent alcohol. Jia carefully sealed the bamboo tube with a wooden stopper, finally feeling a little more at ease. I have a little more life-saving supplies now. General Jia, so you're using wine to make stronger wine? Gao Yeren came out of the house at some point and stood to the side to watch the second half of the show, her face showing realization and surprise. Jia was startled, then gave a knowing look and lowered his voice. Second aunt, this is my secret recipe, a life-saving treasure. You must keep it a secret from me, and don't tell anyone. Gao Yeren looked at his mysterious expression and nodded solemnly. To be able to knock out Grandma's drinking so easily, that's truly impressive. Gao Yeren looked at the drunken Yunyan, a hint of helplessness on her face. Just then, the voice of Lu Riyun's personal maid came from outside the courtyard, saying that Miss invited Jia to have dinner together. Jia was worried about the awkwardness when Yunyan woke up, but upon hearing this, he felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He greeted Gao Yeren, put away his precious bamboo tube, and slipped away as fast as he could. Jia left not long ago. Yunyan, her long eyelashes fluttering, slowly awoke from her reverie. The first feeling was a headache, like being tapped on the temples with a small hammer, followed by dizziness, the kind of dizziness where the world spins. She sat up, supporting her throbbing forehead, and looked around blankly. Unfamiliar surroundings, sparsely furnished. Wow, what is this place? Yunyan struggled to get out of bed, walking as if she were stepping on cotton, barely making it to the door. I spotted Gao Yeren standing in the courtyard at a glance. You're awake? Gao Yeren rushed forward upon hearing the sound, supporting Yunyan. Mother-in-law, how are you feeling? Yunyan rubbed her temples, her brows furrowed, and said with a pained expression. Oh dear, I just feel a little dizzy. She racked her brains. That's right, where's Jiajiang? She vaguely remembered that she seemed to have come to find Jiajiang, and then, she seemed to have drunk a bowl of his wine. Jiajiang has just been called away to dinner by the maid sent by sister-in-law Ruyun. Seeing that Yunyan was still a little unsteady, Gao Yeren advised. Mother-in-law, you're still drunk. Why don't we go back to Lanxiang residence to rest? Yunyan felt weak all over and her stomach was churning. She knew that she was not in a good condition to stay any longer. She nodded weakly, her voice soft and feeble. Okay. With Gao Yeren's help, Yunyan, like a weak shrimp, swayed and staggered away from the small courtyard of the west wing. The evening breeze brushed against her burning cheeks, bringing a touch of coolness and clearing her muddled mind slightly. That wine! Jiajiang, just how many secrets is he hiding? This question, accompanied by a hangover headache, appeared in Yunyan's mind. With a mix of unease and excitement, Jia wandered over to Lu Ruyun's Jinlan courtyard. Upon entering the hall, one could see several exquisite dishes already laid out on the table, yet they appeared untouched, while Lu Ruyun sat upright in the main seat. It feels like she was waiting for him on purpose. Jiajiang muttered to himself, but dared not be negligent on the surface, and bowed respectfully. This humble one greets Godmother. You're here? Please have a seat. Lu Ruyun pointed to the stool next to her. Sit here, closer to me, it'll be easier to talk. Jia didn't think much of it. He was eager to be closer to her, so he happily went over and sat down. Has he been drinking? Just as Jia sat down, Lu Ruyun caught a faint smell of alcohol on him. Her gaze fell on him, and then, as if remembering something, she asked, How was the wine that I had Chi Feng send you? Jia felt a pang of anxiety, suddenly realizing that coming to Lu Ruyun's place wasn't the right thing to do. Honestly, he didn't drink a single drop of either of the 2 jars of wine. However, he would never dare to tell the truth. Jia quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and mumbled. The wine is excellent. Wine bestowed by my godmother is naturally of the highest quality. Oh? Lu Ruyun's voice rose slightly at the end, carrying a hint of barely perceptible resentment, as she lightly tapped the table with her slender fingers. What new and interesting food have you prepared today? Why didn't you send some over for your adoptive mother to try? Perhaps you think I... Jia suddenly stopped picking up food with his chopsticks, and the slices of meat on his chopsticks almost fell back into the plate. Good heavens! He's been waiting for him here. He regretted coming. Jia was confused for a moment about what Lu Ruyun meant. He immediately put down his chopsticks, his face plastered with utmost sincerity, and his tone was incredibly earnest. Godmother, you've wronged me terribly. I've been thinking of you all the time. How could I dare to keep anything good to myself? As he spoke, he magically pulled out the bamboo tube with a wooden stopper from his pocket, and carefully placed it on the table. Fortunately, I had the foresight to put the half-full container of purified liquor on my person. Lu Ruyun's attention was indeed drawn to the unassuming bamboo tube, and she looked at it with a puzzled expression. What is this? Chapter 74. What? I know military strategy? Without further ado, Jia found a clean wine cup, uncorked it, and tilted the bamboo tube slightly. A rich and unique aroma of wine instantly wafted out, and a clear, pure liquid was slowly poured into the glass. Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. The wine looks like water, but its domineering and intense aroma is undeniable, purer and stronger than any wine she has ever smelled. Godmother, please try this small token of my heart. Jia presented the wine cup with both hands, but this time he only poured a small half-cup. Having learned from Yunyan's experience, he dared not let his godmother drink it all in one gulp again. Lu Ruyan took the wine glass with a puzzled look, first holding it under her nose and taking a light sniff. The spicy and stimulating aroma invigorated her. She hesitated for a moment, then brought the glass to her lips and took a small sip. Upon entering the mouth, the wine initially has a strange coolness, but the next moment, an extremely fragrant yet incredibly spicy and hot sensation explodes out, like a line of fire burning from the tip of the tongue all the way to the throat and then into the stomach, with warmth instantly spreading to every part of the body. Cough! Lu Ruyan coughed lightly, her fair cheeks immediately flushing red. She quickly put down her wine glass, gently covered her red lips with the back of her hand, her eyes filled with shock. What strong liquor! She took several deep breaths to calm the burning sensation in her throat, and when she looked at Jia Jiang again, her eyes were filled with unprecedented surprise. Jia, where did you get this strong liquor? Looking at her flushed face and glistening eyes, Jia chuckled to himself. He's passed this test, hasn't he? Seeing Lu Ruyan's shocked expression, Jia felt secretly pleased and, without further suspense, spoke in a relaxed tone. This is the wine you gave me, my godmother. I'm just offering it as a token of my appreciation. My wine! Lu Ruyan stared in disbelief at the crystal-clear liquid in her glass, which contained a fiery power. How could I not know what kind of wine I sent? It was a slightly yellowish rice wine, it could never be so clear. That kid! Lu Ruyan instantly understood that this must be another of Jia Jiang's tactics. First, their methods for training soldiers were unheard of, and now they've even mastered brewing. Lu Ruyan was shaken, and her gaze toward Jia Jiang became even more profound. He's skilled at training and commanding troops, and now he's even showing off his Midas touch in winemaking. This kid is truly a talent excelling in both academics and martial arts. Lu Ruyan's desire to win him over grew wildly, like weeds. Such talent must be firmly held in our hands. We must never let them slip away. After downing a glass of strong liquor, the heat seemed to burn into her heart, making Lu Ruyan's heart surge, and her mind quickly devised various ways to win her over. Gold and silver? This kid doesn't seem particularly greedy. After much thought, her gaze fell on Jia Jiang's fairly handsome face. He was currently focused on eating a piece of braised pork, and recalling his past actions, she realized he was a complete lecher. I'm afraid only a seductive charm would work on this lecherous man. As soon as the thought crossed Lu Ruyan's mind, her face began to flush. But she quickly forced herself to calm down. No, we can't rush things. The most important thing right now is to learn his military strategy. She took a deep breath, suppressed her turbulent thoughts, and her eyes regained their firmness. Fueled by the courage gained from the alcohol, she suddenly put down her chopsticks, looked at Jia Jiang, and went straight to the point. General Jia, could you teach me military strategy? Military strategy? I don't know it. Without even raising his head, with his mouth full of food, Jia mumbled a reply, his mind completely focused on struggling with that trembling piece of fat. Won't? Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. That was such a clean rejection, they didn't even bother to come up with a decent excuse. No, he just rejected me like that. Lu Ruyan considered all sorts of possibilities, such as, the law should not be passed on lightly. Or, ancestral teachings say that it should be passed on to sons but not daughters. And she could even accept being asked to negotiate a higher price. To everyone's surprise, Jia Jiang casually replied, No, I don't. As casually as saying, I don't like vegetables. This blunt rejection was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing most of the enthusiasm that had just been ignited by the strong liquor, and a feeling of indescribable frustration and grievance welled up in her heart. Smack! Lu Ruyan grew angrier the more she thought about it, and slammed her wine glass heavily on the table with her delicate hand. What happened this time? Jia was startled by the sudden commotion and almost choked. He managed to swallow the food in his mouth before turning his attention entirely to Lu Riyun. The adoptive mother's pretty face was frosty, her lips were tightly pursed, and her chest rose and fell slightly with anger, outlining a breathtaking arc. Her phoenix eyes were glaring fiercely, giving off a "I'm very unhappy. Look." Holy crap! Why are you getting angry again? Jia was completely bewildered, utterly unaware of the immense damage his earlier statement "no way" had caused. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. She was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Jia carefully put down his chopsticks and tentatively asked, "Godmother, what's wrong?" Seeing his innocent appearance, Lu Riyun became even more furious. She gritted her teeth and forced out a sound. "Jia Jiang, even if you refuse, you should at least come up with a decent reason, right? I can't? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who's easy to fool?" Jia was both amused and exasperated. When had he ever lied to you? But looking at Lu Riyun's angry and annoyed expression, with her eyes brimming with tears, for some reason, she seemed much more lively and adorable than usual. Damn, this woman can be pretty exciting when she gets angry. Although Jia Jiang did not know how Lu Riyun had misunderstood the military training as a military strategy, this was an opportunity to manipulate Lu Riyun. We should make good use of this. Jia Jiang's mind started working, but he put on an expression more wrong than doughy, and spread his hands. "Godmother! You really overestimate me. I, Jia Jiang, am just a rough man. I can't even recognize a basket of characters. How would I know anything about military strategy?" Lu Riyun's attention was indeed drawn. She turned her head, narrowed her phoenix eyes, and gave him a "I don't believe you for a second. Look. Don't you understand military strategy? Then how can you train troops?" "Training troops?" Jia blinked, his expression utterly innocent and harmless. "Godmother, when have I ever trained in the military? Please don't wrong me." Seeing that he was still stubbornly refusing to admit it, Lu Riyun was so angry that her chest heaved. The magnificent scenery made Jia Jiang glance at it out of the corner of his eye. She decided to be blunt, raising her voice several decibels. "Isn't this the same method you used to train the women of our Yang family? Isn't that a method of training soldiers?" "Oh, you mean that one?" Jia suddenly slapped his thigh, as if he had just realized something. "That's not some military strategy, just some of my personal insights." Lu Riyun choked so badly that she almost passed out. Not military strategy? She was now absolutely certain that this guy was just toying with her. Lu Riyun took a deep breath and reminded herself not to get angry, not to get angry. Her anger quickly vanished, replaced by a disappointed yet alluring expression. "Fine, since you don't want to admit it, then forget it. I was originally thinking that if you were willing to share everything you know, I would definitely reward you handsomely." She deliberately emphasized the words. "Reward him properly." And her eyes subtly revealed a hint of allure. "A reward?" Jia's ears perked up instantly, and his eyes lit up, perfectly displaying a wavering as if swayed by the prospect of a reward. "You're already tempted?" Seeing his reaction, Lu Riyun sneered inwardly. Sure enough, this guy was just pretending. She rose gracefully, moved with light steps, and circled around to Jia Jiang's back. Jia Jiang felt a fragrant breeze waft over him, and his heart surged with excitement. "It's here! Is the honey trap about to begin?" Jia was happily daydreaming in his heart. However, the next second, Lu Riyun's soft, warm hands rested on his shoulders. Chapter 75. Lu Riyun wants to be my apprentice? Before Jia could even enjoy the touch of that jade-like hand, he felt a tremendous force suddenly press down on him. At the same time, Lu Riyun's voice, tinged with gritted teeth yet deliberately softened, rang in his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. "Didn't you say you didn't understand military strategy?" Jia felt as if his shoulder bones were about to shatter. "Didn't you say that those things don't need to be taught?" Holy crap! Jia's face turned green. He never expected that Lu Riyun would choose physical suppression. He tried to break free, but found that Lu Riyun's fingers were like iron clamps, gripping his shoulders tightly, making half of his body feel sore, numb, and weak, and he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Ouch, stepmother, be gentle, it's going to break! Jia screamed repeatedly, his earlier romantic thoughts long gone. Seeing his disheveled state, Lu Riyun finally felt a little relieved. She leaned down, her red lips almost touching his ear, her voice carrying a hint of triumphant ruthlessness. Can you teach me now, my good godson? I've got it, godmother. I've got it, I really have. Please let go. Jia grimaced in pain, feeling as if his shoulder was about to be crushed, and quickly begged for mercy. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle, he'll admit defeat first. Hearing him back down, Lu Riyun finally released her grip with satisfaction, gracefully sat back down on her stool, picked up a silk handkerchief and gently wiped her fingertips, as if she hadn't been the one who had just committed the crime. She glanced at Jia Jiang, her eyes clearly saying, You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Now, are you willing to teach properly? She asked slowly. Jia rubbed his aching shoulder, feeling incredibly frustrated. Damn it, I've been hunting geese all day, and today a goose pecked my eye. I actually got threatened by this woman. He remained silent, but his mind was racing. He agreed to teach, but he didn't say when he would start. Jia had a sudden inspiration and started playing word games. While he was making his plans, Lu Riyun's heart skipped a beat when she saw his silent demeanor. Broken? Could this slippery fellow be trying to back out or use delaying tactics? The more Lu Riyun thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Given Jia Jiang's character, he was absolutely capable of doing it. No! Things could go wrong if we wait too long. We have to make him spit out something real today. Lu Riyun made a quick decision, and a smile that seemed gentle but was actually undeniably firm returned to her face. General Jia, since you know it, why don't you start teaching me today? Her eyes were fixed on Jia Jiang, the meaning of which was clear. I'm going to learn today. Immediately. Right now. Huh? Seriously, sis? You want to learn now? He doesn't even have time to write a script. Jia Jiang quickly waved his hand, making an excuse to decline. Godmother, look how late it is. You must be tired after a long day. How about we do it another day? I will definitely teach you everything I know. Lu Riyun frowned, a cold smile playing on her lips. Sure enough, all this fussing and making excuses clearly shows she doesn't want to teach. Her smile remained unchanged, but her tone carried a hint of danger. Jia Jiang, you're not trying to fool me again, are you? Holy crap. How come this woman has suddenly become so shrewd? Jia was inwardly groaning, but he had to put on a calm face. How could that be? Lu Riyun wasn't buying his act at all. Seeing that he was still unmoved, she clenched her hands slightly under the table and tried to get up, but the oppressive feeling returned. Seeing that Lu Riyun was about to resort to force again, Jia made a tough decision. Okay. You forced me into this first. Then don't blame me for starting to ramble. Jia suddenly straightened his back, his face instantly displaying an expression of utter helplessness, and he sighed heavily. Alas! Godmother! It's not that I'm unwilling to teach, but the sect has strict orders. A sect? Lu Riyun paused, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. This guy really does have a lineage. Jia will continue to fabricate stories with great remorse. My master, who died in battle, repeatedly instructed me before his death that this technique can only be passed down to one person in one lineage. It can only be taught to one person per generation. If this oath is broken, one will surely be punished by heaven and die a violent death on the battlefield. He tried his best to feign a conflicted look of distress and fear of death, while secretly observing Lu Riyun's reaction. Lu Riyun looked at his difficult situation, that he had only revealed after she had forced him 3 times, and couldn't tell whether it was true or false for a moment. A single heir? Died a violent death on the battlefield? No wonder he refused to admit it before and made excuses. If there were such strict rules, it would make sense. She pondered for a moment, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly as she scrutinized Jia Jiang. Are you sure what you're saying is true? That it's only passed down to one person per generation? Absolutely true. Jia swore an oath to the heavens, his expression so sincere that he almost believed it himself. Let's intimidate you first. As for who to spread it to, when to spread it? Hee, I'm the one who calls the shots. Lu Riyun tapped her slender white fingers lightly on the table, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a long while, she slowly asked, Have you ever taken on any disciples? Jia's mind raced. Could it be that Lu Riyun was after his own apprentice? However, it seems that I am no different from my apprentice. Jia raised his head, his gaze meeting Lu Riyun's with sincerity. I haven't taken on any apprentices yet. Hearing Jia say that he had not yet accepted any disciples, Lu Riyun felt much more at ease. A bright smile immediately bloomed on her face, and she leaned forward slightly, saying in a slightly coaxing tone. Coincidentally, I happen to have a suitable candidate here who is both intelligent and diligent. Would you like to consider him? Hey! I knew it! Jia sneered inwardly. They'd gone around in circles, still trying to force someone on him. Could he really accept this apprentice? Even a fool could tell it's a trap. But this time he learned his lesson and didn't refuse immediately. Instead, he went along with the conversation and asked, feigning curiosity, Oh? I wonder who my godmother is talking about. He wanted to see what Lu Riyun could say. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Lu Riyun's red lips curved into a triumphant smile. She extended her slender finger and tapped the tip of her high, straight nose, her eyes gleaming with a surprised? Unexpected? Light. Far away yet so close, it's me. Holy crap! Jia felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him squarely on the top of his head, leaving him charred on the outside and raw on the inside. He had planned everything meticulously, but he never expected Lu Riyun to pull this stunt. Become my disciple? A foster mother becoming her foster son's disciple? What kind of ethical tragedy is this? Did this woman get her brain caught in a door or kicked by a donkey? Let's forget about it. Jia Jiang snapped out of his shock, shaking his head vigorously and refusing immediately. He doesn't like being a know-it-all. Why? Could it be that you think I, Lu Riyun, am not worthy to be your disciple? The smile on Lu Riyun's face vanished instantly, and she stared at him with a dangerous look in her eyes. Damn it, they're using force to threaten us again. Jia looked at her clenched fist, and his shoulder seemed to start to ache again. He quickly waved his hand, offering a well-prepared, high-sounding reason. Of course you're a good match. My godmother is a rare and exceptional person. It's just that your status isn't suitable. Jia looked troubled and patiently explained. Think about it, since ancient times, it has always been the master who takes on the apprentice, it's only natural. But how can a master take on his own adoptive mother? This is improper, it goes against human ethics and common sense, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun's pretty face indeed flushed slightly. What this guy is saying seems a bit outrageous. The idea of a stepmother becoming the apprentice of her adopted son is truly outrageous, and would be an absolutely shocking joke if it got out. But this embarrassment only lasted a moment, she quickly thought. Does she still need to care about these empty titles? Why wait until the Yang family is gone, or until Lu Riyun is about to die in the chaos of war, before making any changes? Once you're dead, you'll lose everything. Why would she care about these empty titles? Chapter 76. Bathing and Changing Clothes. At worst, when we really need to use military strategy in the future, we'll just not mention General Jia's name. Anyway, he doesn't have much of a reputation. After considering the pros and cons, Lu Riyun's eyes regained their firmness. No! Lu Riyun said decisively, her tone leaving no room for doubt. General Jia, today you have to accept this disciple whether you want to or not. She knew that if she missed this opportunity today, she would never have another chance. If he hadn't been forced into this situation by her, he probably wouldn't have even revealed the Rules of the sect. After today, he'll be on guard and his mouth will be even tighter. We must strike while the iron is hot and seize the opportunity. This matter must be accomplished today. Jia was speechless as he looked at Lu Riyun, whose attitude had completely changed and become extremely tough. This woman is as stubborn as a turtle eating a weight. She's made up her mind. Jia was still making a last-ditch effort, trying to subtly remind her with his form of address. Godmother, this is against etiquette and rules. Think about it, if we really did that, how would we address each other in the future? Wouldn't that create chaos? What's your name? Lu Riyun chuckled, her phoenix eyes glancing at him with a knowing, mocking look. Jia Jiang, ask yourself honestly, although you keep calling her your godmother, I don't need to tell you how much sincerity you have, it's just a title, is it really that important? If all else fails, we can each stick to our own business. In public, you still call me godmother, but in private. Lu Riyun's eyes narrowed slightly, a deep meaning flashing within them. It is perfectly acceptable for me to call you Master. Jia Jiang. Each has their own perspective? A godmother in public, a teacher in private? Holy crap! That was such a flashy move. Jia opened his mouth wide, looking at the person in front of him who was going all out to become an apprentice. For the first time, I felt that the ancients weren't so futile after all. Seeing his stunned expression, Lu Riyun knew that her move had won him over. So, pressing her advantage, she spoke with a hint of coquettishness. Master, please agree. Looking at Lu Riyun's alluring appearance, Jia felt an itch in his heart, like being scratched by a cat. His blood seemed to quicken. Although he couldn't understand for a while why Lu Riyun was so obsessed with military strategy, even to the point of lowering herself. But he keenly realized that this was definitely an opportunity. This is an excellent opportunity to bind Lu Riyun more closely to his side and even gradually control her. However, before that, he had to find out exactly where this woman's bottom line was. Could she go to such lengths to learn military strategy? Jia deliberately feigned an expression of extreme struggle, his brows furrowed, and after a long silence, as if undergoing an incredibly difficult internal struggle, he slowly shook his head. Let's forget about it. Why? Lu Riyun's expectant expression froze instantly, and she looked at him in confusion. This guy was clearly interested just now, so why did he reject me? Jia sighed, his expression as somber as if he were about to be executed. The sect has strict rules, and I'm afraid that you, my godmother, will have to accept those rules. Strict rules? Lu Riyun curled her red lips, a hint of disdain in her expression. Even the strictest rules have to be reasonable, right? This won't scare me. She thought Jia was still making excuses to avoid it. Reasoning? Once you've entered the sect, the master is the only one who matters. Disciples must be absolutely obedient to their master. Do you understand? Jia's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at Lu Riyun, his tone becoming more serious than ever before. Absolute obedience? Lu Riyun was clearly taken aback for a moment, pondering the word, a hint of hesitation flashing in her phoenix eyes. This sounds like someone is making unreasonable demands on someone. Seeing that she was stunned, Jia added, for example, when two armies are facing each other, even if you know that going forward is a dead end, you still have to charge forward without hesitation. Do you understand? Does it have to be this cruel? Lu Riyun was completely stunned. What's the difference between this and slaves or death squads? She imagined that the master-disciple relationship, though with hierarchy, was more about the transmission of knowledge and skills. She never imagined it would be such an absolute and inhumane control. Seeing Lu Riyun's shocked and even somewhat wavering expression, Jia Jiang earnestly advised, "Take my advice and give up. This sect is truly not the one you should be joining." His tactic was called retreating to advance, deliberately making the conditions extremely harsh in order to see if Lu Riyun's rebellious spirit could be aroused. Maybe she'll get even more excited. Sure enough, Lu Riyun was provoked by his almost dismissive discouragement. Her chest heaved, and she abruptly raised her head, staring intently at him. Can you tell me why such an inhumane rule was established, and what the purpose is? Jia chuckled inwardly, spouting nonsense without batting an eye. Trust, to cultivate an absolute trust that transcends life and death, without reservation. Trust that transcends life and death? Lu Riyun murmured and repeated, and the sense of absurdity and resistance in her heart was actually diluted a lot by this seemingly reasonable fallacy. That seems to have some merit? Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures? Without such iron discipline, how can a truly iron army be trained? At this moment, the scales in her heart swayed violently once again. So, can I accept this? In order to learn military strategy, do I really have to completely entrust myself to this guy in front of me? Lu Riyun's gaze fell on Jia Jiang's face, scrutinizing him carefully. Through their interactions over the past few days, she has witnessed his increasingly sophisticated methods, leading her to believe that this guy definitely has real skills. The question of whether to persist or give up was raging within her. Ultimately, the desire for power and the prospect of a tragic fate for the Yang family after their potential defeat outweighed any hesitation or sense of shame. Lu Riyun's eyes hardened again. She took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, took a step back, curtsied, and was actually about to perform the grand ceremony of bowing to her master. Riyun pays his respects. Her voice trembled slightly, yet remained remarkably clear. One leg was already on her knees, and one eye was about to touch the ground. At this crucial moment. Wait a minute! Jia suddenly spoke up to stop him. He hadn't expected Lu Riyun to be so resolute. He thought she would refuse, but to his surprise she was all smiles and ready to kneel and kowtow to him. Looks like I need to keep gaining weight. Lu Riyun paused, raised her head in confusion, and looked at him with bewilderment. Is he going to back out again? Jia's face betrayed no emotion, but he spoke in a calm yet undeniable tone. There are naturally rules for beginners. Please, take a bath and change your clothes first. Lu Riyun. Chapter 77. Studying Military Strategy All Night. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun's delicate body stiffened abruptly, her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Jia Jiang in disbelief. To become an apprentice, one must bathe and change clothes. What kind of rule is that? She suppressed the strange feeling rising in her heart and asked with a frown. Why is that? At this moment, Jia Jiang stood with his hands behind his back, straightened his back, and adopted the demeanor of a hermit master or a strict teacher. His tone was calm but carried an unquestionable authority. Since my godmother is determined to join my school, she naturally needs to undergo an entrance test to examine her will. Upon hearing that it was a test, Lu Riyun's initial unease dissipated considerably. So this was just a test. If passing it is only a matter of taking a bath and changing clothes, then it's not unreasonable. Compared to the strict rules of absolute obedience, this is indeed much easier. Qing Feng. Lu Riyun no longer hesitated and turned to call out to the outer room. Go and prepare hot water for my bath. Mu Qing Feng, who was standing in the outer room, was clearly taken aback when she heard this. Miss, is it this time to bathe? You just had dinner. She was filled with doubt, but dared not ask any more questions, and quickly replied. Yes, Mississippi. I hurriedly went down to prepare. About 15 minutes later. Inside Lu Riyun's bedroom, the candlelight illuminated the elegant and warm furnishings. The air was filled with a faint mist and the unique fragrance of a woman after a bath. Lu Riyun wore a light, moon-white gauze dress, and her wet, jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, with a few glistening water droplets at the ends. The gauze dress was slightly damp from the lingering moisture, clinging to her body in places and vaguely outlining the mature, alluring, and curvaceous figure beneath. She walked up to Jia Jiang, raised her cheeks still flushed from the steam of the hot water, and spoke with a hint of relief at having completed her task. Now, can we begin the formal apprenticeship process? Jia's gaze lingered on her without any attempt to conceal it. The alluring curves barely concealed beneath her gauze dress were even more captivating than direct nudity. He secretly admired her, but at the same time realized that this was not Lu Riyun's bottom line. We need to push them one more step. He didn't respond to the topic of becoming a disciple. Instead, his face became even more solemn and serious. He said in a deep voice, "The next test for your godmother will be even more private. I advise you to give up." He paused deliberately, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Riyun. "If you regret it now, it's not too late. Don't wait until the test begins to back out, or we'll both lose face and it won't be good." Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun did not relax just because she had easily passed the bathing test. Having made up her mind, how could she give up halfway? A confident smile even appeared on her lips as she puffed out her already ample chest, her tone firm. "It's all right. Once I've made up my mind, I can withstand any test." Seeing her ready to die demeanor, Jia knew the time was almost right. He took a deep breath, as if performing some solemn ritual, and slowly said, "The second test is called Clean Clothes and Contemplate Truth. Please, godmother, shed these external possessions and keep yourself pure and clear. Allow me to observe your external circumstances." "What?" Lu Riyun was struck dumb, frozen in place, her mind blank. "Judging by her appearance? What kind of behavior is that?" A surge of immense shame and indignation rushed to her head, making her cheeks flush red as if they were about to bleed. "Jia Jiang, what kind of heretical apprenticeship ceremony is this? Is this what a proper master and disciple should have?" Lu Riyun was both ashamed and angry, her voice trembling, her phoenix eyes glaring at Jia Jiang as if spitting fire. Faced with her questioning, Jia remained unmoved and continued his fabrication. "Godmother, you are mistaken. To understand your disciple, one must naturally begin with the most fundamental external conditions. As for his character and moral qualities, we can learn about them later. Of course, if the adoptive mother feels that this method is disgraceful and unacceptable, it is still not too late to give it up now." "Give up?" These two words pierced Lu Riyun like needles. Provoked repeatedly by Jia Jiang, becoming his disciple had become an obsession in her heart. If we give up now, all our previous persistence and compromises will have become a joke. Isn't it just about showcasing physical attributes? She'd do it even if she had to offer herself to someone right now. She's willing to make this sacrifice for the sake of her future, as long as she can learn real skills. A sense of recklessness and desperation welled up in her heart. Under Jia Jiang's seemingly calm gaze, Lu Riyun's chest heaved violently a few times, and she suddenly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, and her slender hands trembled as they moved toward the sash at her waist. His fingers hooked onto the soft silk ribbon, applying slight pressure. The pale white gauze nightgown, like a cloud that has lost its support, slipped quietly down her smooth and delicate skin, piling up at her exquisite ankles. In an instant, a body, as perfect as a masterpiece of heaven, was presented without reservation in the flickering candlelight, right before Jia Jiang's eyes. Her skin was as white as snow, gleaming with a warm glow under the light. Her breasts were full and firm. Her waist was slender and delicate. Her legs were straight and shapely. Lu Riyun suppressed the shame that was about to burst out of her chest, suddenly opened her eyes glistening with tears, yet carrying a stubbornness that seemed determined to go all out. She even deliberately straightened her back, making her stunning curves even more prominent, her voice trembling uncontrollably, yet exceptionally clear. "Master, please examine my physical appearance." Jia's breath hitched, and his blood rushed to his head. As she spoke these words, her face was burning hot, but her eyes were fixed stubbornly on Jia Jiang, with a reckless and almost provocative look. "Come on. Let's see if you really have the guts." In a flash, Jia made his decision. His face showed no sign of anything amiss. His clear gaze swept over Lu Riyun's chest, which heaved slightly with nervousness, and her slender waist. His tone was as calm as if he were inspecting an object. "Once you enter my school, sincerity is of utmost importance. Outward appearance is also a part of sincerity." Jia stepped forward, getting very close to Lu Riyun, and could clearly smell her fragrance. Raise your hand? Lu Ruyun's heart pounded wildly, almost leaping out of her throat, and her arms stiffly rose slightly. Jia Jiang's gaze was like the most precise ruler, gliding from her slender neck, across her rounded shoulders, across the contours of her breasts that appeared even more prominent as she raised her arms, across her waist that seemed so delicate it could be grasped with one hand, and finally landing on her straight legs. Turn around! Lu Ruyun, like a puppet on a string, stiffly turned around, exposing her stunningly curvaceous back to Jia Jiang. She could feel that gaze lingering on her back, waist, hips, and the back of her legs. Every second felt like torture. Damn, that figure, it's absolutely amazing. Jia Jiang's heart was already howling with rage, his blood boiling, but he managed to keep a straight face, and even his breathing remained extremely steady. After a moment, he took a step back, as if completing a solemn ceremony, and nodded with satisfaction, his tone still calm. The external conditions are acceptable, but whether the heart is sincere remains to be seen. That's fine. Lu Ruyun felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She turned around abruptly, her chest heaving violently, her cheeks flushed red as if they were about to bleed. She felt as if she had just been pulled out of the water, her whole body soaked in cold sweat and shame. She gritted her teeth and got through this first hurdle. Lu Ruyun dared not hesitate any longer, fearing that Jia Jiang would come up with some even more outrageous rules. Facing Jia Jiang, she solemnly gathered her robes, bent her knees, bowed, and kowtowed. Disciple Lu Ruyun, today I have entered your sect. I will certainly obey your orders, study diligently and practice hard, and never dare to disobey. Please instruct me, master. Jia looked at Lu Ruyun kneeling on the ground. Her exquisite curves became even more breathtaking in her kneeling posture. He suppressed the pounding in his heart, stepped forward, and gently helped her up. Get up. Now that you've joined my school, I hope you'll continue to work diligently. In the following days, Lu Ruyun indeed dared not slack off in the slightest, and spent the whole night studying the so-called military strategy from General Jia. Jia's meager knowledge consisted mainly of fragmented information gleaned from military training, online sources, and a large amount of brainwashing rhetoric used in pyramid schemes. He managed to leave Lu Ruyun bewildered by a combination of 7 parts deception and 3 parts genuine knowledge, along with some dubious ancient battle examples. At times, she would furrow her brow in deep thought, and at other times, she would suddenly realize the truth. The flickering candlelight illuminated the figures of the master and disciple, one with an excited expression and the other with focused concentration, as if they were starving for knowledge. This learning continued until dawn the next day. Jia stretched, rubbed his aching back, and swayed as he left Lu Ruyun's Jinlan courtyard. Chapter 78 First Hearing of the Eldest Princess. After a whole night of fussing and turning, including a physical examination and a lecture, Jia felt completely drained. He went back to the west wing and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, sleeping soundly. He was not awakened until the sun was high in the sky when Xiufei gently woke him up, saying that the old lady Zhou Min had invited him. While half asleep, Jia let Xiufei help him wash up and get dressed, all the while mentally ranting. Are these two, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, taking turns ordering me around? One teaches me skills in the middle of the night, the other summons me at noon. Even the donkey in the production team wouldn't dare use me like this. Without me, Jia Jiang, the Yang family would probably have fallen apart long ago. After washing up, Jia went straight to Zhou Min's Jingxin garden. Upon entering the main hall, Zhou Min was already seated in the main seat, holding a cup of tea, seemingly having waited for a while. He still maintained that dignified and imposing demeanor. You've arrived? Zhou Min put down her teacup and looked at Jia Jiang. This humble servant, Jia Jiang, greets the old lady. Jia Jiang quickly and respectfully bowed. His heart was pounding. What did this old woman want with him? Zhou Min gave a smile that could only be described as kind. You've worked hard these past few days. Training the women has been quite a task. Upon hearing this, Jia Jiang immediately relaxed, but his face remained humble. Madam, you flatter me. It is my duty, and I dare not complain of hardship. Zhou Min nodded, then suddenly changed the subject, her tone becoming inquisitive. I never imagined that besides your commendable loyalty, you were also knowledgeable in military strategy? Jia's eyelids twitched. Here we go again. Why does everyone think I know military strategy? Who the hell is spreading rumors about me behind my back? Jia quickly waved his hand, adopting an extremely humble posture. Madam, please don't flatter me. In the presence of a true master like yourself, my meager skills are utterly inadequate and unworthy of respect. Oh? Zhou Min smiled enigmatically. I wonder who taught you these skills? They really are checking household registration. Jia cursed inwardly, but on his face he showed just the right amount of sadness and respect, and brought out the same excuse he had used countless times. Your Majesty, he was an old soldier in the army. He was kind enough to teach me a little bit of the skills, but unfortunately he died on the battlefield. Jia spoke in a low voice, seemingly reminiscing about his mentor, and his acting skills were worthy of an award-winning actor. A fleeting hint of disappointment flashed in Zhou Min's eyes, but she quickly concealed it and said calmly, It's a pity. But with you here, it's the same. Jia's heart pounded as he listened. Same? What's the same? I don't want to be your slave. Jia quickly changed the subject to avoid the old woman digging deeper and revealing the truth. I wonder what instructions you have for me, madam, that you have summoned me here today? Zhou Min stopped beating around the bush. Her expression turned serious, and she regained her composure and control over the situation. The army will set off tomorrow. The journey will be fraught with danger, and I need you to keep an eye on one person. Please give your instructions, madam. Jia Jiang immediately perked up his ears, knowing that the main event was about to begin. Zhou Min's gaze sharpened slightly as she slowly uttered a name. The military supervisor accompanying the army this time is Princess Xiaoming Zhu, the eldest princess of the current dynasty. The current Grand Princess? Jia Jiang's heart skipped a beat, and his mind raced. A military supervisor? Or a princess? Zhou Min specifically mentioned her, so it must be more than just a casual remark. What is this old woman trying to do? Jia quickly weighed the options and decided this was a good opportunity to show his loyalty. A ruthless glint appeared on his face, and he lowered his voice, making a throat-slitting gesture. Madam, do you mean, wait until the army goes to war, then find an opportunity to do her without anyone noticing? His reaction was quick and ruthless, completely befitting a loyal dog who would do anything for his master. Zhou Min was taken aback by his sudden, ruthless suggestion. Nonsense! The princess is of noble birth and represents the face of the court. How can we easily harm her? Jia thought to himself. If you're not going to rebel, why do you still care about the court's reputation and a princess? Jia feigned ignorance. Then what does the old lady mean? Zhou Min looked at him, her eyes deep, and instructed him, word by word. I need you to keep a close eye on her. You must have her every move under control. Jia suddenly realized that she was being asked to monitor the princess. He immediately straightened his back, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and said, I understand. Madam, rest assured this matter is in my hands. I will keep a close eye on that princess, and find out exactly how many times she goes to the toilet each day. Zhou Min was amused by his crude yet confident guarantee, and waved her hand, saying, Go ahead, we're setting off tomorrow. You should go back and pack your things so you don't miss tomorrow's journey. Yes. I take my leave. Jia bowed and left Jingxin Garden. As Jia Jiang left Jingxin Garden, he stroked his chin, his brows furrowed in worry, pondering as he walked. Something's not right. Zhou Min, that woman, specifically called me over just to mention that so-called Princess Xiaoming Zhu? They won't let me kill her, they just want me to keep an eye on her? Is it really necessary to summon him separately for such a small matter? In Jia Jiang's eyes, it was just a casual remark, and he felt it was making a mountain out of a molehill. That's strange, so very strange. Jia was filled with doubts, feeling that Zhou Min's actions were strange in a way. Inside the main hall of Jingxin Garden, Jia Jiang's figure had just disappeared outside the courtyard gate. Zhou Min picked up the slightly cooled tea, took a small sip, and said softly towards the empty inner room. Second sister-in-law, come out. The person is already gone. The beaded curtain in the inner room swayed slightly, and a slender, aloof figure stepped out gracefully. It was Yunyan, the widow of the second branch of the Yang family. Today she was wearing a plain white dress, her hair was neatly styled, and her face still showed that expression of not caring about anyone. However, a trace of inquiry and doubt lingered deep in his eyes. Sister-in-law, I have already personally tested this General Jia in front of you. Now, do you still have any questions? Zhou Min put down her teacup, looked calmly at Yunyan, and spoke with a confident tone. She was clearly very satisfied with Jia's loyal performance just now. Sister-in-law, please don't be offended. It's not that I don't trust you, but I just feel that this General Jia is really strange. A little-known personal guard suddenly appeared and seems to know some military strategy. What we're doing could cost us our lives at any moment, so I have no choice but to be extremely careful. Yunyan's words were perfectly tactful, expressing her concerns while also giving Zhou Min ample face. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min revealed a confident smile, as if she were in complete control, and waved her hand. I understand my sister-in-law's concerns. However, I have already sent people to investigate Jia Zhang's background. More importantly, he is grateful and extremely loyal to the Yang family. As you just saw, this person is worth using. Seeing Zhou Min's confidence and her complete control over Jia Jiang, it was clear that she was quite impressed. Yunyan nodded slightly without saying anything more, no longer dwelling on the matter, and rose to curtsy. Since that's the case, it's just wishful thinking. I'll go back and prepare. Go ahead. Zhou Min nodded slightly. Yunyan bowed again, then turned and gracefully departed. But even as she turned around, the doubt in her clear, cold eyes did not completely disappear. Yunyan walked along the quiet corridor, her thoughts wandering. She always felt that this Jiajiang was becoming increasingly unusual. They're good at training soldiers, and they even possess that incredible skill of brewing? She couldn't help but recall that bowl of liquid, clear as water yet fierce as fire, and its domineering and chilling taste upon tasting it. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of intoxication and pleasure welled up in my heart. I wonder if sister-in-law Jia would pull this trick? Yunyan paused slightly and glanced back in the direction of Jingxin Garden. I hope she knows, but I'm keeping it a secret, otherwise Jia will be hiding it far too well. I'm afraid her sister-in-law might not be able to handle this. Speaking of alcohol, Yunyan seemed to be savoring the lingering taste of that bowl of strong liquor from that day. I wonder if that kid still has any left. This thought popped up uncontrollably, and Yunyan's usually aloof face revealed an expectation and craving that she herself was unaware of. Chapter 79, Farewell, the army sets off. The next day, it was just getting light. In front of the main gate of Yang Mansion, all the women of the Yang family were fully armored, wearing robes and belts. The cold, iron-plated armor plates gleamed with a chilling luster in the dim morning light, giving these usually delicate women an unusual air of martial prowess. Jia mingled with the group, wearing a set of standard armor that Zhou Min had sent over the night before. It made him look more like a rugged soldier. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. I'm dressed up like this, and I look pretty decent. Jia was secretly a little smug. About 15 minutes later, the heavy main gate of the Yang mansion creaked open slowly. Zhou Min appeared at the doorway. Today, she was even wearing a custom-made set of golden fish scale armor, which shone brightly in the sunlight. She already possessed an elegant and dignified demeanor, and now, clad in golden armor, she exuded the aura of a female general. Zhou Min glanced at the crowd lined up in front of the door, and slowly walked to the front of the line. Everyone in the Yang family! Zhou Min's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an indescribable sorrow. Everyone, take one last look at our home! He then turned his back to the crowd and faced the soon-to-close gate of the Yang mansion, a symbol of peace and the past. Zhou Min stared at the black plaque with gold characters on a black background above the door with a complicated expression, the two characters, Yang Mansion. The powerful strokes of the brush, which once represented supreme glory and power, now seemed more like a heavy shackle. A barely perceptible glint of moisture flashed in Zhou Min's eyes, which then disappeared. Of those who go, I wonder how many will return. Most of the women in the Yang family, especially the younger generation such as Yang Que and Yang Kursen, were still somewhat unaware. They simply followed orders and looked at the familiar gate, not yet truly understanding that this trip might mean their last. Yunyan stood in the queue, dressed in plain white silver armor. Her cool face appeared even more indifferent in the shadow of her helmet. She looked up at the words, Yang Mansion, her eyes calm and unwavering, as if she were looking at an ordinary residence. But upon closer inspection, one can see that her fingers, hanging at her sides, are unconsciously curling slightly, pressing hard against the cold nail plates. Home? It's not home anymore. Ever since her husband died in battle, this place has just been a magnificent cage. Lu Ruyun wore a well-fitting crimson outfit, covered by leather armor, which accentuated her breathtaking curves. She looked at the door, her phoenix eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of longing and resentment. Lu Ruyun's gaze inadvertently swept over Jia Jiang in the group, carrying a hint of inquiry that even she herself was not entirely clear about. Jia noticed Lu Ruyun's gaze and his heart skipped a beat. Why are you looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face? He really didn't know how to respond to his godmother's gaze, so he simply raised his head, pretending to be attracted by the drifting clouds in the sky, and made a melancholy expression as he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Looking at the gray sky, Jia felt a sense of confusion and heaviness rising in his heart. He originally only wanted to rely on deception and trickery to live a life of ease and waiting for death in the backyard of the Yang family mansion, and incidentally win over the beautiful widows. But how did we end up getting caught up in this warlord drama? Because of his intrusion, what will become of the Yang family in this world? It should be better than the ending in that certain historical novel, right? To be honest, he wasn't sure either. Can this little butterfly really flap the wings of destiny? Suddenly, Jia felt an invisible pressure come crashing down on him. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. This sentence inexplicably flashed through his mind. Since you desire their bodies, perhaps, you are destined to bear the consequences and fates behind them? At this moment, Jia put away most of his usual cynicism, and his eyes gradually became firm. Damn it, let's do it. At worst, we'll die and be left with nothing. I'm a modern man, can I outmaneuver these ancient people? After a simple farewell ceremony, Zhou Min took a deep breath, resolutely turned around, and her golden armor clanged. Set off! Led by the old woman in golden armor, the Yang family's group silently left the mansion and headed towards the training ground in the southern suburbs of Kyoto. On the southern suburban drill ground, banners obscured the sun, and bugle calls fluttered in the wind. Swords, spears, and halberds stood like a forest, gleaming coldly in the rising sun. 30,000 elite armored soldiers stood in solemn formation, a dark and silent mass, save for the occasional snorting of war horses and the rustling of banners. A chilling and imposing aura soared into the sky. His Majesty Xiao Yulong personally led civil and military officials to see him off. He was dressed in a dragon robe, his face pale and somewhat weak, but he forced himself to appear energetic and determined. He personally took a cup of imperial wine from a tray held by a eunuch and handed it to Zhou Min, who was gleaming in golden armor. His voice was deliberately raised with fervor. Minister Zhou, I am here to wish you a resounding victory and swift success, and to ensure the peace and tranquility of my great Xian. Zhou Min's eyes were calm and unwavering as he respectfully accepted the cup of imperial wine, a symbol of boundless imperial grace, with both hands. His voice was steady and powerful. Thank you for your great kindness, Your Majesty. Your subject will certainly do his utmost to fulfill my mission. She paused briefly, her gaze sweeping seemingly casually over the Emperor and the group of officials behind him with their varied expressions, before slowly adding a sentence, each word clear and distinct. As long as the northern border remains unsettled, my Yang family army will not return. Zhou Min's words sounded like those of utmost loyalty, but none of the people present could detect any hint that he intended to start his own business. Good! 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 Xiao Yulong clearly failed to grasp the implied meaning. Instead, he was moved by the expression of loyalty and courage. Exclaimed, "Good!" 3 times, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In his heart, even if all the men of the Yang family died on the battlefield, Zhou Min would still have to be a loyal and capable general who was loyal to his Xiao family and the imperial court, and could be commanded. Ming Zhu, hand over the general's seal to Marshal Zhou. Xiao Yulong turned his head and instructed the person beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. A figure stepped forward in response. The woman was tall and slender, wearing a well-fitting, dark black fish scale armor. The armor's smooth lines perfectly outlined her graceful yet powerful figure. Unlike Zhou Min's resplendent golden armor, this black armor added a touch of mystery and coldness. Her skin was extremely fair, and against the backdrop of the black armor, she seemed as if sculpted from ice and snow. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, yet her eyes and brows carried a detached, languid quality, as if she had no interest in anything. However, deep within that languidness, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible sharpness and madness. It was none other than the current Grand Princess, Xiao Mingzhu, who served as the military supervisor for this large army. Holding a heavy, golden seal of a marshal, symbolizing supreme command, she walked steadily to Zhou Min, bowed slightly, and presented the seal. Marshal Zhou, please accept the seal. Her voice was cold and clear, like jade beads falling onto a plate, revealing no emotion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Princess. Suppressing the surging excitement and joy in her heart, Zhou Min respectfully lowered her head, extended her slightly trembling hands, and solemnly accepted the commander's seal she had longed for. I got it. I finally got it. As Zhou Min held the cool seal in her hand, she felt a surge of heat rush to her head. Her plan has finally taken its most solid first step. With military power in hand, many things are no longer up to the court and the emperor. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Min, holding the commander's seal, turned around and stepped onto the command platform that had already been built in the center of the training ground. The high platform is majestic and decorated with red silk and yellow satin, exuding the most luxurious and noble atmosphere. Standing on the high platform, Zhou Min looked down. The 30,000-strong army, arrayed in a square formation, with swords and spears like a forest, and gleaming armor, stretched out in a dark, imposing mass, exuding an invisible, overwhelming aura. Even someone as seasoned as Zhou Min couldn't help but feel her heart surge with emotion at this moment. Zhou Min took a deep breath, gathered her strength, and her voice clearly resounded throughout the entire training ground. All soldiers, listen to my command. Today I, Zhou Min, am entrusted with the Emperor's grace, to hold the seal of command, and to lead the 3 armies northward to defend against the enemy. I hereby issue this military order. As long as the flames of war continue in the north and the enemy is not eliminated, my army will never return south. Marshal is mighty! The Yang family's trusted retainers immediately took the lead in raising their arms and shouting. Marshal is mighty! Marshal is mighty! Inspired by this momentum, the 30,000-strong army shouted in unison, their roars like thunder rolling across the training ground, deafening everyone's eardrums. After 3 sounds, the noise subsided. The countdown is about to begin. Where is the Mongol war? Your subordinate is here! Meng Zhan stepped forward in response, his voice booming like a bell. I hereby appoint you as the vanguard general of this army. You must clear the way through mountains and build bridges over rivers without fail. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Meng Zhan clasped his hands in salute, his tiger-like eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Subsequently, Zhou Min read out the appointments one by one according to the pre-agreed list. Yun Yan, take command of the left army colonel. Yun Yan, clad in plain white silver armor, stepped forward and coldly replied, This humble general obeys. Yi Hua, take command of the right army colonel. Your subordinate obeys. After the appointment was read aloud, Zhou Min suddenly drew his sword from his waist, the tip pointing diagonally north, and shouted with all his might. "Army, march!" Thump! 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 The stirring, heavy beat of war drums resounded. The 30,000-strong army moved at the order, raising billowing dust. Chapter 80. The First Clash with Xiaomingzhu. As the sun sets in the west, the afterglow paints the sky a vibrant orange red. The army halted as ordered and began setting up camp, with wisps of smoke rising from the various fortified camps. Zhou Min's command tent was located in the center of the camp, several times larger than the other tents, and a clearing had been set up around it. Before the tent, Jia watched as Zhou Min assigned him 50 skilled female soldiers, finally making him no longer a common soldier. Jia was secretly pleased and gave orders to the group of female soldiers in front of him. "Listen up, everyone! Starting tonight, you'll be responsible for the security of the command tent. Work in pairs and take turns standing guard at the tent entrance." Jia paced back and forth in front of the group of female guards, trying to make himself look like a seasoned veteran. "Remember, apart from me and the commander-in-chief himself, any unauthorized personnel who wish to enter the commander's tent must first report to the commander-in-chief and obtain his permission before being allowed to pass. Do you understand?" "Clear!" The female soldiers responded in unison, their voices clear and crisp. An older female soldier couldn't help but ask, "Commander, what exactly is a special circumstance?" Just as Jia was about to explain, Zhou Min's calm voice came from inside the command tent. "General Jia, come in here for a moment." "Yes, Commander." Jia immediately responded loudly into the tent, then turned and quickly gave orders to the female guards. "You stay where you are, remain silent, and do not whisper to each other, understand?" "Clear!" Jia lifted the tent flap and went inside, bowing respectfully to Zhou Min, who was seated in the main seat and examining a map. "This humble officer, Jia Jiang, greets the commander-in-chief." Without even looking up, Zhou Min directly ordered, "Go and inform the commanders of each battalion to come to the command tent immediately for a meeting." "Yes, sir. I obey." Jia agreed immediately. This is the job of the personal guards. In addition to protecting the safety of their commander, delivering orders and messages is also part of their duties. Jia will leave the command tent and stand again in front of the female guards. Going back to the previous question, what constitutes a special case? Jia pointed to the command tent. The commander-in-chief has ordered that all military officers be summoned for a meeting. This is a special case. When the commanders from each battalion arrive at the entrance of the commander's tent, you don't need to stop them or question them. Just shout out their identities loudly so that the commander can hear you, understand? Understood. The female soldiers answered much more uniformly this time. Good. Jia nodded in satisfaction and began to exercise his power as commander for the first time. Now listen to my command, starting from the first column, from left to right, in pairs. Go to the front camp, left camp, and right camp respectively, and inform General Meng, General Yun, General Yi, and General Gu to come to the command tent immediately for a meeting. Yes, Commander. The 8 female guards in the first row clasped their hands in acceptance of the order, and immediately turned to leave. The commotion caused by Jia issuing orders outside naturally caught the attention of many observant people in the camp. Not far away, in front of a tent that was slightly larger and more elaborately decorated than a regular tent, a woman dressed in light leather armor was secretly peeking towards the commander's tent. She watched for a while, then turned and went into the tent. Princess, Marshal Zhou's female bodyguard commander is actually a man? Inside the tent, Princess Xiaomingzhu had removed her heavy black armor and changed into a dark green casual dress, which made her skin appear even whiter than snow. She was lounging lazily on the soft couch, playing with a warm, smooth jade pendant. Oh! A ripple finally appeared in Xiaomingzhu's previously indifferent eyes. She put down the jade pendant, a knowing smile playing on her lips. A man commanding female bodyguards? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. Yes. The maidservant echoed. Xiaomingzhu slowly sat up straight, and a hint of interest flashed in her eyes, which seemed to be uninterested in anything. Come, follow me to take a look. Xiao Mingzhu's languid smile deepened as she gracefully rose, straightened her dark green robes, which didn't need tidying, and slowly walked out of her tent. Standing outside the tent, her gaze easily locked onto the particularly conspicuous figure in front of the commander's tent. Surrounded by a group of female soldiers, General Jia was gesturing wildly and talking animatedly. "TSK, he stands out a bit." Xiao Mingzhu's eyes showed even more interest. At this moment, Jia seemed to keenly sense the gaze from afar, and immediately changed the subject, ending his lecture. "All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Everyone must strictly follow the orders, understand?" "Clear!" The female soldiers responded in unison. "Disband!" With a wave of his hand, Jia dismissed the female soldiers, pretending nothing had happened. Xiao Mingzhu chuckled lightly. "It is indeed a man. What was that old woman Zhou Min thinking? Finding a man to be her personal guard commander? Could it be that she's getting old and lonely?" A mischievous, dreamy smile spread across her face as she decided to go and see for herself what this crane was capable of. "That soldier!" Xiao Mingzhu's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a natural air of nobility and pressure, and it traveled clearly. "Whose command are you? Why are you making a ruckus and disrupting order in the camp?" Upon hearing this, Jia Jiang immediately recognized that this was Princess Xiao Mingzhu, whom Zhou Min had previously instructed him to be careful of. His mind raced with thoughts. "I was just worried about not having a chance to get close, and now they've come to me on their own." However, this opening line wasn't very friendly. Jia quickly put on a respectful expression, jogged forward, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and lowered his posture to an extremely humble degree. "This humble servant, General Jia, greets Your Highness, the Princess. Your Highness, I am the commander of Marshal Zhou's personal guard. I am not making a fuss, but simply arranging matters assigned by the Marshal." "A family retainer?" Xiao Mingzhu raised an eyebrow slightly. The name sounded a bit strange. Family retainers? Could it be that he was originally a retainer of the Yang family? Xiao Mingzhu didn't dwell on this issue, and continued to press her advantage, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Is it necessary to shout so loudly to arrange guards? I could hear it clearly from inside the tent. Isn't this just making a scene?" Jia immediately understood that the other party was picking a fight, but his expression became even more sincere. "Your Highness, please understand. It was an urgent military situation. My marshal has ordered all generals to come to the command tent immediately to discuss important matters. I dared not neglect my duty, so I spoke a little loudly and disturbed Your Highness. Please forgive me." Jia brought up Zhou Min in an attempt to shut Xiao Mingzhu up. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Mingzhu didn't take the bait at all. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, and her voice turned cold. "Discussing important matters? If it's important matters, why wasn't I informed? Does Marshal Zhou think that I, the military supervisor, am just a figurehead?" Jia's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, this woman has no sportsmanship, she just throws a huge accusation at me. At that moment, his mind raced, and he knew that a direct confrontation was definitely not an option. "Your Highness, you misunderstand. As the military supervisor, how could we not invite you? It's just that it will take some time for the generals in the camp to arrive. This humble servant was thinking that we couldn't possibly keep Your Highness, the eldest princess, waiting for them, could we? That would be utterly disrespectful. Therefore, I intended to wait until all the generals had arrived before respectfully inviting Your Highness to come. If this has caused Your Highness any misunderstanding, it is entirely my fault for not thinking things through, and I beg Your Highness's punishment." Jia spoke so succinctly, explaining the reason while taking the blame for the failure to notify, thus avoiding further misunderstanding. Xiao Mingzhu was taken aback by his sharp tongue and looked Jia Jiang over a few more times. Zhou Min's household servant is quite sharp-eyed and quick-witted. Xiao Mingzhu originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to give Zhou Min a warning, but Jia Jiang's actions largely neutralized her intentions. If she were to continue arguing, it would only make her, as the military supervisor, seemed like she was making a mountain out of a molehill and being unreasonable. Snort! Xiao Mingzhu gave a light snort, acknowledging the explanation, but her tone still carried a condescending air. In that case, now that everyone is here, don't forget to inform me. Your subordinate understands. I will certainly not forget. Jia bowed and responded, his attitude impeccable. Xiao Mingzhu glanced at him again before turning around and gracefully leaving with her maid. Watching Xiao Mingzhu walk away, Jia straightened up, and the respectful expression on his face vanished instantly. Oh shit. I haven't even gone looking for trouble with you yet, and you've already started picking a fight with me. Pooh. Jia spat, silently making a deep grudge against this princess. You're the princess, aren't you? We'll see.